Chapter 201 Breathing Method. Deer-headed spirit. Interesting. Interesting. Fong Xing looked at the deer-headed spirit, touching it from top to bottom, as if he wanted to study it. Wall and Sophia in the carriage were already stunned. Especially Wall. He was a person who knew the horror of the deer-headed spirit. As a result, this deer-headed spirit could not move under a golden halo, and was studied over and over again? And the old head before also made him concerned. That Sadhu wizard? Wall stepped forward and asked. He's dead, if he just drove the deer-headed spirit over. I don't have a good way, but that fool actually used a ritual to temporarily merge himself with the deer-headed spirit in order to achieve a better control effect. Then don't blame me for following the connection and hitting him back. Fong Xing shook his head. This deer-headed spirit. You just temporarily restrain it. It would be better if there was a divine priest here at this time. Divine priests are best at sealing spirits. Wall sighed. If the deer-headed spirit is left alone, I'm afraid it will continue to wander around this area and cause trouble to pedestrians. Don't worry so much. Fong Xing touched his forehead, and the great sun relic turned into a ray of light, completely covering the deer-headed spirit. Then, the light flashed. The original deer-headed spirit disappeared without a trace. Seal? No. Wall looked at Fong Xing with a strange expression. Are you the son of the Radiant Church? As soon as this sentence came out, Sophia's cheeks next to him turned red. As everyone knows, there are many saints in the Radiant Church, but there is only one son, and it is often vacant. He is regarded as the incarnation of God on earth. If she is chosen as the saint, her biggest responsibility is to serve the sun well. I have nothing to do with the Church of Radiance. Fong Xing shook his head. Where are we going now? Duncan City? Forget it. Let's go directly to the City of Gold. Wall looked at Sophia. My noble lady. What do you think? I agree. But I may need to send a letter to explain the situation to my family. Sophia hesitated. The carriage continued to set off. Fong Xing and Wall sat in the driver's seat. This time, Wall seemed to be much less wary of him. Foreigner. Your talent. No. You are blessed by God. And you are born to be close to Radiance. You should go to the Church of Radiance. Ahem. That kind of thing doesn't need to be said in advance. Can you show me your night training method? Fong Xing coughed and said, Yes. After thinking for a while, Wall suddenly smiled. The night method I practiced started with the breathing method, although the outside world calls it the cross-breathing method. In fact, the Vatican generally calls it the St. Longinus breathing method. St. Longinus? Is this a saint of the church? Fong Xing asked. Yes. This saint was active during the fall of the Empire of Light, and was the founder of the Vatican Knights. Wall said seriously and introduced the life of St. Longinus. After completing the mission of the gods, he turned into a saint and has been with God. Therefore, the saints of the glorious church have not died? Fong Xing heard a hint of meaning. How can a saint die? Wall shook his head, as if he was talking about a very common fact. Okay, let's talk about the breathing method of St. Longinus. It includes a series of movements. Drugs. Meditation. It is divided into 4 levels: glimmer, initial light, morning glow, and blazing sun. If you can comprehend the breathing method and condense the seeds of fighting spirit, you will enter the glimmer realm, cultivate and strengthen the fighting spirit, and cover the whole body, which is the initial light. I am currently in this realm, so I am not very clear about the state of morning glow and blazing sun. However, the great knight, who can enter the dawn realm, should be our former captain. Wall sighed, as if he was missing, and as if he was remembering, except for St. Longinus. No one has practiced this breathing method to the blazing sun realm. You just taught me all of it? Fong Xing was a little surprised when he listened to Wall's story, because this person was determined not to do it before. Your night level is stronger than mine. Much stronger. Wall shook his head and smiled. Even if you master another breathing method, it will only be a burden, not a benefit. In fact, in his heart, he was still shocked by that ray of light. Could it be? This is God's guidance? The glory is past, and the glory has come again. Since I left the Knights, everything is arranged by God? A few days later, I always feel a little inexplicable. Fong Xing, Wall, and Sophia walked together all the way, and felt that these two people were a little weird. But he didn't care so much. The key is that after Wall's explanation and personal demonstration, he finally had a complete understanding of the breathing method of St. Longinus, and could practice it. But something strange happened. In the following days, Even if Fong Xing kept trying hard, he still couldn't get started with this breathing method. You know, he is not a young man who knows nothing, but a martial arts master. With his physique, blood, and spirit, theoretically, there is no martial arts that can stump him. Unless, this is not a martial arts. On the road, the carriage moved forward steadily. Practicing breathing methods is not a matter of a day or a night. I was a knight apprentice for 3 years, and later became a squire of Knight Gurong. After 13 bloody battles, I finally sublimated to the extreme on a battlefield and condensed my own fighting spirit. Wall saw Fong Xing working hard and couldn't help but comfort him. I'm just thinking about the problem. Fong Xing opened his eyes and shook his head, regarding the source of the breathing method. Do you think it comes from the human body, blood, or something else? I don't understand this either. I can only talk about my own experience. Wall fell into deep thought. That bloody battle was extremely tragic. I felt that I was about to turn into a dried human body. But at the moment when I was about to fall, I saw light, glow, Fong Xing murmured. But he had some enlightenment in his heart. No matter which world, the first thing to consider is the source of the extraordinary. In the main universe, power comes from technology, and the extraordinary comes from cosmic energy. In the world of Xiuxian, the extraordinary comes from spiritual energy. But this world is different. It has no spiritual energy. Its extraordinary seems to be based on the same thing. That is, the pollution of the evil god. He sighed, and suddenly understood why he could not condense the fighting spirit seed. This is probably not a Douqi seed, but the source of the power of the evil god. Need to draw the evil god pollution into oneself, and then refine it? Then, continue to absorb the evil god pollution, and refine it into one's own extraordinary power. The top breathing methods of the church are all like this. Not to mention other breathing methods. Can you only get started by pulling a trace of evil god pollution as a seed? Fong Xing mind moved, and the sun relic between his eyebrows emitted boundless light and heat. In the rolling red, a red line was pulled down and entered a certain position in the lower abdomen. The knight's breathing method still has its merits. The location where the Douqi Sea is opened is an evil point. Although there is only one place, the development of this acupoint is ahead of the Federation. Under his spiritual power induction, this colorful light spot exploded instantly and turned into a colorful ocean. And in the ocean, a red line fell and turned into a seed. This seed is like a red heart. As the heart continues to beat, strands of Douqi overflow. During this process, Fong Xing was always cautious, ready to disperse his power if there was any problem. But soon he found that although this strand of Douqi was violent in nature, he could easily control it, because the evil god pollution he chose as the Douqi seed did not come from this world, but from the great sun relics. It actually worked. Fong Xing mind moved, and he looked at the attribute column. At the bottom of the attribute column, there was suddenly an extra line, cross-breathing method, 1 out of 100 beginner. Beginner? Not only that, Fong Xing was even more surprised to see that the Great Sun Tathagata mantra flashed with light and swallowed the cross-breathing method, which meant that the cross-breathing method had become the same status as the Great Sun Tathagata palm and the clone technique, and became a subordinate column of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. Its highest level cannot exceed the level of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, but this also has advantages. For example, I can directly add some points to the breathing method. After all, my Great Sun relics still contain the deer head spirit as a fuel. Fong Xing opened his eyes and looked at his right hand. At this moment, there was suddenly a hint of sharpness on his palm. Seeing this scene, Wall's eyes widened, and he felt that his worldview was hit. After all, in order to get started with the breathing method, he had to condense the Douqi seed, and it took him several years. But now, Fong Xing has only been doing it for a few days? It's so simple. At night, in the camp, the bonfire was blazing. Fong Xing looked at Wall, who was keeping watch outside, got into the tent, and sat cross-legged by himself. Great Sun Tathagata mantra, add some points to me. In the center of his eyebrows, the deer head spirit, who was originally bound in the Great Sun furnace, screamed and turned into a torch. Then, a series of red threads sank into the newly opened Douqi seed. On the attribute bar, the rune representing the cross-breathing method blurred and became cross-breathing method 1/100, proficient. The Douqi seed expanded and gushed out a huge amount of Douqi, covering Fong Xing's entire body. In just a moment, he broke through from the faint light of the cross-breathing method to the initial light realm, and could circulate Do-Chi throughout his body, becoming a true extraordinary existence. Chapter 202: The Truth of the World. This Do-Chi system is very crude, but there should be some potential to be tapped. Fang Xing pondered for a while, but did not stop blessing the great sun Tathagata mantra. The benefits of burning the deer head spirit are definitely not just to advance his Do-Chi realm. With the continuous increase in the proficiency of the cross-breathing method, it soon reached the peak, and was about to break through to the mastery level. The realm of this stage, in the description of the breathing method itself, is the dawn. Boom! The proficiency increased unstoppably, and Fang Xing mind emerged with countless methods of using Do-Chi. At the same time, he felt that his Do-Chi was almost materialized, with a powerful power to crush ordinary spirits. More changes, but in his spirit. Light. Fang Xing saw a ray of light. Following this ray of light, his spirit was infinitely elevated, and in a trance, he saw a pure white woman lying on the ground. The other person was plump, naked, with high protruding female features, giving people a sense of motherhood and pregnancy at first glance. Unfortunately, this is a corpse. Not only a corpse, but also a corpse with incomplete body and holes all over. You can faintly see countless little people going in and out and gnawing on it. Following that glow, Fang Xing came to a place of the maternal corpse and saw several figures emitting holy light. One of them was vaguely connected with his cross-breathing method. This man had brilliant golden curly hair, blue eyes like the sea, and handsome appearance. At this time, the other person's mouth seemed to be filled with maternal blood. He raised his head and looked at Fang Xing, revealing a warm but cruel smile. Damn! Wall heard Fang Xing curse from the tent, and couldn't help but clench the long sword in his hand. Stranger, what happened? Nothing, just need to wash your eyes. Fang Xing rubbed his eyes. Wall's pupil shrank slightly, and he saw that there seemed to be a streak of scarlet between his fingers. I saw something I shouldn't see. Fang Xing watched it casually, rubbed his temples, and felt that he still had a splitting headache. On the attribute column, a new line of information appeared. Cross-breathing method, 93 out of 200, mastery, at the cost of a deer head spirit. My breathing method directly entered the mastery. That is, the realm of dawn. The third level of the breathing method seems to resonate with the source of the breathing method? The person who gnawed the mother body that I saw. Could it be Saint Longinus? The existence that created the cross-breathing method? It is strong enough. It feels a bit like a superior family, or even the offspring of the evil god. It's just a bit evil. An existence that was canonized by the glorious church turned out to be like this, which naturally made Fang Xing feel very bad, thinking about the group of people around Longinus. Has the glory gone? Fang Xing whispered. The extraordinary ways in this world are not good things. Even if Do-Chi is an extraordinary way that seems to be based on the night himself. The condensation of Do-Chi seeds is actually inseparable from the pollution of the evil gods in the void. This whole world is polluted. Or, are they all corpses? All humans, spirits, whether strong or weak, are parasites? Because of this, even if there is extremely slight pollution of evil gods in the air, over time, the semi-familiarization of humans living here will not be a problem at all. Without familiarization, they cannot survive at all. And the key to the night's condensation of Do-Chi seeds is not his own blood, but to absorb the pollution of evil gods from the outside world and turn it into the original Do-Chi seeds. When the seeds continue to grow, they will gradually connect with the source? Are those saints of the church all original spirits level? The origin spirit does not need to be carried. Only faith is needed, and power can be borrowed through specific rituals and means. In the third stage of the cross-breathing method, dawn, you can do this and connect with the origin. What about the fourth stage? Jiayang? According to legend, only one saint, Longinus, has mastered it. There must be something wrong here. Could it be that he has cultivated himself into food and actively put it into the mouth of the saint? The real Jiayang should open up the origin of the evil god in his body and become a saint himself? Or a superior family? The offspring of the evil god? Fang Xing thought for a moment, and with his rich knowledge accumulation, he quickly determined many things. Sure enough, the extraordinary ways in this world are all pitfalls. Fortunately, from the beginning, I replaced the original pollution with the pollution of the great sun Tathagata mantra to open up the Do-Chi seed, so although there is still a slight connection in the third stage, it is not strong. and it will not be affected by the source. Even if you cultivate to the 4th stage, you will only become food for the great sun Tathagata curse. No. It's a pity to cultivate it into food. It's better to go out and hunt a spirit. The cross-breeding method still has potential. After all, it is a method that can become a saint. Therefore, the real prideful sun realm should be to control the original evil god pollution with one's own will. Open up a new source. And cultivate into the original spirit. It must be said that Fang Xing was still a little moved by this, because this cross-breeding method is very quick to learn. After all, it is a series under the great sun Tathagata curse, and it can be blessed by the effect of this curse. Not to mention, cultivating the evil god fighting spirit in this world is like adding wings to a tiger. Apart from anything else, with the existence of that pale mother body, as long as you gnaw its flesh and blood corpse, you can obtain a steady stream of energy, and even divinity. There will be no problem in becoming an evil god's offspring in the future, even faster than expected. The offspring of the evil god is a powerful existence comparable to the martial saint or even the martial god. But becoming a saint with fighting spirit can easily do this. I have the great sun Tathagata mantra, which is also a path to the evil god. Could it be that I am born with a connection with the evil god from outside the domain? Fang Xing touched the corner of his eye, feeling a little helpless. He has now condensed the great sun relic, so he can look directly at the offspring of the evil god without any problem. But it was different from before. He not only saw a corpse that was suspected to be the evil god from outside the domain, but also saw the growing offspring of the evil god and the upper family. So he would naturally be attacked. Not being polluted, it was already his extremely tenacious martial arts will. In this world, no matter the spirit, the great spirit, or even the original spirit, there is only one source, which is that pale mother body. So, what can I get from this world? The divinity and authority of the evil god from outside the domain? Fang Xing's eyes were dim. The next day, the carriage continued to move forward. After most of the day, a city appeared in front of everyone. It was a towering city, located next to a huge black mountain range. A large river flowed through the edge of the city, reflecting the sunlight. A golden color finally arrived. The city of the Duke of Tulip. The Golden City. Wall finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The final destination of the young lady of the Solon family was here, and he finally sent her there safely. The Golden City. The mountain range nearby seems to be very famous. Called the Goron Mountains? Fang Xing was more interested in the mountains next to the city. He could feel that this mountain range was like a latent magma, and he didn't know when it would erupt. Yes, there are many rumors about dragons in this mountain range. More than one hunter claims to have seen a dragon. But you and I both know that there are no dragons in the world. Wall said something meaningful. Only dragon spirits. A terrifying evil spirit of the great spirit level is sleeping under the mountain. It once ravaged the area and was sealed by a saint of the church. But when it was sealed, it left a prophecy that this dragon spirit will wake up sooner or later and burn the whole city with its anger. Oh my god. Sophia covered her lips. I thought of it. When I was a child, there were many terrible legends about evil dragons. Is this the original source? Great Spirit? Fang Xing showed interest, glanced at the mountain again, and then followed the carriage into the Golden City. The gate of the Golden City is very high, in the style of a triumphal arch, and the streets are very wide, which can accommodate 5 or 2 carriages in parallel. After going forward for a distance, you can see a square. This is Santa Maria Square. The noble lady of the Soren family suddenly became excited. I have been here to play, and I have witnessed several trials presided over by the glorious church. They put witches on the stake and burned them to death, and sacrificed their souls to the Lord of glorious light. Some witches can even wail in the fire for more than 10 hourglass hours. Fang Xing couldn't help curling his lips. 10 hourglass hours is nearly 2 hours. Normal people can never stay alive in the flames for so long, unless they are extraordinary people with souls. Flames, executions, and even onlookers are all part of the church's rituals. This is a kind of seal. Wall spoke. We use the power of the Lord of glorious light to seal most of the evil spirits. Well, there are not many people in the square. Fang Xing saw white pigeons landing and foraging in the square, and couldn't help saying, I remember. The citizens should be in the arena at this time. Miss Sophia said, the Duke of Tulip built the largest arena in the dukedom. It will be open every once in a while, and citizens flock to it. Watching the performance of gladiators is the most popular trend in the upper-class circle. I haven't been here for a while. I don't know if the gladiator king here is still Sinbad. He is a powerful man known as the king of gladiators. He has 7 championship titles, and has sent countless gladiator souls to sacrifice to the Lord of Glory. That's right. Opening an arena is not only the need of the Lord, but also the need of the glorious church. Lords often throw death row prisoners, slaves, and prisoners of war into the arena as consumables for the fight. As long as they can keep winning, they will never face the death penalty in theory. In fact, gladiators who can survive a year in the arena are considered to be lucky, and they will fight to their heart's content and use their own death to please the audience and the gods. Fong Xing looked at Wall and found that this upright knight fell into silence. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems, in such a world, even the glorious church can't avoid the bloody and crazy background. A world after the fall of the extraterritorial evil god Whale has unimaginable value for the evil god researchers in the main universe. Duke's Mansion. The current Grand Duke of Tulip is in his 40s, with long wine-red hair, a beard, and soft features. He stood on a high tower, from which he could overlook most of the city. For example, the most conspicuous circular arena. At this time, you can even hear cheers coming from the arena. Listen to the sound. Sinbad won the 8th championship in his career. Right? How many gladiators did he execute today? 20? 30? Duke Tulip said with interest. There were no attendants behind him. Only a person dressed like a scholar in a green robe and a vine collar around his neck. This is a bachelor. Bachelors are often the second sons of noble families. They have no inheritance rights and can only practice knights or bachelors. Generally speaking, knights are preferred, and those who do not have knight talent will go to school and become a knowledgeable scholar. If you are famous enough, you will be recruited by the upper nobles and get a stable income. As for the fief, don't even think about it. It's pretty good to be able to change jobs and become a butler. In comparison, knights still have greater development potential. But this bachelor is obviously different from others. His facial features were very ordinary, the kind that would be hard to distinguish if he blended into the crowd. But his eyes were bright and seemed to reveal a touch of emerald green. Sinbad just executed his 27th opponent. I believe that so many blood sacrifices are enough to satisfy the bishop. The scholar answered like this, as if everything in the arena was still vivid in his mind. The glory is gone, but the church is still there. The Sadhu Church, the Scholars Association. My dukedom has only one request. That is, no chaos. Tulip opened his mouth. At this moment, a servant ran up the tower. He climbed so many steps in one breath, but his breathing was very even, without any heaviness, and he obviously had the strength of a formal knight. Your Excellency the Duke, the lady of the Soren family has arrived and is ready to participate in the selection of the Holy Maiden of the Church. The servant bowed and reported. Sophia of the Sauron family? Grand Duke Tulip smiled slightly. She is a beauty. She is indeed qualified to be the Holy Maiden of the Church. If she were 20 years younger, I might have married her directly. At this moment, the eyes of the bachelor next to him were suddenly shrouded in emerald green. The bachelor's face was a little pale, and he took a few steps back, sweat dripping from his forehead. Seeing this, Duke Tulip immediately waved his hand to let the attendant retreat. My prophet. What did you see? Dragon. The shadow of the dragon's wings that covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire golden city. But at the same time, there is hope in destruction. The person who can completely solve the dragon spirit has arrived. The bachelor's eyes were dull, and his body was like a seizure. And he spoke his prophecy. Chapter 203 Research Group. After sending Sophia to the Duke's mansion, Wall did not stay and chose to leave directly. Obviously, he did not covet the rewards and rewards later. Fong Xing did not care either. The two of them found a tavern at random, asked the waiter to serve 2 glasses of rye, and watched the poor performance of the dancers in the bar. Good. Wall's eyes lit up as he looked at the dancers in revealing clothes, making Fong Xing wonder if he was going to take care of their business at night. Sure enough, leaving the Paladin Order also has its advantages. That is, you no longer have to worry about your own image, morality, etc. You can do whatever you want. Fong Xing complained in his heart, and then grabbed Wall's crossed sword. Choking, he gently pulled out a section of the sword blade, and could feel the chill on the sword body, as well as the fine and tight lines. It's really a good sword. His eyes lit up. and he felt that it was much better than those dancers. A true Vatican Knight can not only have breathing techniques, he must also have a set of sacred armor that can block the invasion of evil spirits, a long sword that can cause damage to evil spirits, and sword oil to deal with various situations. Generally speaking, when a Vatican Knight is on the move, he must also be equipped with a divine priest. Wall drank the rye in one gulp. How about it? Do you want to join the glorious church? I know the bishop here. He is the leader of this diocese. He promises that he will not treat you unfairly. What's the difference between joining the glorious church now and boarding a broken ship? Not to mention the group of people canonized by your church. No, that group of original spirits don't look like good stuff. Fang Xing complained in his heart. The glorious church only recognizes the Lord of glorious light as the only true God. And some powerful believers, or those who have made outstanding contributions to the church, can be canonized after death and receive a certain amount of worship. In simple terms, it is equivalent to the status of an angel. A group of angels are all at the original spirit level. So it is very reasonable for the glorious church to suppress the Sada cult and other evil cults. But you all eat at the same table. Fang Xing complained in his heart. Observing the cross sword in his hand, this sword is really good, compared with carrying the spirit on itself. Choose to seal the spirit in the long sword, and then use the spirit to fight against other spirits. Those false gods also want to do this, but they don't have our sealing technology. They can only use people. Compared with other materials, people are the best sealing carriers. Wall seemed to have drunk too much wine. After saying this, he immediately became silent, as if recalling some sad past. After drinking, Wall directly hugged the two dancers into the room. This tavern also runs a hotel business. The kidneys are really good. Fang Xing sighed, looking down on these vulgar women, and returned to his room. After closing the door, he took out a talisman and pasted it behind the door. Suddenly, whether it was the lewd music next door, or the cockroaches, bedbugs, fleas, they all seemed to be blocked by an invisible membrane and could no longer enter the room. Then, Fang Xing pointed casually. Inside the room, the temperature dropped sharply, freezing the bedbugs and fleas alive. He barely made a clean place and sat cross-legged. After silently practicing the breathing method and experiencing the evil god's fighting spirit, he nodded. Putting it in the main world is also an evolutionary path. But there are pits. But not big. After all, the Blue Star Alliance in the main universe is extremely strong. And even the evil gods from outside the domain have killed several of them. Using these evil god corpses as the origin, cultivation will inevitably progress rapidly. And the risks are controllable. There is no big problem even if you cultivate all the way to the origin spirit. It doesn't waste much resources. And the speed is very fast. A flash of silver light. Fang Xing has returned to the basement of Villa number 69 in the Blue Sea District. Blue Star. He looked at the surrounding environment, nodded, and entered the virtual cabin. Master, you haven't come to see me for a long time. In the Blue Star community, a little elf with blue wings flew over, his expression full of resentment. Xiao Lan, how many people have contacted me recently? Filter out the unnecessary ones, and list the ones that need the most attention. Fang Xing looked at the mailbox and immediately issued an order. As an artificial intelligence, Xiao Lan's coquettish complaints are just programs, and working dogs are the essence. After hearing the order, it immediately began to delete a large number of spam emails and mark the key emails that Fang Xing needed to reply to one by one. Teacher. Yang? Fang Xing looked at the top email and couldn't help sighing. Although he was idle, he couldn't be out of touch with society. At least, his own mentor would find him. And he certainly couldn't refuse. Fang Xing thought about it and dialed the phone. Not long after, a figure in a Zhongshan suit appeared in front of him. It was Yang. Hello, teacher. Fang Xing saluted quickly. Well, I heard from Xiao Sun that you are more lazy. Are you dissatisfied with the small amount of evil spirit crystals given by the research group? Yang spoke quite directly. No. I just think that practicing in silence by myself may be more effective. Fang Xing shook his head quickly, and at the same time felt a little lucky. Yang was usually very busy, and had no chance to meet him. The occasional contact was through the phone or virtual network. Otherwise, he was not sure whether he could hide from this martial saint. Although Su Sanong said that ordinary martial saints could not see through him. The key point was that Niaing was not an ordinary martial saint. Niaing could not help but remain silent. Theoretically, martial arts golden elixir can also be cultivated by itself. And it can also absorb the energy of the universe and transform it into the energy of the heavenly and earthly evil spirits to fill the meridians and acupoints. But this speed is very touching. You will call this number later and join Xiao Gu's research group. This research group will be very good for your future. And Xiao Gu has allocated a lot of resources. If you perform well, not to mention the evil spirit crystal, it is possible to get Tiangang stone. Niaing did not say much. And after giving a contact number, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Fangxing looked at the contact number and immediately asked Xiaolan to start searching. And then saw a pile of information. Teacher Gu Duan. Research topic. The simplification of the lower level of Tathagata. It is mainly to allow warriors at a lower level to learn the unique martial art of Tathagata. It is indeed a high-end research group. Fangxing looked at it and could not help but be silent. To get started with Tathagata, one must be a martial saint at least. That is to say, Gu Duan himself is a martial saint. Naturally, there are a lot of resources that can be obtained. Niaing arranged it this way, which is thoughtful. And, even if this project does not produce results in a short period of time, it can lay a solid foundation for Fangxing to practice Tathagata in the future. In the future, when a martial saint learns this unique skill, there will be fewer difficulties and obstacles to get started. Although Niaing did not take me with him to teach by example, he is indeed a good teacher. And Pan Xiong, without his recommendation, I would not be able to become a disciple of the vice president. Fangxing nodded, then shook his head. It's a pity. I have already learned Tathagata, and I have also completed the optimization of the low realm. Although, this optimization cannot be promoted. He waited for a moment, and dialed Gu Duan's number according to the contact information given by Niaing. It's Xiaofang. Principal Nie told me that if you have time to come to the research group, I will assign you a task. Gu Duan's voice is very young. I don't care about nepotism. I just want to be in the research group. If you complete the task, you will get a reward. If you fail to complete it, you will get nothing. It can be heard that he is still a little resentful of Niaing for inserting people. But this is normal. In theory, he and Niaing are both martial saints. There is nothing wrong with teasing and complaining to each other. Yes, Teacher Gu. I will work hard. Fangxing nodded repeatedly. After hanging up the call, he immediately looked a little sad. Oh, I am worried. He has now filled the 72 evil points and started to think about the practice of penetrating the Gang Meridian. Using the Tian Gang Chi to penetrate the 6 evil points. It can be condensed into a Gang Meridian. The 72 evil points can condense a total of 12 meridians, which correspond to the 12 meridians in ancient legends. The evil crystals are no longer useful to him. But these cannot be said. Fangxing asked Xiaolan to randomly call up some Blue Star information. While browsing, thinking about his own problems, the new chief governor of the Blue Star Federation has been elected and sworn in. Announced his new economic policy, with the theme of revitalizing Blue Star. The previous Blue Star was attacked by the evil god, and the illusion of being the safest was broken. The real estate market fell sharply, and other industries were greatly affected. Therefore, it is normal for the new governor to come to power and boost the economy. Fangxing scanned a few more lines. His eyes lit up. The virtual network layout has made great progress. At least one virtual gym has been set up on each planet, providing virtual cabins and interstellar networking services. Interstellar communication has always been a big problem, not to mention this kind of virtual networking. But the development of federal technology is explosively fast. A few years ago, virtual cabins were used in the college entrance examination. After Fangxing University, virtual cabins could be connected to the internet for battles. A few years later, major planets can actually be connected to the internet, even if a planet only has dozens or hundreds of virtual cabins to do this. It is quite remarkable. In order to celebrate the completion of the layout of the virtual gym on the last civilized planet, the Federal Holographic Universe Company is preparing to hold an interstellar martial arts competition to celebrate the breakthrough of virtual technology. Participation conditions: strength below the 7th realm. The virtual technology of the Federation has made progress again. Can it now fully simulate the power of martial arts golden elixir? Fangxing was a little surprised, and then a little excited. You could participate anonymously, as long as you win a few games. The rewards are extremely generous. Even evil spirit crystals and Tiangang stones. And other cosmic wonders that are very useful to mine masters and mechanics. He had the idea of participating anonymously, so that even if he was found to have made a very fast progress in cultivation in the future, he could put it on this competition. As for anonymity, it is only for ordinary people. It is a joke for the holographic virtual universe company and the federal high level who control the all-knowing brain. But then again, now the virtual universe can already withstand the 6th realm golden elixir. In the future, it may be possible to directly simulate the 7th realm Vajra and the 8th realm martial saint. In my lifetime, maybe I can see the virtual martial saint competition? Or even the martial god competition? Chapter 204 Realm. The first interstellar martial arts competition accepts applications from any contestant below the 7th realm. No restrictions on occupations. No age requirements. This is terrifying. Some martial arts 6th realms have been in this realm for many years, and all their skills are very mature and sophisticated. Fong Xing looked at the competition rules and found that they were quite suitable for him. First of all, the competition venue is at home, and you can go online through the virtual cabin. Secondly, the competition time will be announced after the ranking is determined, and you just need to remember to come back and participate. Anyway, in that evil god world, there is only one wall by my side. If the situation is really urgent, I can knock him out and then travel through. Below the 7th realm is below the martial arts Vajra realm. Today's virtual network technology has taken a step forward and can just meet the simulation of martial arts golden elixir. But there are still some problems with the Vajra realm. However, the realm of the golden elixir, the short burst of Vajra combat power should not cause data overflow or bug, just like I was in the external scene realm, but cultivated the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible magical power, and still could enter the virtual battlefield. Fong Xing thought to himself. In other words, today's virtual network can fully withstand the explosion of the 6th realm combat power, and it is not a big problem to occasionally reach the 7th realm standard. As long as the 7th realm data is not maintained all the time, it can be completely tolerated temporarily. This means that it is not far from the normal simulation of the 7th realm combat power. There are too many professionals in the Blue Star Federation, and there is no unified division. However, since martial arts is the most widely spread and the most popular evolutionary route, the levels of other professions are often linked to martial arts. For example, the 4th realm of martial arts is the 4th realm professional of the martial arts family and the courage realm. A superpower who can fight with a courage warrior and win or lose can be called a 4th realm superpower. Similarly, there are also 4th realm mecha masters and 4th realm mind masters. The 6th realm mecha masters and superpowers have combat power that can rival the martial arts golden elixir. Therefore, this interstellar martial arts competition will indeed have a lot of fun to watch. At the martial arts golden elixir level, the strength is already considered the backbone of the Federation, with a large number of people and a variety of styles. Although the future martial saint and martial god battles will be more advanced, most people in the Federation may not understand. Martial Dao 7th realm Vajra, 8th realm martial saint, 9th realm martial god. This is the limit. But among mecha masters, there are 10th realm mecha masters, and even 11th realm ones. Rumor has it that the first president of St. Armor University is an 11th realm sacred mecha master, one of the strongest people in the Federation. He even lived from the first year of the Starry Sky calendar to the present. The lifespan of a mecha master who can give birth to the light of the soul will be greatly extended, which is not inferior to the life extension of martial arts, or even more. Although the individual martial gods are powerful, they are still somewhat inferior to the destructive power of mechas. What's more regrettable is that because the martial arts will relies entirely on itself and conflicts with the light of the soul, even if there is a mecha with the highest technology in the Federation, the limit after wearing it is the 10th realm of combat power. It is difficult to break through the 11th realm. The regret of martial arts is that there is no real peak. If the martial gods can break through and be promoted above the martial gods, it is equivalent to the 10th realm of combat power. The mecha designed with federal technology can completely raise its combat power to the 11th realm again. If the warriors can reach the 11th realm by themselves, then with the technological mecha, they may have the 12th realm of combat power. Perhaps they can end the evil god disaster? This is the view of most people in the Blue Star Federation, and Fong Xing does not know whether it is right or wrong. After all, The Blue Star Federation has a limited understanding of the evil gods outside the domain. And the so-called lower-level rulers and upper-level rulers may not be accurate. Most evil gods are unreasonable. Even their strength is like this. Feng Xing is now considered a senior evil god research expert and has a lot of say in this regard. Those servants and followers should be fairly accurate. Lower-level servants correspond to professionals of the 4th realm. Upper-level servants correspond to professionals of the 5th realm. Lower-level followers correspond to professionals of the 6th realm. And upper-level followers can rival professionals of the 7th realm. But what happens after that? Above the upper-level followers, there is actually a level that is not considered a level. The descendants of evil gods, or the projection of evil gods. The clones of evil gods. Some descendants of evil gods are strong. Some are weak. The weak ones can be dealt with by a martial saint. If they are powerful descendants of evil gods, they may need a group of martial gods to encircle and suppress them. That is to say, the strength of the descendants of evil gods is between professionals of the 8th and 9th realms. Even the powerful ones among them may be comparable to professionals of the 10th realm. Some lower-level rulers should be around the 10th realm, so they can be killed, such as that devouring star Turum. As for the moon god, Tain, who is suspected to be a higher-level ruler, it takes the first president of St. Armor University, the 11th level Sacred Mecha Master, and other strong people to deal with them. Even they themselves have been divided. The moon god is actually very weak. Not only is she in poor condition, she has also fought with other extraterritorial evil gods. In her prime, she may have reached the 12th realm. After all, she controls the feminine power of the universe. According to the evil godology, all extraterritorial evil gods have another source, a higher dimensional, more superior existence. She may be at the 12th realm, or even the 13th realm. There are rumors that once this creator wakes up, mankind will be completely destroyed, even if the current extraterritorial evil gods join forces. The Blue Star Federation will only end up destroyed. But the extraterritorial evil gods are always in madness, and may even fight each other. Therefore, the extraterritorial evil gods that are hostile to the Blue Star Federation may only be part of that group of extraterritorial evil gods. Feng Xing's face was solemn. This is the deepest nightmare in the hearts of all Blue Star residents. What's more terrifying is that he, who has obtained part of the memory of the master of the sect, knows that this information is likely to be true. There are really 12 realms, or even 13 realms of evil gods. Those extraterritorial evil gods have not all joined forces to deal with humans. Because of this, the leader of the sect, as a human, was completely desperate for humans and threw himself into the arms of the evil god. The other party's dream should be that humans become half-family members, like those in the evil god's world, successfully join the evil god's side, and get a chance to survive. As the realm goes back, the gap is even bigger. Perhaps a few first-level warriors can fight second-level warriors, and a dozen second-level warriors can fight third-level warriors. But dozens of third-level warriors may not be able to defeat fourth-level martial artists. This gap will increase exponentially as time goes on. The gap between the martial god and those above the martial god may be as big as the sky. The difference between the 13th level and the 12th level is even more unimaginable. Perhaps the existence of the 13th level can erase the existence of the 12th level with just one thought and restart the entire universe. After signing up, Feng Xing returned to the evil god's world. It took him only a few hours to deal with this. And even if he slept again, the sun outside was not yet at noon. Wall hadn't even gotten up yet, and it was doubtful whether he was going to die on the dancer's belly. In this world, in addition to obtaining the resources of the evil god, the most important thing is probably the secrets of the evil god from outside the domain. Although there are corpses of the evil god from outside the domain in the main universe, it is not his turn to study them. Moreover, there is the Glorious Church, which is the master of the research on the evil god Pale Matrix, the Lord of Glorious Light, whose status is at least above the Origin Spirit, is really coveted. The books of the Glorious Church are even banned books. I feel that the face of a mere wall is useless, unless I become the Pope, or destroy the Glorious Church. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to see the most in-depth research of the Glorious Church or even the Bright Empire. When entering any world, you must grasp the main contradiction. Now everything Feng Xing needs is related to the Glorious Church, and this will naturally be the main task next. Coincidentally, the Paladin Wall he made friends with, and even the candidate Saint Sophia, have a deep relationship with the glorious church. This relationship should be useless. In the end, you still have to rely on your fists. The martial arts golden elixir is not enough to face the glowing church. In the end, you still have to rely on my great son Tathagata mantra and great son Tathagata palm. Fang Xing walked out of the room, not planning to have breakfast or anything like that. He can now go without food or drink, or eat a lot of food at a time. When he was in Blue Star, he had already rewarded himself well. Not long after Fang Xing left, Wall, who looked tired and had heavy bags under his eyes, also yawned and walked out of the room. Sure enough, wandering nights are good. They can be free. Wall was about to get some beer and bread and bacon for breakfast when he heard a mocking voice. He looked up and saw Fang Xing, with no strange expression on his face. What? Stranger, are you jealous of me? I persisted until half the night last night. Sorry, I didn't hear anything at all. Fang Xing rolled his eyes. Oh my God. By the Holy Spirit, my voice last night could be heard by half of the pub. Wall ordered a beer and gulped down half of it. By the way, stranger, do you want me to keep calling you that? You don't seem to have told me your name yet. A name is just a code name. So what's wrong with calling me a stranger? Fang Xing smiled slightly, and then said, if you must have a name, you can call me Star. Star, are you interested in visiting the regional bishop of the glorious church? Wall looked at Fang Xing with a gleaming look. You should have provoked the Sada cult. Right? That's a group of troublesome guys. If you get the protection of the glorious church, you will be fearless. He still didn't give up the plan to win over Fang Xing. It turns out that you don't have the talent to persuade people. Fang Xing shook his head and suddenly asked, but if I join the glorious church, can I read all the books? Including those banned books? That's definitely impossible. Knowledge itself is dangerous. These banned books are all kept by the forbidden book cardinal himself. Walben shook his head. Oh, then I'm not interested in joining. Chapter 205 Selection. A few days later, a grand celebration was held in the Golden City. It was said that it was to celebrate the arrival of the candidate saints in Tulip territory, and the selection of saints would begin soon. The quality of the saints here is quite good. At the same time, Fang Xing stood on the balcony of the hotel, watching the parade of floats on the main road. The candidate saints dressed elegantly and dignifiedly sat on the floats, looking pious and noble. It also attracted countless citizens and homeless people to whistle. Sophia simply put on a white robe, but it still did not damage her face. She was a standout among the many candidate saints. Fang Xing looked at this scene and turned to Wall next to him. What are you thinking about? Saints are to serve the gods and the Son of God, and need to maintain chastity. Wall looked at Fang Xing in horror. Do you think I'm so hungry that I won't choose what to eat? Fang Xing was speechless, and pulled Wall to follow the parade on the street, all the way to Santa Maria Square. Here, the servants and priests of the glorious church had already set up the altar. On the altar, there was a fish and a pig, both of which had been gutted, and blood was constantly flowing down the altar. Many citizens and servants were not surprised, and they looked respectfully at a bishop in red church clothes coming forward. That's Bemis, the bishop of the Tulip diocese. When I met him, he was still a servant who had just graduated from the seminary. Wall lowered his voice. How is it? Do you regret it? Fang Xing rolled his eyes, too lazy to talk to Wall, and continued to look at Bemis. The bishop looked middle-aged, with a full beard, a rough appearance, but a very gentle expression. At this time, he was holding the fish and blessing the candidates for saints. When the world was first created and the sea was boiling, the Leviathan in the sea caused a tsunami, brought disaster to the earth. And only God saved everything. On the second day, God killed Leviathan. On the third day, Leviathan's brother Behemoth caused an earthquake in the desert to avenge his blood relatives. God forged a holy sword, cut open Behemoth's abdomen, and took out its heart. The desert calmed down its anger, and the earth stopped shaking. Leviathan? Fang Xing heard a familiar term. In the main universe, this word means a giant, which is very close to the transliteration word here. This similarity made him think of more things. In the church scriptures, Leviathan and Behemoth are both real behemoths, with bodies comparable to a continent. Wall explained, fish represents Leviathan, which means the ocean, and pig represents Behemoth, which means the earth. These two are the most suitable to be sacrificed to the saints. It seems that Behemoth attaches great importance to this selection of saints. Just as the two were talking, The cardinal on the stage had already blessed the candidate's saints. Grand Duke Tulip, wearing a gorgeous robe, made his debut. After discussing with Bishop Behemoth, I decided to use the theme of appeasement for this selection of saints. Grand Duke Tulip smiled and announced to many candidate saints including Sophia, the dragon under the Goron Mountains is already restless and is about to wake up from its slumber. Whoever of the saints can appease or seal the dragon spirit will be the real saint of this selection. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the candidate saints changed. If Tulip was not the duke, and there was a team of guards standing beside him, they might have cursed. Dragon. In the Duke of Tulip. This is synonymous with terror and fear. Ordinary people avoid it. Who can appease it? What's more, in all kinds of dark fairy tales, dragons like to capture princesses and pure girls the most, and eat a princess every day. Grand Duke Tulip smiled. Bishop Bemis and I will supervise this appeasement. In addition, you can ask for external help at will. There are no restrictions in this regard. After all, everything is God's will. For the real extraordinary people, they certainly know that there are no dragons in the world. Only evil spirits. But the spirit under the Goron Mountains has reached the level of the Great Spirit, which is a disaster that can massacre the city. The more extraordinary people have, the less willing they are to provoke. In the real mysterious world, a wizard who can carry an ordinary spirit is actually a very strong person. Even such an existence, going against the Great Spirit, is just seeking death. Sophia's hands and feet were shaking, and she almost subconsciously looked at Fang Xing and Wall. At this time, Bishop Bemis also looked over, with a smile and encouragement in his eyes. These guys should be captured by the dragon. We were tricked. Wall cursed. It seems that the dragon spirit under the Goron Mountains can't be suppressed anymore. This is a conspiracy. But it's easy to break it. Just turn around and leave. Stay away from the Golden City. Or even leave the Dukedom of Tulip. Fang Xing shrugged his shoulders. The question is, will you leave? I won't. Wall clenched the cross sword in his hand. So, the most unsolvable is the conspiracy. Fang Xing shook his head and sighed in his heart. In this case, it's better to join forces with Sophia. At least to get the latest information and a little support. He stayed mainly to eat melons and watch the show. He mainly wanted to see if this fairy tale adventure team could take down the dragon if he didn't take action. Huh? At this moment, he suddenly looked at the city gate. At this time, a caravan was entering the city at the city gate. The caravan was the Iron Cup Chamber of Commerce, which had been doing business in Tulip territory for many years. The leader had some friendship with the soldiers guarding the gate. After handing over a few copper coins, he immediately asked with a smile, "Is there any celebration today?" "Yes. The selection of saints is finally about to begin." "What a pity. I heard that the saints are all as beautiful as angels." The captain of the soldiers licked his lips and showed a smile full of decayed teeth. The leader nodded, returned to the team, and got into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was covered with blankets, which looked very soft. A skinny old man with tattoos all over his body was sitting cross-legged, and a crystal ball was placed on the black goose down cushion in front of him. In the crystal ball, a square can be vaguely seen, with a large number of human figures on it. But they are very hazy. The facial features of those figures are blurred, and the only similarity is that they all have tears and blood on their faces. In the middle of these figures is the figure of a young man. Foreigners who killed the great wizard Menbesa. No matter where they flee, the Lord will be furious and destroy them. The skinny wizard's voice was hoarse. Honorable Elder Priscilla, everything will be as you wish. The leader of the Chamber of Commerce knelt down respectfully. The inheritance of the Sada cult is primitive and bloody, and there are not many classes within it. Menbesa is already a figure equivalent to a regional bishop, while this Elder Priscilla is equivalent to the Black Archbishop of the Glorious Church, only under the Pope, because there are few elders in the Sada cult. Priscilla should actually be one of the most powerful people in the Sada cult. The Lord said, "Let us bring disease, plague, and death to this city." Priscilla showed an innocent smile. Only death and the loss of a large number of lives can please the Lord. When the whole city is under the haze of death, we will come with the Savior and the Gospel. Even the Duke of Tulip will have to surrender and kneel down to kiss the land I walked on. The leader of the Chamber of Commerce felt creepy, because this elder really could do such a thing. As an elder of the Sada cult, the other party bound a big spirit. This big spirit once brought endless plagues and a large number of deaths. There were even extraordinary people who worshipped it and established a small sect for it. worshipping it as the cat-eating god. However, when the glory passed away, the sect of the cat-eating god came out to spread the faith and collided with the Sada cult. The result is clear. All the followers of the cat-eating god were sacrificed to the Lord. Even the cat-eating god himself was bound by Elder Priscilla with the help of the Lord and became the source of his power. No. Hurry. Give it to me. Priscilla was smiling. And her expression suddenly changed. Give it to me. His expression was ferocious. His facial muscles twitched. And his eyes, which were not big to begin with, became even smaller, with a green glow gushing out. Not only that, his face also became narrow and long. Like a big rat? Or a person with a human body and a rat face. Give me a sacrifice. Yes. Yes. The leader of the Chamber of Commerce immediately took out a tray from the cabinet next to him, on which there were many meatballs. This is an offering made of cat meat as the main material, human blood, and various extraordinary materials, which can suppress the riot of the cat-eating god. Priscilla quickly grabbed a meatball, stuffed it into her mouth, and ate it until the juice flowed. 1, 2, 3. When all the meatballs on the tray disappeared, he made a hideous and hoarse voice. Why? Why not? Great Lord, are you punishing me? The next moment, a creepy voice came from the carriage. All the people in the caravan scattered. Around the Golden City, a layer of blue-black mist appeared at some point, becoming thicker and thicker until the entire city was engulfed. In the mist, there were countless black shadows running on the ground, making a constant squeak sound. Goron Mountains. A hilltop. It started. A wizard dressed in the Sada cult murmured, if Elder Priscilla can suppress the cat-eating spirit, then follow his plan, but unfortunately, he can't suppress that bloody and cruel big spirit, so he can only turn himself into a tool to transport the big spirit. He should be proud of using a city to bury that foreigner. Chapter 206 Dragon Spirit. The dark blue mist filled the air. The soldiers at the city gate were the first to feel it. The captain of the soldiers, who had just been chatting and laughing with the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, suddenly felt something was wrong. He touched his nose and found his hands were covered in blood. Then, he felt as if he had been thrown into a furnace. It's so hot. So hot. Tumors appeared one after another on his skin, and it seemed that there was pus-yellow blood inside. Aye. He saw another soldier, whose skin suddenly turned purple and black, and he spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground, turning into a corpse. John is dead? What's going on? Is the god punishing us? Under this horrible death, the military discipline immediately collapsed, and many soldiers and citizens who witnessed it went crazy, as symptoms appeared in one person after another. A fear spread in everyone's hearts. It's the Black Death Plague. Until a scholar, his shrill cry, pierced the silence, bringing terrible panic. Black Death Plague. This is the most terrible plague in the world, which is famous for its rapid onset and black skin of the dead. Many merchants and farmers fled out of the city without saying a word. But at this time, they were shocked to find that no matter how hard they tried, they could not break through the blue-black barrier. Not only that, a large number of red-eyed, black-haired rats crawled out of the blue-black mist. Countless rats gathered, as if forming a dark river. The soldiers and merchants screamed and were crawled all over by rats. After the dark river flowed, only a pile of white bones were left on the spot, and there were many fine teeth marks on the bones. Wall looked at the sky that suddenly turned blue-black, and his expression changed drastically. It's the spirit realm of the Great Spirit. No one can leave unless the Great Spirit is solved. Great Spirit? Spirit realm? Fong Xing's face showed a trace of doubt. Great Spirit level evil spirits can already form a similar domain, covering an area. No one can leave before all living people die. Wall looked extremely serious. I'm going to find Bemis and solve this evil Great Spirit with Duke Tulip. Otherwise everyone will die, including me. Isn't it just a spiritual domain? I had a domain when I was on the scene. Am I proud? Fong Xing rolled his eyes, and after a slight perception of his spiritual power, he knew that his Jindan domain could completely break this spiritual domain. At this time, the crowd on the square set off a commotion. Bishop Bemis of the Radiant Light stepped forward. Only believe in the Radiant Light. Everyone, don't mess around. He wanted to say something when he heard a cough coming from the edge of the square. This cough seemed to be contagious. 1 to 10. 10 to 100, the gentleman who coughed first, wearing a half-high silk hat, had coughed out all the internal organs and fell to the ground. His skin turned purple and black. "It's the Black Death Plague." A group of people screamed and almost fled from here frantically. "Silence!" Suddenly, Bishop Bemis made a loud voice. "The light is coming." Buzz! A pure white beam of light emerged, rushed into the sky, and turned into a pure white light curtain, sheltering most of the square. The originally chaotic crowd gradually calmed down, and the patient's symptoms, which were still rapidly deteriorating, seemed to be relieved. Although this is the Black Death Plague, it is a Black Death Plague triggered by extraordinary power. Wall looked at the fallen gentleman. "Ordinary Black Death Plague. The onset will never be so fast. The Great Spirit that kills people with the Black Death Plague?" Bemis seemed to think of something. "I have read the files. And a sect called the Cat-Eating God believes in a Great Spirit with this characteristic. Didn't you predict this, my prophet?" Grand Duke Tulip turned and looked at his bachelor, with a very ugly expression on his face. "I only saw the shadow of dragon wings and dragon fire." The scholar shook his head, revealing a helpless expression. "Fate always mocks me. This is the fate of the prophet. Those who predict fate will inevitably be teased by fate." The scholar now deeply feels this. It should be the dragon spirit that is causing trouble? Why did it suddenly become the Black Death Plague? "Leave here first. It is no longer safe here." Grand Duke Tulip took his soldiers and was about to return to the Duke's mansion. As a noble, he naturally believed that his life was more important than that of ordinary people. And this was no longer a main consciousness, but a subconscious one. Just like the sun rising from the east and the river flowing down. Fong Xing was too lazy to care about this duke at this time. He just stood beside Wall and watched him and Bishop Bemis discuss the situation quickly. Cat-Eating God? Wasn't this false god dealt with by the Sadhu cult? So, was this an intentional attack from Sadhu? Wall subconsciously looked at Fong Xing. In his opinion, in the entire Golden City, it seemed that only Star had offended the Sadhu cult so badly. But the Sadhu cult was not an idiot. Why would they target a city when they could target one person? Of course, he didn't know that this was because the sealing technique of the Sadhu cult was not perfect enough. And that Sadhu elder had already been unable to hold on, and could only be used as a one-time human attack weapon. What's more, even if that Sadhu elder still alive, they all have plans to use the plague to force Grand Duke Tulip to compromise. It can only be said that in a world where the superiors have extraordinary power, it is too difficult for the lower class to be human. This is a dark age where slaves cannot be obtained. Sadhu cult? Fong Xing suddenly realized that it was his fault again. No. Their revenge is incidental. Right? The main purpose must be to kill the bishop of the Radiant Church, and force Grand Duke Tulip to surrender, and turn to the Sadhu cult as a whole. Therefore, the main target is the Golden City. Even so, it is also partly my fault. It seems that I have to do it. He was thinking quickly in his heart. And Herdwall said, "The only one who can stop a great spirit is another great spirit. I think we can take the risk of releasing the dragon spirit of the Goron Mountains. Anyway, it is about to wake up." This, Bemis could not help but be silent, since leaving the Knights. Your bottom line seems to be much more flexible. Before, a Radiant Knight would never say such a thing. Miss Sophia of the Sauron family. Wall said this and looked at Sophia again. "It seems that we can still cooperate. Let me appease the dragon in the Goron Mountains for you. Anyway, if we can't deal with it in the end, everyone will die." Sophia, So, how to wake up the dragon? Fong Xing asked with interest. To stop this disaster that destroyed a big city. Fists alone are not enough. Although he was sure that he could destroy this golden city, saving it would take more effort and energy than destroying it. Since the big spirit escaped from its restraints, I could only vaguely feel its existence, and could not accurately locate it. The minimum spiritual awareness of the Jin Dan cultivators in the cultivation world should be about 1 mile in the early stage of Jin Dan. But the induction power of the martial arts Jin Dan is obviously not as good as that of the cultivators. Fong Xing was ready to listen to the opinions of these experts on dealing with spirits first. Of course, we must go to the Grand Duke of Tulip. Only the Duke's mansion has the inheritance information in this regard. Wall said, "I was careless. I should not have let the Grand Duke of Tulip go just now." A golden light appeared behind Fong Xing, and suddenly turned into a golden sun, enveloping Sophia, Wall, and Bemis. A golden light flashed in the sky. When the three came to their senses, they found that they had actually arrived at the Duke's mansion. "Ah! A maid in black and white maid clothes saw the four of them, and was so scared that she dropped the tray in her hand to the ground. Is there an assassin? A great knight with fighting spirit all over his body came with a group of guards. But before he could see the figure clearly, a finger appeared in front of him. The trash should leave first. Fong Xing now condensed the golden elixir energy on one finger, and he really dealt with these so-called great knights one by one. Not long after, he touched his forehead. Duke. Found it. In the basement. The candlelight flickered. The heritage passed down from generation to generation by Duke Tulip is all here. Grand Duke Tulip took out a necklace inlaid with various gems and diamonds, and put it on his neck, the last guardian. This strange object was once blessed by the Pope of Radiance. 100-day ceremony was held on the holy mountain. The guardian power contained in it is enough to allow an ordinary person to survive the deadly threat of the Great Spirit. On both sides of the basement, there is a row of iron shells. All kinds of items emitting spiritual light are lying there quietly. In the secret vault of such a Grand Duke, gold coins are the most unpresentable things. In the basement, there is also a barrier. It allows the Great Spirit to enter. A smile appeared on the face of Grand Duke Tulip. Suddenly, boom, a wall collapsed, and Fong Xing walked in with a bachelor's neck in his hand. Are you Grand Duke Tulip? Oh, the one I saw in the square just now. Hurry up and tell me everything about the dragon. You. Grand Duke Tulip looked at the broken necklace on his neck and pointed at Fong Xing. Almost like he was having a seizure. Where is the barrier outside? Where is Grand Knight Fair? Oh, are you asking if there is any resistance? Fong Xing showed a gentle smile. To me, it seems that there is no resistance. Ahem. We are not here to be enemies with Grand Duke Tulip. Bishop Bemis came in and saw the scene, and immediately felt that he was about to have a heart attack. He quickly made a prayer gesture and said, Grand Duke Tulip, we need to wake up the dragon. Use the conflict between the two great spirits to find the key to solve the current situation. Of course, I am willing to help you. Grand Duke Tulip adjusted his bow tie. After all, these are all my subjects. This kind of performance surprised Fong Xing a little. Are the nobles in this world quite smart? It changes so quickly. I thought they would madly accuse me of rudeness and punish me. Chapter 207 Dragon. Okay. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, can you let me go? The pendant in Fong Xing's hand made a sound. I am a scholar of the Scholars Association. From the Green Forest. You can call me Abel. The prophet of the Scholars Association? Wall looked at Abel with a suspicious look on his face. You didn't predict this disaster? Fate is always unpredictable. Sometimes it will mock travelers. Abel shook his head, but just now, I got a new prophecy. With the joint efforts of all of you, this incident will definitely be perfectly resolved. Stop talking nonsense. If you waste one more minute now, one more person will die in the city. What do you know about Dragon Spirit? Fong Xing looked at Duke Tulip impatiently. Grand Duke Tulip quickly chanted a few spells, and took out a piece of white bone from the cupboard. This is a dragon bone. Of course, it is different from what we imagined. It does not come from a real dragon. But after my ancestor cooperated with the saints of the glorious church to seal the dragon spirit, a piece of bone in his body was infected and formed the key to the seal. So that's it. Is it a blood seal? Bemis murmured. As if he understood a lot of things, it seems that the Grand Dukes of Tulip in all generations still covet dragons. This is our obligation and our responsibility. Grand Duke Tulip handed the white bone piece to the bishop with reserve. It's a pity. The ancestors' hopes are difficult for descendants to achieve. The conditions for controlling a big spirit are too harsh. Even if you can barely do it with the help of various strange objects, it can only last for a while. Compared to temporary power, it is naturally more pleasant to be a duke. After all, when the superior can directly order the extraordinary people below to do things, why should he take risks himself? It's just that this rule is only limited to the era when order still exists. At this time, after the glow faded, it gradually became different. I can sense. The dragon spirit is sleeping. It flows in the Goron Mountains. Flows under the Golden City. Bishop Bemis took the bone fragment, and his eyes immediately burst into glow. Spots of light even emerged from his mouth, as if his entire body was a container of light. And now it was gradually unable to lock the light. The dragon spirit was originally different from the big-winged lizard in the west in Fong Xing's previous life. It is an evil spirit, not a real dragon. Even its form is uncertain. It may be wind. It may be groundwater. Or it may be an unconscious mass of air. It flows between the Goron Mountains and the Golden City, and is sealed in some special way. Unfortunately, I can't order it to wake up. Bishop Bemis was silent. At this time, faint coughs and screams were heard from outside. How could it be? Grand Duke Tulip looked surprised. You are the bishop of the glorious church. The Great Spirit is too powerful. I cannot bear its spirit. My consciousness is not strong enough. Bemis shook his head. Now the whole city is falling into death. And our Tulip territory gives a lot of donations to the church every year. Even now, we select saints for the church. Grand Duke Tulip's eyes were slightly red. Where are the saints? Where are the saints of the church? Why didn't Saint Headings come? It was he who sealed the dragon spirit. I think you misunderstood a little. After the canonization, the saint will accompany the gods, and it is difficult for them to come to the mortal world. This is an iron rule. Saint Headings was canonized after suppressing the dragon spirit. Not the dragon spirit suppressed after the canonization. Bemis shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Let me try. At this time, Fong Xing took the white bone piece very naturally. His spiritual power swept through it. And immediately, following the intuition in the dark, he saw the deep and twisted Goron Mountains, and saw a group of evil spirits sleeping at the bottom of the mountains. At this time, this group of evil spirits even gradually took shape. It had scales like the night, a body like a lizard, and wings like a bat. Every breath seemed to spew out flames from its nose. It actually seemed to have turned into a dragon again. It was really a dragon. Interesting. It was originally just a group of evil spirits. But the legend of evil dragons in Tulip territory for so many years gradually gathered faith for it. Did the faith of believers shape the gods into what they wanted? Fong Xing's mind inexplicably emerged a sentence. There were no dragons in the world. But as more people believed in it, dragons gradually appeared. He glanced at Grand Duke Tulip. No. Not only that. It is more likely that Grand Duke Tulip deliberately released many legends of evil dragons to shape this big spirit in order to control it. This is also a key step in controlling it. But now, all plans are disrupted. Star, how is it? Wall still had some confidence in Fong Xing. I'm going to wake up the dragon. Fong Xing closed his eyes, and it was as if a third eye opened between his eyebrows. The great sun relic moved slightly, and circles of great sunlight fell and merged into the body of the giant dragon. In an instant, the scales of the original black dragon gradually turned into a bright red like fire, as if it had changed from a black dragon to a red dragon. Its body was also expanding, and the deformed bones on its head were hyperplastic. The dragon horns became complex and precise, and the spiral forked upwards. Like a crown, the dragon's eyelids trembled, and suddenly opened, revealing a pair of hideous and cold vertical pupils. A distant and vicissitudes of dragon roar suddenly came from the Goron Mountains. Countless peaks trembled, rubble rolled down, and wild beasts ran, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Dragon, wake up! Swish! A black shadow covering the sky and the sun emerged from the mountains, and quickly fell over the Golden City. As a dragon shadow passed by, the dark blue spirit realm disappeared instantly. The only thing that can offset the spirit realm is another spirit realm. Roar! Amid the dragon roar, a huge monster with a body length of dozens of meters, and wings spread nearly 100 meters suddenly appeared above the Golden City. It roared with a dragon roar, and its abdomen became hot and scalding. After opening the dragon kiss, flames instantly ignited the Golden City. If you look closely, you will find that there are no people or objects that are ignited. Only dark blue mist and the dark rat tide. It's as if this flame only exists in the illusion and does not appear in the real world. Inside a house. Mom. A girl kept coughing. I'm scared. Her face has turned dark blue, and it seems that she will die of illness at any time. My Shili, my little baby, Mom will definitely cure you. A woman hugged her daughter tightly, her face full of despair. Suddenly, a red flame fell from the sky. This flame was not hot, but warm. Wrapped and licked by the flame, the cysts on their skin instantly scabbed and fell off, revealing their originally smooth skin. Even the heat in their lungs and bodies seemed to disappear with the dissipation of the flame. Bless you, Glory. The mother burst into tears when she saw her daughter, who seemed to have recovered. Such scenes happened one after another in various parts of the city. And in a ball of fire, a piercing sound suddenly came out. Squeak! Squeak! The red dragon landed, and its huge dragon wings slapped, smashing a building. In the smoke and dust, a great spirit with a human body and a rat face emerged. Its green eyes looked at the dragon, not hiding its malice. Swish. Then, ribs pierced the human body one by one, becoming extremely huge. Boom! The bones fell to the ground. And in the blink of an eye, it seemed to be a white bone monster with the spine as the core and countless ribs as support. On the top of the monster, there was a huge rat head. The countless bones were like cages, with overwhelming power, and seemed to have become a cage, imprisoning the red dragon. From a distance, it looked like a red bird imprisoned in a birdcage. Dragon? The dragon spirit of the Goron Mountains. On the top of the mountain, the Sadhu wizard who had just recovered from the earthquake saw the giant dragon, and a trace of shock flashed across his face. A big spirit. Then, his expression gradually became ferocious. A big spirit wants to stop the destruction of the entire city? No. The Lord will let them know that all obstructions are in vain. Quick! Set up the altar and ceremony. I want to pray for the power of my Lord. Any original spirit, after devouring the pale mother, will find it difficult to leave the mother body too far. This is the shackles of instinct. But the original spirit cannot descend to the world in person, but it can descend in power. Before, the Lord helped Elder Priscilla in this way and bound the cat-eating god. And now, this Sadhu wizard is preparing to summon the Lord to give the Golden City the final blow. Found it. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Fong Xing figure appeared on the mountain peak. With the help of the dragon's vision, he immediately discovered these guys with ill intentions. Bang! Almost the moment he landed, the heads of the two Sadhu wizards exploded. Then, the terrifying martial arts will descended, turning the Sadhu wizard into an idiot. He stretched out his hand and fell on the head of the Sadhu wizard. Destroy the god and search the soul. In an instant, a stream of information appeared in a sea of consciousness. Sure enough, the main purpose is to force Grand Duke Tulip to surrender. And killing me for revenge is just a side effect? Great Lord. Sacrificial rituals. The origin spirit can actually project some of its power down? After a moment, Fong Xing let go of the corpse in his hand, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Although the main body cannot descend, the Great Lord can descend his power to the world. So there is no reason why the saints of the church cannot. Bemis had never taken any action in this regard before. Is it his personal reason? Or is there something wrong with the glorious church as a whole? The glorious spirit is gone? He pondered this motto and looked at the Golden City again. Forget it. The most important thing now is to get rid of the rat as soon as possible. Chapter 208 Dragon Warrior. In the Golden City, a loud dragon roar suddenly sounded. Roar! A cone of flame shot directly into the sky, and the scorching temperature melted countless rib cages and the rat head. The red dragon wearing a crown soared into the sky, like a king descending to the world. So, the blazing flames burning the city are not destruction, but salvation? On the top of the tower of the Duke's mansion, Abel stared at this scene in a daze, with a bitter smile on his lips. Fate! On the ground, the destroyed ribs regenerated quickly, revealing a white skull of a rat. Spirit will not be killed, but will only reunite. At this time, a golden light flashed. A figure stood on the crown of the Red Dragon King, folded his arms, and looked down. The Great Spirit is indeed much stronger than the spirit. Fong Xing looked at the Great Spirit below with interest. Ordinary spirits are probably only about the strength of the 4th or 5th realm. But it is not easy to say for the Great Spirits, which should have the power of the 6th or even 7th realm. Of course, combat power is a very general division, especially when the division of professionals in the Blue Star Federation is used to force the ranks of the evil god's followers, because the evil gods outside the domain are indescribable and often unreasonable. For example, even spirits of the 4th or 5th realm have a trace of the protection of the rule of immortality. Boom! He moved his mind, and the golden elixir domain crushed down, on the premise that the dragon spirit had offset the spirit domain of the cat-eating god. The power of the domain smoothly suppressed the cat-eating god. Countless ribs shattered in an instant, and the skull rat head screamed and exploded, revealing one of the spirits with a human body and a rat face. But on the other's chest, a tattoo suddenly appeared. The tattoo was hideous and bloody, full of cruelty and viciousness. Sadhu, Sadhu. Lord. A distant call came into Fong Xing's ears. He was in a trance, and his mind was far-reaching, as if he saw the huge pale mother body again. In a dark place in the mother body, a strange figure wearing special clothes of the Sadhu sect, with all kinds of gold and gem jewelry on his body, tattoos on his face, and rings, suddenly looked up. There were still traces of blood on his yellow and black teeth, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His lips kept opening and closing, as if he was chanting some kind of witchcraft. Boom! But in the next moment, a scarlet sun emerged and burned all these illusions. Wu! Fang Xing pressed his eyebrows. The leader of the Sadhu sect actually ambushed me and tested me? At this time, the spirit with a human body and a rat face on the ground disappeared without a trace. Instead, the red dragon under his feet was gradually unable to suppress its own violence. It wants to spit out dragon flames and destroy everything. A big spirit is a very good tonic. Fang Xing touched his forehead. Unfortunately, I don't want to. In his great sun relics, a cat-eating god has been imprisoned, and he doesn't want to devour another big spirit. Otherwise, if he is not careful, the Great Sun Tathagata mantra will be promoted to a master, and I really don't know what will happen. Not only that, through the characteristics of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, when it burns, it can extract certain information. I have a lot of rituals and secret knowledge of the Sadhu sect in my mind. It can be said that once the Sadhu sect is destroyed, I am qualified to raise a new Sadhu sect and become the Pope. These are the most useless knowledge. And there is also real knowledge. The Lord of Radiance was born from the Pale Mother's body, and is the offspring connected to him by the umbilical cord. Death is not the end, but a brand new beginning? The Radiance has passed, and the Radiance has come again. Could it be that the Lord of Radiance took the initiative to cut off the umbilical cord and committed suicide? Because after the umbilical cord is cut off, if the baby grows well enough, it can be born and grow up in a wider world. Fang Xing thought a lot. Forget it. The reincarnation of an evil god's offspring is not a big deal. Or I can't beat it anyway. The most important thing now is to go to the headquarters of the Radiance Church, the Holy Mountain, to see the creation slate. It is said that the creation slate was born with the Lord of Radiance, and it contains all the mysteries, and it records the ultimate of the world. Maybe there are records of many evil gods from outside the domain, and even an explanation of the existence of that creator. These are the information brought by the refining of the Great Lord's illusion just now. For Fang Xing, it makes him understand more and gain more confidence. Star. When the huge red dragon soared above the Duke's palace, Grand Duke Tulip and others looked at Fang Xing, and the expressions on their faces were indescribable. Wall, are you interested in sealing a dragon spirit? Fang Xing didn't waste any words and patted Wall's shoulder. He didn't want to eat another big spirit, and the restraint of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra will not last forever. It is necessary to find a new container for the red dragon before it rebels. Now Fang Xing also knows that the best container for sealing spirits is humans, and it is best to have humans with special physiques and strong wills. It seems that Wall meets the requirements perfectly. Not only does he have a strong will, but he has also practiced a unique breathing method and has a special physique. Of course, the most fundamental thing is that Fang Xing likes him. Seal. Dragon spirit? Okay. Wall saw that Bemis was hesitant, but smiled calmly. Before I can't support it and die. Bemis, you should be able to prepare a complete sealing process. Right? Bemis looked serious and nodded gently. Then, let's start. Wall opened his hands to Fang Xing. With an unstoppable sense of mission, this should all end. I think you made a mistake. Fang Xing seemed to be holding a miniature sun in his hand, and the huge red dragon took the initiative to throw itself into it, turning into a red corona. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed Wall's navel fiercely. Wall's expression was distorted, and he was knocked out directly, hitting a banyan tree and slowly falling down. Although my sealing technique is self-created, it is also quite perfect. It should not be a problem to maintain it for decades. Fang Xing shook his wrist. Congratulations. Wandering Night Wall, you have become one of the most powerful, extraordinary people in the world in an instant. In the mortal world where the original spirit is difficult to truly descend. Wall, who has the power to control the Great Spirit, is definitely a first-tier existence. Decades? Wall's face twitched, and he stood up with a curse. Can't you be gentler? I feel like I'm about to die. No. He circulated a circle of fighting spirit, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The dragon spirit is very quiet. If I can't sense it, or even absorb some of its power, I even doubt that it is not sealed in my body. Wall looked at his right hand. At this time, with a thought, one piece of red diamond scales emerged. Even his cross-fighting spirit was stained by the dragon spirit and turned into a dazzling fiery red. Once it is fully activated, it is like a blazing flame. Now it looks like a half-dragon man covered with flame-fighting spirit. Bemis looked at Fong Xing in surprise. Outside the glorious church, there is such a perfect seal. Or is it a method to seal a great spirit? Everything is possible. Bishop Bemis. Fong Xing did not seem to see the meaningful look in the other party's eyes, now that the dragon spirit has been solved. Should the saint be selected? Hearing this, Sophia's face showed two red clouds. She actually did nothing this time. And it can be said that she won all the way. Of course. I think Grand Duke Tulip thinks so too. Bemis immediately looked at Grand Duke Tulip. Grand Duke Tulip nodded, in the name of the gods. Sophia of the Sauron family and her teammates successfully solved the dragon spirit. And they're the saints. Very good. I will write a letter to inform the Holy See immediately. And there are a lot of messes here. Beimers thought of the many things about post-disaster reconstruction, and couldn't help but have a headache. Next, it should be to send the saint to the headquarters of the Radiant Church. The Holy Mountain? Fong Xing showed an interested expression. Can I come with you? I have long wanted to visit the church headquarters. The word visit is used instead of pilgrimage. So there is naturally a kind of equal temperament. Beimer's eyelids jumped. My lord welcomes everyone who embraces radiant light. Blue Star. Number 69. Blue Sea District. The Golden City only needs disaster relief and comfort. I have nothing to do. A flash of silver light. Fong Xing figure appeared in the basement. His next step is to follow Saint Sophia to the Holy Mountain to explore the deeper mysteries of the evil gods outside the domain. Taking advantage of the current free time, he can play a few interstellar martial arts competitions. However, Fong Xing edited a few documents first and sent them to Gu Duan of the Tathagata Palm Simplification Research Group. He received a part of the task, which required him to practice the prerequisite martial arts of the Tathagata Palm and give specific experience and suggestions. This is homework, which must be handed in every once in a while. This is naturally an easy task for Fong Xing, because he has succeeded. The Palm of the Tathagata is a martial saint level secret skill. To get started, you need the strength of a martial saint and condense the Tathagata Dharma image. So the key should be above the Tathagata Dharma image. The Tathagata Dharma image can be divided into several S-level martial arts, and then merged. The Dharma image is the sublimated version of the supernatural power. The Tathagata Dharma image should be divided into 6 supernatural powers, namely Buddha's hand, Heaven's eye, Heaven's ear, Buddha's heart, Divine foot, and Golden body. Fong Xing glanced at his paper. Well, some places are too certain, and still need to be revised. After revising the paper, click send, and at least a few evil spirit crystals worth of rewards will be in hand. He nodded with satisfaction, knowing that he could definitely fool Gu Duan, and immediately lay in the virtual cabin and entered the interstellar martial arts competition. According to Shaolan's notice, his first battle in the competition is at this time. Chapter 209, All Ways to Escape. A desolate planet surface. Looking up, you can see the cosmic background of countless broken star rings, which is extremely vast and magnificent. Fong Xing figure quietly emerged, looking at the other person who appeared with him. Are you my opponent this time? Across from him was a young man wearing a white martial arts uniform, and his body instantly turned into thunder. When Fong Xing came to his senses, the young man's hand knife had already reached his head. Thunder Field. S-level martial arts Crazy Thunder 7 kills. Outdoor scene? The young man's confident hand knife was easily caught by Fong Xing. It can be regarded as a strong 5th realm combat power, which is already good. He threw it casually, and the young man's figure kept retreating. When he came to his senses, he could only see a finger that was constantly enlarging. The skin on the finger was crystal clear and delicate, like the most perfect work of art. But the golden elixir energy it carried defeated the young man's thunder field like a rotten wood, and touched his forehead. Bang! The headless body of the young man fell to the ground. And with it, there was a prompt from the virtual space. Ding! You defeated your opponent and got some points. As expected of the holographic universe company, the threshold for the event is very high. I'm afraid only the strong 5th realm combat power can pass the initial screening. Through this battle, Fong Xing already knew the value of this martial arts competition. which was indeed extraordinary. As for the warrior he met, there was nothing he could do about it, because martial arts is the most widely spread in the Federation, and has the most audiences. If it weren't for the lack of top combat power, martial arts might have become the first extraordinary profession in the Blue Star Federation. This kind of large-scale event, the schedule is very long, and it is normal to delay for a few years. Fong Xing looked at the time of the next game, and found that it was 3 days later. It's just right to slowly hone my martial arts. The world of immortal cultivation. The land of the wild. This is where Fong Xing started his business. The original market has long been abandoned, and only some broken walls can be seen faintly. Although it has been developed several times, it ended in failure. This is also the norm for cultivators to develop wasteland. Every time a large amount of land is developed, it is accompanied by countless blood and tears. Even failure is common. 5 Scorpion Valley. Wanfa Secret Realm. The door of the secret realm opened with a bang, and a Taoist-looking man walked out of it. He had a dark blue complexion and a wooden expression. Hee. The Taoist moved his throat, as if he needed to learn to make a sound. Finally. Succeeded. I want to take back the opportunity that belongs to me. I want to achieve nascent soul. The Taoist's eyes were dull, and only 2 dim lights occasionally emitted. This person is the soul of Master Wanfa. Back then, the 3 great Jindan cultivators broke into the Wanfa secret realm together, and disrupted Master Wanfa's reincarnation. Master Wanfa's body was taken away by the Jindan cultivator of Qinxian sect, and he also lost the most important opportunity. Wanhua Ding. However, he had long practiced the art of soul division, and had 2 souls. One of the souls was destroyed by Fong Xing, but the other one is still in the Wanfa secret realm. And in desperation, he chose to possess Wu Laodao, a Jindan cultivator from the Black Sky Temple. It was not until today that he succeeded. Master Wanfa had already exhausted his lifespan and transformed into a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators have many restrictions. Not only are their consciousnesses obscured, but they cannot leave the place of birth too far. However, Master Wanfa solved this problem through the secret technique he created. Now he can neither be considered a Jindan cultivator nor a ghost cultivator. He can only be said to be a half-human, half-ghost alien. At this time, there are only a few obsessions to support him. Master Wanfa, you really mastered that magical skill within 3 years, and successfully broke through the barrier. A breeze blew, and it turned into a woman's figure. It was the leader of the Wind Department of the Wanxiang sect in the late Jindan period. Although she told Master Long that she would delay Fu Hongyi Tianjin sect army for 4 years. But in fact, it only takes less than 3 years. Transcendence Anin. The image of the gods is unknown. The Ghost Gate has no surname. The 3 mountains have no name. If you don't enter the reincarnation, you will have nowhere to go. The Lord of the Wind Department looked at Master Wanfa, as if he was looking at a perfect work of art. His eyes full of eagerness. Master is worthy of his natural talent. He has taken another step on the path of ghost cultivation. And perhaps he can be called a ghost fairy. Master Wanfa moved his stiff neck and spoke more and more fluently. If it weren't for your Wanxiang sect to sponsor me with that treasure, I'm afraid I still can't get rid of the shackles. But unfortunately, this is not a perfect path. Now I am not so much me, but the former Master Wanfa is dead. Now I am a ghost formed by the fusion of Master Wanfa's residual soul, and Wu Laodao, and the Yin Sha Qi. No matter what, don't forget the agreement with my family's supreme elder. With your current cultivation, you can kill anyone below the nascent soul. This time, the Tianjin sect must suffer a great loss. The graceful woman, who is the leader of the Wind Department, laughed. The 18 heaven-shaking golden corpses is of course real, but it is not the real trump card of the Wanxiang sect. When the 2 Yuaning sects fight, there must be more than one plan. As the most important winning hand, the trump card that can reverse the world, you can't just prepare one. As the leader of the Wind Department among the 4 departments of wind, rain, thunder and lightning under the Wanxiang sect, the woman knows a lot of secrets. She also knows that the 18 heaven-shaking golden corpses, and so on, are more like sleight of hand. What really makes the Wanxiang sect invest the most is the Wanfa secret realm. Promise? The eyes of the Wanfa master turned, and a green light wrapped around his body, and he suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he had come to the leader of the Wind Department. Behind her, a sinister and cold bone claw burning dark green flames grabbed the graceful woman directly. Whoosh! A breeze blew. The head of the wind department stood in another void. With a smile on his face, Master Wanfa, you are the first to violate the blood contract, she shouted sternly. And a strange document appeared in her hand. The document was red all over, as if it was stained with blood, and there were many strange forbidden spells around it. On the top of the document, there was a vivid ghost head pattern. Quick! The head of the wind department pinched his hands, and the magic power of the late stage of Jean Dan was like the Yangtze River, pouring into the blood contract document. A hideous and terrifying blue-black ghost head appeared, with horns on its forehead, and suddenly opened its bloody mouth and drilled in Master Wanfa's body. A cursed ghost? Master Wanfa's face showed a hint of aftertaste. It is indeed a rare delicacy. How is it possible? You are not backlashed by the blood contract? The wind department lord was shocked. I am no longer a human or a ghost, and the blood contract can no longer bind me. Master Wanfa sneered. This cursed ghost is good. It can nourish me. I think your real pill tastes quite delicious. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a tongue like an arrow cut through the space. The wind department lord pinched his hands, and a green wind spirit bead emerged, turning into a tornado of wind, protecting himself firmly. Seeing Master Wanfa's great power, a smile appeared on his face. You really swallowed the cursed ghost. What? Not good. Master Wanfa. He was startled, but it was too late. His abdomen suddenly exploded, revealing a half-broken blood-colored inkstone. An illusory curse ghost covered with various curse marks howled, pounced on the blood-colored inkstone, and began to bite it. In a flash, the curse ghost seemed to be fused with the blood-colored inkstone. Hee. The head of the wind department answered with a smile, his face full of an expression of watching a good show. At this time, accompanied by a shrill howl, a ghost head suddenly appeared on the Hagui inkstone. This ghost head had a green face and fangs, and was extremely ferocious. His face was full of various curse marks. The master of Wanfa screamed strangely, and turned into a green light, trying to escape. But at this time, a series of dark light pillars shot up into the sky, and turned into a large formation, like a giant bowl turned upside down, covering the exit of the Wanfa secret realm, making it impossible for him to escape. Get up! A token appeared in the hand of the head of the wind department, and a series of light pillars emerged and fell in an interlaced manner. Ha! The hair of Master Wanfa exploded, and the hair was dancing wildly. The fluctuation of the mana on his body actually broke through the limit of the peak of the Jindan stage and entered a new realm. A terrifying sense of oppression came, making the Lord of the Wind Department almost think that he was facing his own Supreme Elder. Die! She quickly made hand gestures, and the mana flowed out as if it was free. Half an hour later, I am not willing, accompanied by a shrill roar, Master Wanfa's body turned into ashes under a purple thunderbolt. And in the ashes, there was another palm-sized green. The baby appeared. He was confused, and the Lord of the Wind Department pinched his hands to transform into countless black filaments, which were densely wrapped into a ball. Finally it worked. The Lord of the Wind Department looked at the black ball in his hand, his face full of joy, and even a little greed, with the Hagui inkstone of our sect, the soul of Master Wanfa, and many rare materials. I finally refined this divine infant according to the records of the Xian Sha divine infant Dafa. It's not in vain that the Supreme Elder took the initiative to restrain Chuzhenjuan. It's also not in vain that I risked my life to sneak into this wasteland. It's not according to the regular process. And it's a crooked way. This divine infant seems to be more appropriately called a ghost infant. But this ghost infant is enough for me to have the combat power of a fake infant after refining it. Chapter 210, Defeat and Breakout. The Land of 5 Sects and 10 Countries. Five Finger Peak. Fang Xing rarely came out of retreat, and he met Han Qingyun, who came to report on his work. At this time, Han Qingyun had successfully built his foundation, and became a foundation-building cultivator. He was dressed in a green robe, and he was quite high-spirited. After all, he was not only concerned by Fang Xing, but also cultivated by the great Elder Lui, and finally succeeded in building his foundation, extending his life by 2 centuries. Now it is wartime again. As long as he gets a few more opportunities, he can cultivate to the state of perfect foundation building in the future. And maybe he will have the opportunity to impact the formation of pills. His spiritual root aptitude is average, or even unbearable. Even if he can form a fake pill, he is satisfied. Greetings. Lord General. Han Qingyun saluted respectfully. Obviously he knew who his real backer was. Even when Fang Xing was in retreat and did not see guests, he often came to see him, just hoping to meet him by chance. This time, when he got the chance, he naturally had to show his face. What happened recently? Fang Xing stood on the cliff, with his hands behind his back, and his whole body was filled with immortal energy, as if he was about to fly up to the sky at any time. The remnants of the Wang family who had been wandering around were caught, and a battle was fought near Senyintan, and the last foundation building cultivator was killed. The foundation building forces in the entire Five Elements sect have been completely pacified, Han Qingyun reported respectfully. He was Fang Xing information channel outside of Lui. Listen to both sides, and you will be enlightened. But believe in one side, and you will be blinded. The superiors still need to keep the information channels unobstructed. Otherwise, if others come to the door to kill you, you will still think you are invincible. Unconsciously, so many years have passed. Fang Xing looked towards the direction of the Musha sect. It is said that the battle there was very fierce. The Musha sect arranged a quasi-4th level formation. Uncle Fu even used the 4th level earth vein beads. However, there should be good news recently. Right? The biggest weakness of the Musha sect is that the spirit vein is insufficient. After all, it is only a Jindan force, and occupies only a 3rd level upper grade spirit vein. To arrange a quasi-4th level formation, a large amount of spirit stones are consumed. And when such battles are continuous and the formation must be kept at its peak power at all times, the consumption of spirit stones is even more like a mountain and a sea. After several years of continuous wars, it is said that the spirit veins of the Musha sect have a tendency to shrink. After breaking through the Musha sect, it is likely to be downgraded. Han Qingyun was a little horrified. Such a fierce battle is rare in the world of immortal cultivation. More importantly, why? Fang Xing's eyes were deep. Why do we have to defend the Musha sect? Use the terrain of the 5 sects and 10 countries to continuously block and sacrifice the Musha sect. Zenhuido and Shuaha Palace 1 by 1 to block the pace of our army and continuously consume the sharpness of the sword cultivators. When we go deep into the territory of the Wanqiang sect in the south, we will wait for them to tire themselves out. This is the normal way of fighting. He is at least a fish that escaped the compulsory education of the Blue Star Federation. No, he is an elite. He has learned the command and combat class. Han Qingyun was confused. As a cultivator, he might be very good at practicing and fighting, and he can barely make alchemy and draw talismans. Recently, he has taken some time out of his busy schedule to study the art of refining, but he has never learned this kind of military tactics, let alone pay attention to it. After all, in the concept of cultivators, military books are just a game for mortals to play house. A rotten tree cannot be carved. Seeing Han Qingyun with a confused look on his face, Fang Xing shook his head and was too lazy to explain to him. Swish. Just then, a sword sound suddenly came from the sky. This sword sound was sharp and urgent, with the meaning of iron and steel. Flying sword to send a letter? Han Qingyun looked up in surprise. Or the highest level of flying sword to send a letter? He saw Fang Xing pinch a seal, casually grasp the flying sword, and his expression changed slightly after a sweep of his spiritual sense. He first pondered, and then a sneer emerged. Han Qingyun, disciple is here. Han Qingyun bowed hurriedly. Go and ring the bell. There is a disaster of destruction. Fang Xing held the flying sword and said calmly. Destruction? A catastrophe? Han Qingyun's eyes widened, but he did not dare to delay for a moment. Not long after, on the 5 Fingers Peak, a series of bell sounds rippled back and forth. With the sound of the bell, the foundation building monks drove their spiritual tools, or turned into spiritual light, and flew into the hall. What's going on? Is it possible that Master Lai wants to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys again? The foundation building monks looked at each other, feeling a little uneasy. Fang Xing words before made Lai bloodbath the rewarding good and punishing evil hall, and all parties restrained themselves for a short time. But not long after, they returned to their old ways. Although Master Lai turned a blind eye to these situations, who knows if he was fishing? But this time, Master Lai did not announce anything after arriving, but just stood below. Not long after, a sword flashed, and a young man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes sat in the main seat of the hall, looking at the many monks below with a gentle look. Everyone, I just got the news that the Wanxiang demon sect has sent out a surprise attack and has broken through the camp of the Wanshou sect of Zheng State. In other words, our retreat has been cut off, and there is a risk of being surrounded. As soon as the words came out, the whole hall was in an uproar. Even if the cultivators don't understand military affairs, they know what it means to have their retreat cut off. You know, even if the original 5 Elements sect's jurisdiction is completely wiped out, a large number of cultivators and special resources need to be transported from Zhengwu to replenish. Even injuries and rotations, all need to be circulated through Zhengwu. Now that the old camp of the 10,000 Bees sect has been breached, it means that the logistics are cut off. The most poisonous thing in using troops is the lack of food. Of course, for the cultivators, the situation is not so serious. But it is also very bad. Silence! Looking at the noise in the hall, Fang Xing flicked his fingers lightly. A sound of sword instantly silenced the cultivators present. After all, this general is a fierce man who can kill a fake pill with one sword. Even at this critical moment, Master Levi didn't dare to stab at all. If you have any questions, ask them one by one. Levi. Fang Xing began to call out names. Excuse me, General. How did you break through the formations and the large number of cultivators at the 10,000 Beasts Mountain? Lve Jinren looked a little pale and asked, which was what all the cultivators in the hall wanted to know the most. Breakthrough by force. It is said that the one who attacked was probably Yuan Ingzhenjuan. Although there was a Jin Dan sword cultivator stationed in the camp of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and there was a formation, it was still broken. The Jin Dan uncle has died in the battle. Fang Xing didn't have any hidden words, and said it directly. Yuan Ingzhenjuan? These 4 words have a heavy weight, making the originally calm hall boil again. Okay. The second one. You come. Fang Xing pointed to Han Qingyun. Han Qingyun took a deep breath, and in the eyes of many mid- and late-stage foundation building cultivators, he asked frankly, did the Yuan Ingzhenjuan of the upper sect try to stop it? According to the rules of the cultivation world, it has always been soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. In their opinion, since the Grand Elder of Wanxiang Demon Sect had taken action, Chu Quantu should have taken it, and the situation could still be saved. About this, Fang Xing's expression was a little strange. What I can tell you is that the Grand Elder of our sect is restraining the Yuaning Old Demon of Wanxiang Demon Sect, and neither side has taken action. What? The Demon Dao actually has a Yuaning Zhenjuan to support it? This. Many cultivators are going crazy. In fact, in this situation, this group of miscellaneous troops, who are not disciples of Tianjin sect, have almost wanted to surrender. However, they really can't beat Fang Xing. May I ask the general, what should we do? Finally, a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building came out to ask. He was originally a casual cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, but he made many military achievements, obtained a large number of pills to improve his cultivation, and exchanged for a big pill to break through the level, and finally broke through the late stage of foundation building, which can be regarded as a beneficiary of the war bonus. Finally, someone got to the point. Fang Xing nodded, flicked his finger, and a light screen appeared, showing a map of the 5 sects and 10 countries. The Wanxiang Demon Sect's surprise attack this time can be said to have been planned for a long time. After our retreat is cut off, we will inevitably be surrounded. From the map, although the current Tianjin sect occupies the original Tianpu Gate and the 5 Elements sect's spiritual veins, and there is still a large army in the Musha sect, it has no retreat. At this time, the most dangerous is the army in the direction of the Musha sect. It is in a great battle, and it is difficult to retreat smoothly. It will inevitably be attacked. We are a small army, and we are less concerned. We can break out separately. First go to Zheng State, and then go to Qi State. Of course, there are many Zheng State cultivators among you. If you don't want to go to Qi State, it's okay. Just lurk in Zheng State, or fight guerrilla warfare, Fang Xing said. Although he knew that once the demons were powerful, these cultivators would surrender to the enemy in 9 out of 9 cases. But anyway, they are still working for him now. Should they be killed because of the future? What's more, these rotten fish and shrimps are useless even if they surrender to the enemy. So it's casual. What's more, it's not easy to return to Zheng alive. Now pass my order. Break out separately in individual units. Fang Xing waved his hand. This is actually equivalent to announcing the disbandment on the spot. And he didn't even want to bring the burden of the Tianjin sect. As soon as the voice fell, he turned into a sword light, rushed into the sky, and disappeared. This, Han Qingyan looked at the hall that immediately became a mess. And his mouth twitched a little. Is this a separate breakout? Is this the commander deserting the battlefield? He actually wanted to follow the commander. Even if you don't think about it, you know that the way back is definitely thorny now. And you have a better chance of survival if you follow a high-level cultivator. Unfortunately, Fang Xing didn't actually leave, but just hid in the clouds, watching the chaos below. He fully witnessed what locust-like cultivators were like. First, it was Master Lui, who directly relied on his cultivation to crush the others, and swept away all the spiritual materials and elixirs in the treasure house that he didn't value. And then, he took a small team of Qingxian sect's elites, and quickly left in a flying boat. They also chose to abandon most of the Qingxian sect monks. The remaining monks also scattered after madly fighting for the scraps left by the high-level monks. In some places, even the unripe spiritual herbs in the spiritual medicine garden were dug up by the roots. There were also fights over this. It was really a big mess. Even when the riot was halfway through, the demon army had already appeared in the south. Seeing this scene, those immortal cultivators did not hesitate at all, and instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Just like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Well, some fly, some hide underground, some ride on spirit beasts, some control puppets. Fang Xing looked at them and nodded. Although these miscellaneous cultivators are not strong in combat, they have mastered the magic of escape? Oh! There are a few who go directly to the enemy. Are they going to surrender? For him, the top spirit objects of the 5-finger peak have long been stored in the storage ring. And these miscellaneous cultivators are not valued even by the Tianjin sect. A loss is a loss. What's more, this is a failure of the grand strategy, not a crime of war. Although deserting the battlefield is nothing, it doesn't match my name as a sword cultivator. I have to chop off a few heads to make this trip worthwhile. Thinking of this, Fang Xing concealed the sword light and followed the surrendered cultivators. Boom! The demon army in the south is dozens of flying boats. Seeing the cultivators coming, a blood cloud flew out immediately. In the blood cloud, there was an old man holding a magic banner, shouting, "I am the 3rd Hall Master of the Blood River Hall. Now I am the vanguard of the army. Now that the Tianjin sect is defeated, what do you want to do? We are willing to surrender to the devil." "No. It is the holy way." An elderly casual cultivator smiled and bowed his head. "3rd Hall Master. You don't know? The Tianjin sect's true descendants had heard that the army was coming and had directly abandoned the battle and fled. Now that the army has left, we can take it without a fight." "What?" The 3rd Hall Master of the Blood River Hall was furious. "Damn it. That true descendant swordsman is so famous, and I wanted to refine him into a blood corpse. But he ran away. For the Blood River Hall, the blood of the cultivators is the most precious resource. When he heard that most of the monks on the mountain had run away, the 3rd Hall Master was so angry that his hair and beard stood up. If that's the case, what use do I have for you?" He opened his hand, and the blood river swept over, engulfing the surrendered monks, and all the magic tools and robes were instantly stained. As a result, the monks' bodies turned into a pool of pus and blood in an instant. Damn it! The 3rd Hall Master roared. "Go with the boat. Occupy the 5 Fingers Peak first. We will go to the Wood-Evil sect, and with the Saint sect's army holding them back, the Tianjin sect's army will definitely not be able to escape." At this moment, a sword sound suddenly came from the void. A sword rang loudly, cutting through the blood river. The 3rd Hall Master, who was in the early stage of Jin Dan, had no time to react before a sword shadow pierced his sea of consciousness, and the intense pain made him lose consciousness for a moment. Sword of Heaven's Will. Fang Xing controlled the rotten iron sword, and a sword light fell along the trajectory that looked like a punishment from heaven, smashing the body-protecting true essence of the 3rd Hall Master. Ah! At the critical moment, a blood ghost jumped out from the magic banner of the 3rd Hall Master life magic weapon, roaring and opening its ferocious mouth to bite the flying sword. It turned out that the life magic weapon automatically protected the master. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Fang Xing sneered, and the sword light flashed, like thunder, extremely fine, with the ultimate cutting intention. The great freedom of the black gold sword tore the blood ghost, and fell on the third hall master, who finally came to his senses and immediately killed him. The sword light turned and picked up a storage bag, and then the man and the sword became one, turning into a shocking long rainbow, escaping into the sky. Chapter 211. 7 Swords Fighting Yuanying. A mountain. This mountain is located on the border of Zheng State and has no spiritual energy. A sword light fell, revealing Fang Xing's figure. He looked at the bare cliffs in front of him, smiled slightly, and chanted a few spells. A white light ball emerged, with countless tadpole-shaped runes inside, and slammed into the cliff. Bo! The cliffs rippled like water waves, revealing a cave. There seemed to be a sound of swords inside. Fang Xing smiled indifferently, flicked his fingers slightly, and a sword also flew out. It turned out to be Nephew Fang. The formation opened automatically, and an expressionless Jindan sword cultivator came out. It was the Uncle Feng. The other party was originally selected as the leader of a detachment to attack Tianpumen, and later successfully wiped it out and served as a place to guard. In terms of status, it is similar to Fang Xing, but both the cultivation and the cultivators he brought are better. Fang Xing was also on the run when he received a message from the Tianjin sect, so he came to see it. The cave was inlaid with many fist-sized night pearls, which were not dark at all, but very bright. There was also a spring deep in the cave, and strands of spiritual energy kept coming out of the spring, condensing like fog. There were several cushions next to the spring, and several monks were sitting cross-legged. Some of them were pale, and obviously injured. This time, the three armies were all trapped, so naturally, none of them could survive. Fang Xing took a glance and found that there were 3 fake pills and a Jindan cultivator from the outer hall, who should be named Zhang. What is the situation? I only received a letter from the Flying Sword, saying that the old camp in the rear was defeated. What about Uncle Fu? Fang Xing asked. The gate of the 10,000 Beast sect was indeed occupied. Master Feng shook his head gently, but the one who attacked was not a nascent soul, but a fake infant cultivator. Fake infant? I seem to have seen it in a book. Fang Xing's eyes moved slightly. The evil way can cultivate a strange nascent soul through evil ways. If a Jindan cultivator refines it, it can become a fake infant cultivator. Unfortunately, the fake infant cultivator does not have the 1,000-year lifespan of a real nascent soul true lord, and its magic power is ultimately inferior to that of a real nascent soul cultivator in the early stage. Master Feng explained. Fang Xing nodded silently, understanding that it was an item similar to his own external pill, but with a higher level, reaching the 4th level. Even so, it is really enviable to be able to make a Jindan cultivator have the magic power of a nascent soul. If the evil way refines a few more, wouldn't this war between good and evil be over? Fang Xing asked. Uncle Feng nodded, very satisfied that his nephew had grasped the key point at once. This kind of foreign yuanying is very rare and precious. It is not easy to refine it. It must be done at the right time, in the right place, and with the right people. It will even automatically dissipate after a certain period of time, and can only exist for 1,000 years at most. Just like a yuanying Zhenjuan with a lifespan. So strange. Fang Xing chatted for a few more words, and the outer hall elder Zhang and others gradually stopped their work and met them one by one. He saw that these people all looked like they were seriously injured, so he knew that they must have experienced a hard battle before. So, how are the preparations for this war? Fang Xing asked the most critical question. The combat power of a yuanying is enough to influence the situation of the war. This time, the battle between Tianjin sect and Wanxiang sect has begun to tilt to the unfavorable side. The Grand Elder of our sect was held back by the yuanying old monster of the Wanxiang sect. Although we can defeat that old demon, his escape technique is extremely sharp. He even took us Jindan cultivators as hostages and threatened to attack us, which made the Grand Elder feel uneasy. Uncle Feng said it all, and in the end, Chu Kuangtu can't be counted on. What about the righteous path of the dying cultivation world? Now that the righteous and the evil are fighting, our Tianjin sect is also a member of the righteous path, so we should be able to ask a yuanying Zhenjuan for external assistance. A female fake Danjinren spoke. Hee hee. Elder Zhang sneered. In the war between good and evil, the dying cultivation world is the main battlefield. Now that the blood is flowing like a river and reinforcements are being drawn everywhere, who will care about your life or death? What's more, even if the righteous are united and overcome all difficulties, and order a yuanying Zhenjuan to come, Doesn't the evil know how to support? This time, the Wanxiang demon sect really caught our sect off guard. Fang Xing looked at Master Feng. I wonder what Master Uncle is going to do next. Shall we go over the mountains and ridges together, and go directly back to Qi Kingdom? My generation of sword cultivators would rather break than bend. So what if it's a fake infant cultivator? After all, it's not a real Yuaning. Master Feng said. Master Kong has already issued a decree to send a few more brothers to gather the 7 major Jindan combat forces and evolve the Jinwu 7-star sword formation. It may not be impossible to fight against the fake infant. Fang Xing actually knows more about the Tianjin sect than Master Feng. The sword formation is naturally a way to defeat the strong with the weak, and its internal principles are similar to those of Taoist soldiers. Fu Hongyi has 3,000 Taoist soldiers, and can barely fight with Yuaning Jinjuan. If the Jinwu 7-star sword formation is set up by 7 late Jindan sword cultivators, it can even suppress Yuaning Jinjuan and try to kill him. For such a battle formation, the more people there are, the higher their cultivation, the more terrifying the power that bursts out. However, 7 late Jindan sword cultivators, even Tianjin sect can't get them together. They can only barely gather 7 great Jindan combat forces, which is a simplified version, and naturally cannot suppress the real Yuaning Jinjuan. However, the opponent is not the real Yuaning Jinjuan, but a fake infant. So the two sides are about the same. Fang nephew, with your cultivation and combat power, even if you return to the sect, I'm afraid you will be summoned. Uncle Feng said sincerely. Oh, am I now considered a Jindan sword cultivator? Fang Xing laughed dumbly. With Jindan level mana and Jindan level sword intent, he is naturally a Jindan sword cultivator. Uncle Feng nodded. Moreover, you killed the 3rd hall master of the Xue Hall, who was in the early stage of Jindan. How can you not be a Jindan warrior? This information spread so fast. Fang Xing couldn't help but complain. It is obvious that Tianjin sect must have spies in Wanxiang sect, and their status is not low. So after the death of the 3rd hall master of Xue Hall, the news spread quickly. I received news. The demon army is marching towards senior brother Fu. Uncle Feng said. He is being held by the Musha sect cultivators, and it is difficult for the army to retreat. There will be a big battle, and I would like to invite you to join us. Sect Master Kong said that if you are willing, no matter if you win or lose this time, you will be rewarded with a golden pill when you return to the sect. It's just giving me something that originally belonged to me in advance. Fang Xing showed his edge, but with my swordsmanship, I can go anywhere in the world. Of course, I want to participate. Okay. You are indeed the true sword disciple of my Tianjin sect. Uncle Feng said with a smile. I heard that you have an elder who is already a 3rd level upper grade physical cultivator. My elder has always been a free and unrestrained person. It is difficult for me to contact him now. Fang Xing shook his head regretfully. In his heart, he was complaining that the Tianjin sect seemed to have suffered a lot, and all the able-bodied men were being recruited. Nephew, although our sect is famous for swordsmanship, we have also preserved many inheritances from other sects. I dare not say anything else. But if you come to join us, we can still give you a quasi-4th level physical cultivation inheritance. Uncle Feng promised solemnly. In the world of immortal cultivation, the value of a quasi-4th level inheritance cannot be measured by spirit stones, which can be said to be very sincere. But for Fang Xing, a mere physical cultivation inheritance? It is simply beaten by the Blue Star martial arts. He simply does not like it. After all, the master follows the Blue Star martial arts, and when he was in the Great Vajra realm, he had a quasi-4th level physique. Speaking of which, if converted, what level of combat power would a Jindan cultivator be? For example, Fu Hongyi should be in the 6th level. But there are also fake Danjinren, who are useless people who can be killed by the martial arts outsiders. And the 7th level of Vajra is a long way away. After all, the 3rd transformation of the golden body can ignore the attacks of low-grade magic weapons. When it comes to the Great Vajra realm, it is suspected to be a quasi-4th level physical cultivation. So it seems that the Yuaning cultivator is roughly equivalent to the martial saint, which is the 8th level of combat power. The rumored Huashan cultivator is analogous to the martial god, which is the 9th level of combat power. You can't apply it mechanically and use the realm of the immortal cultivator to force the Blue Star martial arts. You still have to fight with the deity to know the real thing. Fang Xing thought to himself, while casually dealing with a few words. He sat down on the futon next to the spiritual spring and silently comprehended the Jinwu's 7-star sword formation. This scene was seen by other Jin Danjinren, but they all secretly praised this boy for having the style of a great general. In such a dangerous environment, he still looked normal. What they didn't know was that Fang Xing also had the magical skill of running away with the golden finger. Even when facing a Yuanian cultivator, he had the trump card of the Great Sun Tathagata palm, so he was naturally fearless. A few days later, Musha sect, a large number of cultivators fought madly. A green wooden dragon roared, exuding an astonishing evil spirit, and entangled with a sword light. The sword light was vast, pure, and carried the sword intent of destroying everything. Swish! Another sword light slashed out, as if following a mysterious trajectory. It found the weak point of the Shinmu Shaolong puppet, and split the puppet. As soon as the sword light was drawn, it killed the Grand Elder of the Musha sect. Walala! A river of blood emerged, and a small round shield jumped out of the blood river, blocking the fatal sword. Not far away, Fu Hongyi slowly put away his sword, with a calm expression on his face. In fact, if he really wanted to leave, he could leave the entire camp of monks behind, and travel lightly on the day he received the news. With his cultivation level, even if the Musha sect tried their best to kill him, there would be no result. It is even more likely that he would be escorted out of the country with courtesy. But the many Tianjin sect disciples, inner and outer disciples, and Taoist soldiers in the camp would all be killed. These are not the same ragtag troops as Fang Xing men, but the real Tianjin sect elites. Even Fu Hongyi couldn't bear this responsibility, and wanted to try his best to save one or two. Fu Hongyi, why are you so unwise? The blood rivers converged to form a blood lake. In the lake there was a red-haired boy in the late Jindan stage, who was the master of the blood river hall. He took back the small shield and said calmly, "You can dominate the world with one sword. But if you delay like this, what you are waiting for is not reinforcements, but ghosts who want to take your life." Chapter 212 Golden Platform Formation. Fu Hongyi has been holding on till now, naturally waiting for reinforcements from the Tianjin sect. But this hope seems increasingly slim. He alone with his sword forced the Grand Master of the Blood River Hall and the Grand Elder of the Musha sect to retreat, and finally fell into the camp safely. After years of siege on the Musha sect, the Tianjin sect's camp had already arranged a formation, which looked magnificent. When Fu Hongyi fell into the formation, he sighed. How could he not know that the hope was slim? But he could only try his best, which was also the way of sword cultivators. Never regret after 100 setbacks. Just then, a flying sword message flew over. Fu Hongyi took the flying sword, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his expression suddenly changed. Such a risk. It makes me happy. The next day, in the Musha sect, one by one, the Jin Danjinren gathered and looked at the Tianjin sect camp opposite. This camp is set up with the golden platform formation, which is normal. I can break it with a snap of my fingers. Master Long, who was at the level of fake Dan, put his hands behind his back and looked at the Tianjin sect camp. There is only one thing to consider. That is, this golden platform formation has the ability to sharpen the sword energy, once it is combined with the 2,000 golden sword Dao soldiers. And Fu Hongyi is in the middle. The first few attacks will even have the 4th level. As long as we, the Jindan cultivators, are hit, we will definitely die. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the other Jindan cultivators changed slightly. The Grand Elder of the Musha sect looked calm. We know that it is difficult to attack, so we mainly focus on containment. As long as we wait for the follow-up army to surround us, we can use large-scale war instruments to block the power of the first few attacks. And then we can go straight to Huanglong. He now has a blood feud with the Tianjin sect. After Fu Hongyi's siege for several years, only 2,000 of the 3,000 golden sword Dao soldiers were killed, and the disciples of the Musha sect also suffered heavy casualties. It can be said that even if they win this time, the Musha sect will certainly be seriously injured. The arrangements I made before, as long as they are operated properly, should be able to withstand the force of the attack. Master Long added, no need to be so troublesome. Today we will completely destroy this army and kill Fu Hongyi. Suddenly, a breeze blew, and a faint voice came. This is... The Lord of the Blood River Hall looked at the Lord of the Wind Department, who suddenly appeared, nascent soul. Fake infant. As the rumors say, I haven't congratulated you on achieving nascent soul yet. Even if it is a fake infant, The magic power is far beyond that of ordinary Jindan cultivators. And these Jindan sects cannot offend it. Therefore, when the Lord of the Wind Department of the Wanxiang sect came, he immediately took the initiative. And neither the Grand Elder of the Musha sect nor the Lord of the Blood River Hall dared to disobey him. It's just a golden platform formation. I can break it with a snap of my fingers. The leader of the Wind Department put his hands behind his back. And a surge of mana far beyond the late stage of Jindan surged out, no matter how many swords Fu Hongyi throws. He can't hurt me, since the senior said so. Naturally everything will be done according to the senior's wishes. The Grand Elder of the Wood Evil sect smiled with a hint of flattery. Very good. I will give you 2/4 of an hour to prepare. And then set off immediately, and kill the enemy in one battle. The leader of the Wind Department said lightly. After a while, in the camp, Fu Hongyi, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. And a sword sound came from his abdomen. Sword heart warns. Not good. A token appeared in his hand. And the mana of the late stage of Jindan surged into it. In a flash, an illusory golden sword grinding platform appeared above the Tianjin sect camp. Boom! A group of green winds gathered and fell on the sword grinding platform, causing the whole camp to shake. You can block one of my moves, which is not bad. The head of the Wind Department appeared outside the golden platform formation with a graceful figure. Just now, she just made a casual attack without using any magic weapons or secret magic. But she had the power of the 4th level. But that's it. Her tone contained strong confidence. The good and evil sides fought, without the support of the Yuaning Jinjuan. And Chu Kuangtu was restrained by his own Supreme Elder. She couldn't think of any reason for her failure. Xie finger. With this thought, the head of the Wind Department slightly operated her magic power. And a green Yuaning finger force condensed and compressed between her slender jade fingers. She flicked her fingers, and a green wind blade flew out, which became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a terrifying light green wind blade more than 10 feet long, slashing towards the golden illusory stone platform. Where's the golden sword soldier? Fu Hongyi shouted, and more than 2,000 golden sword chi rose up immediately. He drew his sword, and the sword light in the sky swept like the Milky Way, washing towards the huge wind blade. Chi, the huge blue wind blade, and the golden giant sword consumed madly. And finally both disappeared without a trace. And it seemed that they were evenly matched. But Fu Hongyi's heart had sunk a little bit. He could maintain such combat power because he had the 2,000 gold sword soldiers, and the help of the Jinchitai. If a single person, with a sword faced the leader of the Wind Department, the only outcome would be the sword breaking and death. And he couldn't even run away. It seems that it is time to prepare to escape. Fu Hongyi still has a 4th level escape talisman in his hand, which is inestimable in value. It is his greatest confidence to stay. Although the sword cultivator is aggressive, he is not a fool, facing an enemy far superior to himself. There is no such thing as fighting to the death and not fleeing. But this sect's elite will eventually be lost. If I had known that, I would let them break out separately from the beginning. Even if there were heavy casualties, some of them would have survived. Fu Hongyi's eyes flashed with a sword, killing all the fear and regret in his heart. His sword intent soared into the sky, driving the golden sword soldiers to cut out the most brilliant sword in their lives. Swish! This sword fell, like a mountain toppling and a jade pillar smashing. The leader of the Wind Department flicked her sleeves and used a magic weapon for the first time. She held a long green banner in her hand, and there was a green dragon on the banner. This is her natal magic weapon, the 9 Heavens Wind Dragon Flag. With the continuous cultivation of her natal Danhua, and the nourishment of a large number of natural treasures, it has reached the level of a 3rd grade top grade magic weapon. It is only one step away from the 4th grade spiritual treasure. At this time, the 9 Heavens Wind Dragon Flag was fluttering, and a series of green dragons emerged. With the support of the nascent soul's magic power, their scales quickly condensed, emitting a green halo. Just like a real dragon, 9 dragons pounced out, their claws and teeth biting the sword energy, and the green and golden halo painted the entire sky, emitting a mana fluctuation that shocked the chi training and foundation building cultivators. This is the power of the nascent soul. Even if one uses the formation and the other uses external objects, it is still the top power in the world of cultivation. Swish! That shocking sword light cut 7 green dragons in a row, and finally dissipated helplessly. Fu Hongyi sighed. Although he could still make another sword, it was meaningless to face a fake infant cultivator. On the contrary, it will drain the magic power of the golden sword Dao soldiers and turn them into lambs to be slaughtered. You should recover your magic power. Once the formation is broken, you should flee for your lives. As the commander, after issuing the last order, Fu Hongyi concentrated on controlling the formation token to block the attack of the Wind Demon Lord from the outside world. With the opponent's fake infant ability, it won't take too long to dismantle this formation. Outside the camp, the Wind Lord stood in the void, with a graceful figure, his hands behind his back, and a master style. Beside her, in addition to the Nine Heavens Wind Dragon flag, there was also a green bead, a black token, and a moon hook. These 3 items are all magic weapon levels. Under the stimulation of the nascent soul magic power, they burst out with amazing power and continuously bombarded the golden sword grinding platform. Finally, when the green spirit bead shone brightly and the colorful runes exploded, the golden sword grinding platform collapsed. The mist lingering around the camp dissipated in an instant, revealing the figures of many Tianjin sect cultivators. They said nothing, and when they saw that the formation had been broken, they all fled for their lives. In terms of skills, they seemed to be no less than the independent cultivators under Fang Xing. A great battle of pursuit and escape broke out immediately. The leader of the Wind Department was walking leisurely on the battlefield, and suddenly pointed casually. Roar! 9 green dragons roared and circled, rushing towards a certain place. A sword light suddenly appeared, shining brightly, fighting with many dragons. If Fu doesn't fight with the fake baby, he will never be satisfied. Blood beads seeped out of Fu Hongyi's skin, making him almost a bloody man. At the same time, his magic power was constantly increasing, approaching the perfect level of Jin Dan. Everything turned into the most dazzling sword edge on the long sword in his hand. Boom! Wind and thunder followed, and countless snowflakes fell all over the sky. Each snowflake seemed to contain enough power to freeze the soul of a foundation-building cultivator. Fu Hongyi, you are regarded as the seed of the next generation of nascent soul, and you are the one who has the most hope of achieving nascent soul in Tianjin sect. Even if your talent is not as good as Chu Xinjuan, you cannot be kept. The leader of the Wind Department was at ease, and the Nine Heavens Wind Dragon flag was shining, and green lines appeared one after another. The 9 dragons roared, and suddenly merged into one, turning into a green dragon. When the green dragon went out, there was wind, rain, and thunder, and it met the blood-colored sword light. Rumble. After a loud noise, the green dragon was bleeding, and only Fu Hongyi's voice was lingering in the original place. Thank you for your teachings, fellow Taoist. Hongyi will repay you in the future. Leave? Can you leave? The leader of the Wind Department took a step forward, and the whole person seemed to blend into the breeze. And in an instant, he traveled 100 feet, which was a rare wind escape. Wind escape and thunder escape are regarded as powerful escape techniques second only to sword escape. And under the blessing of a higher realm, even the sword escape will pale in comparison. Fu Hongyi merged with the sword, and held a flying sword in his hand to deliver a message. Behind him, a figure flashed in the wind, and the 2 of them chased and fled. And in the blink of an eye, they had escaped 100 miles. The distance between the leader of the Wind Department and Fu Hongyi was still getting closer. Hee. Is the sword cultivator of the Tianjin sect this kind of virtue? It's really better to hear about it than to meet. The leader of the Wind Department chuckled, and a flash of spiritual light appeared in his hand, and a green bow emerged. She gently pulled the bowstring, and a green arrow was formed, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to gather towards the arrowhead. It can be imagined that this arrow shot out. It must be earth-shaking. Fu Hongyi was still focused on escaping, and it seemed that he didn't care about the danger behind him at all. Whoosh! Just when the leader of the Wind Department released the bowstring, something strange happened. Chapter 213 Divine Palm. A moment ago. Is this the place? Fang Xing followed Master Feng and several Jindan cultivators, who came to support them, and arrived above a mountain range, each holding a concealment talisman in their hands. Yes, it is here, now that Master Fu has taken the risk himself. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attract the female devil, Master Feng said hurriedly. Fang Xing remained silent. In fact, they had not yet practiced the Jinwu 7-star sword formation to perfection, but they had received the battle report from the front line. After discussing it, several masters decided to ambush and kill the female devil, turning the tide of the battle in one fell swoop. Fu Hongyi, who was carrying a 4th level escape talisman, was used as bait to attract the opponent in. In addition, Fu Hongyi himself was also a part of the Jinwu 7-star sword formation. Here you are. Get ready to do it. Master Feng attached the talisman to his body, and his figure immediately disappeared into the void, and even the fluctuations of his magic power disappeared. According to Feng Xing vision, it was natural to see that this kind of talisman was still at the 3rd level. Even if the female demon had the power of the nascent soul, her consciousness and other aspects had not yet completely transformed, so she might not be able to detect it. Not long after, the hidden Feng Xing saw Fu Hongyi emerge with the sword and rushed towards him and others. Behind him, a female cultivator in a black robe, with a graceful figure but emitting the power of the nascent soul, had already bit her bow and shot an arrow. Do it! Uncle Feng shouted, and the 6 people raised their swords. The 6 sword lights were cold, and along a specific trajectory, they turned into a sword prison, enveloping the master of the wind department. Bang! The green arrow fell on the edge of the sword prison, was strangled by countless sword lights, and turned into wisps of breeze and dissipated. Is this a sword formation? The leader of the wind department immediately recalled the 9 sky blue dragon flag, which turned into 9 blue wind dragons. Circling around him, the heavenly sword section with 7-star sword formation. I've heard that this formation is extremely mysterious. 2 sword cultivators can form a formation, but the power will be much weakened. If there are 3 sword cultivators, they can challenge the cultivators in the middle and late stages of the Jindan stage. When 4 or 5 sword cultivators form a formation, even if the Jindan is perfect, they will have to die under the sword. Now there are 6 great Jindan sword cultivators coming to kill me. It is really an honor for me. Wrong. It's 7. Fu Hongyi went and came back, swallowed the elixir in a black jade bottle, and his face looked much better, and even his mana was restored a lot. He waved the long sword in his hand, and fell into the Jinwu 7-star sword formation. Brother, how is it? Uncle Feng looked at Fu Hongyi with some concern. I lost some vitality, but it's not a loss to be able to fight against the fake infant cultivator. Fu Hongyi seemed very heroic. I will take the position of Tianshu. Good. Turn. Junior brother Feng said without any nonsense. After the sword formation turned and a sword light appeared, the Jinwu 7-star sword formation was completely complete. In the cold sword prison, countless tiny blood-colored sword chi suddenly appeared. Feng Xing cooperated honestly. As a junior who has established his foundation, no matter how he changes, his position is Yogwang. At this time, he was willing to observe this sword formation carefully. The battle formation is also a formation, so it has the ability to seal. The Jinwu 7-star sword formation is even more terrifying in this regard. It uses countless sword lights to seal the world and prohibit the 5 elements. When necessary, it can even draw starlight to kill the enemy. To set up this sword formation, the differentiation of sword light is only the basic of the basics. It must also have sword intentions, and even Dan-forming magic power. The 7 major star positions of Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiong, and Yogwang are indeed mysterious. Feng Xing can distract himself to comprehend the sword formation. But the master of the wind department, who is trapped in the sword prison, has a solemn expression. Yes, it is indeed the peerless formation of the Tianjin sect. If the 7 late-stage Jindan cultivators join forces, this seat can only accept his fate. But you? A sneer appeared on her face, and she pinched her hands, and a series of gusts of wind whistled. A green spirit bead, a black token, and a curved hook magic weapon each burst out with amazing brilliance and crashed into various parts of the sword prison. A group of colorful runes suddenly burst out from the spirit bead, which seemed to be the best at dissolving restrictions, and was a treasure for breaking restrictions. The pitch-black token exuded a lot of black air, which seemed to contain endless resentful ghosts and evil spirits, howling for lives. The curved hook was extremely sharp, even sharper than ordinary flying swords. These 3 items were treasures that Jindan cultivators could not reach. At this time, they were driven by the power of Yuanying, and their power reached their respective limits. But the next moment, countless blood-colored small swords emerged in the void, and seemed to turn into fine blood threads. Countless sword threads gathered and strangled the green spirit bead into pieces. Infinite sword energy burst out, drowning a large number of resentful ghosts. In the end, A sword light fell, and split the pitch black token in two. Ding ding dang dang. The sword light transformed by the curved hook intertwined with the sword lights in the void. Fighting desperately. But in the end, it cried out and broke into two pieces. Seeing this scene, the Wind Department Master expression darkened, and his body suddenly moved. Swish. A breeze blew, and she had already arrived at the edge of the sword prison. With a talisman in her hand. A drop of blood fell on the talisman, and it actually activated this high-level talisman directly. 4th level breaking taboo talisman? In the sword prison. Uncle Feng's exclamation suddenly came out. In an instant, the 4th level breaking taboo talisman was activated, and countless silver streamers scattered into the sword prison. Fang Xing suddenly felt that his magic power was unstable, and then the entire sword prison began to tremble violently. It seemed that it would collapse directly in the next moment. Although this 4th level breaking taboo talisman could not break the real 4th level mountain protection formation, it was easy to harass their ordinary battle formation. Stop! At the critical moment, a small white sword appeared in Uncle Feng's hand. An amazing sword intent burst out from the white sword, instantly stabilizing the position of the North Star, allowing the entire sword prison to quickly regain stability. In fact, the sharp aura was stronger than before. That was the 4th level sword intent? Whether it was the means of sealing or the rare items that could carry the sword intent, they were all valuable. Sure enough, the descendants of these Yuanying sects, after fighting to the end, were all 4th level foundations. Fang Xing sighed silently in his heart. I am still too young. 7 stars gather. Kill! Fu Hongyi was murderous, gathering 7 sword lights, ready to completely destroy this female devil, who caused heavy losses to the Tianjin sect. The sky suddenly darkened, and 7 huge stars appeared in the sky. One after another, the power of the stars fell, giving the formation to strengthen. The rotten iron sword in Fang Xing hand roared, and a sword light of the late Jindan level was slashed out. 7 sword lights converged, forming a 7-colored giant sword that was enough to seriously injure the old monster in the nascent soul stage. And it fell down with a bang. At this time, the leader of the Wind Department was still suppressed by the sword prison and had no way to avoid it. Swish. As the sword light fell, the 9 green dragons protecting her body cried a few times and broke one by one. A big hole appeared on the flag of the 9 Heavens Wind Dragon flag, and it lost all its spiritual light and fell to the ground. Boom! The terrifying sword light overflowed, even tearing the original sword prison, and the clear sky reappeared. The 7 sword cultivators panted and looked at the center of the formation. Suddenly, their expressions became extremely ugly. I saw a graceful figure standing in the place where the 7-colored giant sword had been bombarded. She held a bronze candlestick in her hand, and a green glow enveloped her whole body. It seemed that she was unscathed. Spiritual treasure? Fu Hongyi looked at the bronze candlestick in the hands of the leader of the Wind Department, his face full of solemnity. What? Spiritual treasure? All the cultivators present were shocked. In the world of immortal cultivation, the first level is called a magic weapon, which is used by Qi training cultivators, and the second level spiritual weapon is used by foundation building cultivators. Jindan cultivators use magic weapons, and Yuanying cultivators use spiritual treasures. In fact, the conditions for the formation of a spiritual treasure are extremely difficult. Many Yuanying early cultivators don't even have a spiritual treasure in their hands, and can only barely use the best magic weapons to make up the number. Of course, in the long-standing demon sect like Wanxiang sect, there must be a few spiritual treasures. But the demons are selfish, and Fu Hongyi didn't expect that the old devil would actually give a spiritual treasure to the leader of the Wind Department at a critical moment. Let's go! Fu Hongyi made a quick decision, knowing that he couldn't take down the leader of the Wind Department today, and there was even a risk of being killed. He pinched his hands, and a 4th level talisman emerged. Whoosh! Fu Hongyi figure turned into a flash of lightning, and appeared several miles away in an instant. After a few more flashes, he completely disappeared. A 4th level escape talisman. Really rich. This also means that woman is in danger now. Fu Hongyi knows that spiritual treasure? Fang Xijian's mind turned, and he thought of many things. Ah! Just then, a scream suddenly came from his side. A Jindan sword cultivator was burning with a green flame all over his body, and even his Jindan true essence was instantly ignited, turning into a ball of ashes in an instant. The leader of the wind department held a bronze lamp in his hand, and a bean-sized flame appeared on it. At this time, she twisted her white hand lightly, and the flame fell on her fingertips, and flicked it lightly. A flash of fire. Another Jindan sword cultivator, who was escaping on a sword, was hit by the green flame, and the whole person screamed and turned into a ball of green torches. It's the Qingyang Devil Fire. Run away! Uncle Feng had already flown far away. Seeing this, he screamed, bit his tongue, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He even used the secret technique of self-mutilation, which made the escape light stained with a trace of blood and disappeared quickly. Turning like the wind, Fang Xingren and the sword merged into one, escaping into the sky, still complaining in his heart. But soon, he didn't have this thought, because behind him, a looming figure emerged, and it was the leader of the wind department, who used the wind escape technique to catch up. The true teachings of the Heavenly Sword sect? It turned out that when you were building your foundation, you could kill fake pills and early-stage Jindan cultivators. You can't be spared. The leader of the wind department has killed 4 great Jindan sword cultivators. Even the outer hall elder Zhang died at her hands. At this time, she was using the wind escape technique to chase Fang Xing. Because Fu Hongyi had a 4th level escape talisman, she was no longer sure to catch up. And the sword cultivator surnamed Feng had the fastest sword escape speed, and escaped far beyond her spiritual sense range. Now, she could only choose Fang Xing to chase and kill. What bad luck. I'm talking about you. While flying, Fang Xing confirmed that there should be no other onlookers in all directions. After all, what she was going to do next was a bit shocking. In a beautiful place, Fang Xing took the initiative to stop and greeted the leader of the wind department, who was using the wind escape technique as if teleporting. Why don't you run away? The leader of the wind department held a bronze lamp in his hand, his eyes deep. After suffering a loss once, she became much more vigilant, and her spiritual sense was always paying attention to the surroundings. But no matter how many times she scanned, there was no abnormality at all. No! Just as this thought came to her mind, a silver light flashed in the void, and a young man suddenly walked out. A 4th level void attribute talisman? The wind department lord was shocked and almost ready to flee. This kind of talisman is very rare, and can even be used as a life-saving trump card for the Yuan Yingjinjuan. But she soon put her mind at ease, because the opponent was only a 3rd level upper grade physical cultivator. Whether it was the fluctuation of mana or the blood and chi, there would be no mistake. You are? Fang Yun in the intelligence? You used the precious void attribute talisman to rush to save a life for a descendant, which is really a deep friendship. The wind department lord smiled slightly. It's a pity. Except for your own involvement, there will be no effect at all. Since Fang Xing assisted the immortal clone to break through the 5-element sect and killed the Thunder Department Dan, his information naturally appeared on the desks of the bigwigs of the Demon Dao. After refining the Ghost Infant, the Wind Department Lord's cultivation has reached the realm of False Infant. In addition, with the spiritual treasure Qingyang magic lamp bestowed by the Supreme Elder, even if he encounters a real Yuaning early-stage cultivator, he can still fight him, if he wants to save people. Unless Fang Yun on the opposite side is a Yuaning Jinjuan. This is naturally impossible. It seems that fellow Taoist is unwilling to reconcile. This is really exciting. I have long wanted to try it out. Fang Xing said something that made the Wind Department leader puzzled, and slowly raised his palm. At the position of his eyebrows, blood vessels bulged and condensed into a real form of the sun. The sun relic shone brightly, blooming with brilliant light, and wrapped around his body in circles. The sun's divinity was quickly consumed, causing a golden Buddha to appear between Fang Xing eyebrows. It has 32 perfect phases, wearing 5-colored clothes, raising golden arms, and extending 5 finger wheels. It is the Dharma form of the sun Tathagata. Between heaven and earth, a golden Buddha phantom suddenly appeared, making the same move. The Buddha stretched out his 5 fingers and turned them into a palm. Light. The endless brilliance seemed to turn into a bright mandala barrier, illuminating the 4 directions and 10 worlds. The palm of the Tathagata of the sun. The palm of the Tathagata of the sun, which was stimulated by the consumption of the divinity of the sun, is an absolute 4th level combat power. Not only that, it may not even be limited to the early stage of the nascent soul. Boom! The leader of the Wind Department moved quickly. But unfortunately, no matter how she performed the wind escape, it seemed that in this palm, The whole person seemed to fall into the Buddha kingdom in the palm. And it was difficult to escape. She could only try her best and slap her forehead. The nascent soul magic power was madly injected into the Qingyang magic lamp, making a green flame illuminate the whole body. Just now, she used the Qingyang cover that came with this spiritual treasure to resist the full force of the Jinwu 7-star sword formation. But when he really faced that palm technique, the Wind Division Master felt that his preparation was not enough. Far from enough. Middle stage of the nascent soul? Or a great cultivator in the late stage? Senior, spare my life. The Wind Division Master screamed, his face grim, looking at the golden giant palm that fell down. Chapter 214 Captives. Buzz. The void fluctuated violently, and a scarlet sun could be seen falling to the ground within 100 miles. The dazzling light and heat swept everything. The endless heat mixed with the will of martial arts and blood, and expanded to the periphery. The surface of the earth was peeled off layer by layer, revealing a bottomless pit. The way of the martial saint belonging to the Blue Star Federation showed its terrible and hideous side in the world of immortal cultivation for the first time. Fang Xing touched his forehead and found that the big sun mark had disappeared quickly. In the middle of his eyebrows, the big sun relic lost all its luster, and seemed to have retreated to become a diamond relic. In addition, there was no feeling of being hollowed out, because the use of this style of the big sun Tathagata palm consumed not his blood and strength, but the big sun divinity. At this moment, a black crystal appeared in Fang Xing's hand, which was the Bashya crystal. The great sun Tathagata mantra was activated, quickly absorbing the divine power contained in the essence of the blood and flesh of Bashya, digesting it in the great sun furnace, replenishing the consumption of the great sun's divinity. At Fang Xing's brow, the Vajra relic began to slowly rotate again, emitting the light of the great sun. He made a swastika seal with his hands, looking at the center of the scarlet sun, ready for battle. The great sun Tathagata palm is only a 4th level method after all, and it may not be able to kill the leader of the wind department with one palm. Since the trump card has been exposed, the other party cannot be allowed to go back alive. Therefore, he did not hesitate to quickly absorb the divinity in the power bank, restore the power of the second palm, and crush all hidden dangers in the bud. Whoosh! The breeze blew, and the light dissipated. Above the bottomless black pit, a green light flashed. Only by looking carefully can you find that it is a slightly broken ancient bronze lamp. The light in the lamp has long been extinguished. This spiritual treasure seems to have been greatly damaged, and the spiritual light around it is a little unstable. Humph! Fang Xing martial arts will is mighty, like a raging wave, passing by horizontally. A blue-black color flashed, and behind the Qingyang magic lamp, a small blue-black baby appeared. It was only the size of an adult's palm, naked, with blue-black skin and a thin body. Its face was a little strange, although it was childish. It made Fang Xing vaguely seem to see an old friend. Master Wanfa? He punched out, and an amazing fist shadow appeared, crushing the blue-black baby. Suddenly, the blue-black baby opened his eyes, and a green light burst out from his pupils. He actually smiled strangely at Fang Xing and disappeared into the void. When he appeared again, he was already hundreds of feet away. Teleport? Fang Xing had naturally heard of this famous magical power that only a nascent soul true lord could perform with his own nascent soul, although he didn't know why after killing the leader of the wind department. A nascent soul that looked like Wanfa appeared, but he didn't hesitate and struck again. The great sun Tathagata palm reappeared, but this time, Fang Xing no longer focused on power, but on sealing. The great sun Tathagata palm has a total of 9 styles. The first style, Great Sun Shining, was a strong attack. Fang Xing is now performing the 6th style, Mountains and Rivers in the palm, which is known as the best seal. OM! A round of red sun appeared, and in the middle of the sun, there was a Buddha, the real Tathagata of the sun. The Tathagata of the sun stretched out his 5 fingers, and instantly formed the Buddha kingdom in the palm. Thousands of red swastikas blocked the heaven and earth, like the endless sand in a long red river, stopping a blue-black nascent soul. The face of the Tathagata was vaguely that of Fang Xing. He lowered his eyes and looked at the Yuanying in his palm, as if the Tathagata saw Sun Wukong in the 5-finger mountain and smiled. The Tathagata put his 5 fingers together, and the red swastika symbols continued to merge into the blue-black Yuanying, forming the most stringent seal. Speaking of which, this ghost baby was also unlucky. It was first severely injured by the first move of the Tathagata palm, the great sun shining. Although it barely survived with the help of the spiritual treasure. The Yuanying essence was consumed too much, and it was unable to teleport continuously to escape at the beginning. Yuanying teleportation is known as the first magical skill of Yuanying Jinjuan to escape. And it is not a lie. Even if it can only teleport a few times, it can ignore many formations and restrictions. But Fangxing Mountains and rivers in the palm encompasses the 4 directions and 10 worlds, forming a palm-sized Buddha kingdom on the spot. And with the consumption of the great sun's divinity, his status is extremely high, and his authority over the void attribute even suppresses the nascent soul. This led to a scene that is extremely rare even in the battle between the nascent soul true lords. The nascent soul that has left the body was captured alive. After a moment, the light of the great sun dissipated. Fangxing held a blue-black nascent soul in his hand, thinking. At this time, the nascent soul had fainted with its eyes closed, and only a small swastika Buddha seal was slowly operating on its forehead. Why is the fake infant in the body of the Wind Department Master the master of all dharmas? Could it be that he used Master Wanfa to refine it? He could probably guess some of the process. Master Wanfa was like a human but not a human. Like a ghost but not a ghost. Could it be that he accidentally met the conditions for refining a fake infant? In fact, Fangxing had to admit that after hearing Uncle Feng talk about the fake infant, he was a little tempted. After all, if he could get a fake infant, he would immediately have the combat power of a fake infant after forming the pill. With the sword realm he infused a Jianqing peak. He could easily use Qi, Gang, Yi, and momentum. But he just didn't have enough mana. Once he had the mana of a fake infant, it wouldn't be a big problem to comprehend the sword intention and form momentum. And Yuanying sword cultivators are recognized as having outstanding combat power among many Yuanying true lords. It is said that the clone of the immortal cultivator is immediately equivalent to a Yuanying sword lord. There are many benefits. Therefore, he did not kill the ghost baby directly with a palm, but used the sealing method to choose a captive. It's a pity that Master Wanfa is also a great hero of his generation. His understanding and talent in magic are unprecedented. But he ended up like this. Fangxing sighed. And then, he didn't feel anything. After all, he and Master Wanfa have a great grudge. If this enemy escapes, the first thing he will do is to find him, take back the Wanhua Ding and other great opportunities, and avenge the previous destruction of the soul. Seeing his enemy in trouble, he was actually very happy in his heart. He immediately took out a jade box and put it in it. The Wanfa ghost infant was stuffed in, and 17 or 18 sealing talismans were pasted on it before it was properly stored. Swish! The sword flashed, and the immortal cultivator's clone held the Qingyang magic lamp in his hand, and said with some regret, that palm was too fierce. And the body of the Lord of the Wind Department and the storage bag turned into ashes. Apart from this magic treasure, there is no other spoils. However, there is a magic treasure, and this Wanfa ghost infant. It is not in vain. It is not in vain that I consumed 2 great sun gods to kill a fake infant cultivator. Fangxing asked the immortal clone to clean up his traces and began to think. The levels of the immortal world and the martial arts levels of the Blue Star Federation cannot correspond one-to-one. The most obvious one is the Vajra realm. The 6th level of martial arts Jin Dan can already be compared with most Jin Dan cultivators. But the 7th level of martial arts, the Vajra realm, has a combat power that is also in the Jin Dan category in the immortal world. However, the corresponding ones are those Jin Dan cultivators of the upper reaches of the real elixir, or even the immortal golden elixir quality. It is the combat power of this kind of nascent soul seeds in the middle and late stages of Jin Dan, or even when Jin Dan is perfect. In the immortal world, there are 3 qualities of Jin Dan: fake elixir, true Dan, golden Dan. Needless to say, fake Dan is almost expelled from the ranks of Jin Dan cultivators, and the gap between true Dan and golden Dan is also beyond reason. Therefore, the gap between Jin Dan cultivators in the late Jin Dan stage and lower true Dan cultivators is often like the difference between the 6th realm combat power and the 7th realm combat power. Even the warriors in the Great Vajra realm can break through the natural gap between Jin Dan and Yuanying and be comparable to the body refining cultivators at the quasi-Yuanying level. After this actual combat, Fangxing roughly knew the division above Yuanying. Yuanying cultivators are roughly comparable to the 8th realm martial saints, which is not much wrong. But there are many kinds of martial saints. The martial saint promoted from the 7th turn Vidra realm is naturally different from the strong martial saint promoted from the great Vidra realm. The 7th realm of martial arts. The Vidra realm. It is a process of constantly tempering one's own foundation and cultivating the golden body of martial arts. As long as the golden body is achieved and reaches a high turn, you can break through the martial saint. And you don't necessarily have to reach the great Vidra realm. But for such a martial saint, the golden body is not flawless. So the combat power is weakened. This kind of weak martial saint is probably equivalent to a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. I use the Great Sun Divine Nature to promote the Great Sun Tathagata. And my status is extremely high. And I have a powerful martial arts package. So it is quite reasonable to be mistaken for the middle stage of the nascent soul. Or even the late stage of the nascent soul. Is this equivalent to a strong martial saint playing the power of the Tathagata? As for whether the quality of the nascent soul is strong or weak, as long as they can condense the nascent soul, they are at least upper-level true Dan. And there will be no real weak ones. From Dan to nascent soul, the energy level leap is actually very large. Therefore, condensing the nascent soul is called a natural chasm. Blue Star Martial Arts is much smarter in this regard. Opening up of a Vidra realm, which is considered to be a ladder built on the requirement of ascending to heaven in one step. Therefore, it is easier for the Vidra realm to break through the martial saint than for the Dan-forming cultivators in the Xiuxian world to break through the nascent soul. While thinking, Fang Xing moved with the Xiuxian clone. As for the battlefield here, it can't be covered up at all. Fortunately, he had cleared his own traces, and no one would associate this battlefield suspected to be fought by a great true master in the middle or even late stage of the nascent soul with him. A mere foundation-building cultivator. Unfortunately, the mana provided by the external pill cannot replace the real pill. Otherwise, after returning, I would find a way to refine the Wanfa Ghost Infant. I would be a real nascent soul combat force. And even in the Blue Star Federation, a martial saint is definitely a big shot. So, the biggest task of the immortal cultivation clone now is to practice and break through the realm as soon as possible. And strive to condense the sword pill? After Fang Xing figure disappeared for a long time, several magic pills flew over. The master of the Blood River Hall and the grand elder of the Wood Evil sect looked at the unfathomable pit, and their faces showed horror. Chapter 215 Return to the Sect. Zheng State. Fang Xing very low-key retracted the sword light and fled silently. No, it should not be said to be fleeing. It should be said to be more appropriate to hurry. After all, the leader of the Wind Department, who caused the reversal of this war, has been slapped to death by him. And even the Wanfa Ghost Infant has become a trophy. Now there is no second pillar in the magic world. Even if he encounters a few magic Dan on the road. For him, it is just a matter of summoning the main body and a few punches. Even if the Wanxiang sect Yuaning old demon, who was restrained by Chu Kuangtu suddenly appeared in front of him, Fang Xing, who already had the leader of the Wind Department as a test, felt that he might be able to fight. With confidence, he naturally ran rampant. Well, however, the outcome of this battle between good and evil is still a bit confusing. It's hard to say about the dying Xiuxian world. But the local battlefield here may end soon. Right? Fang Xing silently thought about the situation. The Tianjin sect was defeated. But the magic did not get any benefits. What's more important is, there are strange nascent soul mid-stage or even late-stage cultivators who are trying to fish in troubled waters. The nascent soul true lords of both the righteous and evil paths are not fools. And they should not do things that will benefit others. Although, that strange nascent soul cultivator is me. Moreover, both the righteous and evil paths have suffered heavy losses and can't fight anymore. Fang Xing counted on his fingers. And his own Tianjin sect alone lost a Jindan sword cultivator when the leader of the Feng department attacked the Wanshou mountain camp. Later, they formed the Zhenwu 7-star sword formation, but were defeated by the Lord of the Wind Division. And 4 major Jindan sword cultivators died in one breath. Only Fu Hongyi, Uncle Feng, and himself escaped. There were at least 5 Jindan sword cultivators killed by the Lord of the Wind Division, not counting other battlefield losses. Jindan cultivators are the upper class even in the Yuaning sect. And so many died in one breath now. Among the inner sect, the real Jindan sword cultivators, even if the broken sword master Kong is counted, I am afraid there are less than a palm. This is the cruelty of war. The Tianjin sect was so badly injured. And the Wanxiang sect was not much better. Just the fake pills that fell into Fang Xing's hands. The number of Jindan cultivators was almost countless. Not to mention, there was also the inexplicable death of the Lord of the Wind Division. In any case, the war here is finally coming to an end. After returning, I will first take a Jindan. In addition, I must also take Qiantian Qigong. I must also take various elixirs that can improve my mana. Using the Wanhua Ding to remove the poison from the elixir can help me improve my mana. But it's still too slow. Too slow. According to Fang Xing's estimation, if the supply of top-grade elixirs is endless, he can complete his foundation building within 10 years and try to form an elixir. By then, he will definitely be able to refresh the age record of forming an elixir in the world of immortal cultivation. But it still feels a little too slow. It's only 10 years, and I can bear it. I'm not just forming an elixir. After forming an elixir, I should be able to have the combat power of a nascent soul. In the main world, becoming a martial saint in 10 years is quite good progress. Wei Shitong is also too ambitious. Can the difficulty of a 7-turn Vidra breaking through to a martial saint be the same as that of a great Vidra breaking through to a martial saint? Fang Xing complained in his heart. And suddenly his consciousness caught the fluctuations of the battle. Foundation building cultivators fighting? The one still fighting at this time must be the Tianjin sect and the Wanqiang sect. His sword flashed, and after passing a mountain pass, he saw a 3-tailed white fox, as big as a hill, roaring to the sky. On the back of the 3-tailed white fox, there was a stunning woman, with bare feet, beautiful face, but a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. It was Shi Wanwan. She looked up and looked at a short and fat old man in the air, her face full of despair. Hee. Why does the spirit fox fairy reject people from 1,000 miles away? Your Wancho sect was originally on our side. Why are you so stubborn? This short and fat old man had ugly facial features, triangular eyes, and a collapsed nose. But his cultivation was at the level of fake elixir, and it was not something that a mere foundation building cultivator could touch. Shi Wanwan's voice still had a hint of coquettishness at this time. You old pervert. Who doesn't know your famous name? Kaiwaj, you sure? If I follow you, won't I become a furnace? In fact, as a former disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect, there is no need to consider abandoning the dark and joining the light. Even when the Lord of the Wind Department attacked the 10,000 Beasts mountain before, many people turned against him. But this Kaiwajusher has a bad reputation. As an old pervert, he is notorious in the 5 sects and 10 countries. Not only that, his bad reputation can even spread to Zheng State. It is enough to show that his behavior is bad. Shi Wanwan will naturally not jump into the fire pit on her own initiative. But the fake Danjinren is the fake Danjinren. If he is a little more serious, the foundation building cultivators will find it difficult to match him. In fact, if it weren't for the 3rd level beast talisman given by her master before, I'm afraid she would have been captured by this old pervert and suffered humiliation. Damn it. If I could also build a foundation and kill the fake pill. Shi Wanwan didn't know why. And she thought of that young figure again. It seems that you dream about something during the day. A flash of sword light passed by, and the head of the flower-picking hermit fell off. Fang Xing walked out calmly and took the storage bag from this person. Jianzi? Shi Wanwan opened her mouth, looking a little silly and cute, no longer charming as before. You can find a place to hide yourself. Fang Xing stared at this woman with indifferent eyes. If this woman had surrendered to the devil before, then there would be nothing to say, and she would have killed her with a sword. Now that she hasn't surrendered, it's embarrassing to kill her. Jianzi saved my life. I have no way to repay him. I wish. Shi Wanwan hadn't finished her words yet, and she saw Fang Xing turn into a sword light and disappeared into the sky. She was stunned, and then a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She did have the intention of taking the opportunity to climb up under the banner of repaying a favor. Who would have thought that they would not give me any chance at all? Now, where should I go? The fox fairy was confused again. Humph. I am handsome, and I have to be a slave to repay my kindness. If I am ugly, wouldn't I be a cow and a horse in the next life? Fang Xing snorted coldly. It's just because they are greedy for my body. Ugh. As he walked along, he saw many demon monks wreaking havoc. They must be the unlucky ones, who have not received the news from the rear. For these guys, his treatment measures are the same. If he met them on the road, he would kill them at will. If he didn't meet them, he would never go a long way to kill them. In this way, he flew all the way through Ziyuan Mountain City, Endless Mountains, Bailey Fairy City, and finally entered the territory of Qi State. After arriving here, all kinds of demon monks disappeared. It's just that the number of monks is very small, and they come and go in a hurry when they meet. It seems that after hearing the news of the defeat on the front line, some people are uneasy. Xianjian Peak, the gate of Tianjin sect. A sword light fell into it, and came to his own Jinyuan Peak. Jianzi is back? The spiritual husbands, who were cultivating in the spiritual field, saluted. Fang Xing turned into a sword light, and circled the mountain. He found that his own mountain was well maintained. He nodded secretly, and came to the sword pavilion of the main peak. Broken Sword Master Kongfinga was still looking sad and miserable. Seeing Fang Xing, his eyes lit up. You are finally back. Oh! It seems that Uncle Fu and Uncle Feng have returned safely? Fang Xing smiled. Only Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Feng have returned. I thought the rest of the junior brothers had died. Kongfinga shook his head and asked Fang Xing to talk about his own experience. Just as a job report, mainly about the situation of the 7 swords fighting the fake infant. Fang Xing knew that this must be the news of the death of the Lord of the Wind Department that was reported back to Tianjin sect. And Tianjin sect had to confirm it carefully. Yes. Fang Xing performed a sword salute and immediately began to narrate. The first part must be consistent with the 2 uncles, but the last part was slightly modified. The old demon Yuaning broke the sword formation, and the 7 of us broke out separately. Maybe because of my low cultivation. The old demon Yuaning chased the other uncles first. I flew all the way on the sword, and I don't know why I was not caught. I escaped back to Zheng State by chance, killed a fake demon, and then returned to the sect. This is relying on the fact that he is just a foundation-building cultivator, and will not arouse any suspicion at all. If Fang Xing told the sect master that he killed the master of the wind department with the cultivation level of fake infant, he would be considered to have a brain problem. It seems that the information is correct, and a mysterious Yuaning cultivator took action. After listening to it, Sect Master Kong stretched out his hand to stroke his long beard, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. The mysterious nascent soul cultivator took action? Fang Xing pretended to be surprised. What did he do? You don't know? The soul lamp of the fake infant cultivator of the Wanqiang sect has been extinguished. We sent people to investigate the situation and found traces of the nascent soul cultivators fighting. Sect Master Kong looked solemn. As for the fact that the traces were suspected to be from the middle or even late stage of the nascent soul, he would not tell a single disciple. We suspect that there is a mysterious nascent soul cultivator lurking, watching the 7 great sword cultivators of our sect and the fake infant both lose, and then took advantage of the fact that he was chasing our sect's cultivators and suddenly attacked, causing the fake infant to fall. Sect Master Kong said. What? That female devil is dead? Good. Good. Fang Xing was overjoyed. The revenge of our uncles has been taken. We can also organize an army immediately and push back. This was the reaction of an orthodox sword cultivator, which made Sect Master Kong nod secretly and shake his head. Now there are powerful enemies around, and our sect has suffered heavy losses, so we should not be able to fight a big war. After a little hesitation, he looked at Fang Xing again. His eyes gentle. You defeated the 5 element sect, killed many fake pills and Jindan cultivators of the demonic Tao. You have made great contributions. Sect Master Kong made a casual stroke, and a sword-shaped token fell into Fang Xing's hand. With this token, you can go to the sect's secret library to select 3 treasures. In addition, this Jindan will be given to you in advance. I hope you can achieve great success in sword elixir soon. He handed over an emerald green jade bottle. This bottle is full of vitality. It is a Kongqing bottle specially used to store elixirs. In addition, the Jaya Jindan is a high-level elixir, and its efficacy can last for at least 100 years. Thank you, Sect Master. Fang Xing received the token and elixir, bowed again, and went directly to the sect's secret library. He thought clearly that now that the war is about to end, it is better to cash in all the war merits as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the army returns, they will exchange them all at once, and there will be nothing to choose. However, for the true disciples, the Jaya Jindan that other inner and outer disciples have been thinking about day and night is already in the bag. I just need to choose what suits me. Sure enough, there are many advantages for true disciples. And the most important thing is that they can take their time. As long as there are resources to break through the realm, the true disciples will definitely be given priority. Chapter 216 Gangmai. A few days later. Jinyuan Peak. Inside the cave. Fong Xing looked at the 12 pieces of sky blue crystals lined up in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Finally. I have collected 12 copies of Qiantian Qinggang. After discovering that there was Qiantian Qinggang in the secret library, he exchanged this one as soon as possible. Moreover, if Qiantian Qinggang is exchanged as a treasure, 3 Taoists are counted as one exchange opportunity, adding to the previous collection and the proceeds from the auction. Fong Xing easily collected the required share of Qiantian Qinggang. In addition, he also added his military merits to exchange for a large number of foundation building pills that increase mana and a bottle of Millennium Stone milk. Just these things consumed his military merits completely. Of course, there are still many spoils of war, whether it is those magic weapons, or a large number of magic materials, pills. They should all be sold for a considerable amount of spirit stones. The premise is not at this time. At the end of the war, the righteous have seized countless magic materials, which are now in a stage of plummeting depreciation. Moreover, Qi State is a righteous camp, and it is not easy to sell magic materials openly. These elixirs that increase mana can be sent to the Wanhua Ding together with the Jin Dan to improve the quality again. The most important thing is this 1,000-year-old stone milk. Fong Xing looked at a gray-white stone jar in his hand. In this special jar, there is only half a jar of milky white liquid, which exudes an attractive aroma. This is the 1,000-year-old stone milk. It is rumored that only 1 drop of the 1,000-year-old stone milk can restore most of the mana of the Jin Dan cultivator. It is a supreme treasure for fighting. In order to exchange for this half jar, I have spent all my war merits, and the number of times I exchanged treasures. Fong Xing sighed. 1,000-year-old stone milk is a 3rd-level spiritual object, which is very rare. Only a large Yuaning sect like Tianjian sect can have so much stock. Even so, after being robbed by Fong Xing this time, the supply in the future will definitely be stretched. Fong Xing was attracted to this 1,000-year-old stone milk, not for restoring mana, but for another use of this spiritual object. The foundation building cultivator can apply this thing on his body to greatly increase the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy. With the cultivation of elixirs, the speed is amazing. Although there is a time limit, it is also very good. Moreover, the 1,000-year-old stone milk is a natural spiritual object, without any elixir poison, and can be used with any elixir. He took out a spoonful of 1,000-year-old stone milk and dripped it on his chest. A sense of coolness came instantly, and spread rapidly throughout his body. Then, he felt that the already amazing golden spiritual energy in the void was gathering towards him at a faster speed. I am already a heavenly gold spiritual root, and the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy is extremely high. What is the next step up? Immortal spiritual root? Fong Xing had a guess at his mind, and then sat cross-legged and looked inward with his spiritual consciousness. In the Dantian, platinum-colored sword pills were arranged in a certain plan, like stars in the sky, totaling 108. This is the liquid mana born from practicing the Great Freedom Black Gold Sword Classic, and each one is enough to make a Qi training cultivator despair. When he was at the 5 Fingers Peak, he had already broken through the middle stage of foundation building. At this time, he stuffed another top-grade pill that increased mana into his mouth. With the amazing help of the pill and the 1,000-year-old stone milk, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into a vortex and poured into him at an amazing speed. After an unknown amount of time, another round and full golden sword pill emerged and fell into the stars in the sky, swaying and shining. In addition to these real liquid manas, there are other sword pills, but they are illusory and come from the 9 apertures external pill. Another drop of liquid mana is condensed. Fong Xing opened his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed across his face, practicing top-level skills. The limit of the peak of mana in the middle stage of foundation building is about 150 drops of liquid mana. I have a natural spiritual root, no bottleneck, and I can naturally break through the late stage of foundation building after practicing to the peak of the middle stage of foundation building. If it continues like this, it shouldn't take a few years to reach the 365 drops of liquid mana for the perfect foundation building. There is hope for the great way. There is hope for the great way. He laughed a few times, and suddenly patted his forehead again. Any spiritual medicine works best the first time. The efficiency of using 1,000-year-old stone milk to assist in cultivation has a decay period, and the amount seems to be not enough. With this thought, Fong Xing couldn't help but look to the east. It is rumored that above the 1,000-year-old stone milk, there is also the fourth level heaven and earth spiritual object level of 10,000-year-old stone milk, which is very useful to Yuan Yingzhenjuan. Forget it. I can't make up my mind about this. But going to Dying Xiuxian realm and getting some 1,000-year-old stone milk should not be a problem. The resources of Dying Xiuxian realm are 10 times richer than those of Qigua Xiuxian realm. Otherwise it would be difficult to supply several Yuaning sects. But before that, use up all these 1,000-year-old stone milk first. As Fong Xing was in seclusion at Jinyuan Peak, the outside world also changed suddenly. The death of the Lord of the Wind department finally spread, leaving many cultivators at a loss. Especially those sects and forces that saw the power of the demons and made up their minds to surrender to the enemy were simply deceived. Just as many cultivators were waiting for the Tianjian sect to counterattack, a more shocking news spread that the two sects intended to stop fighting and make peace. At least their respective Yuan Yingzhenjuan had returned to the sect, and the front line was no longer fighting, returning to a confrontation. Ancestor, in the sword pavilion, Kong Fengde stood at the bottom and saluted a Yuan Yingzhenjuan above. Chu Kuangtu was not good looking. He looked like a tall white-browed old man, and he didn't even have much of the sharp temperament of a sword cultivator. Are you really going to stop fighting and make peace? Kong Fengde asked unwillingly. What else can we do if we don't stop? Chu Kuangtu sneered. How many intersect Jindan sword cultivators are left now? Besides, there is a strange great true lord outside who is eyeing us covetously. Wanxiang Laogui and I don't want to be taken advantage of by others. So we can only stop first and return to the sect, with the help of the sect's formation. With me here, even the great true lord can't do anything. When Chu Kuangtu spoke, he had a sense of heroism. In the world of immortal cultivation, the nascent soul is called the true lord, and the late nascent soul cultivator is the great true lord. Because the great true lord in the late nascent soul often has amazing magical powers, and can kill other nascent soul true lords. His great true lord. Master Kong was shocked. In the dying immortal cultivation world, there are actually strange great true lords? This is impossible. The life experience of a nascent soul cultivator must have intersections with various forces, and it is impossible for him to jump out of a stone. What's more, even in the entire dying immortal cultivation world, I'm afraid there is not a single late nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, Chu Kuangtu, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, would not have the reputation of being the first nascent soul cultivator of the righteous path. A great true lord could unify the righteous and evil paths and occupy the entire great wilderness. Even if he is not a great true lord, he is at least a powerful mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. The little girl from the Wanxiang sect is in charge of the Qingyang magic lamp. Even if he was defeated by a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, he could at least escape unscathed. But this time he was annihilated, which made the old ghost Wanxiang jump with anger. Hee. Chu Kuangtu sneered several times, and his expression became serious. If this hidden true lord is only in the middle stage of the nascent soul, it may be those old ghosts in the dying immortal cultivation world who are taking advantage of the situation. If it is in the late stage of the nascent soul, it may come from the outside world. The outside world? It seems that this immortal cultivation world is really going to be in chaos. Kong Fengde sighed and forced himself to be energetic. How do we explain the two paths of good and evil? Who told you that we want to sign an alliance? Chu Kuangtu glared. We still have to fight, but just maintain a tacit understanding. There should be no more wars above the Jindan stage. As for the territory, Zheng State is completely ours, and the Five Elements sect and the Tianpu Gate spiritual veins are the same. In the future, we and the Wanxiang sect will be neighbors in the land of the 5 sects and 10 countries. In this way, it is equivalent to dividing the land of the 5 sects and 10 countries into 2. Kong Fengde nodded slowly, thinking that it was not unacceptable. Not signing an open contract, but only a secret agreement, can evade the pressure from the dying cultivation world. However, a mysterious cultivator who is suspected to be a great master can scare the great elders of both the righteous and evil sects to hide in the great formation of the sect. It's not good to say it out, but my generation of sword cultivators, although we would rather break than bend, are not fools. And this is also a helpless move. Anything else you want to say? Chu Kuangtu suddenly looked at Kong Fengde. It's like this. During this war, a young genius appeared in the sect, named Fang Xing. He can kill fake pills with his foundation building cultivation, and even cultivators in the early stage of Jin Dan have mastered the sword intent. Kong Fengge hurriedly asked, "Is the ancestor interested in accepting a disciple?" Fang Xing? Foundation building. Sword intent? Chu Kuangtu shook his head. "I know without thinking that this person must have the means to improve his magic power like the external pill. Otherwise, even if he has reached the sword realm, it will be useless without enough magic power. This boy is a nascent soul seed. But we have to wait and see. I can still live for many years. There is no need to rush to cultivate the next generation of nascent soul. Wait until he forms a pill and bring him to me. After all, only the immortal golden pill can make the nascent soul more likely. I will obey the order of the Supreme Elder." Kong Fengge bowed and felt that what the Supreme Elder said was right. Countless foundation building geniuses are stuck at the stage of Jin Dan. If you want to gain the attention of the sect, you still have to look at the quality of the elixir. There is no regret for the elixir. In the past, there were many sword cultivators who showed their talent during the foundation building period, but were disturbed during the elixir formation, and eventually failed to form the elixir, or even condensed a fake elixir. If you want to be noticed by the great elders, you must at least have a half-step elixir. Not to mention the immortal elixir? Kong Fengge's eyes were deep. Blue Star. Villa number 69 in the Blue Sea District. Basement. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, looking at the Qiantianqing gang in front of him. If you work like a cow or a horse, you may not be able to get these 12 Qiantianqing gang chi even if you work in the research group for decades. If you really want top resources, you can't stay in a safe ivory tower. You must go out and fight. It seems that the interstellar martial arts competition held by the Federal Holographic Universe Company is simply a living bodhisattva. But the Federation itself must be the one that can produce so many top resources. Because this kind of competition has a positive meaning in promoting the development of martial arts. Martial arts requires constant fighting. But fighting is accompanied by danger. And you may die. The emergence of holographic technology can be called a major breakthrough. The promotion of martial arts is simply unimaginable. Such a big move this time. Maybe those martial saints and martial gods are behind it. In order to make martial arts have a broader prospect. Is it also a free contribution to the younger generation of martial artists? Moreover, collecting more data can also prepare for the future development of the virtual universe of the Vajra, martial saint, and martial god realms. It's a win-win situation. The base of martial artists in the Federation is too large. Even if the martial god is only in the 9th realm, it is only in the 10th realm when wearing a mecha, which is still a long way from the true top 11 realms of the Federation. But the number of people is too large. The number of martial artists is more than that of psychics, mecha masters, and mind masters combined. And it is a real civilian profession. Therefore, the number of high-level professionals is also the largest. If something leaks out from the gaps between the fingers, it is enough to make the middle and low-level martial arts professionals below excited for a long time. However, for now, practice is the main thing. Fang Xing blood and chi surged all over his body. An array of light emerged, making his body almost translucent. Faintly, the 72 evil points were scattered all over the place, all flashing with colorful luster. The 5 elements of evil spirits are matched with the Qiantianqing gang. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is the Qianquan 5 elements, which is a perfect match. The vastness of the world is all in it. Fang Xing took a deep breath. A stream of air rolled up a Qiantianqing gang and was swallowed into his body. In an instant, a silver-white light lit up in Fang Xing's body like an earthworm, coming out from one evil point and penetrating into another evil point. What followed was a sharp pain like scraping bones and taking marrow. Fang Xing's expression remained unchanged, allowing the gangmai to grow and connect one acupoint after another, until it penetrated the 6 major evil points. The gangmai on this arm stabilized, making Fang Xing feel that the circulation of the golden elixir energy was smoother. The 6 evil points can penetrate a channel. A total of 12 channels. This is somewhat similar to the concept of the 12 meridians in ancient martial arts. Later, technological progress proved that there are no acupoints and meridians in the human body. Originally, there were none. But using cosmic energy, it is possible to open up real meridians and acupoints in the body, thus transforming oneself into a semi-energy body, greatly increasing lifespan, and being able to adapt to various extreme environments. Fang Xing felt that he should be able to survive in outer space with his physical body now. In other words, only after the martial arts golden elixir can one be called a real astronaut. Even the race is different from ordinary humans. This feeling is really different. The warriors in the outer scene can rely on the power of the domain to survive in the space environment for a short time. But the power of the domain will always be exhausted. The martial arts golden elixir is different. After practicing the Ganglai, you can directly absorb energy such as cosmic rays without eating or drinking. When the 12 Gangmai are completely condensed, I will be a golden elixir and can break through the Vidra realm. Why don't we wait a while? After all, the Vidra realm cannot participate in the competition. Chapter 217 Arrival. Above the golden desert, 3 suns were across the sky, blazing hot, as if to melt the gravel into glass. Fang Xing emerged, wearing a mask on his face. He unfolded his Jin Dan domain, and immediately found the enemy a mile away. A golden light emerged, and it turned out to be the same Jin Dan domain. The power of the 2 domains entangled and offset each other, making the void of the desert seem a little distorted. Humph! Just participating in a virtual event. You have to hide your head and show your tail. The contestant on the opposite side was a big man, wearing a tiger skin robe. Looking mighty? Hee, you don't understand this. Isn't surfing the internet just to enjoy the anonymity of recklessness? Fang Xing laughed, stepped forward, opened his 5 fingers, and turned into a palm to press down. This is certainly not the great Sun Tathagata palm, but after performing it twice, he can be regarded as a similar case, and has a lot of insights in palm-based martial arts. It was a good time to test his opponent. He slapped out with his palm, and the sky seemed to collapse and press down horizontally. Damn! The tiger-skinned man was instantly slapped into the desert and ate a mouthful of sand. What a powerful S-level palm technique. How come I haven't heard of it? The latest martial arts? No. It's the heaven-covering hand I created. Fang Xing answered, moving his 5 fingers. The sand and gravel from all directions instantly gathered in the middle, turning into a golden mountain, pressing the tiger-skinned man down. This is the 5-finger mountain. The tiger-skinned man was immediately pressed under the mountain, like a monkey, but he laughed loudly on his face. Good. A good 5-finger mountain. Old John is convinced. I am John Liahu from the Tiger Star. I originally thought I was pretty good in the martial arts golden elixir, but this time I really opened my eyes. Brother. Add a contact number. After being defeated, he was very open-minded. The martial world is dangerous. I never leave my name. Fang Xing waved his hand, received the virtual message, and immediately turned into a fluorescent light and dissipated. Damn! Pretender. Be struck by lightning. John Liahu cursed, and fell into deep thought. Do you think I'm stupid? Such a powerful palm method must be related to the Tathagata palm of Blue Star University. An outstanding graduate of Blue Star University? Alas, the gap between people is really bigger than that of dogs. Blue Star. Villa basement. Sure enough. Although the injuries in the virtual space are fake, the martial arts experience is real. After this wave of martial arts competitions, the Federation Martial Arts will definitely usher in a great development. If in the future, the martial arts saints and martial arts gods can act freely in the virtual space, maybe the realm above the martial arts gods can be opened up. Fang Xing muttered to himself. Since ancient times, the pioneers have always been the most difficult, especially the peak of martial arts. For a martial artist who has reached the top, no one knows whether the next step will be a step to heaven or a fall into the abyss and be shattered to pieces. Once there is a virtual space, the error tolerance rate will be greatly improved, and there will be more directions that can be verified. He turned his eyes and looked at the attribute column. Whether it is the heaven-covering hand or the 5-finger mountain, they are just residual moves. Are they counted into the 4 wonders of star martial arts? In addition, the golden elixir has been perfected and can break through the Vidra realm at any time. Just after the competition, the organizer of this martial arts competition is still a bit stingy. Defeating a golden elixir is not even up to the standard of the evil spirit crystal. There are so many talents in the universe. Fang Xing major evil points in his body have been penetrated by the 12 Gangmai. With a slight movement, he felt that the 12 Gangmai were absorbing the energy of the universe, and the efficiency was dozens of times higher than before. With this level of cultivation, who can defeat me among the martial arts golden elixir? He smiled and looked at the dragon elephant Vidra indestructible divine ability again. We can't slack off on this body-refining magical power. If we can cultivate it to the perfection of the Grandmaster, then after the Vajra realm, it should be easy to directly achieve the 7th transformation of the Golden Pill and the Great Golden Body. Practice a little more. With my Purple Vein Longevity Golden Pill, it will be easy to achieve the Great Vajra realm. Fangxing looked at the communicator again and found that the next game would be in 13 days. So he immediately decided to retreat for a while. He has reached the pinnacle in martial arts and golden pills, so he can continue to explore the secrets of the evil god world. Quack! A few crows landed on the dark branches without leaves, making hoarse and unpleasant owls. A carriage passed slowly on the road. Sophia lowered the curtains and felt a little emotional about the long journey. Finally, we are at the headquarters of the glorious church, the Holy Mountain. Along the way, she went through several principalities and kingdoms and encountered unimaginable dangers. If it weren't for the guards and funds provided by the Duke of Tulip. Of course, the most important thing was the protection of the wandering night wall. She would probably die on the road. More importantly, the mysterious Lord Star did not follow them all the way, and even complained that they were traveling too slowly. Ta-ta! At this moment, a group of cavalry suddenly came from the front. This group of cavalrymen were all wearing white armor and riding tall white horses. Each of them looked like a knight walking out of the light. It's the Knights of the Holy See. Sophia's eyes lit up. The Knights are a force directly under the glorious Holy See. They are also known as the Knights of Light, the Glorious Knights, the Holy Knights, etc. It is said that the selection of each knight is extremely strict. So those who pass the selection are extremely handsome, strictly abide by the moral character of the knight, and are the most perfect gentlemen. He is simply the dream lover of countless noble girls. Below the Holy Mountain. Stop! A blonde knight came to the front of the caravan, suddenly froze, and looked at Wall. You are Captain Wall? No! The exiled Wall? Wall looked at the man. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Andrew, you have grown up a lot. You sinner. The cardinals have not judged your crimes. You are blessed by God. How dare you return to the Holy Mountain? Andrew's face was full of anger, and even the knights behind him seemed to have hostility. I am just escorting the saint of the Tulip Dukedom. I will not step into the Holy Mountain and the land of light at the foot of the Holy Mountain. Wall solemnly promised, waved his hand to let the caravan continue to move forward, and a knight stepped forward and handed over the wax seal document. Looking at the wax seal mark in the shape of a tulip, Andrew nodded. Your Highness, the next journey will be escorted by our team. In the name of glory, we will protect your safety. Sophia looked at Wall with a trace of uneasiness and pleading on her face. She really didn't want to go to the glorious church alone. But Wall just stood under the old tree and waved. Finally, the carriage and the knights gradually went away. Wall looked at this scene, and the bitter smile on his face became more and more intense. Just when he wanted to find a bar to have a good drink, a voice suddenly came from behind. Aren't you worried about Sophia? It's obvious. This saint seems to have fallen in love with you on the way. Star. Wall turned around and saw Fangxing, then frowned. The saint must maintain her chastity. You, a foreigner, should stop saying such things under the Holy Mountain. Otherwise you will be easily attacked. Okay. Then. Fangxing pouted. Do you have any way to let me meet the black-robed archbishop in charge of the secret code? I am just a wandering knight now. What can I do? Wall shrugged his shoulders. What's more, what the glorious church hates most are heretics, pagans, and foreigners. I suggest you don't reveal the identity of foreigners. Otherwise you might be caught by the church and do something very terrible. What? Are you going to burn me to death like you did to the witch? Fangxing certainly knew that burning witches to death was a ritual to seal the spirit. However, if someone came to burn him now, it would only get a very terrible result. Well, it seems that we can only go for a drink. He shrugged his shoulders, and didn't seem very disappointed. Wall instinctively felt that there was a conspiracy. After all, this star was a person who could easily surrender and seal the Great Spirit, even in the glorious church. He was worthy of canonization. However, he thought about it and felt that Fangxing couldn't do anything. So he could only say, why don't we go to the fire bar? I know their drinks are very good, and there is a very hot proprietress. Wall, how many years have you been wandering? No matter how hot the proprietress is, she can't resist the passage of time. Fangxing's tone was filled with a hint of disgust. At the same time, his spiritual power had already spread out and marked Sophia. At this time, the glorious church had already declined to a certain extent, and it was a very strange thing to select a saint. Holy Mountain. This is the dream of most of the lower-class poor in this world. When she stepped on the holy mountain for the first time, Sophia thought she would kneel down and kiss this sacred land. But in fact, she didn't. For some reason, the scene of the dragon spirit wings sweeping across the golden city suddenly appeared in her mind. Andrew led the way in front, and the two sides passed through a layer of doors built of white marble. And Sophia saw an old man. The other person was only wearing a linen robe, without any decoration on his body, looking extremely plain, with a bald head and wrinkled face. According to the rules of the cardinals, the first night of the newly ordained saint must be spent in the original church. The old man made a hoarse voice. Yes. Andrew bowed hurriedly. After the old man left, Sophia whispered, "Who is that gentleman?" "Your Holiness," Andrew said respectfully, "the servant of." Chapter 218 Holy Mountain. Original Church. If the Holy Mountain is the birthplace of the Lord of Radiance, then this is the first church of the Radiance Church, which has an unimaginable status in the church system. Compared with other magnificent churches, the original church, even after expansion, is still very small. It can only accommodate hundreds of people to pray together, compared with those cathedrals that can easily accommodate 1,000 people to listen to the pastor's sermons. It is naturally nothing. Click! The heavy church door slowly closed. Sophia, wearing the white robe of the saint, looked at the burning candlesticks and suddenly felt a little cold. She came to the statue of the Lord of Radiance and knelt down to pray. She was originally a devout believer and was ready to pray all night to make her soul closer to the radiance. But I didn't expect that the Lord of Radiance here actually has a statue. Although the faith of the Radiance Church is spread all over the earth, most of the Radiance churches do not have statues. The only thing was a stone slab depicting the sun and the moon, representing light. It was the thing that was stepped on by the wizard of the Sada cult when Feng Xing went to the church for the first time. In other words, the Lord of Radiance is just a mark, a symbol. But in the original church, he has become a personal god. Sophia looked up and saw a very handsome young man. He seemed to be standing in a huge shell, with his upper body naked and something wrapped around his waist. It seemed a broken umbilical cord. No. How could such filthy and untied things be wrapped around a god? I must have seen it wrong. It was a special belt. Sophia lowered her head quickly and secretly rebuked her own thoughts. God, please forgive my sins. Sophia couldn't help but murmur a prayer. As if hearing her prayer, a part of the ground in the original church suddenly sank, revealing an underground passage going down. This, Sophia looked up in astonishment, looking at the extremely handsome face of the Lord of Radiance, and was somewhat speechless. There seemed to be a trace of pity and a smile in the youthful eyes of the Lord of Light. From the underground passage, there seemed to be an inexplicable voice, calling out something. "It's okay if you just take a look, right?" Sophia couldn't hold back her desire after all, and walked into the underground passage with a golden candlestick in her hand. The underground passage was very short, and it reached the end in just a few steps. Sophia saw an underground church, which was almost a one-to-one replica of the church on the ground. However, there were no benches for believers to pray and sit, nor were there statues of the Lord of Light. Instead, there were eerie and terrifying torture instruments. She saw the torture rack, the saw stained with blood and rust. She saw the standing iron coffin, which seemed to be full of sharp iron nails. She saw a chair full of nails, and there was a burning brazier underneath, from which countless witches seemed to shout. She also saw a strangely shaped wooden donkey, on the back of which there was a bloody cone. We are all sinners who bear the 7 deadly sins. Only after going through many hellish sufferings and washing away all the sins on our bodies can we truly see the glory. Sophia's eyes were blank, and she murmured. She walked past one hideous and terrifying torture instrument after another and came to the end of the cellar. She saw statues of saints, who were once the most prominent figures in the glorious church, and had made countless great achievements, and were praised by the world even after their death. It is even rumored that after being canonized, their souls have returned to the Lord of Light and have been with God for a long time. She saw an old woman, a blacksmith, a knight, Saint Mary, Saint Lavian, Saint Longinus. The gray-white marble statues were lifelike, allowing Sophia to easily recognize the names of these saints. Suddenly, A sound of marble cracking was heard above the statue of Saint Longinus. Sophia looked up in astonishment and saw that the lower jaw of the statue of Saint Longinus had cracked, revealing flesh and blood, and a big mouth full of sharp teeth. The same changes occurred on other statues. Tears flowed from the corners of Sophia's eyes involuntarily, and she saw a few blood-stained white robes in the corners. That was the clothes of other saints. Glory! Sophia cried silently. Originally, she thought that only evil spirits from all over the world would harm humans. I didn't expect that the group of saints of the glorious church, which is the faith of mankind, are the monsters that need to be fed by countless saints. At the same time, on the holy mountain. Oh! In the forbidden book library. Fang Xing, who was reading a secret book, looked up. Did he reveal his true face? After drinking a glass of wine with Wall, he was too lazy to watch him flirt with the middle-aged proprietress, and returned to the holy mountain after leaving a message. With his martial power, it was naturally not a big problem to sneak into the library. After all, according to the information obtained before, the original spirit can no longer descend to the mortal world. With the great sun Tathagata by his side, he naturally has no taboos. And how can the original spirit not eat people? They have completely become evil gods. It is precisely because of this that I am unwilling to achieve the original spirit, even if this can get the fighting power of the martial saint or even the martial god the fastest. And the restrictions are too great. Fang Xing shook his head and looked into the depths of the forbidden book area again. What he wanted to see most was the creation slate that was said to be born with the Lord of Radiance. But he could sense that there was a tight seal in the depths of the library. Although it is not a big problem to break in by force, it will definitely alarm the entire holy mountain. I'm counting on you, Wall. Don't let me down. Fang Xing looked down the mountain, with expectation in his eyes. The foot of the holy mountain. Wall, who was flirting with the proprietress, had stepped on the land of the holy mountain again without knowing when. Exile Wall. How dare you violate the laws of the cardinals? When Andrew saw Wall, his expression changed. I swear, I will not fear the powerful. I swear, I will protect the weak. Wall took one step at a time, with an indescribable firmness on his face, thinking of the last reminder left by Star, who left without saying goodbye. He was still upset. Stop! Andrew fighting spirit was burning. If you take another step forward, I will use the power of the Holy Sea Knights to kill you here. Get out. Red scales covered his palm, and Wall waved his hand casually. There seemed to be a faint dragon roar in the void, and the burning fighting spirit turned into a big hand, slapping Andrew directly away. Puff! Andrew crashed into a ruin, his body covered with stones, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. How could he be so strong? But it's useless. This is the holy mountain. Just as he was thinking, Wall had already slapped a team of paladins away, and came to the halfway point of the holy mountain. Wall, a cardinal archbishop in a black robe, stood in the night, and behind him seemed to be a powerful spirit. After so many years of glory, even the church gradually decayed. What was shown was a kind of superiors taking the inferiors for granted. Even if they were weak, those powerful people had to obey orders. You violated the will of God. I declare in the name of the Judge Cardinal. Cough. Cough. The black-robed archbishop's voice was solemn. But before he finished speaking, he found that an unbearable and violent cough was invading him. This is a spirit? You also carry a spirit? He looked at Wall in surprise. When will the glorious church seal spirits in human bodies? Wall's face was covered with red scales, as if he had turned into a half-dragon. Dragon spirits are great spirits, and they are only more bloodthirsty than ordinary spirits. And the last time Fang Xing seemed to have added something special when sealing it, such as the ability of the cat-eating god. Cough, cough. Coughs were heard all around. Whether it was the knights, the servants, the priests, the bishops, even the black-robed archbishops, they were all coughing violently, having difficulty breathing, and even more difficult to speak. What's more, they had already coughed up blood and internal organs. This is the killing pattern of the dragon spirit outside of the dragon flame. The dragon cough. As long as people are within a certain range of Wall, they will suffer from the dragon cough disease, have difficulty breathing, and eventually die miserably. Bold. A glow rose from the top of the holy mountain, effectively suppressing the symptoms of the dragon cough. One by one, the black-robed archbishops were rushing over, and even the Pope was looking at them. Even if it was declining, The glorious church was still the overlord that had ruled a world for countless years, and had countless foundations. If it was just a big spirit, it would eventually be suppressed. I will implement my way of knighthood. Wall roared to the sky, and a terrifying flame erupted behind him. A red dragon could be seen roaring faintly. Well done. Fang Xing put down the secret book in his hand, felt the violent commotion outside, and stretched out his 5 fingers. A huge palm print emerged and slapped deep in the forbidden book area. The hand that covered the sky. Countless objects around were activated, and they turned into weapons to kill Fang Xing. In the darkness, a thin-faced old man wearing glasses walked out. He was wearing a black robe, and he was the Cardinal Archbishop who was responsible for the forbidden books. It's so chaotic down there. And you actually came over to read books? You deserve to be beaten. Fang Xing chuckled, and the 5-finger mountain came out. The 5 elements of heaven and earth gathered together, as if turning into a heavy mountain, pressing the old man under the mountain. Even if a great spirit emerged from the old man and was struggling, it was useless. Oh! A great spirit was sealed among these black-robed trash. You are considered to be a relatively strong one. Fang Xing walked past the old man who could not move, commented leisurely, and walked into the depths of the forbidden book area. There were no other books here. Only a gray-white stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were dark brown bloodstains, written in lines of taboo words. Chapter 219, The Road Ahead. The dark brown bloodstains had long dried up, but Fang Xing actually felt that they had an inexplicable vitality hidden in them, like dark red veins, and even forming streams, rivers, and seas. It seemed that they were originally living things. Even after certain conditions were met, a new life would be born. Just by looking at it, there was a strong pollution, making Fang Xing blood seem to boil. At the critical moment, the great sun relics on his forehead slowly moved, making his eyes clear again. The purple-veined golden pill flashed with light, and immediately suppressed the deformation of various parts of the body, and it was restored to its original state. What a powerful pollution! It can make me like this. Is it the blood of the ruler? Fang Xing looked at the bloodstains, and had the answer in his heart. This was not only his own judgment, but also the desire of the great sun Tathagata mantra. Everything indicates that these bloodstains are suspected to be divine blood. Fortunately, with my current cultivation, I can remain rational even when facing the projection of the evil god from outside the domain. And the corpse and blood are fine. After reaching the Vajra realm, there is a high probability that I can face the evil god from outside the domain in person. Alive. Fang Xing touched his forehead. Just now, along with the powerful pollution, there was also a lot of information. 90% of them were all kinds of miscellaneous content, including various supernova explosions, primitive people's crazy and bloody sacrifices, and various strange creatures' sacrificial activities, etc., bringing coldness and bloodthirstiness. The remaining point is the content worth paying attention to. Light comes from the mother body. The mother body comes from dreams. Dreams are the authority of the Creator, the Father of everything, the Mother of everything. Fang Xing murmured, as if he had grasped the veins of countless rulers. So those lower and upper rulers really have a unified source? They come from a dream? Or the Creator who controls the dream? What a bizarre and strange dream that can give birth to so many evil gods. Has that Creator been sleeping all the time? But I'm afraid that his combat power is difficult to contain even in the 12 realms. He is the real 13th realm. Once he wakes up, it will be a catastrophe for the Blue Star Federation? Apart from these descriptions of creation, there is nothing worth noting on this stone tablet. No wonder the glorious church doesn't pay much attention to it. Fang Xing touched the storage ring on his finger and took the Genesis slate and the forbidden books nearby. Then, a golden light flashed on his body, like a golden sun. The 12 meridians around his body flashed, consuming a large amount of energy around him. Then, it turned into a golden line and fell into the ground of the original church. Boom! Wall, who was fighting bloody battles halfway up the mountain, saw a golden sun erupting on the holy mountain. A group of evil spirits that have already ascended. Don't descend to eat people with your power. Fang Xing snorted coldly, holding the unconscious Sophia in his hands, came to the air, and threw Sophia to Wall casually. Let's go. I will take care of the next things. He came from the light, which means light. Wall caught Sophia, but tears flowed from his eyes. looking at the black-robed archbishops. Are you all crazy? See? What a holy and great light. He is the Son of God, the will of the Lord of Light, who let him come here to sweep away all sins. You can forget it. Speaking of the Son of God, Fang Xing was the first to be speechless. Of course he knew who the real Son of God was. The Lord of Radiance had already broken free from the constraints of the Matrix and successfully reincarnated. In this world, there was already a spawn of the evil god in the making, and it might be doomed to be destroyed in the future. After all, although I can now perform a few moves of the great Sun Tathagata palm, it can only last for a short time. But the spawn of the evil god needs a group of martial saints, or even martial gods to surround and kill. This spawn of the evil god completely sees the essence and authority of the Matrix, and might even be the resurrection of the Pale Matrix, and might not be the 8th realm, but the 9th realm combat power. Wall's words obviously confused the priests and knights around him. But soon, a beam of light fell, and an old man in a white robe, wearing a golden crown and holding a golden scepter descended. He is the Pope Henry III of the Church of Radiance. In the name of Radiance, he is not the Son of God, but an evil wizard, Henry III said in a magnificent voice, and sentenced Fang Xing to death. He should be sent to the stake. Ha. Isn't it easier to do this? Fang Xing's eyes flashed with 2 golden spots, and he could see how difficult this pope was. Behind him, there stood the phantoms of saints one after another. This was the power of the origin spirit of the Holy See, and this pope was the spokesperson of that group of origin spirits. The power was superimposed, and even reached the level of the original spirit. Why don't you hurry up? Fang Xing shouted coldly, and Wall could only shout helplessly, turning into a huge red fire dragon, holding Sophia in his claws, flapping his bat-like wings, and quickly flew high into the sky, away from the holy mountain. In this short period of time, Fang Xing felt that he had experienced dozens of waves of great spirit-level corrosion, from the cold wind, to a certain law that would kill anyone who saw it, and even flames. Corrosion. After accommodating the Great Spirit, people will gradually become inhuman. In his eyes, the bodies of the less useless black archbishops began to rot, and blood flowed from their facial features. The most terrifying one was Pope Henry III. The other party turned the golden scepter in his hand that represented the authority of the Pope, and after opening it, there was a black broken finger inside. On the broken finger, a strong evil god pollution completely erupted. I can't wait any longer. The great sun seal appeared between Fang Xing's eyebrows, and he raised his right palm and placed it on his chest. Behind him, a round of scarlet sun appeared. In the scarlet sun, there was the great Sun Tathagata, who had 32 perfect phases and looked like Fang Xing. At this time, the great Sun Tathagata bent his golden arm, stretched out his 5 fingers, and turned into a palm. The first style of the great Sun Tathagata palm, Great Sun Shining. Boom! A round of scarlet sun enveloped the entire holy mountain. The terrifying light and heat spread all around, so violent that it dispersed the dark clouds in the sky, causing Wall, who had transformed into a red dragon in the sky, to tremble. On the dragon claw, Sophia, who was originally unconscious, woke up and saw the huge vertical pupil of the red dragon. I was captured by the dragon. No. You are Wall? Sophia almost cried with joy. What are you looking at? I'm looking at the sun. Wall's voice was deep. The glory is gone. The sun god has descended on his favor. Blue star. Blue Sea District number 69. A silver light flashed, and Fang Xing figure emerged. Such a corrupt church. If you don't slap it, you will be unhappy in the end. Under his palm, even the so-called immortal spirits will only end up in ashes. But at the last moment, Fang Xing caught a trace of the Lord of Glory. According to previous speculation, the other party cut the umbilical cord connecting him and the pale mother body with death, avoiding the tragic fate of being used as a backup for resurrection. At this time, he should have been truly born into the world, a descendant of the evil god. Even, he has grown up. I sensed him, and he sensed me. It seems that it is best not to go to that world unless I reach the realm of martial saint or even martial god in the future. Fortunately, I have taken almost all the benefits that can be obtained. Fang Xing touched his storage ring. It must be said that these storage equipment in the world of immortal cultivation are indeed rare and good things. And after killing many Jindan cultivators in a row, especially the Jindan from the demonic Yuaning sect, His storage equipment has been greatly expanded, and he does not need to serve as the 18-bag elder of the beggar gang as before. There is still something to study about the creation slate, although the research results of those forbidden books are bloody and cruel. The Nine Swords Academy will definitely want them, especially the human body data and the results of semi-dependency. Especially on the creation slate there is also God's blood. Even if the divinity in the essence of Basya is exhausted, these God's blood can replace it. After experiencing such a special world, Fang Xing felt that he needed to relax. From a psychological point of view, this is because too many negative emotions have been accumulated and need to be vented. Fortunately, the Federation has an extremely developed industry in this area. Xiaolan. Fang Xing walked out of the villa, came to the back garden, and shouted. The blue private spaceship immediately lit up, and the artificial intelligence attached to Xiaolan respectfully opened the cabin door. Master, what do you want? Let's go to the entertainment planet for a good stroll. Although the taxi driver had recommended it before. In reality, with money, there is heaven-like service everywhere. A few days later, sure enough, no matter how real the virtual universe is, it is not as real as reality. The adventure project in that magical continent is good, and it is actually hosted by a beaster girl. She feels even prettier than Shirwanwan. Fang Xing returned to his villa, his face full of aftertaste. After resting for another half an hour, he laid down in the holographic virtual cabin. Warrior Meteor. Fighting against the superpower storm. The news of the battle of the Federation Holographic Universe Company came. Fang Xing's face was covered with a familiar mask, and he felt a little excited. Finally, I met a 6th level superpower. Every battle was against a warrior, and I almost vomited. This time, I finally met a different opponent, but I still hope to meet a 6th level Mecha Master. The strength of a Mecha Master is not easy to evaluate, and it is basically closely related to the Mecha. For example, if the rich woman Zhong Yuxiu, whom Fang Xing knows, drives a 6th level mecha, she is naturally a 6th level mecha master. But if she drives a 7th level mecha, she is a 7th level mecha master. Fang Xing is now also thinking about whether his own martial saint should earn a lot of resources to tailor a martial god mecha for himself. After all, the federal martial god is only a 9th level combat power, and must wear a mecha to have a 10th level combat power. However, this involves a lot. If you are not a member of the Federation, I am afraid you will not be able to get a number. To build a mecha out of nothing is much more difficult than building a battleship. I don't know how many planets' factories need to be linked, especially such a high-end one. Even, the mecha is not just built. It must be maintained and repaired all the time. Just thinking about it makes me feel dizzy. The mecha master is the most troublesome. So I might as well give up this plan to improve my strength with external objects, and rush to the 10th realm of martial arts in one go. After all, I created the way of immortal martial arts. So there is always a way to break through. In fact, Fang Xing is so sure because he knows that there are still realms above the transformation of gods in the world of immortal cultivation. And it is the path that predecessors have walked. Therefore, when he achieves martial god, which is equivalent to the transformation of immortal gods, he may be able to draw inferences from the cultivation techniques, and find a way to be promoted to martial god. For other warriors, this is impossible. The immortal system and the martial arts system are completely different. Even if you get the techniques after the transformation of gods, it cannot be said that there is no reference value at all. But it is better than nothing. But for Fang Xing, the meaning is completely different. After all, an immortal warrior can be considered half an immortal cultivator, drawing nutrition from immortal cultivators, and after breaking through, helping martial arts to break through. Although there should be many problems, it is a visible and tangible road. The immortal cultivation world must pay more attention to it. Fang Xing sighed in his heart, and saw the surrounding environment change. And he had come to a swamp. In the distance, a storm gathered and turned into dark clouds, with thunder rolling faintly in the middle. In the center of the storm, there was another figure. The other party was wearing a black tactical tights and goggles, and was also an anonymous player. The storm-type psychic of the 6th realm is not a half-alien and half-martial arts path, but a pure psychic. Good. Fang Xing laughed loudly, and a golden elixir domain emerged, covering the surroundings. The storm thunder that had just invaded was reduced by 50% in an instant. A thunder struck down and hit his head, and was directly blocked by the golden armor flashing around his body. Now Fang Xing Dragon Elephant Vidra Indestructible Divine Power is close to the perfection of the Grandmaster. And it is already a defense that many Vidra Realm warriors can hardly reach. This little thunder, naturally, was not hurt at all. But his expression was a little strange. Is this considered struck by thunder? Am I pretending to be cool? I'm not. Whoosh. A figure flashed. He walked in the air, ignoring the thunder purgatory bombarding himself, and came in front of the sixth realm supernatural person and slapped him. Puff! The palm shadow passed by, only catching a ball of lightning. The figure seemed to be made entirely of wind and thunder, and it dispersed and recondensed dozens of meters away. Well, can a sixth-level psychic already turn his whole body into energy? Even if it lasts only for a short time. And it is not accomplished through the transformation of the 72 evil points and 12 chi channels. Fang Xing nodded, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Five-finger mountain. He slowly clenched his 5 fingers, and the 5 elements in the void suddenly gathered in the middle, forming an illusory 5-finger mountain, pressing down on the 6th-level psychic. After blocking the opponent's retreat, he rushed forward, and the heaven-shaking hand came out, slapping the opponent's goggles. The face-slapping demon reappears in the arena. Chapter 220 Eastward. Ah! I'm going crazy. I'm going to beat him to death. In the military camp, Su Sanong, who already wears a star, looked at the communication screen and scratched his head. Who offended you? Ah! I don't know. He's anonymous. I'm so angry. He slapped me hard, and my head was crooked. A girl wearing glasses said angrily. Oh, it's a virtual battle. Then it's okay. Su Sanong looked indifferent. What's the difference between this and losing a game? What about you? He stared at his sister carefully. Not bad. I've been worried that you become a 3-no girl. I rarely see you so angry. The girl immediately restrained her anger, and her face became expressionless. Bad brother. You don't stand up for me? Be careful, I report you. What are you reporting me for? I was a psychopath before, and I didn't break the law in anything. Su Sanong lay on the sofa. Besides, there are multiple factions behind the Federal Holographic Universe Company, and they are powerful. It's not impossible to get data from its backstage, but the cost is too high for your personal venting. Who in your family agrees? I don't care. I don't care. The girl had no choice but to play dirty. Oh, no. The alien army from Taehuxing is coming. I have to go to the front line. The signal here is not good. I'm hanging up. Su Sanong hung up the call and touched his chin. A slap in the face? Somewhat familiar feeling. Cultivation World. Tianjin Sect. Jinyuan Peak. In the retreat room, Fang Xing was bare-chested, and in front of him was the stone jar containing the 1,000-year-old stone milk. But at this time, it was empty. He was full of sharp energy, and the terrifying spiritual energy poured in, making his cultivation rapidly increase. In the Dantian Chi Si, another round platinum-colored sword ball emerged. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Fang Xing opened his eyes. Is it the late stage of foundation building? According to the time concept of the cultivation world, his retreat time was not very long, but he directly broke through the bottleneck of the late stage of foundation building. This kind of cultivation speed would make people crazy if they told others about it. Of course, the resources consumed were also extremely terrifying. Half a can of Millennium Stone milk, which is very useful for Gene Dan cultivators, and a large number of top-grade elixirs. Even if you exchange it for Gene Dan, you might be able to get 1 or 2. Of course, it's only close in value, and the real big sex will not let Gene Dan flow out. Unfortunately, it's all used up. And from the late stage of foundation building to the perfect foundation building, although it's just the accumulation of mana, there is still a long way to go. If it was the previous book of gold transformation, Fang Xing might have already completed the foundation building and could impact the Gene Dan. However, the Great Freedom Black Gold Sword Classic emphasizes a solid foundation, and the perfect foundation building requires 365 drops of liquid mana. And Fang Xing is not afraid of bottlenecks, but afraid of slow work. So, we still have to go to dying, where the resources are the most abundant. Even the best Gene Dan is there. Fang Xing fell into deep thought. How old am I now? In a few years, I won't be 40 yet. If I can form a golden elixir directly, it will scare people to death. especially since the great elder of the sect has returned to take charge. Condensing the immortal golden elixir under his eyes? It seems a bit risky. As a person with too many secrets, he naturally doesn't like to be neighbors with cultivators who are several levels higher. So after the retreat and breakthrough, Fang Xing immediately used the secret technique of restraining his breath, so that his own cultivation breath fell back to the middle stage of foundation building to avoid being too conspicuous. Now that the war is over, at least it is a stalemate, I will find an excuse to go down the mountain and travel, which is not a big problem. After all, sword cultivators have to sharpen their swords all over the world. Now that the pond here is too small, it is reasonable to choose to go to the most prosperous dying cultivation world in the cultivated wasteland. Fang Xing decided to reveal part of his plan to the sect. After all, the Tianjian sect has many connections with the righteous Yuanying sects over there, and there are regular caravans and safe routes. If you can get a little help, it is better to get a little help. As soon as he went out, he found that the atmosphere of the sect had changed. There was no longer the fierce sword fighting. On the contrary, there was a sense of respect between teachers, friends and brothers. Even the sword cultivation sect was not crazy enough to like fighting every day. Now too many people have died in the Jindan and Jianji, and they have occupied many spiritual veins and resource areas. With more resources, there is no need to fight? Fang Xing thought of a reason. The current Tianjian sect may have reached the point where it has to recuperate. It is even possible to close the mountain for 100 years if you are not careful. If you don't run, you will have no chance. Outer Hall. Where is Deacon Shui? Fang Xing pressed down the sword light, thought of the old man fishing, and asked. Several Outer Hall disciples beside him were stunned and replied in a whisper, reporting the true teaching. Deacon Shui has died in the battle. Oh, so many old friends have died. Fang Xing sighed, asked a few more questions, and found that the Deacon Huang also died in the Battle of Wanshou Mountain. It can only be said that the fake infant cultivators bully the weak with their strength, and they are so powerful. Strictly speaking, I have avenged you, and it is worth our previous friendship. He frowned. Who is the deacon in the outer hall now? Take me there. Yes. The outer hall disciple did not dare to neglect, and invited Fang Xing into a room. Not long after, a female fake Dan cultivator in a red robe came in. Outer Hall Zhao Yingying. Meet Master Jianzi. Zhao Yingying is an outer hall disciple, and has a fake Dan uncle who belongs to the main sect disciple of Tianjin sect. He has been practicing qi and building foundation all the way. He was lucky in this battle, and made several contributions. With the help of his uncle, he obtained a Biyuan Dan. This pill is a substitute for the Jiejing Dan, and its effect is only about 30% of the Jiejing Dan. This woman is also a resolute person. After the exchange, she went into seclusion directly. Unfortunately, she failed to condense the real pill, so she could only condense a fake pill instead. And then she was promoted to the outer hall deacon, the world's immortal cultivation talents. In fact, can build a foundation and step into the door of true cultivation, which is more than 90% of the cultivators. The natural barrier of the Dan formation is not false. The first reason why Zhao Yingying is so respectful to Fang Xing is naturally because the real sword master is comparable to the Dan formation elders in the outer hall. The second reason is because this sword master record is amazing. Even the fake pills, and even the Dan formation of the Yuanying sect. For fear that one will make the other uncomfortable, he will fight with swords to decide life and death. In the Tianjin sect, if you are killed by such a challenge, especially if you are a fake pill, there will definitely be not many people who sympathize with you. Well, does our sect have a caravan going to dying? How is the trade route now? Fang Xing got straight to the point. Trade caravan? Of course there was one before. But after the war between good and evil, our caravan entered the dying cultivation world. And it was the territory of a demonic Yuanying sect. The Jiuying sect? If they had given us some face before. But when the war started, the trade route was cut off. Zhao Yingying explained. Will the first Yuanying sect that Tianjin sect will contact be the demonic sect? Fang Xing nodded, revealing a smile that made Zhao Yingying thrilled. Not bad. He was not ready to go over and kill people as Zhao Yingying expected. But he just thought it was easier to sell stolen goods in the demonic sect's territory. After all, he had a lot of demonic magic weapons and materials on him. If he was in the righteous sect's territory, first of all, it would be inconvenient to sell them. And secondly, the price would be very low. Once he arrived at the demonic sect, there would be no taboos. Some families in Dongdu will form some small caravans privately. Although it is dangerous, there is a way to bypass the Jiuying sect. Zhao Yingying hesitated and provided a new idea. Well, first give me the route map of our sect, as well as the distribution of forces and intelligence information of the dying Xiuxian world. Give me a copy. Fang Xing waved his hand. This kind of chores must be done by his subordinates. A moment later, a golden light flew out of the sword peak, flashed, and went east. The dying Xiuxian world is not far away. I can reach it in about 10 days if I travel alone with my sword. Of course, I am a Jinan warrior. If I change to the escape light of a foundation building cultivator, it is not easy to say. As for the risks on the road, a Jinan cultivator is enough to make the journey. Even the Jiuying sect of the dying Xiuxian world only has a demon king in the early Yuanying stage. If Fang Xing is really provoked, it is not certain who will die. Therefore, he decided to set off along the caravan route and enter the territory of the Jiuying sect, so that he could sell the stolen goods and find the spiritual objects he needed. Fang Xing rushed all the way to the eastern part of Qi State, and then changed a flying magic weapon. This magic weapon is called Blood Cloud Bag, which was taken out from the storage bag of the third hall master of the Blood River Hall. After it is unfolded, it can turn into a blood cloud. It is a low-grade magic weapon, and is not very useful. It can be used for flying, and can reach the speed of ordinary early Jindan cultivators, but the consumption is very low. In addition, under the cover of this blood cloud, if it is a Qi training or foundation building cultivator, it will turn into pus and blood in an instant. Of course, it is of no use to fake Dan or Jindan cultivators. Therefore, it is a pure blood magic flying magic weapon. Fang Xing dared to take out this kind of magic weapon only when he was near the border. Otherwise, it would be easy to be beaten if used in the Qi state's righteous range. However, after going to the Nine Infant sect, it was a different style, and it was easier to integrate into the local area. It is naturally the most convenient for the demon cultivators to act in the demon area. The art of disguise is simple. The key is to change the breath. The demon aura of the demon cultivator is easy to imitate. No matter the secret art, talisman, elixir can easily do it, but it is a bit difficult to hide from the high-level cultivators. Fang Xing sat in the blood cloud, thinking secretly, there is certainly no content of disguise in the Great Freedom Xianjin sword cannon, and the orthodox sword cultivators never disdain this. Fortunately, there are many books in the Tianjin sect, and there are also disguise methods. After a little practice, it will not be a problem to hide from the general Qi training and foundation building demon cultivators. If you encounter a Dan-forming demon cultivator, with elixirs and talismans, you should be able to get through. If you can't get through, you can only use the characteristics of sword cultivators to sneak in. The so-called sword cultivator characteristics are to kill everyone, so that no one can find you. Chapter 221 Secret Shop. The area of dying Xiuxian realm is 10 times that of Qi state, and the resources for Xiuxian realm are the same. There are 8 Yuanying sects alone, with both righteous and evil mixed. They are the Nine Infant sect, Blood God sect, Wangu village, and Xiang sect of the evil way, and the Xiantian sect, Prajna sect, Fengshan Valley, and Qiankuan Dao of the righteous way. Among these 8 sects of righteousness and evil, there are countless Jindan forces, either attached to one side or secretly allied, which can be said to be a mixture of dragons and snakes. It is said that if the dying Xiuxian realm goes further east, it will reach a vast blue ocean, which is called the Han Hai in the Xiuxian realm. The Han Hai is a natural barrier that can only be crossed by Yuanying Jinjuan. And at the other end of the Han Hai, there is an even more vast world. The source of the Tianjin sect and other righteous and evil sects is a group of pioneering cultivators from that world. The Nine Infant sect, on the Zisu Prairie under its jurisdiction, a blood cloud was so powerful that it swept past several nomadic tribes at a very fast speed, with the intention of keeping strangers away, and entered a farming area. The mortals in the dying cultivation world are almost the same as the mortals in Qi state. Just as bad. However, they can barely survive. And there are secular government management. After all, cultivators need spiritual roots. The larger the base, the higher the probability of producing top-grade spiritual roots. Even if some demon cultivators need corpses and blood for cultivation. In fact, there are many mortals who die naturally every year. And they can also collect blood taxes from mortal families, promising that a family can use young and strong people of appropriate age, or even those with special fates to offset taxes and labor service. There must be mortals willing to do it, and they may even flock to it. These are all the information Feng Xing obtained from the jade slips given by the outer hall. His current destination is Moyun Immortal City. As for why the trading city of demon cultivators is also called Immortal City, it is probably because the ultimate goal of all cultivators is to ascend to immortality and live forever. After all, even the Tianjin sect only calls itself a righteous sect, not an immortal sect. Whether cultivating immortals or demons, the goal is actually the same. Good and evil are only different in concept. But becoming an immortal is an eternal goal. Moyun Immortal City is located in the heart of the Nine Infants sect, which is very dangerous for righteous sword immortals. But Feng Xing came all the way here in a swagger, and no demon cultivator came forward to question him. Perhaps because he felt that the Jindan demon in the blood cloud was difficult to deal with, and was afraid that he would become part of the blood cloud. Outside the Immortal City, Feng Xing collected the blood cloud bag magic weapon, transformed into a black-robed man, and landed heavily. Senior, you are polite. Several chi-cultivating monks at the gate of the city hurried over to salute. I wonder why you came to Moyun Immortal City? We are all local guides, and we are very familiar with various shops. We only need one low-grade spirit stone to hire you. One low-grade spirit stone. The price is soaring. However, Feng Xing scanned with his spiritual sense and found that this immortal city did not charge a fee. Even in the city, there were occasional flashes of fighting lights. Obviously, this immortal city does not prohibit fighting. He randomly picked the one who looked the most pleasing to the eye. You. What's your name? I am Mou. And I am honored to meet you. Senior. A young man with a relatively handsome appearance and dressed like a servant bowed and smiled. Senior. Please. This city does not prohibit fighting. But after killing someone, you must pay a fine of spirit stones to the law enforcement team. Otherwise you will be hunted down. In addition, you cannot fight in the major shops on the main street. Please remember. He introduced a few words, and took Feng Xing into the Immortal City. How come you, kid, practiced a set of righteous techniques? The reason why Feng Xing chose Mou was because he was different from those guys with evil spirits. And he actually practiced the righteous methods. Senior, you have a keen eye. The 5 elements technique I practiced was inherited from my family. My family was poor at the beginning, and I couldn't afford to choose other methods, so I could only practice this. After the middle stage of Qi training, the cost of changing to a new method was too high, and I might even fall back in realm. So I was delayed. Mou hurriedly explained. Although cultivators like him who practice non-magic techniques could survive under the rule of the Nine Infants sect, their status was always lower than others. As for why the Nine Infants sect tolerated it, Feng Xing could probably guess that it was nothing more than the cultivator's essence. Blood. Souls. The effect was better than that of ordinary people. Anyway, the concept of the magic way is to raise goo. If a disciple died in such a goo breeding field, it would be considered bad luck for the other party, and it would depend on the heart to seek revenge. I want to do some large-scale transactions. Which local store has the best reputation? When will the big auction be held? Are there any secret stores of high-level cultivators? Feng Xing did not ask any more questions, and directly reported his needs. If you want to do large-scale transactions, the local Zhengbao store, Bayan Chamber of Commerce, and Gong Family Old Store are all good targets. The big auction in this very city is held every 5 years, and there is still a year to go before the next one. As for the secret store of high-level cultivators, I do know one. Many fake Danjiren trade there, but the owner has a bad reputation and his reputation is also a bit problematic. Mou did not dare to hide anything and told them one by one. Then let's go to Zhengbao store first. Feng Xing made a decision. He was full of evil spirit and had really killed many fake Dan and Jindan cultivators. When he walked on the road, ghosts and gods were afraid of him. Even the cultivators who were fighting. When they saw this black-clothed high-level cultivator full of evil spirit coming, they hurriedly avoided him. Mou rarely had such a highlight moment. So he immediately raised his head and chest and led the way in front. At the entrance of Zhengbao store. Senior, please, I wait here. Mou bowed. He was just a small figure, and knowing too much would definitely lead to death. This was the consciousness of many casual cultivators who made a living at the city gate. Yes. Fang Xing walked into Zhengbao's store and came out after a long time. Let's go to the next bay in Chamber of Commerce. Mo, you did not ask anything and continued to lead the way in front. After that, it was the Gong family old store and several other large stores. After coming out of the last shop, Fang Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. The various low-level magic materials piled up in his storage bag were swept away this time and replaced with a small mountain of spirit stones. Of course, most of the spiritual materials that were dealt with were first and second level spiritual materials. As for the third level materials and those magic weapons, they must be kept for barter. For high-level cultivators, this method is the mainstream of transactions. Take me to that secret shop, and you can leave. Fang Xing flicked his fingers, and a low-grade spirit stone fell into Mou's arms. Yes. Mou put away the low-grade spirit stone with a happy face and led the way. He led Fang Xing to a shop that looked very old and built with huge stones, and bowed to the ground. The owner of this secret shop calls himself Shi Dao Ren, and is a fake Dan Mo cultivator. Please be careful, senior. Yes. Fang Xing looked indifferent and walked into the shop. The shop was very deserted, with only a skinny old Taoist sitting on the mat. His skin was gray and white, as if it had turned into a layer of stone skin, which looked particularly strange. Fossil magic? This is one of the 8 lower-level skills of the 9 infants sect's unique Tianying hard method. It seems that this Taoist sure has some connections with the 9 infants sect. With connections, there are channels and good stuff. Fang Xing was a little excited. This Taoist fellow. The Taoist sure slowly opened his eyes. He had a pair of impressive bright yellow pupils, and said in a muffled voice, "Come to my shop." But what's the matter? Yes, I want to collect some high-level spiritual objects. I wonder if you have any here. Fang Xing got straight to the point. No matter what secrets this Taoist sure has. Even if the other party is the Yuanying old monster of the 9 infant sect, he is not afraid. This strong confidence immediately moved the Taoist stone. So you are a distinguished guest. I wonder what kind of spiritual object you want. 1,000-year-old stone milk. The more the better. And do you have any third-level spiritual objects for body refining? Fang Xing looked at the stone skin on the Taoist stone, and his heart moved. The fossil magic is a well-known body refining technique in the magic way. It is normal for this person to have several spiritual objects for body refining. 1,000-year-old stone milk? I only have a dozen drops of this. Is it a third-level spiritual object for body refining? I wonder if you have heard of the diamond fruit. The Taoist stone's eyes moved and answered. You actually have diamond fruit here? Not bad. And 1,000-year-old stone milk. Although the amount is a little less. But I want them all. Fang Xingguan is very rich. When he entered the city, he inspected the spiritual energy of this Moyun Fairy city, which looked like a third-level upper-grade one. It is enough to make pills. Of course, he would not choose to form the elixir here immediately, which only shows that the spiritual vein resources in dying are rich. At that time, he can find a force at will, rent a cave with third-level spiritual energy, and condense the golden elixir. As for which one to choose, of course, he needs to investigate carefully. You are really a distinguished guest. But have you ever heard of the rules of the shop? Taoist sure smiled. What rules? Fang Xing asked casually. I don't lack spiritual stones. If you want to buy spiritual objects, or do something for me, or take out spiritual objects that make me excited, Taoist sure said lightly. This made Fang Xing, who had just received a large amount of spiritual stones, stiffen his face. After a moment, he spoke. What do you need, fellow Taoist? If the value is too different, I may not be willing to give it to you. After all, I am not short of spiritual stones, and I don't care about the price difference. The Taoister's eyes moved and he took out a jade slip. Fellow Taoist, please read. Fang Xing took the jade slip, scanned it with his spiritual sense, nodded slightly, and patted his storage bag. A jade box and several jade bottles appeared in his hand. I happen to have 2 things that meet your needs. Oh! The yellow light in Taoister's eyes shone brightly, and he opened a jade box with interest. Well, this Inzao is full of spiritual power. It is really top grade. He opened another jade bottle, and a strong smell of blood emerged. This kind of blood essence cannot be refined without tens of thousands of strong men, combined with a lot of chi training, and the blood essence of foundation building cultivators. This method is good. Which sect did Taoist come from? Stop talking nonsense. Fang Xing's expression turned cold. Where are my goods? Don't worry, Taoist. I run this shop. And I'm honest. The Taoist also slapped the storage bag. And a jade box and another jade bottle emerged in the void. Chapter 222 5 Sons of Righteousness. Fang Xing snapped his fingers. And the seal on the jade box was instantly broken and opened automatically. In the jade box, a spiritual fruit was quietly lying. It had white skin and golden patterns, and was as big as an apple. Yes, it is indeed a third-level diamond fruit. Fang Xing casually opened another jade bottle and smelled a familiar fragrance, confirming that it was 1,000-year-old stone milk. After all, it had been used so much before, and it was almost marinated. Both parties were old hands, and they quickly estimated the price. Fang Xing added a bottle of third-level blood essence and completed the transaction. It seems that every Jindan demon cultivator has some of this blood essence in reserve, which should be a relatively common resource. Although it is troublesome to sacrifice and refine, it is not very valuable among the third-level spiritual materials. Hee, Taoist friend. Please take care of my business next time. Sure Daoren smiled and prepared to see him off, and suddenly said, in fact, if Taoist friend still needs a lot of 1,000-year-old stone milk, I do have a way here. Way? Could it be the big auction in a year? Fang Xing asked. Those big auctions may have some good stuff, but everyone is competing for them, and the price is sky high in the end, which is a waste of our spirit stones. Sure Daoren said disapprovingly. Your previous performance really made people think that you don't lack spirit stones? Fang Xing was a little speechless, and only heard Sure Daoren continue. The old Taoist intends to hold a small exchange meeting in 7 days, and only invites cultivators above the false elixir level. This small meeting has been held for 13 years, and there has never been a problem. It is quite famous in the neighborhood. The old Taoist knows a fellow Nya, who should have a lot of 1,000-year-old stone milk in his hands. It depends on you when the time comes. High-level exchange meeting? Where is the venue? Fang Xing became interested. Since the time is very close, we can come and test the waters. Haha. Right here. Sure Daoren agreed on a time, and sent Fang Xing out the door. Looking at Fang Xing back, he showed a hint of contemplation. Blue Star. Basement number 69. Blue Sea District. Crack. Sure enough, it still tastes like apple. Crunchy. Fang Xing ate the Vajra fruit in 2 or 3 bites, and felt that the effect was not as good as the first time he took it. This is normal, not to mention the problem of weakening effect after repeated use. His cultivation is also very different from the last time. But soon, the golden lines of the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible magical power appeared on his body. The many golden lines became more and more dense, making Fang Xing look like he was wearing a layer of golden armor. Not only that, his physique began to improve again. With a sense of perfection, Fang Xing glanced at the attribute bar and found that the proficiency of the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible magical power was rising rapidly. Finally, reached the Grandmaster perfection. Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible magical power, 800/800, Grandmaster, the magic power is perfect. He sighed with satisfaction, feeling the changes in various parts of his body. This is a kind of accumulation, which means that after breaking through the Vajra, I might be able to rush directly to the 7th level of the Golden Core. If I accumulate more, I might be able to reach the Great Vajra realm. My magical power is perfect. It's time to find someone to try my hand. He lay in the virtual cabin and entered the battlefield. This time, Fang Xing opponent is a mecha master. Under the blue sky, a mecha of human size, 10 meters high, with a pair of angel-like wings appeared. Lock on the target and fire. The side wings of the mecha opened, and lasers appeared, hitting Fang Xing in an instant. Fang Xing did not dodge, and the golden light of the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible magical power appeared on his body, allowing countless lasers to hit him. Sure enough, the 6th level combat power can't break my defense at all now. A smile appeared on his face. After entering the virtual space so many times, Fang Xing finally figured out the rules. The technology used by the Federal Holographic Universe Company cannot infringe on the privacy of every virtual netizen. All they can do is sense and stimulate. That is to say, only when I actively reveal the data will it be captured and recorded by the intelligence of the Federal Holographic Universe Company. When I don't reveal it, the intelligence of the Federal Holographic Universe Company can only determine that I am a 6th level combat power. but cannot confirm how many evil points and meridians I have condensed, unless I actively reveal these. Similarly, if I don't activate the peak power of the Dragon Elephant Vidra indestructible divine power, the intelligence will not record it. Therefore, theoretically speaking, there may be martial saints or even martial gods participating in this kind of competition, as long as the body they fabricate does not exceed the 6th level. It is okay to occasionally burst out the 7th level of strength, but it cannot burst for a long time. Otherwise the data will definitely overflow and a bug will appear. While thinking, Fang Xing approached the mecha with the Jindan domain, and then stretched out 3 fingers. Xing Wu Siju. Swish. A figure flashed, and a huge arm of the mecha fell down. Sure enough, there is a pleasure of dismantling Gundam with bare hands. Fang Xing clenched his fists. It's fun. Come again. Come on. Meteor. You are a pig pretending to be a tiger. I've seen your previous battle record. You are not that strong. From the mecha master angry voice came out. If it were in the real universe, I would definitely turn you into cosmic dust if I fired my main gun. After that, he surrendered without giving Fang Xing any chance to vent. TSK. I can't afford to lose. Fang Xing shook his head and left the virtual battlefield. With my current strength, it's not a problem to enter the forefront of the universe. This can gain a lot of resources, and I will have an excuse in the future. Not bad. Coming out of the virtual cabin, Fang Xing nodded and decided to celebrate immediately. Xiaolon. Go to the entertainment star last time. The other party also gave me a coupon. It's a waste not to use it. The world of cultivation. 7 days passed in a flash. The immortal clone who was experiencing the cave rental service of Dying Immortal City suddenly took a breath of cold air. There is actually such a posture. I have learned a lot. He walked out of the cave, along the road, and walked towards the secret shop of Sher Daoran. In the giant stone secret shop, Sher Daoran had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Fang Xing, he couldn't help but smile. Dao Yu is indeed a trustworthy person. Please come in. He casually pinched the seal, and the ground rumbled and trembled, and the stones separated, revealing an underground passage. The underground passage directly connected to an underground secret room, which had no restrictions. Fang Xing was skilled and bold, and walked directly into it, and saw a lot of cushions on the ground. One by one, the fake Dan and Jin Dan cultivators either concealed their bodies and faces, or were calm and composed, or stood or sat, and there were about 20 to 30 people. This Taoist priest sure has a wide range of friends. Fang Xing found a cushion in the corner, and sat down. After waiting for more than half an hour, he saw Taoist priest Sher, and a female cultivator with her hair tied up high, and wearing palace clothes walked in. At this time, there were more than 40 Jin Dan cultivators gathered in the secret room. This made Fang Xing secretly shocked. As expected, the resources of Dying Xiaoxian world are rich. Jin Dan cultivators can be seen everywhere, but they are not rare. Everyone is here. Today's exchange meeting officially begins. I will repeat the rules again. Everyone can come forward to trade on their own. But if the traded items are favored by me, I have the right to trade first. Of course, if the price difference is too large, the seller can also refuse. The Taoist priest's pupils emitted yellow light. After explaining the rules, he went to sit on the cushion on the side. A Jin Dan cultivator immediately stepped forward and showed the golden soil in a bowl in his hand. Golden locust soil. A rare third-grade top-grade spiritual material, which is even more effective in refining earth-attributed magic weapons. I am willing to exchange it for 3-7 emotion flowers, or a spiritual pill that is beneficial to increasing mana in the early stage of Jin Dan. Fang Xing had heard of this golden locust soil. It was indeed a top-grade earth-attributed spiritual material. Immediately, a cultivator stepped forward to exchange it. After the cultivator came down, an old cultivator immediately stepped forward and showed a medium-grade magic weapon. The medium-grade magic weapon Suzaku flag can emit Suzaku divine fire, which is amazingly powerful. I still have 3 bottles of Bian pill and 3 feet of Tiankin wood. I only want a Shuiyuan pill. If you think there is still a difference in price, I can make up for it with high-grade spiritual stones. Shuiyuan pill, like Biyuan pill, is a lower-level substitute for Jin Dan, and is more suitable for cultivators who practice magic. This old cultivator is probably the ancestor of a Jin Dan force outside. This force must have only one Jin Dan cultivator. Now that the deadline is approaching, are they in a hurry? The other demon cultivators looked at each other, and several names quickly emerged in their minds, all of them looking forward to the show. The competition in the demon path is only more cruel than that in the righteous path. Even if they have the blood yuan pill, they will never sell it. They will only wait for the old cultivator to die after his lifespan is exhausted, and then go to devour the legacy of a Jin Dan force. The old cultivator asked 3 more times, and finally had no choice but to sit back on the cushion. It seems that in the dying cultivation world, Jin Dan spiritual objects are still very scarce. Fang Xing saw this scene, but he was thoughtful. He is a heavenly spiritual root, and Jin Dan does not constitute an obstacle. But the Yuaning level is a bit difficult. It is said that this is because the heavenly spiritual root cultivators practice too fast and can ignore bottlenecks. After the Jin Dan stage, once they encounter bottlenecks, they will be at a loss and may be caught up by the cultivators behind. Among all the Yuaning Zenjins of all generations, the ratio of heavenly spiritual roots to other spiritual roots is close to 50-50. I didn't expect that my excellent spiritual root talent could become an obstacle after the Dan formation. However, the fact that the heavenly spiritual roots account for half of the Yuaning Zhenjuan still proves that one step faster leads to faster steps. After the next few Jin Dan cultivators came forward to trade, Fang Xing immediately found a gap, squeezed a short and fat man, and walked to the middle. He still looked like a big man in a black robe with a rough appearance. I urgently need a large amount of 1,000-year-old stone milk, which can be exchanged with spiritual stones, treasures, and magic weapons. The larger the quantity, the better. Even a few drops are also required. Fang Xing thought clearly that the 1,000-year-old stone milk has the effect of restoring mana, which is very useful for Jin Dan cultivators. Most Jin Dan cultivators will definitely carry some as a backup if they have the chance. He doesn't mind a small amount, and if everyone gathers together, maybe it will be enough. Anyway, now he only needs the amount from the late stage of foundation building to the perfect foundation building. At this time, Fang Xing waved his hand, and several magic weapons mixed with blood and magic appeared in the basement. This person. When Shi Daoren saw this scene, the yellow light in his eyes dimmed. He actually has so many magic weapons. Obviously, he has countless souls in his hands, and has killed many cultivators of the same level. Don't make an enemy of him easily. I have half a bottle of 1,000-year-old stone milk here. How about exchanging it for your magic weapon? An old man with a thin face gave a jade bottle and pointed to a magic banner magic weapon in the void. Your 1,000-year-old stone milk is too little. You need to replenish spirit stones. Fang Xing took the jade bottle, nodded and shook his head. He still knew the story of the $1,000 horse bone. Since he was the first trader, he didn't mind taking a loss. Good. The old man was overjoyed. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. He immediately handed over a bunch of high-grade spirit stones and exchanged for the magic banner magic weapon. With him as an example, several more cultivators exchanged. Unfortunately, the amount was too small. Only a few drops were a dozen drops. Fang Xing didn't take it as a sucker and directly used high-grade spirit stones to estimate the price and buy it. Haha. This Taoist friend is really extravagant. The palace-dressed woman who came with the Taoist shirt at the end spoke softly. I also have some 1,000-year-old stone milk here. I wonder if the amount is enough. With a wave of her hand, a palm-sized shell emerged, which was filled with half a shell of 1,000-year-old stone milk. Enough? Fang Xing swept his consciousness and was immediately happy. With these, it was enough for him to soar all the way to the perfect foundation building realm. Dao, you actually have so many 1,000-year-old stone milk. Dao, you can choose any of these items. My surname is Nye. The woman surnamed Nye smiled slightly. Her appearance was stunning, although your magic weapons are good. I don't like them. When she said these words, she was quite righteous and had a sense of rightness. More importantly, all the Jin Dan cultivators present nodded, and no one refuted. It seems that he is a Jin Dan cultivator from a Yuaning sect. Yes, without some background, you can't get so many 1,000-year-old stone milk. Fang Xing nodded. What is fellow Daoist Nye's plan? My conditions are actually known to all the familiar customers present. A trace of strong hatred appeared in the eyes of the woman surnamed Nye. As long as you bring Zenkizi's head, I will give you all the treasures I want. Not only that, I am willing to marry you. This fellow Daoist Nye is not only a disciple of Ziyang sect, but also has the body of Longwe. The power of Yuaning contains infinite mysteries. If you practice with him, It will be very beneficial to your cultivation. Sure, Dowrin secretly sent a message with his spiritual consciousness. It's just that he has a grudge with Zenkizi, and they will fight to the death. Fang Xing sighed. He naturally knew the famous name of Zenkizi. In fact, in this war between good and evil, countless original geniuses fell, and some real geniuses jumped out of the mud and became famous in the world of immortal cultivation. Among them are the 5 sons of righteousness, who are 5 peerless geniuses in the righteous forces, who are regarded as promising Yuanying. Each of them is extremely talented. If they are not immortal golden elixir, they are at least half-step golden elixir cultivators with unfathomable magical powers and great luck. Zenkizi is one of them, with immortal golden elixir quality and late stage of Jindan cultivation. From Xiantian sect. Well, by the way, Fu Hongyi of Tianjin sect is also one of the 5 sons of righteousness, with the title of Blood Sword Son. Chapter 223 Tracking. Kill Zenkizi? Fang Xing laughed dumbly. If the reward is only the Millennium Stone Milk, it seems that you are insane and possessed. Even if you add you, I'm sorry to say that the value of both sides is not equal. The woman surnamed Ye looked calm. Not offended at all prices can be negotiated. If it's just the Millennium Stone Milk. As long as you promise to take action in the siege, you don't have to take the lead. Now Zenkizi is at the front line of the battle between good and evil in Guishu Mountain. As long as we gather enough people, force him into a desperate situation, and seal his life-saving trump card, we may be able to take his life. Not right. Not right. Fang Xing shook his head repeatedly. Although he could easily kill that Zenkizi, he was still a righteous man after all. It's a bit immoral to do this. No. I almost got led astray. I'm just here to buy goods. If you ask too much, I just leave. Go to other demon cities. And then go to the righteous fairy cities. We can always get it together. Although dying is fighting hard. The border between the righteous and the demons must be tightly sealed and covered by the power of the formation. But for Fang Xing, these are not a problem. There are many choices, so you don't have to hang yourself on a tree. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. It seems that I can't reach a cooperation with the fairy. Immediately retreated and sat back on the futon. As soon as he left, the short and fat man came forward impatiently. I have a bottle of Guyuan Dan. I want to exchange. After the transaction was over, the high-level cultivators casually talked about some cultivation experiences and observations. The hottest topic is naturally the current fierce battle between the righteous and the evil. Fang Xing listened to a few words, and found that most of these demonic cultivators were quite excited. After all, the essence, blood, soul, and even body of the cultivators of the same level were not easily obtained in the past. With the characteristics of the demonic path, at the beginning of the war, they can always take advantage. So, in dying, the Taoism is declining, and the demons are rising? Fang Xing listened to a few words, and felt his horizons broadened. That's right, my Tianjin sect is one of the strongest among the righteous Yuanying sects. But now it's a fake fight. The other 4 Yuanying sects can't hold on immediately. The righteousness of this world is not good. Complaining a few words in his heart, Fang Xing watched coldly. After the exchange meeting was over, he immediately walked out of the secret shop and prepared to leave the city to go to the next trading fairy city. If you can't get a lot of 1,000-year-old stone milk at one time, you can only work harder and gather sand into a tower and gather feathers into a coat. In the originally quiet giant stone shop, many cultivators left one after another. Taoist sure was very polite, and he said a few polite words to each of them before seeing them off. In the end, he was the only one left in the shop. He pondered for a while, wondering what he was thinking about. After a while, a beautiful lady in palace dress with her hair tied up high walked in with a fragrant breeze. It was the woman surnamed Nye. In addition, there was an old man who was in the early stage of Jindan cultivation. However, his qi and blood were weak, and it seemed that he was on the verge of death. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Nye. And this? Taoist looked at the old man. The old man smiled bitterly, and a lifelike human skin mask fell off his face, and he turned into another old face. So it's fellow Taoist Mu from Kuxia Mountain. Sure, Daoran nodded, as if he had known the identity of this person for a long time. I wonder what you two want to do after you return? Fellow Taoist, sure. Don't pretend. Others don't know. But I just happen to know that there is a period of inner demons when practicing the fossil magic art. You need to enter the world and experience the world to prevent your mind from turning into stone and rotten wood. The woman surnamed Ye chuckled. With your identity and status, it seems that only one true disciple in the Nine Infants sect can match you. Since you are a true disciple of the Nine Infants sect, you must have practiced the most famous spiritual eye technique of the Nine Infants sect, the Candle Dragon Stone Eye. Didn't you find the flaw of that person? Oh, sure, Dowrin responded lightly. Not surprised. It's just that the fake pill magic power on his body dissipated at once, as if a layer of disguise was removed. Instead, there was a strong magic power fluctuation close to the late stage of the Dan formation. Stone magic. Practice both magic and body. Middle stage of Gene Dan. Your magic power is probably not inferior to that of late Gene Dan cultivators. In the future, you may be selected as one of the 6 heroes of the demonic path, and be on par with the 5 sons of the righteous path. Mu Dowrin looked solemn. Hee. I dare not compete with senior brother Yun. I know that you have practiced the Decayed Eyes technique. The true Lord of Withered Wood in those days relied on this technique to dominate dying, even though it was passed down by 3 parts later. You only inherited a part of it, and you can still see through most of the restrictions and illusions. How about you, fellow Taoist Nye? Sure, Dowrin looked at the woman surnamed Nye. Although I have not practiced the Spirit Eyes technique, I have mastered a treasure mirror that can see through illusions. I just subconsciously took a look. The smile of the woman surnamed Nye became wider and wider. I didn't expect that among our group of demonic Gene Dan cultivators, there would be a righteous foundation building cultivator mixed in. If you tell others about it, it will make people laugh to death. Oh, sure, Dowrin said without comment. I am doing business, and anyone who comes to my door is a customer. What are you going to do? That kid is just a foundation building cultivator, and he has a lot of treasures. It's better to kill him and divide him. Mulao Dowrin said sinisterly. I have already made some tricks in secret. At this distance, it's still in time to catch up. They are the 3 Gene Dan cultivators. If they meet a wealthy foundation building cultivator, it will be no problem to rob him. They also took into consideration that this is the territory of the Nine Infants sect, and specially brought Sher Dowrin along. It can be said that all aspects have been considered. As for the fact that he is so rich and powerful, is it possible that he has some background? Now is the time for the war between good and evil. If he encounters such a proud son of the righteous path, he will definitely beat him to death, no matter how powerful his background is. Even if he has a Yuaning Jinjuan father, it is still the Yuaning old monster of the demon path who will take the fight. If you don't rob because you are afraid of your background, why do you come out to mix in the demon path? Fong Xing walked out of Mayun Immortal City, released the blood cloud bag, and flew slowly. I wonder how many fish you will catch this time. Maybe you don't have to pay for the 1,000-year-old stone milk and diamond fruit you bought. Just consider them as gifts. As a sword cultivator, he certainly knows that his disguise skills are not good enough. It's easy to deceive chi training, foundation building, or even fake Dan cultivators. If you meet a Gene Dan cultivator who really practices the art of spiritual eyes, there is a possibility of being seen through. But Fong Xing doesn't care at all, just waiting to fish. And he is sure that at least one fish has taken the bait. The cultivator who dares to do something to him and leave a tracking mark is really skilled and daring. Not long after, 3 beams of light followed and saw Fong Xing standing on a blood cloud with a sword in the air. You don't run away? The woman surnamed Nye was a little suspicious, holding a precious mirror in her hand, and the bright light illuminated the area for dozens of miles. There is no ambush around. Sher Dowrin? Fong Xing looked at Sher Dowrin, who was obviously in a dominant position among the 3 people. Sure enough, the evil thieves are ambitious and treacherous. Hee. Since you have left the store, you are not a customer, and the old Taoist has always been irresponsible. Sher Dowrin shook his head. What's more, you are still building a foundation in the righteous way. Oh, it seems that you have discovered it. Fong Xing looked at the 3 Gene Dan cultivators and suddenly smiled. You are so brave that you dared to stop my Tianjian sect's true disciples. Do you think the flying sword in my hand is not good? Before he finished speaking, he had cut out a sword light in a blink of an eye. The sword light was white and gold, like a white dragon, rushing straight to Mu Laodao, the weakest of the 3 people. It is better to cut off one enemy finger than to hurt 10 of his fingers. Fong Xing could naturally see that Mu Laodao was a breakthrough point. Dang! The speed of the great freedom black gold sword was amazing, and it instantly pierced Mu Laodao's true essence shield. Immediately, It came into contact with an ebony short stick that suddenly appeared. My life magic weapon protects my body? Fang Xing smiled. His rotten iron sword has been refined day and night and cultivated with many rare materials. And now it has reached the level of a magic weapon. And the ebony short stick was carved with a dragon head. And it felt like it was connected to Mu Lao Dao. And it could automatically protect its master. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Fang Xing pinched a magic formula. And the rotten iron sword became virtual. And through the black dragon head stick, he beheaded Mu Lao Dao with one sword. This is the sword cultivation fighting method. Killing the enemy in a blink of an eye. Even if it is too late to save. I miscalculated. I originally thought that this person was accompanied by some high-level cultivators. So I let him go for a few days to see how he would perform. But I didn't expect that he could actually kill the Jindan. Sure, Doran's face changed slightly when he saw this. Mu Lao Dao was a Jindan cultivator. Although he only condensed a lower-level true elixir. It was still extraordinary. I didn't expect that he would be killed here with a sword. Seeing this scene, the woman surnamed Ye quickly threw out the formation flag and formation plate from the storage bag with both hands. It turned out to be a rare formation master. Fellow Daoist, you hold that person back. And I will set up the formation immediately. The woman surnamed Ye took out another formation plate. And inlaid more than a dozen high-quality spirit stones on the formation plate. At this time, she was frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. Preparing to activate a major formation. Sure, Doran snorted coldly. And a layer of stone skin covered his body. The fossil magic skill is famous. And it emphasizes the cultivation of both the law and the body. His body cultivation is not inferior to those third-level body cultivators. To some extent, it just restrained sword cultivators. Although Fang Xing's previous sword attack killed Mu Lao Dao, it made him see some of his true and false. He believed that he could still take down Fang Xing. But just as Sure Doran was about to make a move, something strange happened. Ah! A scream came. Sure Doran swept his spiritual sense and saw a young man who appeared at some unknown time. With his 5 fingers slowly closing together, the 5 elements in the void condensed. Like a small mountain. Pressing the woman surnamed Ye under the mountain. The woman surnamed Ye bit her tongue. And a high-level talisman appeared in her hand. Humph! But before she could fire, a cold snort came, which made her mind shaken. And then a finger was pointed at her forehead. And her head exploded. Seeing this scene, Sure Doran couldn't help but look at Fang Xing sincerely. If I say I'm just passing by, please show mercy. Do you believe it? Chapter 224, Fighting. Do you think I believe it? Fang Xing had a half smile on his face. In fact, it was a little dangerous for him just now. The old Taoist Mu was naturally not worth mentioning. But the woman surnamed Ye was obviously a formation master. If he gave her the opportunity to calmly set up the formation, he would be in a dilemma. Of course, everything was completely different after the master took action. He used the suddenness of the gate of the heavens to launch a sneak attack, and killed the most difficult formation master of the enemy with one punch. As for the body of the hazy moon, as long as he was an enemy, of course, he would not have the slightest sympathy for women. He was a cultivator with a heavenly spirit root. Even if he had a bottleneck after forming a pill, he would not fall to the point of relying on dual cultivation to improve his cultivation. At this time, it became 1 against 2. Even if the stone Taoist was difficult, it would not take much effort. Fang Xing's expression suddenly changed, and the rotten iron sword turned into a sword light, which instantly slashed on the stone Taoist's arm. Swish! The third-level robe was torn open, revealing the gray-white skin of the Taoist priest. The sword light fell on it, but it could only leave a white mark. The fossil demon body, it really lives up to its reputation. Fang Xing sighed. At this time, the Taoist priest had finished his little trick. He opened a corpse bag on his waist, which was full of murderous aura. A golden armored corpse was looming in it. This golden armored corpse was wearing a dark golden armor, with a dark face, exposed fangs, and extremely sharp nails on both hands, like 2 strange claws. His aura was directly at the 3rd level, and it was obviously not easy to deal with. Go! The Taoist priest pointed his finger, and a drop of blood flew out and landed on the forehead of the golden armored corpse, revealing a blood-colored talisman. The golden armored corpse immediately flashed with murderous light in his eyes, roared, and pounced on the immortal clone. Swoosh! Fang Xing slashed with his sword. arousing the sword's will and falling on the golden armor corpse, which actually splashed sparks. A third-grade magic weapon spiritual armor? Looking at the armor on the golden armor corpse, Fangxing's eyes moved. This was better than the 10,000 beast armor he was wearing. But after the war was over, he obviously wouldn't take off the dead body's armor and wear it on his body. And the blood talisman before, did the demon really cut off his heart and soul and turned his own blood relatives into demon corpses? The sword light of the immortal clone turned into a skywide sword aura, like the Yangtze River, drowning the golden armor corpse, looking for its weaknesses and flaws. On the other side, Shi Daoren looked at Fangxing with interest. Who are you? You actually moved directly from the void. Why should the dead know too much? Fangxing snorted coldly and stepped forward. Bang! His figure was like a phantom, rushing forward. But a cloud behind him seemed to be affected by the reaction force, and a white cloud shook violently, and then scattered into wisps. Boom! When Fangxing came with a Wukong step, his martial arts will had already come down with a bang, impacting the consciousness of Shi Daoren. Shi Daoren's face changed, and an ancient stone seal emerged in his sea of consciousness. It turned out to be an extremely rare magic weapon for protecting consciousness. This kind of magic weapon is said to have many benefits, especially for defending against consciousness attacks, dealing with cultivators' inner demons, and even overcoming the inner demon calamity of forming infants. It's just that the materials are too rare, and it is very difficult to refine. It is rare in the world of immortal cultivation. But Shi Daoren, as a Jin Danjinren of the Jiuying sect, has encountered many adventures in private. This heart-guarding seal was inherited from an ancient cave of his predecessors. He used it as a trump card and kept it secret. Unexpectedly, Fangxing discovered it when they fought for the first time today. What a strong spiritual attack! Close to the quasi-4th level? Shi Daoren was shocked, looking at Fangxing who was rushing towards him. His whole body seemed to be covered with stone skin, turning into a stone man, punching out with both fists. Bang! Fangxing did not dodge, and punched out as well. The fists of both sides met, making a loud noise in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Just like 100 flowers intertwined. Fangxing threw out 100 punches in an instant, and even found a flaw in Shi Daoren's boxing, and punched Shi Daoren's chest directly. Puff! Under this punch, Shi Daoren retreated repeatedly, and his robe exploded in front of his chest, revealing his gray chest. At this time, a layer of stone powder was falling. It's great! Fangxing laughed. You are the first person here who can fight with me. Actually, Shi Daoren lowered his head, looking at the fist mark on his chest. A little unbelievable. He followed the path of practicing both the Dharma and the body. His physique was already as good as that of a third-level body cultivator. In order to cooperate with his body cultivation, he also learned some physical cultivation combat methods and even worldly martial arts. He thought he was already a first-class master, but he didn't expect that in his proud martial arts. He was directly crushed by Fangxing. Fangxing smiled but said nothing. How could the acquired and innate ways of this world be compared with the martial arts of Blue Star? The opponent's martial arts were interesting, but the moves were still too crude. And naturally he was no match for his own martial arts that had been tempered for thousands of times. If it wasn't for the desire to avoid being too arrogant, Fangxing even wanted to say, "Don't use your interest to challenge my profession." The eyes of the stone Taoist opposite him suddenly burst into a dim yellow light, and he stretched out his hand to wipe his chest. A layer of stone powder fell down, covering the original fist mark. Merging, there was no longer any feeling of injury. Oh! It's interesting to use secret techniques to suppress injuries. Fangxing stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the stone Taoist pretending to be cool. The stone Taoist raised his hand and flew out 3 defensive talismans, which turned into golden shields, earth walls, water walls, and other defenses to protect himself firmly. Then he slapped his dantian, and a gray-white light emerged from his mouth and turned into a stone bowl. This is his lifelong magic weapon, which has reached the 3rd grade extreme level. At this time, the stone Taoist held the stone bowl in his hand, and kept muttering in his mouth, and a stream of magic energy overflowed from the stone bowl. Then, a strange stone statue flew out. These stone statues are similar to bats, but they have human heads. Their appearances are different. The only thing they have in common is that they are extremely hideous, as if they were frozen in their last expression before they died. At this time, accompanied by the spell of the Taoist priest. These stone statues seemed to have their own lives and came alive directly. They seemed to have turned into monsters, forming a battle formation, which was a rare way for one person to form a formation. The fossil magic is indeed extraordinary. Is this to extract the souls and refine the spirits of all the monks you killed, and transform them into this kind of stone monster? Fang Xing looked at this scene and nodded calmly. But have you ever thought that one day your magic will go wrong, and these stone demons will bite back in your body, enough to make you live a life worse than death? My magic is like this, like climbing to the top. If one day I end up like this, it's just that I'm unlucky. If it happens again, I will definitely make the same choice. Taoist priest sneered. Practicing the righteous way requires a heart, and practicing the devil's way requires a heart even more, especially a heart as strong as iron. For sure, Daoran. His state of mind is like a rock, and it is impossible for Fang Xing to shake it with just a few words. At this time, he controls the magic gem bowl and controls many stone monsters. The magic energy in the void gathers and faintly forms a four-legged giant beast. Its body is as big as a mountain, covered with stone skin, and has 3 horns on its head, which is somewhat unlike the things in the mortal world. Sure, Daoran pinched his hands, and the stone skin monster opened its bloody mouth. A gray-white light column emerged and swept towards Fang Xing. The speed was like lightning and flint. Amazing! Swoosh! Fang Xing's body movement was faster. He twisted his body into a strange arc, and dodged the gray-white light column by a hair's breadth. Again, although he couldn't dodge the light column, the monster's precasting swing was too obvious, so he just needed to dodge the opponent's mouth shape. Swish! The gray-white beam of light fell on the ground, turning a forest into a rocky landscape in an instant. A large number of trees were instantly stained with a layer of gray-white, and even the birds and squirrels on the treetops were instantly transformed into lifelike stone statues. What a weird magic skill. Fang Xing added in his heart. If you are seen by those scientific research madmen in the Academy of Sciences, they will definitely catch you for research. The direct transformation of flesh and blood and plants into stone is indeed a challenge to common sense. Especially this was done by a 6th-level professional alone without the help of any interstellar equipment. This is outrageous. He moved his body and entered the battle formation, and put 3 fingers together, Star Martial 4 Absolutes. Where his fingers passed, one stone monster after another exploded and turned into fragments all over the sky. The Taoist priest sure controlled the stone bowl and constantly manipulated the changes in the battle formation. And there seemed to be a hint of smile on the corner of his mouth. But this hint of smile quickly converged when he saw another battlefield. So that's it. This golden armor corpse is fake. The key is not the corpse, but this magic armor. The immortal clone laughed happily. After a little probing, he had found the weakness of the golden armor corpse. He immediately let out a long roar, and the sword became one, activating the power of the sword's will and heart. And a sword light pierced into a certain part of the golden armor. It was as if a key was inserted into a keyhole, turning on a switch. The ancient golden armor instantly disintegrated, turning into a heart-protecting mirror, a tiger head swallowing shoulders, a helmet, armed guards and many other parts, scattered in all directions. Only a corpse with a blood symbol on its forehead remained, and Fang Xing's sword energy went around its neck. A hideous head fell off. Damn it! Sure, Daoran saw this scene, and looked at Fang Xing, who was showing great power in the battle formation. And the seal in his hand changed. The original battle formation suddenly disintegrated and turned into another formation. Countless purple-black runes emanated from the dead stone beast, like countless black butterflies. A large number of rune butterflies gathered, as if an unknown space had been opened, and a huge monster descended with a trace of divine thought. When Sir Daoran saw the scene, he couldn't help but laugh happily. His fossil magic can restrain spirits as weapons, and refine a large number of stone beasts, which is already a unique skill. And this battle formation actually has a second change. That is, when the stone beasts are killed and injured, they can be transformed into a sacrificial formation to communicate with an ancient fossil beast discovered by the 9 Infants sect, praying for the descending power. Sure, Daoran used this trick to kill countless powerful enemies. At this time, he was excited to see that wisp of divine thought turned into a gray-white little beast and rushed into Fang Xing's Sea of Consciousness. Chapter 225 Stone Mist Monument. Inside Fang Xing's Sea of Consciousness, a gray-white little beast rushed in. To be able to transform into a form to this extent is no less than an ordinary nascent soul. The magic path is good at sacrifice, communicating with various powerful beings, descending power or projection, often with the miraculous effect of defeating the strong with the weak. But at this time, this gray-white little beast broke into Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, but was startled. A round of red sun fell. Like a furnace, the terrifying high temperature wrapped it. An endless flame similar to the true fire of the sun, but more evil, rushed up. The gray-white little beast roared in shock, and a large amount of gray-white light emanated from its body, turning into strange runes, protecting its whole body. But it was useless. A large number of runes met the scarlet flames, and they really collapsed at the touch. Then, that little scarlet flame fell on the gray-white little beast. As if a torch was lit, many scarlet flames enveloped the gray-white beast, causing it to roar with pain. This roar was very regular, as if it was an ancient language. But Fang Xing had no interest in knowing, because of the characteristics of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. When burning this intruder, it would automatically obtain some information. Sherlon demon beast. Ancestors came from the true demon realm. Good at void. Fossil magic. The body wandered in the void gap of this world. Thousands of years ago, it was accidentally discovered by the 9 infants Sex Yuanying, and obtained some offering rituals after communication. That's it. It's very brief. And the interest in the Great Sun Tathagata mantra is not high. It can only be regarded as an ordinary fuel. Countless things happened in the sea of consciousness, and the outside world was just a moment. When Shi Daoren saw the gray-white beast rushing into Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, he couldn't help but get excited. He borrowed the power of a powerful demon beast. He asked himself that even a master like Zenkizi would suffer a great loss if he didn't dodge or didn't have a magic weapon to defend his spiritual consciousness. And he might even die. But suddenly, the joy on his face quickly faded. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked at his own life gem bowl with horror. On the bowl, a crack appeared at some point. Contract backlash? No! Shi Daoren let out a howl. Not only was he injured, but he also felt a terrifying malice and anger. I'm afraid it's not just him. In the future, no one in the Jiuying sect will be able to communicate with a terrible demon beast through the formation ritual. It's equivalent to losing part of the sect's foundation by him. He will definitely be severely punished when he returns. If I can go back alive. Bang! Fang Xing pressed down with a palm, and the sky-covering hand was overwhelming. And it actually hit the magic gem bowl directly. Various lights flashed on the stone bowl, and the original crack continued to expand and finally split into 2 halves. From the half of the stone bowl, blood actually flowed out. The Taoist priest suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and his breath quickly weakened. The life treasure of the cultivator is closely related to himself. Once it is destroyed, it is natural to be seriously injured. Not only that, the face of the stone monsters in the sky gradually regained a few traces of clarity, but there was red in their eyes. Suddenly, they screamed a few times, ignoring Fang Xing at all, and returned directly to surround the Taoist priest. It turned out to be a backlash of magic. What are you going to do? Ah! The talisman light around the Taoist priest was offset by a large number of stone monsters fearlessly breaking through. Then countless human-headed bats flapped their wings, surrounded him, and kept gnawing at his flesh and blood. If it was an ordinary Jindan cultivator, he would die before long. But for the Taoist priest, who practiced both magic and body, death is a luxury. His strong physique allowed him to hold out longer in this backlash, as if he was constantly being tortured by thousands of cuts. Even his soul was like this. When the screams gradually died down, those human-faced bats also turned into stone statues, falling from midair and constantly exploding into pieces. With a sword light, he took back a stone seal and a storage bag from the corpse. Let's go! Fang Xing murmured, turned into a sword light, and took his original body away in an instant. The mountain gate of the Jiuying sect. 9 strange peaks suddenly rose, surrounded by a poisonous swamp. It is said that these 9 mountains were not formed naturally, but were snatched from other families and sects by the founder of the sect, a great true lord in the late Yuanying stage, who used his magical powers to move mountains and fill the sea. At this time, in a cave with 4th-level spiritual energy, a stone tablet depicting a strange beast shattered with a bang. The stone tablet originally stood quietly, and there were 8 tablets shrouded in dark demonic energy around it. Why is the Sherlon tablet broken? Not long after, An old man in a green robe came to the stone tablet, stretched out his old hands like chicken claws, and stroked the broken pieces of the stone tablet. A sound transmission talisman appeared in his hand, and not long after, several streams of light came to the entrance of the cave. They were all high-level Jindan masters of the Jiuying sect, kneeling on the ground and calling him the ancestor. The Shirlan tablet is broken. Who is the true disciple of the fossil magic? The green-robed ancestor walked out of the cave and asked casually, reporting to the ancestor. It is the true disciple of Shirchi. The Soul Hall just reported that Shirchi's tablet was also broken. The leader of the Nine Infant sect, a late Jindan cultivator wearing a beast robe with strange gods and demons on the robe, hurriedly reported. Waste. The green-robed ancestor snorted coldly. It would be fine if he died. But he also implicated the sect and lost a powerful demon beast projection. Hearing this, several Jindan cultivators nearby couldn't help but gloat in their eyes. In the demon sect, the internal struggle is more intense, and even has to be put on the surface. These Jindan elders have wanted to pull the sect leader down for a long time. Ancestor, do you want to offer sacrifices again and ask the Shirlan demon beast to enjoy blood food? Then communicate? Maybe you can erect a new demon tablet. The leader of the Nine Infant sect bit the bullet and suggested. In fact, he knew very well that after this situation, there were only a few powerful demon beasts willing to accept blood food and continue to sign contracts. Even if they communicated, they might be attacked and vent their original anger on them. But they had to try to make up for it. Otherwise, wouldn't their image in the eyes of the ancestor be ruined? Why don't you go quickly? The green-robed ancestor snorted coldly. The Shirlan demon beast was found by our ancestors with great difficulty. It has a trace of Nine Infants' blood in its body. Need I say more about its importance to the sect? Now that we have lost the favor of this beast, the sect's great formation will be reduced by 10%. Damn it. That Shirchi, even if he is not dead, I will definitely extract his soul and refine his spirit when he comes back this time. In the magic way. Losers have always been extremely cruel. Not to mention, this kind of person not only died himself, but also implicated the sect. Where is Shirchi recently? The green-robed ancestor asked again. Shirchi had a demon in his heart before, and has been living in seclusion in Wayun Immortal City. Calculating the days, he should be returning to the sect soon. I wonder what kind of changes he has encountered. The leader of the Nine Infants sect answered immediately. Investigate. Investigate everything. The green-robed ancestor said hoarsely. It's just right. Let Wamaching go. Isn't he known as the 6 heroes of the demonic path? If the truth can be found out, this ancestor can allow him to enter the Nine Infants' blood pool once. As soon as these words came out, some of the other Jindan cultivators showed joy on their faces, while others were shocked. Ancestor. Okay. I've made up my mind. The green-robed ancestor returned to the cave and closed the door in an instant. Several Jindan cultivators looked at each other, helpless, and could only salute and retreat. But in the dark, one eye after another kept interweaving. The Yuanian cultivator's spiritual consciousness is so powerful that it can almost cover a radius of 100 miles, and even use spiritual consciousness to eavesdrop on their spiritual consciousness transmission. Therefore, they could only communicate with their eyes. The old man actually handed over the Nine Infants' blood pool. After soaking in this pool, the probability of condensing the nascent soul for those who practice this sect's skills can be increased by 10%. Unfortunately, there is only a chance to condense it once every few hundred years. It is a rare spiritual object for condensing the nascent soul. What exactly does the old man want to do? Could it be that the old man's lifespan is about to end as rumored? It is said that in a previous battle, the old man encountered the nascent soul true lord of Xiantian sect and suffered a lot. His vitality was seriously damaged, which would inevitably affect his lifespan. Many magic sect Jindan cultivators had 1,000 thoughts in their hearts, and several of them went directly to Wamaching Cave. The 6 heroes of the demon sect is a group of geniuses specially promoted by the demon sect against the 5 sons of the righteous path. Each of them is a famous young demon with the hope of condensing the nascent soul. In order to suppress the righteous path, 6 people were specially arranged, one more than the 5 sons of the righteous path. Wamaching is one of the 6 heroes of the demon path. He broke through the late Jindan stage by exchanging resources for the merits of the war between the righteous and the demons. He is also an immortal Jindan cultivator, and is regarded as a Yuanian seed. He naturally has to go and please the Jindan elders who stand on his side. The Jin Dan who are hostile to his side need to go back and think about countermeasures. The disturbances of the Jiuying sect have little to do with Fang Xing. After killing the 3 Jin Dan cultivators, he immediately fled thousands of miles away, and then found a place to count the spoils. In the cave, a wild bear corpse fell to one side, and the immortal clone was grilling meat. Fang Xing took out the storage bag of Mu Lao Dao first. After a little sacrifice, he removed the spiritual imprint left by the other party and entered the storage bag. It's actually a 10-square storage bag, with a total storage space of about 10 cubic meters, which is really good. He swept the storage space with his spiritual power and smiled with satisfaction. Although storage bags are considered luxury goods for Qi training cultivators, they are a must-have for high-level cultivators like Jin Dan, and each one has a large capacity. This old cultivator in the early stage of Jin Dan is indeed the poorest, and he deserves to be the first one I killed. The middle-grade magic weapon Suzaku flag? It turned out to be him? The old man doesn't stay at home to enjoy his old age, but comes out to fight. Isn't this a disaster? Fang Xing shook his head, and saw a few pieces of third-level spiritual wood. He was still satisfied and put the storage bag aside. Then, he opened the storage bag of the woman surnamed Mia, searched for it, and first took out the shell containing the Millennium Stone milk. This thing is destined to be with me. With this amount, I don't have to go to business to exchange for Millennium Stone milk. I can find a place to directly impact the Dan. This fellow Nia is really a good person. In addition, this female cultivator surnamed Nia seems to be a formation master, with a lot of formation flags and formation plates in her storage bag. Fang Xing also saw several third-level forbidden breaking talismans, and even a fourth-level broken vein bead, which was an unexpected surprise. Well, there is also a set of quasi-fourth-level trapping formations. It is probably prepared for Zenkizi. Fortunately, she was not allowed to arrange it calmly. Otherwise I would have to slap her to death, wasting a bit of the sun's divinity in vain. Huh? What is this? He had a white jade token in his hand. This token is very strange. There is a cloud seal on the front, but phantoms are constantly flashing behind it. In the phantom, you can vaguely see mountains and lakes, with a strong spiritual energy, and a corner of the Yu Palace. It looks like an ancient artifact, with an extraordinary aura. Go back and check it out. Fang Xing put away the white jade token and picked up another stone seal. This magic weapon has an ancient shape, and it doesn't look like the ones refined today. It should be an ancient treasure. Guard the heart? He looked at the ancient seal characters at the bottom of the seal, thinking, it's a rare magic weapon for spiritual consciousness defense. Although I can't use it, I can give it to the immortal clone. The original master is good at martial arts will, and he has the great Sun Tathagata mantra to suppress the sea of consciousness. So he has nothing to fear. The immortal clone is just an ordinary sword cultivator, who has a slight shortcoming in spiritual consciousness, and can rely on magic weapons to supplement it. Fang Xing asked the immortal clone to refine the guard the heart seal. He looked at the scattered golden armor. It should be a magic armor, with a strong magic style. He used the martial arts golden elixir to transform the magic power, which entered the armor bit by bit, and immediately sensed something different. This set of third-grade top-grade armor was like a living thing, with a bloodthirsty feeling. Fang Xing picked up an arm armor casually, and saw a row of barbs suddenly appear on the inside of the arm armor, as if to pierce into the wearer's body and absorb blood. Is it the iron nail coffin scene in the evil god world? If I wear this to fight, I must be crazy. He shook his head and understood why Sherdauran, who was also a body-refining cultivator, chose not to wear this top-grade magic armor, because it is not for people to wear. However, a set of third-grade top-grade spiritual armor is incredibly valuable, more expensive than several third-grade top-grade magic weapons combined. It can be compared to a set of third-grade top-grade flying sword array. It's a pity to put it aside like this. After I advance to the Great Vajra realm, my physical body will be flawless, and I won't be afraid of damage from magic weapons. I should be able to wear it. It will at least give me an extra layer of protection, even if it's just average. No. Why should I wear the dead man's armor? Or I should just sell it. Fang Xing shook his head, casually named this set of armor dead man's armor, and threw it into the storage bag to collect dust. This Taoist priest sure is worthy of being the true disciple of the Nine Infants sect, and he has a lot of good things on him. Of course, fellow Taoist Mia is not bad either. The remaining one can only stand aside as punishment. He rubbed his hands and finally opened the Taoist priest's storage bag. The brand in this storage bag was the most powerful, but it still opened with a bang after a moment. This Taoist priest really has a lot of good things on him. Fang Xing first scanned a pile of jade slips, but unfortunately, there was no fossil magic skills that he wanted to see. Most of them were some correspondence. Ordinary magic formulas. This old guy actually hid a bottle of 1,000-year-old stone milk. A profiteer. He sorted them out one by one, and suddenly a black jade slip appeared in his hand, and he fell into deep thought. There was no skill in this jade slip, but there were more than a dozen ways to refine corpses. The blood corpse that Sherdao refined before was also among them, named Tiansha blood corpse, which was one of the simpler ones. If you refine a demon corpse, then the dead body armor seems to be reused? Fang Xing touched his chin and fell into the same train of thought as Sherdao. Chapter 226 Lilang Fudi. In the cave, Fang Xing stroked the black jade slip named Secret Book of Corpse Refining in his hand. After reading it through, he had a general understanding of the magic corpse refining technique. It seems that Taoist is not very good at corpse refining. The heavenly evil blood corpse he chose only has the advantages of simple materials, easy control, and relatively quick production, compared with the real corpses that are said to have the power of the 4th level and can rival the nascent soul cultivators. It is still a lot worse. Of course, those powerful corpses not only require extremely difficult materials for sacrifice, but also have many special requirements that are very difficult to meet. It is simply a huge pit. For example, the raw material of a Dutian demon corpse requires a complete corpse of a 4th level body cultivator. Then you need to find an extremely rare 12 Dutian god evil chi and add many special materials before you can refine it. Another kind of 10 absolute demonic zombies is slightly better, but it requires a special fate of 9 Yin fate as the main material. And then find the extremely rare Tianin Demai in the world of immortal cultivation. Build a 10 Yin feng shui tomb. Bury it in it. And it will take thousands of years to complete. Just focus on one and see. However, Fang Xing still found a few that barely suit him. For example, a Vajra refining corpse requires a quasi-4th level body cultivator corpse and a special Buddhist relic. Alas, it's a pity that Wei Shitong body was taken away by the Public Security Bureau. Otherwise, a corpse of a great Vajra realm strongman would be a quasi-4th level body cultivator corpse here, and a little refining would be a powerful 3rd level demonic zombie. As for using the cultivation chamber to absorb the other party's blood and create clones, it's funny. Strong people are all cultivated, even if the other party is cloned. The cloned one is just an ordinary Wei Shitong. If Fang Xing wants to cultivate the other party to the Vajra realm, he can use all the resources he needs to invest. The same is true for the female cultivator with the dark moon body. Even if she cloned a special physique, the chi training level would definitely be useless. She must be cultivated to the Jin Dan realm. Only the Yin Yuan power of the Jin Dan level can help Jin Dan cultivators increase their magic power and break through the realm. This is too troublesome. Fang Xing immortal clone himself is not yet a Jin Dan. And my Tianmu mighty golden lotus twin guardian can only have one clone. It is difficult to increase the number. I don't know if this spell will change after it reaches the Grandmaster level. But before this spell is promoted, I'm afraid I have to promote the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. Fang Xing mentality towards this evil god and strange weapon is very complicated. From the previous precautions, to several times of experiencing danger, he had to be forced to use it. And it ended up rising all the way to the master level. He studied the evil god studies painstakingly, and got the creation stone tablet. In fact, it was mainly for the study of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. But the results were few. Anyway, even the original evil god martial arts, after the modification of the attribute panel, should have reached the level that its mother could not recognize. Now the 1,000-year-old stone milk is enough. It's time to find a place to concentrate on cultivation. Fang Xing took out a jade slip and checked the map. The devil's territory is a bit dangerous after all, so it's better to go to the righteous territory to practice. This is not an easy thing. After all, now the righteous and the devil are fighting, and both sides have deployed heavy troops on the Guishu mountain line. It's not so easy to cross the battle line. Of course, for a Jinan cultivator, it is much easier. The better news is that Fang Xing is not a demon cultivator, and there is no demonic energy on his body. which should not arouse the vigilance of the righteous formation. When immortal cultivators fight, each sets up a high-level formation to sense the enemy's high-level cultivators, which is normal. In fact, the ancient passes and dangerous places were just places where the army could not pass, because the army consumed too much supplies. Once they could not break through the pass, there was a risk of the food supply being cut off. If only 2 or 3 people crossed the mountains and ridges, then the dangerous passes would be useless. That's what ancient spies did. The battles in the world of immortal cultivation were actually similar. Those battle lines and the areas covered by the formations must be important spiritual mines, spiritual medicine gardens, and spiritual veins. At the same time, they prevented the demon army from breaking in. If the low-level cultivators were to advance in a scattered manner, they would basically be unstoppable. And there was no need to stop them. I am only at the foundation building stage now, so I should not even be at the warning line. Sure enough, there are benefits to having a low level of cultivation. A few days later, Fang Xing restrained his sword light in a low-key manner and came to the vicinity of the battlefield of Guishu Mountain. From a distance, the evil spirit was indeed soaring into the sky, and there was a strange mountain in the middle, like a deep-sea eye, absorbing the nearby airflow. Guishu Mountain was originally a strange sacred mountain, with its own formation, plus the formation set up by the righteous. It has become a dangerous place to block the army of evil. He just took a look and avoided it from a distance. As for the patrol team of the righteous and evil that he encountered, if they want to take action, it's just bad luck for the other party. Qingzhou. This place is located in the territory of Xiantian sect, which is considered the rear of the battlefield and is very stable. Fang Xing is upright and looks like an ordinary late-stage foundation building cultivator. This level of cultivation is neither low nor high in the world of immortal cultivation. He will not be looked down upon by others, nor will he attract the attention of high-level cultivators. What's even better is that this is his real level of cultivation. He doesn't need to change his disguise, and can withstand all inspections. A market. Fang Xing pressed down the sword light, and went straight to a bookstore. He didn't know much about the immortal cultivation world in dying. Some of the spoils might have been misjudged, so he needed to update the information. At the same time, he needed to find out some things. The bookstore owner was a scholar in a green shirt. When he saw Fang Xing coming in, he quickly put the bottle of wine in his hand into the counter. This senior is polite. May I know what kind of books do you want? Spiritual Objects Introduction. Fang Xing waved his hand and arranged a row of low-grade spirit stones, and all kinds of strange stories. But he thought of the white jade token he had obtained before. Although he didn't know the effect, his own third-level sword energy couldn't leave a trace on it. Obviously, the quality is extremely high, and it is not as simple as an identity token. Yes. Please wait a moment. Senior. The scholar quickly wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, searched through the bookshelf, and handed several books and jade slips to Fang Xing. For books introducing spiritual objects, I recommend Xiantian Lu. This is specially issued by Xiantian sect to disciples to broaden their horizons. As for strange stories, this Dongsu Xingji and Qingyu Sanren Bailu are both good. Well, I bought them all. Fang Xing is rich. In fact, this was already the 7th market he had passed by. He would buy a few books along the way, and together, he had a general understanding of the special spiritual objects in the dying immortal cultivation world. At least, he could identify 99% of the things in the 3 storage bags. Thank you, Senior. I will pack them for you right away. The scholar was delighted. As if by accident, Fang Xing asked again, besides the immortal city, are there any caves with high-level spiritual veins for sale nearby? If you don't mind, you can go to Sanmeng Mountain. The scholar answered without hesitation. There is a 3rd-level spiritual vein there. The Yun family, who is now in charge, mainly operates the business of renting caves. Renting caves. Very good. I understand. Fang Xing walked out of the market and turned into a sword light and left. 10,000 miles of clouds. He lay in a cloud layer, silently flipping through the books he had bought before. Because of his divine sense, Fang Xing read very fast, and it is hard to describe how fast he could read 10 lines at a glance. So this box is a box of dazzling crystal stones, which are mainly used to refine illusion arrays. Only Jingtian Valley and Dying can produce them. Fang Xing took out a jade box, looked at the box full of colorful crystal stones, and nodded. Then he patted the storage bag, and a white jade token appeared on his palm. These two items were treasures from the storage bag of the female cultivator named Nya. And now he has figured out the effect of one of them. He opened the journey to the east again and turned the pages quickly. Suddenly, the page stopped and landed on a token pattern. Linlang Blessed Land. One of the most important secret realms in Dying. It opens once every 500 years. And there are opportunities for Dongjia and Ningying. The highest level of the entrance cannot exceed Dongjia. And they can enter with the Linlang order. And one token can carry up to 5 people. The last time it was opened. It has been more than 400 years. Linlang order? Fong Xing looked at the white jade token in his hand. Finally, I understand. This is a copy ticket. But, let me go to the secret realm. Hee hee. Why don't you rob? No. The demon cultivators, from the demon elimination and defense secret realm? After all, this Linlang secret realm can be entered by both the righteous and the evil. Fong Xing casually threw the Linlang order into the storage bag to collect dust. The most important thing now is to cultivate to the perfection of foundation building. And then condense the sword pill. What blessed land. Opportunity. Get out of the way. A map appeared in his hand, marking out the spiritual veins in various places in Qingzhou. The best spiritual vein is naturally the Xietian Sect's Mountain Gate, which has a 4th level spiritual vein. Forget about that. The rest are the major immortal cities, all of which are built on 3rd level spiritual veins. Now is wartime. The major immortal cities are under martial law, and they are very vigilant against foreign cultivators. Besides that, there are spiritual veins in various places. The Yun family of Sanmeng Mountain is not bad, and can be used as an alternative. The forces that have fallen to the point of renting out their own spiritual veins are obviously unlikely to pose any threat to him. Moreover, the spiritual veins of Sanmeng Mountain are of a high grade, with a 3rd level middle grade. The ancestor of the Yun family was once a disciple of the previous generation of Yuanning Zhenjuan of Xietian sect. Later, he failed to condense the infant, came out to occupy the spiritual land of Sanmeng Mountain, and established a Jindan family. The Yun family was once well known in the dying cultivation world. After the death of the ancestor of the Yun family, relying on the several major means left behind and the relationship with the Xietian sect, several generations of Jindan cultivators emerged. The Yun family prospered for more than 1,000 years and survived 2 generations of Yuanning Zhenjuan. But in this generation, there are some difficulties. The previous generation of the Grand Elder failed to form a Jindan and only barely condensed a fake pill. He even mortgaged most of the family property in order to buy Jindan spiritual objects, and eventually lost everything. In order to repay the debt and survive with the family, he had to transform the 3 Python mountains, separate the 2 major mountains, build caves, and rent them out to casual cultivators. The reputation gradually declined. The contemporary Grand Elder of the Yun family knew that he had no hope of forming a Jindan, so he did not try to form a Jindan, and directly refined a 3rd level demon pill and became a fake pill cultivator. If the next generation is still like this, the Yun family will be expelled from the Jindan family. The walls of the sect have become a fake pill family. Even now, the great elder of the fake pill realm has been recruited to lead a group of family elites to the battlefield of Guishu Mountain? Fong Xing nodded. This place meets his requirements. The spiritual veins are above the 3rd level, but the surrounding cultivators are at the foundation building level. No matter how brilliant the celestial phenomena are, they can't disturb his plan to form a pill. Chapter 227, Cultivation. 3 Python Mountains. Its terrain is like 3 pythons, each gathering together. The Snakehead Peak in the middle belongs to the main branch of the Yun family, and is inhabited by the Yun family. The other Snake Peak and Snaketail Peak have been opened up with a large number of caves and spiritual fields. Most of them are rented out, and a small part is inhabited by the Yun family side branches. This day, the meeting hall of the Snakehead Peak. Several elders of the Yun family are there, looking at the clan members crying below. They are all helpless. They are all 150 to 60 years old. They have basically no hope of forming a pill, and they can't even fight for a fake pill. They have long given up cultivation and concentrate on cultivating immortal arts or handling family affairs. But the Yun family has spread for thousands of years, and there are countless clan members of all kinds. If it is not mandatory to include those with spiritual roots in the family tree, the family tree may not be enough. Today's Yun family has 13 branches, fighting for power and profit every day, which is annoying. Uncle Lai, You have to stand up for our ninth branch. Those rude people from the third branch took advantage of the night to move the boundary marker a full zhang away. Uncle Lai of the Yuan family had 2 tumors on his head, which looked like a pair of fleshy horns. He looked at the old man practicing qi who was crying below, and his heart was full of depression. Before, your Shaoxi severely injured Yuan Ji from the third branch. Now, they are just taking revenge. If we really fight, the third branch is not easy to mess with. He pulled out the pipe from his waist, scolded and fooled around a few times, and sent the people away. Not long after, another foundation building cultivator walked into the meeting hall. She was wearing a purple-red dress, short in stature, and delicate in appearance. She was the elder of the third branch. Everyone. The grand elder led the head of the family, and others to the front line. We must keep an eye on the rear. Does this mean that I have to endure this trivial matter and suffer this loss? The elder of the ninth branch sneered, and knocked his pipe to the side. Okay. At this time, the old man sitting in the middle suddenly said, you all should be quiet. His magic power has reached the late stage of foundation building. Now there is a big trouble outside, and the people inside are still not united. Isn't it a joke for people to see? The Daluo League is eyeing us covetously. At this point, all the elders were silent. The previous grand elder failed to form a pill, and in order to raise spirit stones, he rented out the mountain, which was a shame for the whole family. Even the decline of the family began from that time. It was fine at first, but later, as the independent cultivators formed cliques and factions, and their relationship with Xintian sect gradually became distant, those people actually thought of turning the tables. The most prominent among them was the Daluo League, which was a force of many independent cultivator alliances, and its leader had reached the false pill stage. If it had not happened to be the battle between good and evil, the supreme elder of the family would have risked his face and paid the price of all the elite of the Yuan family to bring the leader of the Daluo League, Luo Tian, to the front line, and the two families might have started fighting. But after withdrawing a large number of high-level combat forces, the two sides continued to quarrel privately. The Snake Peak has been almost completely occupied by the Daluo League. Now that things have come to this, according to the previous plan of the Supreme Elder, we should focus on the management of the Snake Tail Peak, introduce other foundation building cultivators, form an alliance with them, and compete with the Daluo League. Humph! The Daluo League is fine. The key is the people behind it. Those families are probably our former relatives. They all covet the spiritual veins of the 3 Python Peaks. Just as the elders were scolding those Jin families, an elder hurried in. 12 elders? Why are you in such a hurry? The third elder, the female foundation building cultivator, asked with a smile. Dealing with a small matter. A late foundation building cultivator has arrived, and is ready to rent a cave. He has been arranged to stay at Snaketail Peak. The 12th elder is a middle-aged man who is always smiling and looks like a rich man. He said with a smile, he is quite wealthy. He rented the best third-level cave, and paid the rent for 10 years in one go. Late foundation building. Could it be that he is preparing to form a pill? The expression of the 9th clan elder moved slightly. It's not that there are no casual cultivators who use the spiritual veins of the 3 Python Mountains to build a foundation and form a pill, but most of them fail. The last one who barely succeeded was Luo Tian from the Daluo League. It shouldn't be. The 12th elder thought about it carefully and shook his head. I have used the secret technique to see that this person is still far from the perfection of foundation building. Snaketail Peak. Although it is a little worse than the Tianjin sect's spiritual vein, it is not bad. Barely acceptable. Fang Xing looked at his own cave, and immediately slapped his storage bag, and a number of formation flags and formation plates flew out to set up the formation. This time, he planned to set up a set of quasi-third level formations directly outside, and use the quasi-4th level formation he just obtained inside. In this way, no one will be able to disturb his cultivation. When the pill is formed, the main body will guard it, and even if the Yuaning Jinjuan attacks, it can resist for a while. After arranging everything, he was too lazy to flatter the neighbors around him, and went directly into the retreat room and sat cross-legged. With a raise of his hand, many thousand-year-old stone milk emerged, as well as a large number of jade bottles filled with top-grade elixirs. The number was so large that many foundation-building cultivators in the Yuan family dared not even think about it. First, practice to the perfection of foundation building in one breath. Fang Xing picked up a bottle of thousand-year-old stone milk, sprinkled it on his body luxuriously, swallowed another elixir, and began to practice by leaps and bounds. Blue Star. Villa number 69 in the Blue Sea District. Fang Xing, who had completed the achievement of beating his opponent, walked out of the virtual cabin refreshed. According to the ranking of the Federal Holographic Universe Company, I have entered the top 100,000. I have accumulated dozens of evil crystals as rewards. If I win the next game, I should get a Tiangang stone as a reward. You don't have to rush too far. It's time to stop when you reach the 10,000th place. Maybe there is really a martial saint in front of me, and the martial god is frying fish. Fang Xing was thinking when he suddenly received a communication request. Gu Duan? Research Group Tutor? He glanced at the notes and connected the communication with some doubts. Fang Xing, I have read several of your previous papers. You have a lot of ideas on the simplification of the Buddha's palm. Gu Duan said gently, when Mr. Nia recommended you before, I thought it was a bit bad. But now it seems that my vision is still too narrow. I'm just daydreaming. Fang Xing smiled. Martial arts. You will learn it after practicing a few more times. The Buddha's palm is actually quite simple. I have converted your contribution points into evil spirit crystals and sent them to you by express delivery. I contacted you this time because of another situation. Did you participate in the interstellar martial arts competition? Gu Duan's expression became very solemn. I participated. Fang Xing nodded. Then did you notice a contestant named Meteor? I watched his battle video. His palm technique is definitely a big step forward in simplifying the Tathagata palm. Gu Duan seemed very excited and sent several familiar videos. Fang Xing was a little speechless. In the video, he was beating other 6th-level opponents with his heaven-covering hand and 5-finger mountain. Well, this palm technique does have some shadows of the Tathagata palm. He took a few glances and said pretentiously. In fact, Fang Xing had already completed most of the simplification of the Tathagata palm, and then handed a little bit of ideas to Gu Duan as homework. Comparatively speaking, Meteor showed more. Your current task is to observe this Meteor player carefully and study his palm method thinking. It would be best if you can bring him into our research group. Gu Duan said, if you do this, I will reward you with Tiangang stone. Yes, teacher. I will definitely work hard. Fang Xing's face was immediately full of excitement. After the communication was closed, he showed a thoughtful expression. Sure enough, in the modern information society, everything is easy to be exposed. Not to mention, there is also automatic retrieval of artificial intelligence. His battle video was hidden among countless battle videos, which was inconspicuous, but it was still discovered by Gu Duan. This reminded Fang Xing of his previous inference, and once again confirmed that many martial arts masters in the Federation were silently paying attention to this event. Maybe it's time to retreat? 10,000 is too high. Fang Xing calculated the number of evil spirit crystals he had obtained, and felt that the number was about the same as the number of condensed evil points. As for Gangmai, I'm afraid it still needs to be approved by the competition officials. You can't really recruit Liuxing into the group. Right? Next game. After the next game, I stop. He made a decision in his heart. A few days later, Fang Xing entered the virtual universe and came to an ancient dojo. This environment is rare. He touched his mask and knew that there was only a bunch of data under the mask. It was not that he could see his true face by removing the mask. This mask was just a form of anonymity in the virtual universe. At this moment, Fang Xing suddenly felt a chill. Then, he saw his opponent. 10 feet away from him stood an old man wearing a black long gown, with a tortoise back and white hair. The old man was hunched over and looked quite old. He wore binocle-cloth shoes with 1,000-layer soles. In short, Fang Xing felt very old-fashioned. Meteor, interesting. The old man put his hands behind his back. With a majestic demeanor, you go first. What era is it now? You still use this appearance? Are you trying to make me feel guilty for punching the Nanshan nursing home? Fang Xing chuckled, with the demeanor of a contemporary young man who is fearless. Suddenly, boom! The Jindan domain descended, and he stepped on the wooden board under him, which instantly shattered, leaving a residual image on the spot. He had already come to the sky above the old man and chopped down with a hand knife. Ghost knife? It seems to be true and not true. It's interesting. The old man's fingers on both hands are very long and thin. At this time, his hands moved like turning Tai Chi, point blood and cut pulse. In an instant, he moved his hands very quickly on Fang Xing's arm. The boundary between fast and slow seemed to be blurred at this moment. Fang Xing was a little puzzled. And he had already been hit. But the next moment, golden light burst out from his whole arm. And it seemed that he was not hurt at all. He slapped the old man in the face with a palm, knocking him into the wall, leaving a deep hole. Damn! The dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power is perfect? You kid has no martial ethics. Attacking an old man like me? The depressed voice of the old man came from the cave in the door panel. Then, he walked out of the cave, twisted his neck, and sighed, I hunted geese all day. And today I was pecked in the eye by a goose. If those old guys knew about it, they would definitely laugh at me. As the old man spoke, he straightened his bones. The Golden Core realm can achieve the dragon elephant perfection. There are not many good martial arts seedlings like this. Chapter 228, Dan Condensation. Inside the martial arts hall, two figures crossed each other quickly. Countless punches, palms, and kicks crossed the sky, and the air energy exploded all around. You kid, your moves are well practiced, but it's a pity that they are too rigid. The hands of the old man, with a tortoise back and white hair, were like a ball of magic wind. And the finger movements of one hand were even more shocking and earth-shaking. Fast and slow were melted into one furnace. And every time when there was no way out, there would be a ray of hope, giving people a very contradictory feeling. What's more terrifying is that when his fingers moved, Fang Xing's 4 unique skills of Xingwu were broken one by one. Even if Fang Xing accidentally burst out the 7th realm of combat power, the old man on the opposite side also burst out. And he was not inferior at all. Fang Xing fought happily and felt that his martial arts foundation was once again expanded and solid. Even the simplified version of the third move of the Tathagata palm gradually took shape. This is what a warrior is. Through constant fighting, it is easiest to find your own flaws and shortcomings. And it is also easier to make progress. Roar! In the void, a dragon roar suddenly came out. He was radiant with gold. And in an instant, he burst out with the combat power of the 7th realm. The next moment, the old man on the opposite side quickly tapped his body 7 times with his fingers. 7-star acupuncture points. Explode. Boom. A burst of abnormally strong blood and chi burst out, making his fingers turn red. And he killed with one finger. Bang. 2 figures fell to the ground, each smashing a deep pit. Fang Xing jumped up and stood up immediately, his whole body unscathed. He looked at the old man, but respectfully clasped his fists. I wonder which martial saint is this? It was possible to pretend before, but after fighting for so long, even a fool should have seen the problem. I really hate you guys who are so good at martial arts. I can't beat you guys at the same level. I haven't been involved in worldly affairs for a long time. I came out of the mountain this time. I can see that there are still countless talents in the universe. It's worth it. The old man laughed and disappeared in an instant. He actually chose to admit defeat. Fang Xing received the message and couldn't help but be silent. It's really an old senior. He thought about it and left the virtual universe directly. This battle helped him a lot. In addition, there was a Tiangang stone as a reward. Is your ranking in the universe more than 50,000? Just give up the next battle. Fang Xing made a decision secretly. Immortal Cultivation World. Sanmeng Mountain. Shiwei Peak Cave. With the protection of the double formation. The cave is peaceful. No matter how chaotic the outside world is, it can't affect the cave. Fang Xing closed his eyes slightly, sat cross-legged, and immersed his consciousness in the Dantian. With the birth of the last platinum-colored sword essence, 365 sword essences were scattered all over the place, like the stars in the sky. There was no longer the feeling of emptiness of mana when using the 9-orifice golden pill, because this was all the liquid mana that he had worked hard to condense. The foundation is complete. It's done. Fang Xing opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of sword light in his pupils, consuming a large amount of 1,000-year-old stone milk and top-grade elixirs. He achieved his current achievements, which was actually just ordinary. The foundation is complete, and the elixir will be formed as a heavenly spiritual root. And practicing the top-level exercises, Fang Xing felt a mysterious opportunity after the foundation was complete. The 365 sword essences had a tendency to merge into one and completely materialize, and began to eagerly prepare to initiate the elixir formation process. There was no bottleneck for the elixir formation of heavenly spiritual roots. Plus the bonus of the top-level exercises, there was a great chance that it would succeed. However, A few insurances should still be added. Fong Xing stretched out his hand and flicked. A bronze tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears emerged. The lid of the tripod opened, and a shrunken Jindan flew out. This Jindan elixir that the outsiders who build foundations can't get is standard here in Fong Xing. It was Master Kong who took the initiative to give it to him. After removing the poison of the elixir, the effect of the medicine should be better. Fong Xing played with this top-grade Jindan in his hand, and his consciousness was transferred to the Sea of Consciousness. And he saw a small gray-white seal floating up and down. This is the magic weapon Shoshin seal, which should have some effect on dealing with a Jindan Heart Demon. There are 3 stages in the formation of the elixir: physical strength, mana, and consciousness. The physical strength is weak, but I can make up for it with the foundation of the heavenly spiritual root and the power of the golden elixir. As for the mana stage, the top-level technique is the perfect level of 365 drops of liquid mana. The mana of a foundation-building cultivator can be stronger. Not to mention that there is also the external elixir of the 9-orifice golden elixir to help. I am not afraid of the final calamity of the spiritual consciousness and the inner demon. With the guarding heart seal, it is even less of a problem. Then, let's form the elixir. Fong Xing did not hesitate, ready to seize the opportunity and start the process of forming the elixir. When the flowers are in bloom, they must be picked immediately. And don't wait until there are no flowers to pick the branches. He has been preparing for so long just for this moment. In the cave, a silver light flashed. The figure of Fong Xing's original body emerged, sitting cross-legged silently, acting as a guardian. Although the martial arts golden elixir is different from the elixir of the cultivator, there are also some things that can be learned from. He thought silently, I found a remote place on purpose. No one should come to die. Right? This is also my kindness to the world of immortal cultivation. The aura of the immortal golden pill is far superior to that of an ordinary golden pill. Not to mention that it is a sword pill of a sword cultivator. If the golden pill is formed in the immortal city, it will definitely attract a large number of cultivators. If someone has evil intentions at that time, they will be beaten to death one by one, which is very unsightly. He is a good citizen who abides by the law. So he chose to wrong himself and found a remote place to form a golden pill. This is all for the good of his fellow cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. It started. Fong Xing looked at the retreat room. In the retreat room, Fong Xing immortal clone sat on the cushion, swallowed the golden pill in one gulp, and then stopped suppressing it, letting the 365 sword pills in the Dantian roar and vibrate, emitting a mysterious frequency, and began to merge one by one. These sword pills look like solids, but they are actually viscous liquids. This is the beauty of the top-level skills. When the foundation is built, and the liquid mana is condensed, the liquid mana has a tendency to solidify. In this way, a lot of effort can be saved when forming the pill. Not to mention, the upper limit of the foundation building mana of the Great Freedom Black Gold Sword Classic is 365 drops, which is extremely powerful. Therefore, Fong Xing can capture the opportunity to form the pill just when the foundation is built. If it is a foundation building cultivator who practices ordinary skills, he may need a pill-forming spiritual object to trigger his own pill-forming process, which will lose at the beginning. Boom! After the last drop of liquid mana is integrated, a white gold liquid pill suddenly appears in the middle of Fong Xing Dantian. The rotten iron sword and the 9-orifice golden pill are rotating around it. A surge of powerful mana suddenly flows around the body, and another aging marrow cleansing begins. Fong Xing circulated his magic power, and silently digested the powerful medicinal power of the golden pill, which made his body feel like it was burning. The hot medicinal power merged with the cold magic power, just like water and fire refining the golden pill, which made his originally perfect body promoted again. High-level cultivators have almost no weaknesses. Now even if I don't practice physical cultivation, this body can be comparable to a second-level physical cultivator. Right? A thought emerged in his consciousness, and then he became silent, wholeheartedly assisting the formation of the golden pill. After helping Fong Xing pass the physical body barrier, the medicinal power of the golden pill was still mostly left, and he immediately injected it into the platinum pill. With this help, the platinum pill continued to compress, gradually revealing a trace of the real solid form. True pill achievement. If it was an ordinary foundation building cultivator, seeing this scene would have been satisfying. But Fong Xing was obviously not satisfied. His spiritual consciousness controlled the magic power, constantly compressing the Dan Yuan in his body, making the pill smaller and smaller. But the light became brighter and brighter. From the lower level of the true Dan, it was upgraded to the upper level of the true Dan. Then, it gradually became stained with a hint of gold. Reaching the level of the half-step golden Dan, a wisp of wonderful notes appeared, like the mysterious sound of the great Tao, making people unconsciously intoxicated. When a cultivator forms a pill, the fake pill is the worst. The real pill is the middle. And the golden pill is the best. The real immortal golden pill has a hint of the golden Dan Tao rhyme, which is the trace of the great Tao. Even if there is only a little bit, it is enough to bring unspeakable benefits to future breakthroughs. The outside world. On the Snaketail Peak, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and a strong spiritual pressure spread around with Fang Xing Cave as the center. A huge spiritual vortex appeared in the sky, and the range continued to expand, colorful and dazzling. A casual cultivator who was in the foundation building stage saw this scene and couldn't help but look incredulous. The celestial phenomenon of forming a pill? Someone formed a pill. Who? For a while, the news that someone on the Snaketail Peak had formed a pill spread like wildfire on the 3 Python Mountains. Countless cultivators, who were not in the dead-end retreat, stood on high places and looked at the strange phenomenon on the Snaketail Peak. Snakehead Peak. What? That cultivator in the late foundation building stage actually formed a pill? The 12th elder, who was in charge of receiving foreign guests, looked at the Snaketail Peak with envy. Not only has he formed a pill, judging from the celestial phenomena, he should have successfully formed a pill. At least, he is a true pill cultivator, not a fake pill cultivator. The elder of the third branch of the short woman looked at the celestial phenomena in the distance and muttered to himself, according to the family tree, the range of the celestial phenomena for a true pill cultivator is 3 miles. And the range of the upper true pill cultivator is 6 miles. Now this weather has exceeded the general upper true pill cultivator. Could it be that he has the quality of a half-step golden pill? That person is definitely not an ordinary casual cultivator. He must have an incredible inheritance. But he has no place to form a pill. Maybe he can win over 1 or 2 people to fight against the Daliao League. The 2 elders looked at each other and saw the strong envy in each other's eyes. Snake Peak. Someone actually formed a pill. And it was not a fake pill, but a real pill. Several foundation building cultivators gathered together, their faces full of worry. This may have an impact on our plans. It's not that bad. A purple-robed man suddenly walked out of the hall, surprising several foundation building cultivators. Leader. The man turned out to be Luo Tian, the leader of the Daliao League. Leader. Didn't you go to the battlefield? An old foundation building cultivator was shocked. He just used a trick to sneak back. Luo Tian looked at the sky that had surpassed the Zhendan. With his hands behind his back, we occupy Sanmeng Mountain. And there are several Jindan families behind us to support us. Each family has a Jindan ancestor. What are we afraid of? How can a new Zhendan cultivator compare with several old Zindans? What's more, the other party is just renting a cave, and may not necessarily help the Yun family. This analysis is well-founded, and the hearts of the people in the Daliao League quickly stabilized. I just hate that this person has formed a Dan at this time, interrupting many of my plans. I was originally going to take the opportunity to directly destroy the main line of the Yun family. Luo Tian looked at the Shiwei Peak with a hint of resentment on his face. He paid a huge price, and with the help of those Jindan families, he was able to temporarily leave the frontline battlefield. He was going to come back secretly to destroy the Yun family and dominate the 3 Python Mountains. But Fang Xing Jindan disrupted all his plans. Suddenly, the sky at the top of the Snaketail Peak suddenly changed, and it expanded again. The spiritual energy vortex exceeded 10 miles, like a funnel, madly swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even the spiritual energy of the Snakehead Peak and the Snake Peak was attracted. There was also a strange fragrance, and the sound of the great Tao seemed to come to his ears. 10 miles of strange phenomena. The sound of the great Tao. It turned out to be the immortal golden pill. Luo Tian seemed to have his spine taken away, and he had no ambitions at all. Immortal golden pill. A cultivator who condenses this quality of Jindan will have a great chance of breaking through to Yuanying in the future. Even in a Yuanying sect, it may not be possible to see one in hundreds of years. What virtue and ability does his Daliao League and Yun family have? It is actually an immortal golden pill. The same exclamation occurred in various places in Sanmeng Mountain. and countless sound transmission notes flew around. Fortunately, the place chosen by Fang Xing is relatively remote. Even if the news spreads, it will take some time for the truly powerful cultivators to rush over. In the cave, Fang Xing closed his eyes and looked inward, and he could already see a golden pill in his dantian. It carries the Tao rhyme of the golden pill, and every time it operates, it absorbs and exhales a large amount of spiritual energy from the heaven and earth, turning it into the true essence of the golden pill. If the magic power barrier reaches this step, it is considered to be passed. But sword cultivation is different. Fang Xing silently recalled the secret method in the Great Freedom Xianjin Sword Classic, and suddenly his face became fierce, and he pinched out a sword seal with both hands. Whoosh! In the dantian, the rotten iron sword suddenly appeared, turned into a stream of light, and suddenly came into contact with the golden elixir. Clang! In an instant, the originally calm dantian immediately boiled. The originally stable golden elixir fluctuated and tended to break. Fix it for me. Fang Xing took a deep breath, activated his transformed consciousness, and manipulated his natal flying sword to combine with the immortal golden elixir to form a special sword elixir. The resistance was so great that even he was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, there was a solution to this scene in the sword cannon. 9-orifice golden elixir. Inside the dantian qi, the external elixir suddenly burst out with the mana of the elixir forming level, and pushed the rotten iron sword and the immortal golden elixir to combine. Boom! A sword sound suddenly came from Fang Xing's lower abdomen, causing a trace of blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. When he looked inside again, he saw that the original immortal golden elixir, the rotten iron sword, and the 9-orifice golden elixir had disappeared. Instead, there was a strange platinum pill. It was slightly transparent, with a small sword inside, and a hint of gold on the sword. Around the golden elixir, the avenue of profound sound not only did not weaken, but was strengthened again, greatly increasing the avenue of the golden elixir. I always feel that the quality of this sword cultivator's golden elixir is better than that of ordinary immortal golden elixir. Fang Xing silently experienced the difference of this sword cultivator's golden elixir, and fed back the spiritual consciousness with the golden elixir's true essence, causing the spiritual consciousness to transform madly. 100 feet. 140 feet. 1 mile. 2 miles. The limit of the spiritual consciousness of a foundation building cultivator should be 150 feet. That is, 1 mile. More than 1 mile is the spiritual consciousness of the Jindan level. But most of the Jinan cultivators, when they have just broken through the early stage of the Jindan, the limit of the spiritual consciousness is at most 1 or 2 miles. And my spiritual consciousness. Fang Xing tried it, and knew that the limit of his spiritual consciousness was 3 miles and 35 feet. Almost twice that of an ordinary Jindan cultivator. He was happy. And then a trace of confusion appeared on his face. The last step of the Jindan, the catastrophe of the spiritual consciousness and the inner demon, has arrived. Chapter 229 Hard Demon. Hard Demon Tribulation? Come on. I am a sword cultivator. I can cut through all laws with one sword. What hard demon tribulation? It's just killing. 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 Fang Xing was full of vigor and vitality. Not to mention his martial arts will. Even if it was just the sword will of the immortal cultivation clone. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with a mere Jindan hard demon tribulation? What's more, there is the guaranteed heart guarding seal magic weapon. But just when he calmed down and prepared to deal with the hard demon tribulation, he found out. No! Why is the hard demon tribulation gone? Or has it ended? Could it be that I am now in the hard demon illusion? Fang Xing was a little surprised, but later tried several secret techniques and confirmed that he had passed the hard demon tribulation and truly became an immortal Jindan cultivator. It seems, the slight confusion just now was the hard demon tribulation. Is the hard demon tribulation so weak? No. Is it possible that I am too strong? Fang Xing sat cross-legged. The hard guarding seal in his sea of consciousness rose and fell. And while thoroughly checking his sea of consciousness again, he roughly guessed a reason. Sure enough. Is it because I have the same consciousness as the original body, and there is a martial arts will to suppress it? Now that he has condensed the Great Sun relic, his martial arts will is all-pervasive, and he has the Great Sun divinity, and his status is extremely high. Even if he meets the evil god from outside the domain, he dares to swing his knife, and the hard demon at the Jindan level. no matter how powerful it is. Can it be compared with the pollution of the evil god from outside the domain? So the result is, the hard demon tribulation at the Jindan level can only make him slightly dazed. And then pass it. Could this be the legendary anger? Anger for a while. Boring. Really boring. I originally wanted to challenge my weak spot. Fang Xing stood up and silently experienced his own golden elixir true essence. Immortal sword pill moved slightly. And immediately a stream of golden core essence was transformed. In terms of mana strength, golden core essence is naturally far superior to the liquid mana of the foundation building period. In fact, the Jindan essence of ordinary true core cultivators is at least 2 levels lower than my golden core essence. I dare not say anything else. But now, even if I face a Jindan mid-stage cultivator of true core quality, I may be able to easily defeat him without using other means. As for fake core cultivators, fake core does not count as Jindan. What's more, I have an extra standard natal flying sword. Fang Xing consciousness entered Dantian, and after a brief exploration, he casually flicked his fingers. A sword light emerged, and the rotten iron sword appeared. But the sword body was slightly illusory. Now my natal flying sword and the immortal golden elixir are condensed into one, turning into an immortal sword elixir. The natal flying sword is not gone, but it has been transformed into another form. It is closely related to my cultivation. Now it is a low-grade magic weapon. When I advance to the middle stage of the elixir formation, it will naturally be upgraded to a medium-grade magic weapon. When I advance to the late stage of the elixir formation, it will be a high-grade magic weapon. The elixir formation is complete, and it is a top-grade magic weapon. It's just that the flying sword and the golden elixir are always one. If you want to separate them, wait until I die. Now there are 2 ways to use the flying sword. The first one is like this. The flying sword body is still in the elixir field, and only a sword shadow is used, similar to the means of sword light differentiation. Now Fang Xing can condense 9 such sword shadows in one breath, and the sharpness of each one is not inferior to the flying sword body used when he was building the foundation before. If he learns a little more sword formation skills, it will be enough to make ordinary elixir formation real people despair. In addition, the second method is to risk one's life. Directly sacrifice the flying sword in the Dantian and attack the enemy with the body. Since the golden elixir and the flying sword are one, if the rotten iron sword is damaged, the golden elixir will also be damaged. If you are not careful, the golden elixir is likely to be broken. This attack is similar to the attack of the monster beast spitting out the demon elixir. They are both the last desperate means. So the power is incredible. Fang Xing estimated that even if a cultivator in the late stage of the Jindan who condensed the downstream true elixir was faced with such a desperate effort, he might be pierced through the head by the flying sword and die. Overall, the improvement is great, compared with the previous use of external elixir. At most chopping the true elixir cultivator in the early stage of the Jindan. It is now much stronger. Fang Xing immortal clone smiled slightly, came out of retreat, and then met the original body. Now Sanmeng Mountain is very safe, and the highest cultivation is only a fake elixir cultivator. Luo Tian of the Daluo League thought his whereabouts were secret, but in fact, he was under the attention of Fang Xing original body. I don't know what this person's expression will be after learning about this. It's a good opportunity to refine the Wanfa Ghost Infant. Then, no matter what conspiracy or trickery there is, it can be broken. In the Wild Land, the Yuanying Jinjuan is the top. Even in the Yuanying sect, there is only one Yuanying Jinjuan. What's more, during the war between good and evil, it is impossible for a Jinjuan to be attracted by the cultivator's Dan formation and come here in person. Fang Xing immortal clone nodded and took out a box. After tearing open the seal, he saw a palm-sized baby lying inside, with dark blue skin and a scarlet character spinning faintly between his eyebrows. His face vaguely resembled the image of Master Wanfa. It was the trophy obtained before. The Wanfa Ghost Infant. After refining this baby, you will have the combat power of a fake infant. During the Jindan stage, you will be invincible. Plus my sword realm. Even if I meet a cultivator in the early stage of the Yuanying, I may not be unable to fight. Fang Xing smiled slightly. After obtaining this trophy, he also went to the Sutra Pavilion of the Tianjian sect to check the relevant information. As one of the main forces of the 7 swords fighting Yuanying, it is normal to be interested in fake babies. It was from those classics that Fang Xing knew that refining the Wanfa Ghost Infant required the unique method of the Wanxiang sect. This trick was recorded in the highest magic book of the Wanxiang sect, and only a few people knew it. When he killed the leader of the Wind Department, he had no way to hold back, let alone capture and search the soul. Fortunately, after using the Great Sun Tathagata palm to imprison the Wanfa ghost infant, Fang Xing had another idea in mind. The Wanxiang sect's ritual method is probably only owned by that Yuaning old monster, and there is no way to get it. Now, let's try the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. Wash away all the restrictions in the Wanfa ghost infant's body, and then perform the ritual again. Fang Xing took the Wanfa ghost infant, formed the sun wheel seal with both hands, held the Wanfa ghost infant in his palms, and recited the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. It's strange to say that this Great Sun Tathagata mantra is the same as the attribute column. Only the original body can activate it, and even the immortal clone can hardly use its power. Fang Xing didn't know. When his original body and clone worked together to sacrifice the Wanfa ghost infant, the outside world had already been turbulent. Snakehead Peak. The Yun Family Council Hall. The Jindan celestial phenomenon has dissipated. Has the sound transmission been sent? Several Foundation building elders were like ants on a hot pot. It has been sent. The elder of the third branch of the short woman was a little helpless. I sent a few more, but they all fell on deaf ears. The reincarnation in the hard demon tribulation is thousands of lifetimes, and the outside world is just a moment. The result should have come out by now. Could it be that senior failed to pass the hard demon tribulation and died? At this point, the breathing of other Foundation building cultivators became a little heavy. If that Jindan senior died, then the legacy. That is the legacy of a Jindan cultivator. Even if a lot of it has been used up, it is probably enough to make their Yun family take a big step forward, and the old guys can resume their path. Even let the Yun family produce a true Dan cultivator and realize revival. Alas, this is just speculation. Do we dare to attack his cave? Aren't we afraid that he is actually fine and is just confining his magic power in seclusion? After coming out, he will destroy us? The old man in the middle of the Foundation building sighed, after the cultivator successfully forms a Dan. It is very common to confine himself to several years to consolidate his realm? Yes. The other Foundation building cultivators nodded. Unless, find a scapegoat. The elder of the ninth house suddenly said sinisterly, in my opinion, those casual cultivators of the Daluo League are very suitable. Let them try. If they succeed, we will be the ones who will take advantage of them. If they fail, they will also offend that senior. We can kill people with a knife and eliminate the hidden danger of the family. This is a good idea. Can those casual cultivators really listen? The elder of the third house pondered for a moment. Although most casual cultivators are crazy and dare to do anything as long as it is profitable, this kind of thing is still a bit unbelievable. Didn't we have an ambush in the Daluo League? We can use it now. The face of the elder of the Jiufeng clan turned grim. This kind of ambush spy is of course very loyal to the family. This is a deadly spy plan to send the other party to death. Almost at the same time. Shishing Peak. Daluo League. Luo Tian has recovered from the blow, and has become the shrewd and capable leader of the Daluo League. It is normal for Jindan cultivators to retreat for several years to consolidate their cultivation. We will not participate in this matter. His hawk-like eyes swept around and suddenly looked at one of the Foundation building elders, Elder Shui. Don't you think so? Of course. I will follow the leader's lead. Elder Shui answered with a smile. He has always been a good person. He is also a second-level talisman master, and is considered a backbone of the alliance. If that's the case, why did you contact the Yun family again and prepare to leak the whereabouts of this leader? Luo Tian snorted coldly, and a black thick-backed machete magic weapon emerged and pressed across the sky. Elder Shui screamed and was pressed to the ground. Don't think about sending a letter. The hall is now sealed by the Tian gang cover. If you can send a word, this leader will spare your life today. Luo Tian sneered. What? Old Shui, you are a spy? I want to sever my ties with you. The Foundation building cultivators present were shocked and distanced themselves from the matter. I always believe in you. After quickly dealing with Elder Shui, Luo Tian looked at the Foundation building elders with a smile. Although we casual cultivators are sometimes a little greedy, we can also distinguish the importance. Remember to keep this matter today secret. We still have to make a concerted effort next. Regardless of the newly promoted Jindan, it is the right thing to destroy the Yun family first. Chapter 230 Tracking. Dongqian Immortal City. This immortal city is the closest to Sanmeng Mountain, and is the largest immortal city in the area. Yunxiang Tower. A cultivator in dark green robes, with a foundation building cultivation and a handsome appearance, is slowly tasting the tea in the cup. He is Wamaching, one of the 6 heroes of the demonic path, who disguised himself and took a huge risk to sneak into the territory of the righteous path after the 9 infants sex Yuanying seed, and one of the 6 heroes of the demonic path. Have you heard about it? There are actually casual cultivators who have formed a golden elixir on Sanmeng Mountain. Not only a golden elixir, but also an immortal golden elixir, a celestial phenomenon of 10 miles. Who can fake it? Just then, a few words of conversation came into his ears, attracting his attention. 2 brothers. He walked over and looked at the 2 foundation building cultivators. You just said someone condensed the golden elixir? Yes. It's unbelievable to say it out loud. Can a casual cultivator condense the immortal golden elixir? Alas, I'm thankful that I can get a fake elixir in this life. An older foundation building cultivator sighed. Waiter, I treat you 2 to spiritual tea. Wamaching said politely. Please tell me about the new cultivator who has achieved the golden elixir. Haha. That's easy to say. We hit it off right away. The 2 foundation building cultivators looked at each other and felt that they had made a profit. Waiter, bring another plate of your special golden silk spiritual cake. I told my fellow Taoists that the one who achieved the golden elixir must be a casual cultivator. If there is any foundation who would rent a cave to achieve the golden elixir. Another foundation building cultivator started talking. That's true. Wamaching nodded, thinking back to the time when he was condensing the golden elixir. All the conditions were met. Not only that, the sect even put him under martial law, and the formation was always running, fearing that he would be attacked inexplicably. The result was, of course, that he lived up to everyone's expectations and condensed the immortal golden elixir in one fell swoop, becoming the sect's strongest nascent soul seed. Now, as long as the thief who killed junior brother Sher can be arrested, the Supreme Elder personally promised that he could enter the 9 infants' blood pool and increase his chance of condensing the nascent soul by 10%. Such a God-given opportunity must not be missed. Therefore, he followed the clues all the way and sneaked into the righteous area with a rare treasure. He even ventured to the Xiantian sect, which is also the rear base of the righteous forces. Although he was in danger, Wamaching didn't care at all. Demonic cultivators just like to take risks. What's more, his immortal golden elixir quality, in the late stage of Jindan, has already stood at the top of all Jindan Jinren, and has the strength to easily kill Jindan Jinren, even if the opponent has 1 or 2 4th level means. As a life-saving trump card, it is useless, unless he runs into Yuanying Jinjuan head-on. He can't think of anyone else who can take him down. Even, according to rumors, those truly heaven-defying immortal golden elixir cultivators have escaped from the hands of Yuanying Jinjuan when they have completed Jindan. The 3 chatted for a while, and then bowed and said goodbye. The 2 foundation building cultivators seemed to like to take advantage, but in fact they were quite vigilant and could not go anywhere with Wamaching. Wamaching did not invite them in this way, but just watched the 2 men from a distance with his spiritual consciousness. After discovering the cave where the other party lived, he smiled. At night, a figure came to the outside of the cave, with a layer of illusory light on his body. With a slight pinch of the formula, he was directly integrated into the formation restriction. The cave formation set up by this fairy city was actually unable to block anything at all. After a while, in the cave, 2 bodies fell to the ground. It's true. Did someone deliberately fish for it? I went to other places to inquire today, and the same news. A smile appeared on Wamaching's lips. The casual cultivator Jindan is really a good talent. If this boy is not eliminated, he will become a big trouble in the future. The potential of an immortal Jindan can be fully anticipated. If the other party joins the righteous way, it will not be a good thing for the demon way, especially since the other party has been active in the territory of the righteous way. Its orientation is already very obvious. As long as the person in charge of the righteous way is not blind, he will definitely promise great benefits and generous gifts to win over the other party. Persuade this person to switch to the demon way? I'm not a lobbyist, it's better to kill him. It's just right, I still lack a potential main soul in my 9 infants pearl. An immortal Jindan is definitely qualified. Wamaching walked out of the cave, out of the fairy city, and immediately flew to Sanmeng Mountain. Both of them are immortal golden elixirs, but the other party is a casual cultivator. while he is a true disciple of a Yuanying sect. In addition, his own cultivation is in the late stage of Jindan, while the other party is only in the early stage of Jindan. This is a situation where a mountain is crushing an egg. 3 Python Mountains. Fang Xing stopped chanting the Great Sun Tathagata mantra silently, and stared at a Yuanying in his hand. The original Wanfa Ghost Infant has changed its appearance. Not only has the original blue-black color faded a lot, revealing a little whiteness, but the facial features are also somewhat similar to Fang Xing. The swastika rune on his forehead disappeared at some point, and was replaced by a great sun mark. But his eyes were still tightly closed, as if he was in a coma. No matter how the Wanxiang sect had used it before, this Wanfa Ghost Infant is completely different now. Everything has to be started from scratch. Even if the Yuanying old monster of the Wanxiang sect sees it, he can no longer recall it or activate any restrictions. It was when Fang Xing formatted the Wanfa Ghost Infant that he discovered that the Wanxiang sect was indeed a great sect of the demonic way, and had indeed arranged many vicious restrictions in the Wanfa Ghost Infant. Once it was forcibly refined, it would definitely suffer a great loss. Fortunately, it had been sealed by my great son Tathagata Palm. Otherwise its position might be sensed from a distance. No. I will be in Tianjin sect later. Can Wanxiang sect attack the mountain gate? In addition, if facing the Wanfa Ghost Infant at close range, the demon in Wanxiang sect, who controls the restrictions, should be able to make the Ghost Infant betray instantly or self-destruct. Of course, these restrictions have been swept away and replaced with my great son Tathagata mantra. If other Jindan cultivators dare to refine this Ghost Infant, let them know why the pollution of the evil gods from outside the domain is so strong. The Wanfa Ghost Infant now has nothing to do with the past. Should I change its name to the Great Sun God Infant or something? Forget it, it's just a name. The immortal clone nodded, and took the Wanfa Ghost Infant back to continue retreat. This retreat will be quite short. After all, it is just equivalent to refining an external pill when building the foundation. And this is not a breakthrough in the realm, so I don't need to protect it. Outside, something interesting seems to have happened. Fang Xing raised his eyebrows, as if he saw something interesting. The purple-veined Wansho golden pill in his body was slightly activated, and the aura of mana at the Jindan level emerged. Then, a token appeared in his hand. He shook it slightly, and then he opened the formation and walked out. Outside the cave, several cultivators had been guarding for some time. When they saw Fang Xing coming out and felt the terrifying spiritual pressure on him, they immediately saluted. Greetings, Master. Congratulations on the success of Jindan. From now on, I will live forever. Hee hee. You misunderstood. The one who is trying to achieve Jindan is one of my juniors. I just don't come here to protect you. Fang Xing waved his hand. As soon as these words came out, several cultivators were full of surprise. No matter how well they calculated, it was only based on the premise that there was only one Jindan cultivator. Once the other party had a protector, all their thoughts and ideas would become a joke. But think about it carefully. People are not made of stones. Even the most lonely cultivators have relatives and friends. When they break through a great realm, they will definitely find someone to protect them. It's quite lively on Snaketail Peak today. Fang Xing smiled, and his voice was like thunder, rumbling and spreading. Fellow Taoists on Snake Peak, please come over and have a gathering. On Snakehead Peak, several Foundation building elders were still indignant. Why did the Jindan Jinren only call Snake Peak and not us? We are obviously the masters. As soon as the voice fell, several escape lights rose from Snake Peak and went to Snaketail Peak. The worst of them were actually fake pills and magic powers. What? It was Luo Tian, and the ancestors of the Gua family and the Li family? Many elders looked at each other, and cold sweat slid down their foreheads. If it weren't for that immortal golden elixir, would the Yun family still exist today? Snaketail Peak, the ancestors of the Gua family, the Li family, and Luo Tian were stunned when they saw Fang Xing. They had seen the portrait of the immortal clone before. This was naturally leaked by the traitor of the Yun family, and this one was obviously different from the one in seclusion. Haha. I didn't expect that my junior's condensation of the elixir would attract a lot of attention. Fang Xing laughed and looked very rough. I haven't congratulated you yet for your junior's condensation of the immortal golden elixir. You will have a good chance of becoming a Yuanying in the future. Luo Tian was just slightly stunned, then smiled and congratulated, patted the storage bag again, and gave a jade box. Luo Tian of the Luo Tian League. I came to congratulate you. Not bad. Not bad. I don't know when a pair of talented people appeared in my righteous way. The ancestors of the Gua family and the Li family also smiled and handed over 2 gift boxes. This 3rd-level dragon flame fruit and 3-star weak water. Just consider it as our gift. Thank you. Although Fang Xing looked down on it, he accepted it with a smile. We uncle and nephew have always liked to travel around the world. It was also a coincidence that when my nephew traveled nearby, he suddenly got the inspiration of Tian Dao Dan. He had to find a place to retreat immediately to avoid the loss of inspiration. Sorry for disturbing this place, he said meaningfully. Now he is retreating to consolidate his magic power. When the dust settles, we will leave immediately. This is clearly not wanting to interfere in the affairs of Sanmeng Mountain. Fang Xing is indeed not very interested in a 3rd-level spiritual vein. So that's it. A hint of joy flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. As long as this outsider does not interfere, Sanmeng Mountain will not be able to turn the world upside down. Down you. Don't wait any longer. The local immortal cultivation family must have informed the upper sect. I guess the envoy of Xietian sect will arrive soon. The ancestor of the Gua family was a little surprised. This is the best opportunity to join a Yuanying sect. Although independent cultivators are free, they lack many things, such as Yuanying techniques. This, if it was in the past, it would be fine. But now it is wartime. Fang Xing shook his head, pretending to be embarrassed. So that's it. The face of the Gua family ancestor showed a hint of understanding. Chapter 231 Refining the Ghost Infant. A valley less than 100 miles away from Sanmeng Mountain. Inside the valley, evil spirits soared into the sky, and countless runes flashed. The rock walls were crisscrossed with gullies, and the ground was bumpy, with traces of bombardment by magic weapons everywhere. 2 waves of late Jindan magic power violently collided, but were completely covered by a formation above the valley mouth and the sky, and nothing spread out. When marching, my Xietian sect will not let you go. Accompanied by a shrill roar, a middle-aged monk with a golden crown fell to the ground, with a big hole in his chest, as if the real elixir in his body had been dug out, and he died with his eyes open. Hee. If it wasn't for you not being able to send out any information, why would I have gone through so much trouble? In a real fight, you wouldn't last more than 10 moves in my hands. When Maching stared at the middle-aged man with the golden crown and sneered a few times. However, if you can kill a righteous late Jindan cultivator, you will get a generous reward when you go back. This late Jindan cultivator not only came from Xietian sect, but also condensed the upper reaches of the true elixir. Even in the Yuanying sect, he is considered a big shot. This time, he came with the sect's mission to recruit the immortal Jindan cultivator. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed and died tragically here. When Maching didn't delay, he pinched his hands, and a green light appeared behind his head, turning into a green bead. In the green spirit bead, there was a 9-headed monster, and at this time, all 6 heads had been lit up. He held the green spirit bead in one hand, pinched the magic formula with the other hand, and chanted an inexplicable spell. A soul was extracted from the middle-aged man with a golden crown, and he was about to run away with a look of horror on his face. A roar like a baby crying suddenly came from the void. The 9-headed monster in the spirit bead, Jiuing, emerged, and a head fell down, sucking it gently. The powerful soul of the middle-aged man with a golden crown, who had reached the late stage of Jindan, was unable to resist, and was swallowed by a head that looked like a dragon or a snake. The screams disappeared. The shadow of Jiuing fell into the green spirit bead, and 7 of its heads were lit up, each of which was lifelike. Seeing this, Huan Maching smiled, and then urged the Jiuing bead to suck all the blood and essence from the middle-aged man with a golden crown on the ground. The Jiuing bead suddenly turned red like blood, but soon returned to normal. He touched his forehead, and a green light emerged. With just a stretch, he took the Jiuing bead back. Huan Maching pondered for a while, and his figure suddenly changed. Regardless of the fluctuation of mana or the breath of the soul, they are exactly the same as the golden crown middle-aged man on the ground. He even opened the storage bag of the golden crown middle-aged man and took out the other party's Xietian sect elder token. After inputting a little mana, the token immediately shone with brilliance, and 2 ancient seal characters Xietian appeared. In order to prevent counterfeiting, the elder tokens of the Yuanying sects all added specific conditions when they were refined. If the blood, soul, and mana breath were not in line, they could not be refined at all. But at this time, this safety was broken. When watching refine the magic weapons of the golden crown middle-aged man one by one, and the same voice came out of his mouth as the other party, we have to act quickly. Otherwise, if the Xiantian sect finds that the life token is broken, someone will come to investigate soon. He put away the formation, cleaned up the scene, and immediately slapped the storage bag. A luxurious golden carriage that seemed to be made of pure gold appeared, and Huan Maching sat in it and injected a little mana. A ball of golden light flashed on the frame, and it rushed toward Sanmeng Mountain at a very fast speed. Sanmeng Mountain. Snakehead Peak. Who is it? The elder of the Yun family looked up and saw a golden frame, and on it was a middle-aged monk with a golden crown. His magic power was so unfathomable that he was shocked. Humph. The Yun family is becoming more and more unruly. This seat. Jin Lu from Xiantian sect. Huan Maching stood with his hands behind his back, and his spiritual sense swept over everyone from the Yun family. Why don't you come out to greet me? It turned out to be the elder of the upper sect. Yun Qingniu greets the senior. The short female cultivator of the third family flew out and saw Huan Maching, and immediately bowed. At the Jincheng Ferry meeting 30 years ago, I was fortunate to have met the elder once. Stop talking nonsense. Huan Maching walked into the main hall of the Yun family. Where is the immortal golden elixir cultivator? Elder. This person is still in retreat at Shui Peak. Immediately, a foundation building elder answered with a flattering smile on his face. Retreat? It's just right. You can call all the high-level cultivators nearby. Huan Maching sat on the main seat, and his expression showed no joy or anger. He pretended to be the envoy of Xiantian sect. Just casually. Now it seems that the situation is not bad. At least no one has noticed his abnormality. But even if they found out, what would happen? Anyway, it would just be a massacre. Not long after, Luo Tian, the ancestors of the Gua family, the ancestors of the Li family, and the cultivators of the Daoyuo League all arrived. They looked at the Yun family, feeling helpless. I didn't expect that this time. After making sufficient preparations, there would be frequent problems in the end. The Yun family. Could it be that they really have some luck? Report to the elders. Only the immortal Jin Dan cultivator and his elders are not here at this time. The foundation building cultivator in charge of the Yun family looked around and said, It's just right that they didn't come. Huan Maching casually cast a golden magic power to seal the entire hall. I have received an order from the Xiantian sect. This immortal Jin Dan who has broken through is a spy of the demon path. Just kill him directly. As soon as these words came out, it was a shocking statement. What? A spy of the demon path? Luo Tian was stunned, and instinctively felt that Fang Xing was not a person of the demon path. But at this time, he naturally would not force himself to stand out, but just looked at the ancestors of the Gua family and the Li family. What? You don't believe it? Huan Maching showed the golden identity token in his hand and injected a little magic power. Two ancient seal characters appeared, which were the two characters Xiantian. Seeing this order is like seeing Xiantian. Huan Maching sneered. Are you going to go against the order of the sect? We dare not. We will obey your orders. Many foundation building cultivators of the Yun family knelt down immediately. Please give your orders. Elder. The ancestors of the Gua and Li families had met Elder Jin Lu. Seeing the reaction of this token, they no longer had any doubts, but secretly complained in their hearts. They were shallow in cultivation. Just cultivators in the early stage of Jin Dan. Face the immortal golden elixir. And there is an elder of the other side who is Jin Dan. They really have no confidence. This time, I will take action myself. You take this set of formation flags and formation plates of the Lufeng Zhuanyue formation. Just listen to my orders. Huan Maching immediately began to arrange tasks while fighting and fighting. The main idea is to get these cultivators moving and busy. As long as they are busy, they will be too lazy to think and ignore some flaws in the details. Snaketail Peak. In the retreat room of the cave, Fang Xing immortal clone sat cross-legged, with his consciousness focused on the Dantian. In his Dantian, under the immortal sword pill, there was actually a little man sitting cross-legged. It was the Wanfa ghost baby. After an unknown amount of time, the Wanfa ghost baby suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of scarlet pupils. The big sun pattern on its forehead became more and more dazzling, and it was about to burn. When the little man raised his hand, a powerful mana emerged out of thin air and injected into the Dantian Qi Si. The immortal sword pill suddenly burst into a brilliant light, and the natal flying sword in it made a sword sound like a dragon's roar. Finally refined. The Wanfa Ghost Infant. Fang Xing opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Now in terms of mana, I am already at the level of a false infant? He thought for a while. Anyway, I have already refined the Ghost Infant, so I might as well do the other two things as well. After refining the Wanfa Ghost Infant, he only had mana, and his real strength was not even as good as the original Wind Department Master. But it doesn't matter. Fang Xing has already prepared a backup plan. One of them is naturally to comprehend the sword intention into momentum. The four realms of sword cultivation are Qi, Gang, Intention, and Momentum. If a Jindan sword cultivator can comprehend the sword intention, he can roam freely in the Jindan and gain the reputation of being undefeated. Yuanying sword cultivator comprehends the sword momentum. Once he comprehends the sword intention into momentum, he will immediately become a strong man among the Yuanying true lords. Although Fang Xing talent in swordsmanship cannot be said to be average, it is not to the point of being amazing. Unfortunately, I was able to cheat and reach the highest point of Jianqin Peak. I received the initiation from the founder of the sect, the old man's Zai, and I have already understood the four realms of the sword. Now that I have enough mana, I can use it with a little understanding. If the realm of a cultivator is a gun, then all kinds of means are bullets. Fang Xing only had a fake infant gun before, which had little lethality. But now with the bullets of the sword, it is immediately a gathering of dragons and tigers. Even if he encounters an old monster in the early stage of the nascent soul, he dares to fight. Besides, he pondered for a moment and slapped his storage bag. A somewhat broken bronze lamp emerged, which was the only fourth-level spiritual treasure he had. The Qingyang Magic Lamp. This trophy is of the fourth-level spiritual treasure level, and Fang Xing, who was in the foundation building period before, could hardly refine it anyway. Fortunately, his realm is barely enough now, so he can try to refine it and use it. Fang Xing had seen the power of the Qingyang Magic Lamp. Its built-in Qingyang shield could withstand the full-force attack of the 7 Jindan sword cultivators, condensing the Jinwu's 7-star sword formation without any injury. It could even gather the Qingyang Magic Fire, which was the famous Magic Flame. The Lord of the Wind Department once used it to show his power, and killed 4 Jindan sword cultivators of the Tianjian sect in one go. If it weren't for Fang Xing's strength, the Tianjian sect might have been annihilated and broken. After all, this was a Jindan sword cultivator, and killing an ordinary fake Dan would probably only take 1 or 2 swords. If the loss was not too great and too painful, the middle and high-level leaders would almost be wiped out. With Chu Kuangtu temperament, even if he had concerns with the Wanxiang sect, he would not stop the battle so readily. Fang Xing played with the Qingyang magic lamp for a while, and immediately pinched his fingers, and 2 Yuanying magic powers flew out to wrap this spiritual treasure. The Qingyang magic lamp suddenly turned into a tiny green light, which was collected by him in his dantian, and fell into the hands of the Wanfa Ghost Infant. The Wanfa Ghost Infant seemed to have got a toy, and couldn't let it go, and played with it for a while. A smile appeared on his face, and suddenly he opened his mouth, and a wisp of infant fire emerged. Only the Yuanying true fire can refine the 4th-level spiritual treasure. Moreover, the infant fire of the Wanfa Ghost Infant is a ball of green flame, but it is mixed with a little scarlet. It should be affected by the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, which makes the power of its infant fire rise by several levels. This Xiuxian clone has a conventional combat power that exceeds mine. Outside the retreat room, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, feeling all this, but he didn't worry or feel uneasy. After all, he and the Xiuxian clone have the same consciousness, and there is no possibility of rebellion. The higher the cultivation level of the Xiuxian clone, the happier he will be. It would be best if he could directly become a god, or even be promoted to a higher level, so that he could be less cautious in the main universe and give whatever he wants. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and walked out of the cave. Outside, a layer of mist had gathered on the 3 Python Mountains at some point, shrouding the 3 main peaks in mist. Looming, strands of breeze flowed through the gaps, as if they would turn into bone-scraping gale winds in the next moment. The most important thing was that the sky, which was originally cloudless, turned into a dark night. A bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool glow. Formation? Level 3 top grade. What's going on? Many casual cultivators who rented caves ran out and saw this scene. They took out their magic tools and spiritual tools vigilantly, What does the Yun family want to do? Everyone, please be patient. Several streams of light flew out from the top of the Snakehead Peak. The leader was the 12th elder in charge of external affairs of the Yun family. Our family has no intention of being an enemy of you. This time, we launched a large formation just to arrest a demon cultivator. Demon cultivator? Some other casual cultivators believed it, while others became more vigilant. But soon, a golden car frame appeared, with a middle-aged man with a golden crown on it. The magic power of the late Jin Dan period was so powerful that it silenced all the cultivators on the mountain. Ah, it's the Golden Wind 9 Dragon carriage. I've seen this car frame. It's the car of the great elder Jin of Xietian sect. I'm Jin Lu, and I'm here to arrest the demon cultivator. Huamaching put his hands behind his back, looking like a master, and there was a twisted pleasure in his heart. The demon cultivator is you. He pointed at Fang Xing, who flew out, and announced domineeringly, he's finally here. But are the righteous methods so crude? Directly framed? Fang Xing complained in his heart, but laughed loudly. His eyes swept over Huamaching, and then looked at the ancestors of the Gua family, the Li family, Luo Tian and others one by one. I have nothing to do with the demon path. Do you know? You ruined my last bit of goodwill towards the cultivation world. Of course he would not admit that he didn't leave after condensing the immortal golden elixir, and he had some thoughts of fishing. But he didn't expect that the other party's methods were even rougher, and they just came to the door with a name, without even recruiting. Forget it. The immortal clone is currently refining the Qingyang magic lamp and comprehending the sword power. So I will take action. Fang Xing made a decision in his heart. Even if this person is not a magic cultivator, he is a madman. The elders of the Yun family looked at each other, and suddenly a thought came to their minds. But the next moment, the surrounded young man changed. From the original ordinary, he turned into a wild beast. A terrifying martial arts will sweep through the sea of consciousness of everyone present like the Yangtze River, causing the Qi training cultivators to faint directly, and the foundation building cultivators fell into a long dizziness. Fang Xing stretched out his 5 fingers and turned into a palm, as if covering the world, covering the sky hand. Under the covering sky hand, all beings are equal, and every high-level cultivator needs to bear his palm force. Bang! The fake pill true essence shield was broken as if it was made of paper, and Luo Tian's head was hit into the chest first. The leader of the Daoyuo League died very aggrieved. Then, it was the ancestors of the Gua family, and the ancestors of the Li family. Chapter 232 Battle of Golden Elixir. Yun Qingyu felt a moment of dizziness in her sea of consciousness. When she came to her senses, she saw 3 bodies falling from midair. What happened? She looked at the 12th elder, who was also confused beside her, with a confused face. They were able to survive mainly thanks to Fang Xing, because in his eyes, the foundation building cultivators are now ants, not high-level cultivators, so no one would reward them with a palm force. Otherwise, the Yun family could have announced the extermination of the family today. Swish! As if they had just reacted, the foundation building cultivators, who had gathered together before, scattered like birds and beasts, and fled for their lives. They were originally just fighting a favorable battle due to the decree of Xietian sect. When people are about to die, the first choice is definitely to escape. After all, the immortal way values privacy. Fang Xing was too lazy to care about these ants, but looked at Huamaching. You are good. Very good. Although he just said hello. The other party took his palm calmly, which was considered to be quite capable. Sure enough, those who came from Xietian sect are different. A 3rd level upper grade physical cultivator, a quasi 4th level spiritual attack method, and a large range. Are you the guardian of the immortal golden elixir? Which force are you from? Huamaching stared at Fang Xing. You should not be among the 8 Yuanying sects and dying. Is that a secret unique vein inheritance? There are countless opportunities in the world of immortal cultivation, and anything can happen. Even the 8 Yuanying sects have undergone changes in history. Even Huamaching knew that there were several Yuanying casual cultivators in the dying world of immortal cultivation in the past. They did not open up sects or immortal cultivation families, but chose to inherit from master and apprentice, and even only accepted 1 or 2 people in each generation, forming a special hidden vein inheritance. Or, from the vast sea? He was not a person who only saw the world from a narrow perspective. He also knew about the cultivation world on the vast sea. And he also knew that the nascent soul of the nascent soul cultivators could initially contact the power of the void. In the sect's secret book, it was recorded that the void storm suddenly descended, tore the void, and took several cultivators away for hundreds of millions of miles. Although in this case, the probability of cultivators dying in the void storm is higher. But there are also lucky ones who survived. Such cultivators often have great luck and later went very far on the road of cultivation. The more so, the more they must be killed. Huamaqing looked at the monks who escaped. A hideous smile appeared on his face, and his hand suddenly pinched the seal. Ah! At a spiritual vein node, the Yun family disciple who was responsible for guarding a formation flag suddenly screamed, It is madly absorbing my magic power. My foundation is going to be destroyed. Before he finished speaking, his Chi-Hai Dantian was damaged, and the whole person seemed to have aged 10 years. Not only that, after the mana was exhausted, the suction force in the formation did not dissipate, and it was madly devouring the man's blood and essence, turning him into a dried corpse. The same scene happened in the layout of each formation flag and formation plate. In order to please Elder Jean Liu, the original Yun family and Daluo League monks sent elite disciples, and even foundation-building monks to guard the nodes of the formation, and even took the initiative to inject mana to reduce the consumption of spirit stones. As a result, now all of them have become sacrifices, along with the disappearance of a large number of lives. The bright moon above the sky was also stained with a layer of blood. Huh? Fangxing suddenly found that the swirling fog around him had a hint of blood. A foundation-building spiritual light rushed into the formation, but it was corroded in the blink of an eye and turned into a pool of liquid. A spiritual weapon fell, and the spiritual light dimmed in midair and disintegrated with a bang. Is this a magic array? Yun Qingmu, who was fleeing, seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed. No, this is not the life gate that person told me before, but a death gate. The next moment, a ball of thick fog rolled and swept her in. When Yun Qingmu died, a trace of regret suddenly appeared on her pretty face. That person is definitely not Elder Jean. Chi. The scarlet thick fog rolled, swallowing up a large number of Yun family, Daluo Li, and even casual cultivators. In an instant, Sanmang Mountain turned from a blessed land of immortals into a den of ghosts. Magic array? Quasi-4th level formation? It seems to be a little short. Fangxing looked around and sighed. You are a little beyond my expectations. I have to use all my strength. Huamaqing sighed, and a white bone magic banner suddenly appeared in his hand. This banner is made of white bones, as the pole, and animal skin as the banner. There are countless hideous souls rolling and howling on it. At this time, with a light wave, countless souls emerged between heaven and earth, scrambling to throw themselves into the banner. Among those souls, Fangxing also saw several faces he had just seen, including Luo Tian and other Jindan cultivators. My 10,000 souls banner is not only a magic weapon, but also a formation treasure. With the help of the 3rd level superior formation in the outside world, its power can be further improved. It is close to the quasi-4th level. Huamaqing extended his hand with great love and stroked his white bone banner pole. With the help of so many cultivators' essence and blood here, the power of my magic weapon will surely be further improved. Aren't you worried about your younger generation? He has just formed his elixir, and may not be able to withstand the power of my 10,000 souls transforming blood formation. Before he finished speaking, a large amount of sticky red mist had already eroded the peaks of various mountains. Outside Fangxing Cave, the camouflage of the quasi-3rd level formation was constantly corroded, and finally broke apart. Clatter! A layer of azure waterways emerged, constantly entangled with the scarlet mist. And it was a stalemate. Quasi-4th level formation? A trace of fear appeared on Huamaqing's face. You are indeed extraordinary. He was moved, and suddenly thought of his own mission. Originally knowing that the other party had just formed a pill, there was no doubt in my heart. After all, how could a foundation-building cultivator kill junior brother? Sure. But if this protector is added, it will be different. Did you kill my junior brother? Huamaqing's heart was burning, and he drew the 10,000 souls banner, and the power of the formation fell with a bang. From the banner, one evil ghost after another jumped out, with green faces and fangs, and each of them was actually a 3rd level. Fangxing put his 5 fingers together, and golden mountains appeared in the void. The mountains suppressed the prison and crushed the evil ghosts. The feeling given by this cultivator was very different from the weak chickens he had met before. Not only could he withstand his martial arts will, he even had formations and top-grade magic weapons. As expected, sometimes the distance between Gene Dan cultivators is farther than the distance between heaven and earth. Is this person a real 7th level fighter? If I don't use the trump card of the Great Sun Tathagata palm, I can only break through the Vajra on the spot, or comprehend the simplified third form of the Tathagata palm after the sky-covering hand and the 5-finger mountain. To have the confidence of winning, Fang Xing wore the 10,000 beast armor, held the ghost head knife in his hand, and secretly, thinking to himself, these two magic weapons can't keep up with his progress. But at least they are a help. Forget it. I just play a few hands with him casually. When the immortal clone comes out of retreat, it will be a real 8th level combat power, and I will chop him with a sword. With this thought, Fang Xing injected his magic power into the ghost-headed knife, causing the ghost head of the knife to roar. Then, together with the will of martial arts, he rushed towards Huamaqing. I have killed many people. Which one is your junior brother? Swish. Fang Xing raised his knife and beheaded a 3rd-level evil ghost. The ghost knife can kill ghosts and gods, and now it can also cut evil ghosts. A drop of blood appeared between Huamaqing eyebrows and turned into a blood mark. 2 magic lights appeared in his eyes, but his face still maintained the appearance of Jin Lu before, Mo Yun Xian Sheng. Ha. That's it. Fang Xing laughed loudly, and the beast on his body instantly roared. He stepped on the ground, and the void seemed to turn into a solid step at this moment. He rushed to Huamaqing with the force, holding the knife with both hands and slashing down. Huamaqing smiled. It's you. He flicked his finger, and a crystal-like round shield emerged. It turned out to be another 3rd-level top-grade magic weapon. The crystal round shield held the ghost head knife steadily, and a string of sparks was wiped out. Not only that, Fang Xing felt a sense of extreme coldness along the blade, the handle, all the way to his palm. Huamaqing saw this, and his face was even more happy. His mysterious ice shield was made of the East China Sea's 10,000 years of mysterious ice, and the deep-sea ghost flame was also refined inside. This flame is cold and gloomy, and is one of the 10 great cold flames in dying, although it ranks at the bottom. Even if a Gene Dan cultivator is touched by it, his body will be frozen. With this move, he killed countless hostile cultivators. But soon, the smile on Huamaqing's face froze. It's really cold. Fang Xing nodded, and the tiger-headed knife fell again, as if the previous coldness had no effect on him at all. Huamaqing's face was gloomy, and his figure was like Kakin's, flying backwards, and throwing out a handful of talismans. Various colorful lights formed a defense, which was cut in half by Fang Xing's knife. But soon, he frowned, because 2 ghost claws suddenly appeared behind him. It was the evil ghost in the Wanhun banner before. I don't know when it has escaped the suppression of the 5-finger mountain. The blue-black ghost claws pressed hard on the Wanshou armor, leaving 2 dark and hideous palm prints. Huamaqing's own Jin Dan true essence condensed into a shield, covering himself inside, and the outer periphery was floating. The mysterious ice shield and the 10,000 souls banner. When he saw the ferocious Fang Xing, his gloomy face softened again. What a strong body. If you use it to refine corpses, I'm sure our sex corpse refining department will be very happy. We must get rid of this man as soon as possible, and then kill that Gene Dan cultivator. Otherwise, the people from Xiatian sect will be here soon. With this thought, Huamaqing no longer kept it to himself and touched his head. With the green light flashing, the 9 infants' pearl flew out. Go! He chanted a complex and difficult spell, and a few drops of blood and magic power were injected into the 9 infants' pearl. The 9 infants' pearl suddenly shone brightly, turning into a green meteor, instantly hitting Fang Xing. Fang Xing's face changed, and the armor of 10,000 beasts on his chest cracked inch by inch, revealing a chest emitting a layer of golden light. Bang! He was blown away like a cannonball, and fell heavily on the mountain, revealing a huge pit. Another top-grade magic weapon. No, it seems to be stronger. Fang Xing wiped the corner of his mouth, and the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible magic power circulated around his body, and stood up as if nothing had happened. Not bad physical training. But unfortunately, there will be no next time. Huamaqing's eyes were cold, and he made hand gestures. A scream like a crying baby suddenly came out from the 9 infants' pearl. Chapter 233 Top-grade Spirit Stone and Infant Condensation Pill. In the void, streams of green light emerged from the 9 infants' pearl, like strands of tassels, or like lines drawn by a brush, outlining a 9-headed monster. It was covered with green-black scales, and had 9 heads that looked like dragons and snakes. Each head spewed out different spells. Flames, poisonous water, black fog, ice. 9 spells of innate magical powers converged, and even formed a torrent. Even Fang Xing himself had to temporarily avoid the edge. 9 Infants Phantom? It really is from the 9 Infants sect. If the real 9 Infants existed, it would probably be at least a 5th level demon god. Fang Xing's footsteps in the void were like stepping on lotus flowers, and he kept retreating. Even though he had once crushed most of the immortal cultivators in this world with Blue Star martial arts. When he encountered this kind of real infant seed, before he was promoted to the Vajra realm, there would not be many good results if he fought hard. What's more, he still has a backup plan. The Snaketail Peak, which has turned into a ghost den, is in a cave covered by a water curtain. Fang Xing Immortal Clone stood up and smiled slightly. Since I took out my sword, I have no rivals. I will never show mercy to anyone. Swish. A ray of sword light shot up into the sky. Like a bull. The dazzling light was like a white rainbow piercing the sun. With just one sword, the 9 Infants Phantom was split into 2. The 9 Infants Pearl cried sadly, and flew into Huamaching's body. Huamaching's face was red and white, and he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. But he moved faster, because his consciousness had already captured a terrifying wave of magic power rising from the cave below. That is not an immortal golden elixir at all. It is Yuanying Jinjuan. The one who broke through here is not a Jin Dan, but a Yuanying? Damn it. Is this a trap? Is I trapped? Huamaching was horrified, but his hands moved quickly. He bit his tongue, and a blood arrow flew out and landed on a dark lightning bead in his hand. This is the Netherworld Divine Thunder, a 4th level magical power, condensed by the Yuanying ancestor of the 9 Infants sect. At the first strike, even the Yuanying Jinjuan had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. It was his most precious protective treasure. Go! If it was an ordinary Jin Dan cultivator, even if his life elixir was broken, he might not be able to gather enough mana to activate the Netherworld Thunder. But Huamaching was an immortal Jin Dan cultivator after all. Most of his mana was consumed in an instant. A dark-colored divine thunder, with an indescribable destructive aura fell from the sky. Then, Huamaching did not hesitate at all, collected the Wanhun banner, and sacrificed a 4th level defense talisman. The 8-gate golden lock talisman. 8 illusory golden doors appeared, with complex and mysterious patterns on them, distributed in all directions, protecting him tightly. Even if he was a late Jin Dan cultivator of immortal Jin Dan quality, Huamaching mana was almost exhausted after using 2 4th level methods in succession. But he didn't dare to gamble at all. A strange pattern appeared on his forehead, which was the 9 Infants Blood Weeping Seal. This secret technique can destroy one's own vitality and turn it into mana. Under the light of the Blood Weeping Seal, Huamaching felt that the mana that had been exhausted in his body began to recover rapidly, and his pale face was slightly flushed. He turned around and fled outside the formation. While running, he also mobilized the power of the formation. Countless blood mists gathered and turned into walls to block Fang Xing. Boom! The Netherworld Thunder erupted, and the terrifying destructive force almost cut off most of the Snaketail Peak. When the lightning dissipated, a green light shield stood proudly. Fang Xing held the Qingyang magic lamp in his hand. The light on the lamp flickered and turned into the Qingyang shield, covering his whole body, which seemed to be invulnerable. The Netherworld Thunder is only a 4th level method, and it is a one-time use. My casual attacks are all 4th level methods now. So why would I be afraid of this from you? Fang Xing looked at the layers of blood-red mist again, and couldn't help laughing. If it was a real 4th level array, I would still be afraid of it, but this from you. A flying sword suddenly appeared in his hand, which was a sword shadow of the famous sword Lan Tai. Although it was only a sword shadow, the sharp aura almost soared into the sky, and the brilliance of the explosion was even more dazzling. This flying sword that split light and turned into shadows is no less powerful than any other flying sword. The most important thing is, it is not afraid of filth and damage. Even if it is destroyed, it is only a sword light that is dispersed. This is the first time I have used the method of Yuanying Sword Cultivator. The flying sword in Fang Xing's hand suddenly burst out with a strong sword sound, and a brilliant sword light soared into the sky. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to move with it, and was drawn into this sword. Swish! Where the sword light passed, countless scarlet mists instantly dissipated, as if all the laws were broken by one sword. Puff! The inverted giant bowl that originally covered the three Python mountains was torn open by this sword. The scarlet moon was split in two, and the sword light tore through the sky in the night, revealing the clear blue sky outside. Sword intentions become power? Yuanying sword cultivator? Huanmaching was filled with despair when he saw the scene. He even wondered if he had offended the ancestor, which was why he was assigned such a life-threatening task. But at this moment, the desire to survive still made him not hesitate to destroy his future potential, and he urged out the last bit of mana, which fell on a strangely shaped fourth-level talisman in his hand. This talisman was white in color, and the phoenix-like seal characters on it almost wanted to spread their wings and fly high. It turned out to be a rare fourth-level escape talisman, even for Yuanying Jinjuan. It was a good life-saving item. High-level talismans with void attributes? It's really hard for you. Fangxing flicked the sword with his finger, and the sword roared like a dragon. But when did you have the illusion that you hadn't been stabbed yet? The Great Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi is known as the fastest sword. After obtaining the power comparable to the nascent soul, this sword classic can be regarded as truly showing its true appearance. Just now, when Fangxing cut through the quasi-fourth level formation with a sword, he had already cut Huanmaching with it. It's just that the sword light was too fast, and the opponent just reacted. The expression on Huanmaching's face froze. The 8 golden locks in front of him were broken, and the black ice shield suddenly split in two. A line of blood appeared on his neck, and the escape talisman in his hand lost all its brilliance and was grabbed by Fangxing. This Sanmeng Mountain, as my place for forming a Dan, has been ruined. You are responsible for it. Fangxing looked at Sanmeng Mountain, where all the people and animals had died, shook his head, plundered the spoils, and immediately turned into a sword light, taking the master away. A few hours later, a green light fell on Sanmeng Mountain, with a vague figure in the middle, looking at the mountain range that had become a ruin. He suddenly snorted. Sure enough, the higher the cultivation world is, the more concentrated the resources are. Those fake and real pills, even if the Yun family is included, the resources may not be as much as a late stage of forming a Dan. Wait, that kid seems a little unusual. He should be a big shot of the Jiuying sect. Nascent soul seed? Hundreds of thousands of miles away from Sanmeng Mountain. Fangxing pressed the escape light, and the sword light turned, and a cave was opened up, and he began to count the spoils. After seeing other small fish, he couldn't help but have more expectations for the storage bag of the Jiuying sect's Dan. After opening it, he saw a lot of spiritual stones piled up like mountains. Not only that, Fangxing's expression moved, and he found an extremely special water-attributed spiritual stone among the many spiritual stones. It had not been cut, and it was in the shape of a blue water drop. The water spirit inside was extremely abundant. If you put it next to your ear, you can still hear the sound of the Yangtze River rushing. This piece, could it be the rumored top-grade spiritual stone? One piece is worth hundreds of top-grade spiritual stones, and there is definitely no top-grade spiritual stone that cultivators exchange for? Fangxing's expression moved. This kind of top-grade spiritual stone is said to contain extremely pure spiritual energy, and it can even have a half-complete effect on condensing the nascent soul. Of course, this must be in line with the attributes of the practice. Fangxing's practice of Great Freedom Xianjin Sword Classic focuses on gold-attributed spiritual energy. If he needs to condense the nascent soul in the future, it is best to prepare a gold-attributed top-grade spiritual stone. If it were replaced with a top-grade spiritual stone with water attributes, the effect would be worse. The original 5-point effect might become 4-point. What a good thing. Fangxing was overjoyed and sealed the blue water drop. As for the other treasures, it opened his eyes even more. All kinds of natural treasures. Rare elixirs, it was simply dazzling. And there were even more than a dozen drops of 10,000-year-old stone milk. So fat, a Jindan cultivator is so rich. Fangxing opened a sky-blue jade box with a look of disbelief. The texture of this jade box is somewhat similar to the empty blue bottle used to hold the Jindan. After opening it, he saw a strange vine inside, which was coiled like a dragon and had a special locust flower fragrance. It seems to be a 4th-level spiritual medicine? He raised his eyebrows and found several other medicine boxes, which were sealed very tightly. It was obvious that the unlucky guy valued them very much. After checking the jade slips one by one, Fangxing immediately found the answer. He held a jade slip in his hand and entered it with his consciousness. Soon, a most complicated method of refining elixirs he had ever seen came into his sight. Ninging pill recipe. Main materials: a shinning fruit, a section of Lunghuai vine, Biling Qingju heart. Auxiliary materials: 1,000-year-old Zhu fruit, 10,000-year-old stone milk. It's actually a 4th-level pill recipe. Ninging pill. A pill that is very helpful for condensing yuaning? Yes. That person is already in the late stage of Jin Dan. So it's not surprising that he started to collect materials for Ninging pill in advance. Fang Xing nodded and looked at the section of dragon vine. It seems that this thing should be Lunghuai vine. He found that the late Jin Dan cultivator of the magic way was more capable than he had imagined. In addition to the shinning fruit, he had already collected most of the other main and auxiliary materials. That's right. Even if you have a natural spiritual root, you definitely don't have much confidence in how to condense the nascent soul. As long as I get the divine infant fruit, can't I try to refine the condensing infant pill? After possessing the power of the nascent soul, Fang Xing alchemy skills will improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, with the Wanhua Ding in hand, his alchemy requirements are much lower than other alchemists. As long as he can successfully condense the pill in the end, it's enough. Chapter 234 Diviner. The Divine Infant Fruit. It is said that even if eaten raw, it is a heavenly and earthly elixir that can help condense the nascent soul. It is very rare in the great wilderness. The only one with a definite production location is Lin Lang Blessed Land. Fang Xing thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He silently put the matter of refining the nascent soul pill on the agenda, and continued to count the spoils. The main thing was Huamaching magic weapon. It's a pity for these 2 pieces of the mysterious ice shield. But they were cut in half, and can only be sold as materials. The 10,000 souls banner? The demonic aura is sinister, which is not my sword cultivation style. Huh? This is indeed a treasure of the Tao of formation. It can be used in conjunction with the formation as the main formation flag to enhance the power of the formation. Fang Xing finally picked up the 9 infants pearl. At this time, the shadow of the 9 infants inside the spiritual pearl became much more blurred, and the 7 lit heads were all weak. This thing seems to be the life magic weapon of the late Jin Dan cultivator. Life magic weapon. Before the original owner died, outsiders absolutely could not refine it. After the original owner died, the power would be reduced by several times, and it would never be able to recover to its peak. This 9 infants pearl was first slashed by his Yuaning level sword energy, and then encountered the change of the original owner's death. It is understandable that the foundation was greatly damaged and the spiritual light became dim. Fang Xing was not sad at all. He opened his mouth slightly, and a wisp of green and scarlet infant fire appeared, and began to sacrifice this 9 infants pearl. Under the burning of the infant fire, even the best magic weapon, the light was uncertain for a moment, and it showed a tendency to be refined. Even as the Yuaning fire broke through the restrictions, the general information about this magic weapon automatically emerged in Fang Xing's mind. 9 infants pearl, both offensive and defensive, can manifest the 9 infants virtual form, guard the mind, and has infinite uses. Moreover, it has 9 heads, each of which can imprison the soul and blood essence of a cultivator, thereby completely simulating the mana and consciousness fluctuations of that cultivator. And even most blood tests can be fooled. Unfortunately, this is a life magic weapon. After the death of the original owner, the 9 infants pearl permanently lost part of its power. Now only 8 heads can store the soul and blood essence. The good news is that these stored souls and blood essences can be replaced and replaced. For me, its attack power is not worth mentioning, but the disguise it provides is quite useful. Fang Xing family knows their own affairs. He is good at disguising himself, but it is difficult to restrain his breath. Otherwise, he would not have been seen through when he went to participate in the transaction in the Immortal City last time, and he would not have committed many crimes that caused the suffering of many lives in vain. Strictly speaking, the disaster of the 3 Python Mountains was caused by someone's poor disguise level. However, sword cultivators are like this, specializing in one path, and only the sword is pure. Now, with the help of this 9 infants pearl, my disguise and breath concealing skills should be undetectable by anyone below the nascent soul stage. Fang Xing felt the 7 illuminated 9 infants' heads, and suddenly his expression moved, and his consciousness touched one of them. In an instant, a layer of soul clothes emerged from the 9 infants pearl, draped over him, covering up his original mana and soul fluctuations. Then, Fang Xing found that he had become an acquaintance. That Xintian sect elder is really dead. After being killed, even his soul and blood fell into the hands of the enemy. And then he disguised himself as a righteous Jin Dan Jiren to kill me. Fang Xing deeply felt the evil taste of the demon cultivator. If my cultivation was a little worse, I might really be Slayer. And Xintian sect would not end up well. At least its reputation would definitely be ruined. Suddenly, he touched his Dantian. In the divine consciousness, inside the platinum-colored golden elixir, the rotten iron sword suddenly made a rapid sword sound. Is this a warning from the sword heart? The enemy that I feel is dangerous now. Could it be that a Yuaning Jinjuan is tracking me personally? How is this possible? No, it is not impossible. Fang Xing expression changed. The Yuaning Jinjuan of Xintian sect may not care much in the past, but after a late Jin Dan Jindong cultivator in the sect died, he might take action. Because the murderer can easily kill a late Jin Dan cultivator of Jindong quality. His cultivation is definitely extraordinary. If Xintian sect wants to investigate, it can either send several late Jin Dan cultivators, or let the Yuaning seed Zenkizi come in person. Either way, it is possible to be ambushed. The most stable and surefire way is for Yuaning Jinjuan to take action himself and wipe out all the demons and monsters with absolute strength. He analyzed it silently and found that the probability of Xintian sect having Yuaning Jinjuan take action this time was more than 50%. This is called a mountain crushing an egg. No matter what kind of enemy you face, you are upright. Fang Xing sighed and prepared to avoid it. He is a fake infant, not a real Yuaning after all. Although he believes that he can fight against a Yuaning early cultivator with many magical powers and treasures, he does not have to take the risk to test it. What he likes most is to bully the weak. Let's ambush a gift first, and then see the situation. Fang Xing flicked his fingers, and sword shadows emerged, sank into the rock wall of the cave, and disappeared in an instant. Then, he flicked his sleeves, collected all the items in the cave, turned into a sword light, and disappeared into the sky. More than half an hour later, a green light emerged, and an ordinary-looking female cultivator in green walked out. She looked at most 20 or 30 years old, but her eyes were indifferent to the world. At this time, she walked into the cave, and her jade-like hands pinched a seal, obviously preparing to use some secret technique to track down the remaining breath. Swish! At this moment, sword shadows flashed in the cave, as if condensed into a sword formation. The sky full of sword light rushed up to the sky, cutting the entire mountain in half. A cold and sharp sword domain emerged, with countless sword lights floating inside. Each sword light turned into a scale, and finally combined into a silver dragon. The silver dragon roared and suddenly fell towards the green-clothed woman. Boom! The mountains were shaken, making the mortals living in the nearby villages almost think that the earth dragon had turned over. A breeze blew, and the mountain peaks that were already overwhelmed turned into dust and disappeared in an instant. Only the green-clothed female Jinjuan, holding a lotus in her hand, seemed to be unscathed by the impact of the silver sword dragon. It is indeed a Yuaning Jinjuan, and a Yuaning sword lord. In addition to Chu Laogui of Tianjin sect, there is actually a Yuaning level sword cultivation inheritance. The green-clothed girl's eyes moved, and suddenly gritted her teeth and took out 3 copper coins from her sleeve. Then, she took out a bamboo tube, put the 3 copper coins in it, and threw it into the sky. This is the method of fortune tellers. Ask the heavens for divination. Fortune tellers, like feng shui masters, are among the most unorthodox of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. After all, fate, luck, are all difficult to figure out. If you force them rashly, it will backfire on you. Therefore, there are very few high-level fortune tellers in the world of cultivating immortals. But I didn't expect that this green-clothed female Jinjuan is one of them. After a moment, she caught the bamboo tube and poured out 3 copper coins on her palm. Can't you calculate it? There was a flash of green in the girl's eyes. And then she couldn't believe it. Before, she could vaguely calculate the whereabouts of the key person, although it was very vague, which meant that the other party's cultivation was strong enough to suppress his own fate, or he had some treasures that concealed the secrets of heaven. But now, it is a chaos, and it is impossible to calculate. Going too far rashly even caused her to suffer a little backlash. Forget it. The Chingy female True Lord stood silently for a long time, and finally sighed, and went to the gate of Xiantian sect. Blue Star. Number 69. Blue Sea District. Fong Xing looked at his own immortal clone and nodded. You stay out of the limelight here first. Hee hee. I now have an 8-level combat force in my villa. Even if a martial saint comes, I can take it down. Well, this may not be taken, but at least it will make a big noise. 8-level combat force. Even in the Blue Star Federation, it is a high-level official. With such a strong combat force in his home, at least there is no problem with safety. After dealing with the matters of the immortal clone, Fong Xing came to the gate and saw several packages. Looking at the sender, it was either Blue Star University or the Federation Holographic Universe Company, and he immediately knew what it was. He brought the packages to the living room and opened them one by one. Crash! A small pile of evil crystals mixed with Tiangang stones were scattered on the guest table. Good things are good things, but they are useless to me. Well, at least now that I have made a breakthrough in cultivation. There are many explanations. Although I have given up the interstellar martial arts competition, the competition has not yet ended. When the competition is truly over and the final ranking is announced, there should be another wave of rewards. By this calculation, it is enough for me to cultivate to the peak of martial arts Jin Dan. After a little more running in, I will be promoted to the Vajra realm before the end of the postgraduate study period and continue to study for a doctorate. There is also a simplified version of the Tathagata palm. I have already figured out the third style, but the realm is still a little insufficient. It is enough after Vajra. Fong Xing silently thought about his own cultivation plan. This kind of thing is not immutable. It can be adjusted at any time, which highlights flexibility. Little Blue. Fong Xing opened his mouth, and a holographic projection immediately appeared. It was an elf with blue wings. Master, what do you want? Bring up the recent martial arts competition video. Fong Xing planned to take a quick look first, mark the battles he wanted to watch, and then go to the holographic universe to watch the battles in depth. This is very remarkable. If you want to improve martial arts, you can't do without this kind of immersive experience. This is why Fong Xing judged that Blue Star martial arts would usher in a wave of great development after the emergence of virtual universe technology. Okay. Xiaolan smiled slightly, raised his hand, and a screen appeared immediately. On the screen, it was divided into more than 5,000 grids, and there was a battle in each grid. If it were an ordinary person, seeing such a video would definitely make him dizzy. Fong Xing was just right. He scanned it roughly and wrote down a few battle numbers. These martial arts Jin Dan must be graduates of Blue Star University. The battle is worth watching. And the Mecha Master codenamed White Falcon. Okay. Master, you need to pay copyright fees to enter the viewing mode. A total of 360,987 Star Yuan, which has been deducted. And the virtual video has been purchased successfully. Xiaolan responded with a smile. Damn. Fong Xing cursed, a little depressed. The Federal Holographic Universe Company is really good at making money. But they have high technology. They deserve to make money. And before participating in the competition, the virtual agreement signed by the contestants defaulted to selling the video copyright. Finally, the Federal Holographic Universe Company did not take it for nothing. The rewards of the evil crystals and Tiangang stones can be regarded as the rewards paid to the outstanding players in advance. Fong Xing could only curse a few words and then settle the bill. I don't have much Star Yuan, but I have many channels. He suddenly thought of the master of the sect. This person has a lot of arrangements, such as some unnamed accounts, in which astronomical Star Yuan assets are deposited. And on the surface, there is no relationship with the evil god sect. But does Fong Xing dare to take it? Things in the world, wherever they pass, they will inevitably leave traces. Not to mention the behemoth like the Blue Star Federation. As long as they are determined to track it down, they will definitely be able to track it down. By then, it will be counterproductive. It is for this reason that Fong Xing still has clues about many core believers of the sect. But he has not tried to contact them or send them to the Public Security Bureau. There is no fake identity in the Interstellar Society. It's too troublesome. Fong Xing sighed in his heart and suddenly thought of the immortal cultivation avatar. This immortal cultivation avatar is completely different from himself in terms of appearance, temperament, strength. He is even an illegal resident in the Blue Star Federation. He can temporarily serve as his white glove. First, Go through the channels in the memory of the master of the sect to obtain a legal identity, and then mobilize those funds. Then, contact the believers of the sect and catch them all in one fell swoop. By the way, you can also collect some sect-related items. Feng Xing has now temporarily left the evil god world, and the gate of the heavens has entered the charging state again. If you can't get other sources of replenishment, I don't know how long it will take to open the next new world. This is a good idea. Even if something goes wrong, it won't affect me. And the strength of the immortal cultivation avatar is enough. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. And he even couldn't wait to go out to do things. Feng Xing's eyes wandered, browsing through more than 5,000 grids at will, wanting to use the strengths of hundreds of schools to complete his own martial arts. This is the process of continuous accumulation. Huh? Suddenly, his eyes moved. Shaolin. Video number 3961. Zoom in for me. A grid suddenly expanded, occupying most of the screen. On the screen, there was a battle on the glacier. One of them was only at the peak of the outdoor scene, chose to remain anonymous, wore a mask, and performed a set of magnetic field martial arts. With every move, he actually attracted the blessing of the magnetic field of heaven and earth, so that the power of his domain could actually compete with the Jindan domain. Kill! The masked man controlled the magnetic field, took advantage of the terrain, and triggered a magnetic storm, which turned into a 2-in extinction magnetic light knife, sweeping across the neck of the opposite Jindan warrior. Wai Jing wants to kill the martial arts golden elixir. This is going against the will of heaven. Feng Xing's eyes moved. More importantly, why does this person give me a sense of familiarity? In the video, the warrior who was swept by the magnetic light knife had blood gushing out of his neck. But in an instant a layer of golden light appeared, which quickly stopped the bleeding and recovered the injury. Feng Xing was very familiar with this golden light. It was the Dragon Elephant Vidra indestructible divine power. But it was just at the small success level, not as good as his own great perfection. You are good. But it's a pity that you met me. The golden elixir warrior roared, and the whole body was covered with golden light, like a little golden man. And the golden elixir Yuanli gathered and punched out. The masked warrior's magnetic field was broken, and his body fell into the glacier like a rag doll. He lost. The gap between Wai Jing and the martial arts golden elixir was originally like a natural chasm. He was proud enough to be able to hurt the golden elixir with the body of Wai Jing. Chapter 235 Contact. Sunny dragged his tired body to an apartment building. On the surface, he was a professional in the fourth realm. What he was most proud of in his life was that, as a native of Blue Star, he had a local household registration and bought a house in Blue Star through a loan. Although he had to bear the loan for 200 years, he was already a successful person in Blue Star. After all, professionals in Blue Star were not worth much. But household registration was difficult. As an ordinary worker in Kalen Company on Blue Star, he worked until late at night again today, walking into the elevator that was almost the same as the space elevator. Sunny rubbed his eyes. In less than a minute, the elevator reached the 3,672nd floor where he lived. Beep, master. Welcome home. Scanning the door lock. The smart iris card lock on it opened automatically, revealing a room of less than 30 square meters. Narrow. Closed. Every inch of space was perfectly utilized, and it was divided into bedrooms, study rooms, kitchens, bathrooms, and various sundries were piled up. Sunny closed the door and took a deep breath. It's time to witness a miracle. The next moment, a short black stick appeared in his hand, and he waved it gently. The void seemed to be infinitely expanded. In the originally closed room, a practice room, a utility room, and a super luxurious living room of more than 200 square meters were squeezed in. The huge crystal chandelier flashed a luxurious light. It seemed that under the magical spell, the originally narrow and closed room was not only lengthened, but also heightened. Praise the gate of nothingness. Sunny smiled slightly, lying on the leather sofa, and opened a bottle of drink casually. This space spell is really useful. It's worth it for me to join. In his own private residence, he seemed to be much more relaxed. Sunny is a rare spellcaster, analogous to the ancient magician. He was just a mediocre talent, and after struggling for many years, he was still a formal professional of the fourth realm. Later, he was almost driven crazy by his small and closed room, so he looked for some space spells that he could practice. Then, he found this space spell in an ancient book. And after using it, he was unconsciously addicted to it. Soon, he was found by the sect, and joined them half voluntarily and half forced, and got a lot of useful knowledge. For example, how to hide yourself better. I am now a 6th level spellcaster in secret. Since the previous moon god incident, the top leaders of the sect are like dead, and no one has contacted me. Maybe I have become a top leader? Sunny thought while drinking a drink. At this moment, his face suddenly changed and he looked at the back of his hand. The skin on the back of his hand was white and delicate, but only he could see that a rune in the shape of a door had begun to shine. Finally, contacted me? Sunny didn't know what was going on in his heart, but he quickly followed the previous process and came to a dark room and lit 4 candles in the corner. Then, he placed a piece of offerings, and his voice gradually became low. Great gate of nothingness, I pray for your power. I pray for your favor. I pray for you to give me a good dream. The next moment, a ray of light came from the symbol representing the door in the ceremony. Sunny yawned, fell directly to the ground, and fell asleep. Such a real space. Sunny looked at the blue sky and white clouds, his face full of emotion. This is exactly the world I want. It's almost as good as the virtual universe. It's still a lot worse, because this is your subconscious performance. You subconsciously believe in yourself, so you think this world is very real. But in my opinion, this dream is still too simple. A voice sounded. However, there is no other way. After all, the cultists can't hold meetings in the virtual space. Right? Wouldn't that be giving credit to the all-knowing brain? At present, the only safer channel for contact between the evil gods' believers is dreams. In this regard, the Gate of Nothingness has certain advantages, perhaps because it holds the authority in related aspects. Who? Sunny looked at the source of the voice, and saw a figure covered in a black robe, and even wearing a mask on his face. Fong Xing Immortal Clone didn't say much, made a handprint, and chanted a spell. This spell is difficult to pronounce and complicated, and I don't know what kind of alien language it is. After listening to it, Sunny looked respectful. Are you the new sect leader? The previous sect leader had a will. After he died, whoever can use this spell and handprint will be the new sect leader. This is of course the fault of the previous sect leader. The other party thought that he would be able to succeed in taking over the body. He had thought about it for a long time about how to control the sect after changing the body, and had arranged many methods. However, to deal with this Sunny, Fong Xing only showed some information obtained from the master of the sect, which was enough. Alas, you said I was just an undercover agent. How did I become the master of the sect? Fong Xing sighed in his heart. His immortal clone was originally an illegal account, but after sneaking out of the Blue Sea Villa, he obtained a fake identity through the channel of the master of the sect, and withdrew the star yuan from those anonymous accounts. Now Fong Xing can proudly declare that what is a billionaire? Hundreds of billions and trillions of rich people are just younger brothers in front of him. Of course, although he was in charge of part of the savings of the sect, Fong Xing did not dare to let this account intersect with Fong Xing original account. Even if the money was laundered, it would not work. Again, as long as it is done, there must be traces. If it weren't for the immortal clone that appeared out of thin air, Fong Xing would not dare to act so carelessly. Fortunately, if you want to enjoy, if the immortal clone enjoys, then the real body will enjoy. Even if the thunderbolt at the end was caused by the immortal clone, it had nothing to do with the real body. He spoke slowly. His voice was deep and hoarse. Last time we failed. Our school suffered a great loss. I plan to promote you to become one of the 10 disciples of the school. The planetary bishops, sons of gods, saints, etc. of the sect are actually pits. The ones who really hold the power are the masters of the sect and the 10 disciples. Me? Sunny was startled, then bowed. Only believe in the Gate of Nothingness. Very good. Seeing this, Fong Xing slightly raised his lips and smiled. I remember that the classics of the school and some of the sacrificial utensils are all with you. Right? Now the school needs to reactivate them. This person is indeed the successor selected by the previous generation. Except for me and the previous generation of the sect master. Few people know about this matter. Sunny's pupil shrank, and then showed a firm look. In order to rebuild the school, I naturally have no choice. But I don't know how to hand them over to the sect master. In the dream, you can only communicate information. Once it involves offline mailing, it is easy to get into trouble. It doesn't matter. I'm here. Fong Xing smiled. What? Sunny was startled and suddenly woke up from the dark room. He saw a man standing in front of him, wearing a black robe and a mask, exactly like the sect leader in the dream. Sure enough, the sect leader also knew my true identity. Sunny's heart sank, and all his thoughts were put away. Sect leader? He called out tentatively. Go get those secret books and sacrificial vessels. Fong Xing and Sunny came to the living room, sat on the sofa carelessly, and waved his hand, looking at Sunny's back as he went to the next room. He released his spiritual consciousness and began to monitor without stopping. In his heart, he was thinking about the soul-searching technique just now. This art of soul-searching in dreams from the Nine Infants sect is stronger than the soul-searching art of destroying gods because it is subtle and silent. In the dream, the soul-searching is completed unconsciously, and the person involved does not even feel much. Of course, this must be performed in the nascent soul realm. Just now, he took advantage of Sunny's deep sleep to perform the soul-searching art and obtained a lot of information and intelligence. A 6th-level spellcaster. Space spellcaster. He is indeed a talent. When a certain number is collected, if you can't satisfy me, then pack it up and send it to the Public Security Bureau. Song Jin Gang. That kid has just started working and must need political achievements. Sunny doesn't know that the big guy next door is monitoring him and is ready to sell him out. He came to the next door and confirmed that Fong Xing did not follow him. He couldn't help but secretly sigh at Fong Xing's generosity. After moving an oil painting, he saw a safe. He entered the password familiarly, and after the safe was opened, he found that it was empty. Then, a short black stick appeared in Sunny's hand, and he chanted a complicated spell. A flash of light appeared in the safe, and 2 black notebooks and a book with a brown leather cover appeared. In addition, there were several broken stone slabs and a half-broken golden candlestick. Fong Xing only scanned it with his spiritual sense, and he felt that the Great Sun Tathagata mantra was ready to move. Not only that, even the gate of the heavens trembled slightly. Sure enough, he sat firmly on the sofa, watching Sunny bring 3 secret books and several sacrificial utensils to him. Master, these are the 3 secret books that the previous master entrusted to me for safekeeping. The key to the door, the gate of flesh and bone, and the gate of the forest. The reason why he was so well behaved was not because of trust and loyalty. I just understand one thing. This black-robed man can sneak into his house easily without being discovered. He definitely has enough strength to crush him. Not bad. Fong Xing did not flip through the secret books, but picked up the golden candlestick. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Sunny felt that when the sect leader picked up the candlestick, the layer of light originally covered on the candlestick seemed to be brighter in an instant. Sure enough, to be recognized by the sacrificial vessel. How strong must the evil god's favor on this sect leader be? Chapter 236 Hearts 3. Sunny. Fong Xing played with the sacrificial utensils of the broken candlestick, and rubbed his fingers over the corona pattern on it. Do you know the origin of these sacrificial utensils? Originally, he thought he would get the black cloth like before, but he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. In addition, those stone slab fragments were not simple, and they gave him a feeling of creation slab. This indirectly confirmed Fong Xing's previous speculation. The evil god world he went to before was highly suspected to exist in this universe, and it might even be that the origin was a fallen foreign evil god. I don't know. Sunny shook his head, and his clear eyes revealed stupidity. Forget it. Fong Xing waved his hand. Put these things away, and prepare to bring them to the master later. Those that can be fed to the gate of the heavens will be fed to the gate of the heavens, and the rest will be thrown into the great sun furnace to be burned. I am very satisfied with your loyalty to the sect. He raised his hand, and a black briefcase fell on the table. This is the funds for your next activities, to reconnect the previously lost network. Funds? Sunny felt tears welling up in his eyes. As a believer of the evil god, when did he have funds? Shouldn't you be bewitched? No. After being inspired, dedicate your property, life, and even your children and family to the gods? You shouldn't be so stupid as to use them directly. Okay. I'm leaving. Fong Xing waved his hand, warned about the importance of money laundering, and then disappeared instantly. Sunny was stunned, bowed quickly, and then opened the black briefcase. The neatly stacked star yuan, with a special smell of ink, made him unable to take his eyes away. Not far away, Fong Xing pinched an invisible charm and sighed in his heart, alas. Including Sunny? Among the 9 disciples, 3 were recruited by other sects. 1 was an informant of the Public Security Bureau, and the others came from the Prevention Bureau and various strange special agent departments of the Federation. Or factions. Giant companies. Some are double-faced, triple-faced agents. I said, after the last incident, how could there be so many evil God believers left after the Blue Star Purge? It turns out that they are all bait. However, no matter how advanced the camouflage technology is, in front of the soul search of the immortal world, they still confessed everything. Even, they didn't know that they had confessed. Among them, Sunny was even the cleanest one. For those who received several salaries, Fong Xing didn't throw down a box of money so generously. But after looting the good things, let them go to work with their own dry food. According to the memory of the master of the sect, there is still the last chess piece on Blue Star. As for the branches on other planets, they really can't manage them. Fong Xing was ready to take advantage of his position as a boss and let his workers do their own work. Presumably, those multifaceted spies would work very hard. I seem to have found a blind spot. These multifaceted spies can work without salary, and even bring their own food. Moreover, they will work hard just to get closer to me, and finally betray me. What kind of a broken organization is this? The boss is ready to betray his subordinates, and the subordinates are ready to betray the boss? Oh, so it's my organization? That's fine. Fong Xing came to an underground bar. Before he arrived, it was hard for him to imagine that there was such a place on the highly developed Blue Star. The roadside environment was sloppy, and several disabled drunks could be seen lying on the ground everywhere. Although some of them were disabled, some were hungover, and some were crazy. They were all 4th-level professionals. The lights in the alley were dim, and it seemed that even the surveillance was broken. When he walked into the door of the bar, he smelled a strong smell of mental narcotics, a drug that can anesthetize all professionals in the 4 realms. Shouldn't this be a controlled substance? Fong Xing cursed in his heart. His face was normal, and he walked into the bar, and saw several flashing colorful lights floating in the air in the dance floor, constantly shining. Several women in revealing clothes were twisting their bodies wildly. Some movements have obviously exceeded the limits of the human body. There is even a faint feeling of a sacrificial dance. Depravity. Luxury. Where there is sunshine, there is darkness. The darkness can temporarily fade, but the shadows and gray areas will always exist. Is this the trash can of Blue Star? Fong Xing said to himself. Dear guest, what do you need? We have the latest batch of tequila here. A waiter came to greet him. He was dressed in a black tuxedo, dressed meticulously, and handsome, or, you need another me to serve you. Fong Xing had a hint of doubt on his face. I am a special power user. My power is gender switching. The waiter laughed. Hiss. Fong Xing took a breath. You are invincible, but open a private room for me. I find the 3 of hearts. Okay. The waiter smiled. Do you need an emperor suit? No. Ordinary ones will do. Fong Xing took out a stack of star coins. When he was out, he always used cash to play. If the real identity that the master of this school had finally obtained was caught by the police for some inexplicable reason, it would be really funny. The private room of the bar was very quiet. After closing the door, all the sounds from the outside world disappeared. Fong Xing had no confidence in the boss here. He scanned with his spiritual sense, but did not find any monitoring equipment. A few small flags appeared in his hand, and he waved them casually, and they disappeared into the 4 walls. Immediately, Fong Xing made a hand gesture, and a layer of hazy gray fog emerged, covering the sky, the ground, and all directions. Then, all the gray fog disappeared into the wall. A few minutes later, the door of the box was opened, and a girl walked in. She looked very innocent, like a girl next door in her 16th or 17th. But there was a sticker of the 3 of hearts on her cheek, and she was wearing purple eyeshadow and lipstick, with a hint of rebellion. The most important thing was her body, which had undergone several mechanical transformations, and the metal components on her arms and thighs could be clearly seen. I heard that. Some people like this. Mechanical girls are really evil. How can they be as cute as girls with animal ears and tails? Fong Xing complained in his heart, waved his hand, and the door closed with a bang. Then, He uttered a spell that was completely different from the one he used to subdue Sunny. The expression of the Three of Hearts suddenly changed, and she looked Fang Xing up and down. Are you the successor chosen by that old man? No. Did he succeed in taking over the body? How dare you? Are you talking to the sect master with this tone? Fang Xing snorted coldly, but his heart was moved. This Three of Hearts seemed to know a lot of secrets, and was the most important in the memory of the master of the sect. It was worth putting her last. The master of the sect? The Three of Hearts suddenly stepped forward, and her delicate and small nose sniffed Fang Xing, a strong smell of a ruler. But, compared to the master of the sect, why do I feel that you are more like the Pope of the Sun Worship sect? Sun Worship sect? Fang Xing searched his memory, and quickly found the relevant information. Although the master of the sect was killed by him, and swallowed a lot of information, most of it was just stored, and when it was needed, it was retrieved according to the key information. The Sun Worship sect is a very small evil god sect, and it has been extinct for hundreds of years. However, in the memory of the master of the sect, there is still a related impression, because there are crazy sect believers who once claimed that the Gate of Nothingness killed an unknown ruler worshipped by the Sun Worship sect. The real name of the ruler is powerful. Even the real name of the extinct ruler has certain pollution and even resurrection characteristics. Therefore, even the master of the sect does not know the name of the ruler worshipped by the Sun Worship sect. He even presided over a lot of work to erase the real name of that person from various materials and history. Now it seems that the cloth and golden candlesticks that record the great sun mantra may come from the fallen ruler. There was indeed chaos among the rulers, and some were even killing each other. The Gate of Nothingness killed that ruler, and even controlled part of his power of the sun? Fang Xing felt that the Gate of Nothingness might be more terrifying than the moon god. The sun now belongs to my lord. Fang Xing said something very charlatan-like. Yes. The Gate of Nothingness is the pillar after all. Red Heart 3 lowered her voice and looked at Fang Xing. You are not him. It seems that the sect master final plan has failed. She actually seems to know the sect master very well. And this doesn't look like a subordinate trap? Fang Xing was slightly shocked. Did the master of the sect set a trap in his memory and weave a false memory for himself? Damn. Fortunately, this technique seems to be very demanding. Otherwise, the 9 disciples today might have fooled me. Who are you? In his dantian, the Wanfa ghost infant suddenly opened his eyes. The sun between his eyebrows slowly moved, and his scarlet eyes also looked at the Three of Hearts. Three of Hearts showed a mysterious smile. I am just an ordinary evil god believer. I just believe in another great existence while believing in the Gate of Nothingness. Impossible. Belief is the only one. Fang Xing shook his head. Even those evil god believers who were turned against the gate only transferred their faith from the Gate of Nothingness to other foreign evil gods. He had never heard of such a situation where people believed in 2 foreign evil gods at the same time and were still safe and sound. If there are 2 rulers, of course it won't work. But all rulers originate from him. He is the father of everything and embraces everything. The eyes of the Three of Hearts were a little blurry, although we failed in the last operation. But we already have a good foundation. Don't we? Chapter 237 Creator. The last action. Fang Xing thought of the last moon god incident, when a large number of evil god organizations emerged at once. Although they all had their own plans, they barely formed a joint force, even if they were still defeated by the Federation in the end. And even the moon god was killed by fishing. There was a bad trend. It is difficult to make all the rulers let down their guard and cooperate with each other with only the pillars. Between the rulers, fighting and devouring each other is the norm. The voice of the Three of Hearts was solemn, because they come from the source of everything. They will continue to approach the source. This is an unstoppable law. Unless the great source personally descends to the oracle, there will indeed be mutual hostility, and even fighting between the rulers. Human evil god scholars attributed it to the chaotic and crazy characteristics of the evil gods. But this Three of Hearts gave a different explanation. The creator in the dream? Fang Xing suddenly spoke. This time, it was the turn of Red Heart 3 to be surprised. You actually know him? Yes. My lord is the source of everything. The creator of dreams. He gave birth to many rulers. But he has been sleeping. When he wakes up, this universe will usher in the final 0. Then he should not wake up. No. I seem to have a way out in the world of immortal cultivation. Don't panic. Fang Xing complained in his heart, and looked at Red Heart 3 again. So, you are the Liaison placed by the creator sect in various sects? Red Heart 3 was startled. And then smiled. If you want to understand it this way, you can. In this case, I will grant you the position of the 10th disciple of your sect, responsible for contacting other sects. Fang Xing waved his hand. That's it. This kind of traitor will definitely not be paid. The sect leader wants to leave? Don't you want to enjoy our special services here? Red Heart 3 suddenly showed an ambiguous smile. Then, the corner of her mouth cracked all the way to the back of her ears. Swish. The skin on her back tore, and mechanical spider legs stretched out one after another. It looked like a mechanical girl suddenly transformed into a mechanical spider woman. Heart 3. What are you going to do? Fang Xing eyes condensed. And he wanted to chop this guy with a sword. If you want to become the master of the sect, you naturally need enough strength, otherwise, why not let me take the position? The head of the mechanical spider woman chuckled, and sharp teeth emerged from her cracked mouth. Drops of corrosive liquid oozed from the tips of the teeth and fell to the ground, and were immediately blocked by a layer of gray mist. Fang Xing's expression changed from the original shock and anger to a smile. Just right. I also want to teach you what it means to respect your superiors. He flicked his fingers. Swoosh. A sound of swords ringing. Spider-Woman's 4 mechanical legs suddenly broke in the middle, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cut. 8 realms. Martial Saint-level combat power? Paw! Spider-Woman fell heavily to the ground, her face filled with horror. How is that possible? Martial Saint-level combat power is enough to be the leader of a large sect. If there is a martial god, or even a top powerhouse who surpasses the martial god, then these evil god sects will not be mice in the shadows, but will directly raise a rebellion and attack the Blue Star Federation. As for summoning the evil god projection, it is a one-time measure, with many requirements and restrictions, and cannot be normalized. What a special profession. Red Heart 3 looked a little confused. She did not recognize Fang Xing's profession. But there were many high-level professions. If it was combined with the pollution of the evil god, who knows what would happen? Most of the high-level professionals among the evil god believers are on strange paths. Instead, she thought it was natural. Then, the last test. Swish. The forehead of the 3 of Hearts suddenly opened, revealing 8 eyes. These eyes were either indifferent or delighted. In the middle, there was a strange rune that was slowly moving. It seemed real or illusory, like a dream or fake. A terrifying evil god pollution descended. Fang Xing closed his eyes slightly and slapped his head. In a flash of blue-black light, the one fog ghost baby emerged, opened its mouth slightly, and sprayed out a ball of baby fire. Flaming! At this time, the scarlet lines in the original blue baby fire expanded rapidly, swallowing the original blue, and there was a taste of transformation into the great sun true fire. The scarlet flames burned the inexplicable things in the void crazily, and the Yuaning was seen laughing and rubbing his hands. The scarlet flames in the sky turned into a red fire net, which kept shrinking inward. Then, it captured the dream pollution and turned it into a red fireball, which shrank rapidly and was caught by the Yuaning in its small hand and swallowed in one gulp. A flash of light. The one fog ghost baby returned to Fang Xing Dantian and took charge. He opened his eyes and looked at Red Heart 3. Do you want to continue to verify? I'm afraid that by then, I will have to kill you directly. You are indeed the sect leader who can digest this level of pollution. Red Heart 3 laughed. She and Fang Xing were actually very restrained. At least, what happened did not break Fang Xing formation defense, let alone spread to the outside world. The girl retracted her spider trunk, and only half of her body lay on the ground. Meet the sect leader. Well, remember your mission. Fang Xing retracted the formation flag and opened the door of the box. Oh, by the way. He raised his hand and threw out a stack of star coins, tips for rewards. You have to do the whole show. Not long after Fang Xing left, the waiter who mastered the ability of gender switching walked in, seeing only half of the body of Red Heart 3. There was not much surprise on his face. Just a little surprise, although the game is fast. It is very crazy. Those who come to these gray areas to vent are all some crazy or half-crazy people on Blue Star. Sometimes, it is normal to kill people directly in the box, or be killed in the box. This time is not too serious, but judging from the situation, it is quite intense. Stop making so much noise. Help me up. I need to go back to the factory for repairs. Red Heart 3 cursed like a little bitch. Well, and it's quite generous. The waiter looked at the star yuan on the ground. His eyes lit up. Some of them are even illegal residents. And they can't even think about contributing to Blue Star. They can only comfort themselves with some star yuan. Blue Sea District. Villa number 69. The void fluctuated, and a blue-black Yuaning suddenly appeared. The Yuaning of Yuaning Jinjuan has the ability to teleport. Since Fang Xing released his immortal clone, he has been prepared not to have any contact with his immortal clone on Blue Star. Except in the immortal world. Even if they meet. Therefore, even if they contact each other, they can only teleport with their nascent soul. This time, I almost lost my life. The pollution at the level of the creator. Fortunately, it was not the creator himself. Otherwise I might not be able to hold on. Fang Xing made the sun seal, and caught the nascent soul. A red pill was spit out from the nascent soul's mouth. And there was a dreamlike color of glass flashing in it. This color was flaming. Like a dream. And like an octopus stretching its tentacles. The great sun furnace. Fang Xing took a deep breath. And the great sun relic between his eyebrows slowly turned. And the great sun furnace emerged. The red pill fell into the great sun furnace. And a layer of fire outside merged with the great sun true fire. Boom! In his sea of consciousness. It seemed as if a big sun was rising. Then, it began to digest the pollution from the creator of dreams. Fang Xing was originally worried that the great sun Tathagata mantra would not be able to digest this level of pollution. But the great sun relics gave him a feeling of jubilation, which made him realize that he was worrying too much. This is the favorite fuel of the great sun Tathagata mantra. Isn't it said that dreams are the source of everything? Could it be that this ruler, who holds the power of the great sun, is a rebellious son? Waiting to kill his father? Return to the source? I'm afraid the powerful ruler wants to replace the source? As the dreamlike pollution was constantly burned, some vague information immediately emerged in Fang Xing's mind. He is the creator, the supreme god, the beginning of everything. He fell asleep. So he had dreams. Light was born from dreams, divided into yin and yang. The three pillars were born from the beginning and supported this universe. This information seems to be able to form a creator canon. And many of the contents can echo the information on the creation slate. Sure enough, after a long time, Fang Xing exhaled a long breath. The creator really exists. 13 realms? This is just the creator of this universe. In the world of immortal cultivation, there is a higher world that can be ascended. Maybe there are also powerful beings comparable to the 12th and 13th realms. The only benefit is that I can travel through and have a way out. Fang Xing pondered for a while, and found that the first and second worlds of travel were too different. Whether it is the painting style or the world's strength, it seems that it is still related to the energy that is opened. The master of the sect can only be regarded as a small shrimp. And it is normal to connect to a small world of evil gods. And when I first traveled through the world of immortal cultivation, it was the energy brought by the golden finger. It was just delayed for 100 days. Could it be that the source of my golden finger is related to that world of immortal cultivation? Fang Xing's eyes flashed, and he had some guesses in his mind. After burning the pollution of the creator, the great sun Tathagata mantra went a step further. He was now lying flat, silently glancing at the attribute panel, and no longer paying attention to it, but looking at the Wanfa ghost baby. Go! Don't let anyone find you. The Wanfa ghost baby opened his eyes, his expression calm, and a hint of scarlet appeared in his eyes. Then, he made hand gestures, and his small figure suddenly entered the void and disappeared. As expected of a nascent soul, he can adapt to the void by nature, just like a fish adapts to swimming in water. When Fang Xing saw this scene, a trace of envy appeared on his face. Mastering space. The Federation's progress in the way of space has always been inferior to that of the evil gods. Not to mention, he mastered part of the power of space when he was a martial saint. Unless he is a natural space power, it is difficult to do it. But once I can master the power of the void, it will be great. After I become a martial saint, I can even learn the strange weapon. The sky-breaking knife. It can cut through the air with one knife, and it is known as the sharpest. However, the nascent soul only uses space by instinct to teleport. It is similar to the innate magical power of monsters. Even I don't know why it can do this. Fang Xing shook his head. Before, with the help of the moon god, the Federation swept through the evil god sects. I didn't expect that these evil god believers would not die. And even the creator sect has begun to become active. Could it be that they are really waking up? The arrogant dragon will regret. And the fullness cannot last long. Fang Xing shook his head. Forget it. There are tall people to support the sky when it falls. I'd better manage the Xiaoxian world. Xiaoxian world? Fang Xing walked out of a barren mountain leisurely. It's been so long. Xiantian sect should have looked for it and investigated it. I should have nothing to do with it. Even if they find me, at most they will fight. He was the master of a school in the main universe, dealing with various evil god forces, and he really felt a little exhausted. And, when the creator sect was active, it felt better not to jump so much. It's better to be quiet for a while. Otherwise, do you really think those double agents don't work hard for performance? The theme of the world of immortal cultivation now is the battle between good and evil. But for me, the most important thing is my own cultivation. It's useless for me to go to the Tianjin sect. After all, the war has actually ceased. We still need to collect more materials from the outside world to refine pills that increase the mana of the Dan, as well as the main materials of the Ninging pill. Thinking of this, Fang Xing's expression became solemn. After the Dan, you will be a real high-level cultivator in the world of immortal cultivation. The elixir suitable for such cultivators to improve their mana is priced at a sky-high price. Even in the Yuanying sect like the Tianjin sect, it is exchanged by the pill. It is obviously impossible to eat bottles of pills that increase mana like candy beans, like in the foundation building period. High-level cultivators often spend decades in seclusion, just to absorb spiritual energy from the spiritual veins and improve their cultivation. Moreover, after a cultivator with a natural spiritual root breaks through the Jindan stage, he may encounter bottlenecks if he wants to break through the middle stage of Jindan. As for the bottleneck, don't consider it for now. My spiritual root qualification should be better than that of a natural spiritual root. At least I won't encounter any bottlenecks in the middle stage of Jindan. Right? The most important thing is the elixir that increases mana. With my current status as a Yuanying Zhenjuan, it shouldn't be a problem to collect a batch. In addition, there is the main ingredient of the Ninging pill, the Shining fruit. Linlang Fudi. Fang Xing pondered for a while. Third-level alchemists are rare. Most of them are worshipped by the sect. It seems that the elixir that increases mana has to be refined by myself. So I should practice first and prepare for refining Ninging pill in the future. Even if there is a 1 ding. No matter how low the requirements are, there are still requirements. While thinking, Fang Xing's expression moved, and a white jade token appeared in his hand. On the back of the token, a layer of colorful light was emitted at this time, and the pavilions and towers in it seemed to be clearer. Chapter 238 Guishu. Linlang Order? It seems there are still more than 10 years before the Linlang Blessed Land, which opens once every 500 years. How come there are signs of it opening in advance? Fang Xing thought for a moment, and immediately turned into a stream of light and headed for the nearest immortal city. Heizei Immortal City. This immortal city is located at the junction of Xiantian Zone and Prajna sect. It is said that it was built by a Yuanying level casual cultivator thousands of years ago. Later, the Yuanying Zhenjuan of that casual cultivator passed away, but no new Yuanying Zhenjuan was born among his descendants. However, there were several Jindan cultivators, including a late Jindan cultivator, who barely maintained the foundation of the immortal city. Today, the construction of the immortal city is becoming more and more prosperous, but the control has gradually fallen into the hands of Xiantian Zone and Prajna sect. Although the original Yuanying casual cultivator lineage is still the city lord's mansion in name, it is just a name. Juxian Tea House. This distinguished guest ordered a cup of heavenly spiritual tea. What kind of information does he want to ask? A smiling woman in a green dress looked at a plain-looking middle-aged cultivator in the early stage of Jindan in front of her. She felt very unfamiliar with him. This was of course because Fang Xing used the 9 Infant's Pearl to put on a layer of soul coat. With the help of this magic weapon, his concealment and disguise skills have greatly increased. He also quietly modified the face of one of the souls with his Yuanying level magic power. There are not many cultivators who can see it now. The battle between good and evil. Linlang Blessed Land. Fang Xing picked up the spiritual tea and took a sip. He felt a refreshing tea fragrance lingering between his lips and teeth. He nodded. Good tea. It seems that the guest has heard some news. The green-dressed woman showed a hint of surprise on her face, and then quickly returned to normal. What news did I hear? I don't know anything. Fang Xing was speechless in his heart, but his face showed an unfathomable look. For some reason, The demonic path has been quite restless recently. It is said that the nascent soul seed of the Nine Infants sect was broken. The green-skirted woman smiled and said, the nascent soul seed Huamaching was a great cultivator in the late Jindan period. If he did not produce a nascent soul, he would have basically no rivals. He was one of the 6 great masters of the demonic path. Once he died, the Nine Infants sect was really heartbroken. A Jindan cultivator, especially one in the late Jindan period, is not so easy to cultivate. The foundation of the nascent soul sect can only cultivate 1 nascent soul seed at most. Even if the Nine Infants sect has a backup, Huamaching is still far behind. It may even be that a cultivator who is only a half-step Jindan will have more difficulties and obstacles in breaking through the nascent soul barrier than a Jindan cultivator. Oh, so the unlucky guy I killed was called Huamaching? Fangxing didn't know the name of the unlucky guy until this time. However, this doesn't seem fair to the other party. Strictly speaking, with Huamaching preparation, cultivation, and treasures at that time, he could escape even if he was besieged by several cultivators who had reached the perfect stage of Dan formation. But he was blinded by greed and fell into Fangxing's hands, losing his life in vain. The death of a nascent soul seed is indeed a serious injury. Fangxing took a sip of spiritual tea. In fact, the war between good and evil has been going on for so many years, and both sides are finding it difficult to persist. The incident of the Nine Infants sect at this time is just the last straw that broke the camel's back. The green-skirted woman analyzed. The 10 nascent soul sects are high above, and they want to use war to achieve their own goals. Now their goals have almost been achieved. There is also backlash from the lower-level cultivators and casual cultivators. Maybe the death of Huamaching Huadaozi is the embodiment of this backlash. This is what the Tianji lineage said. Fangxing thought this statement was very interesting. There are so many such things in history. The war between the righteous and the evil led to the rise of the scattered cultivators, and even condensed the nascent soul. The woman in the green skirt said, according to the latest news, the nascent soul true lords of the righteous and the evil have decided to stop fighting after consultation, and signed a peace contract for hundreds of years, with the current battle line as the boundary. But before the contract was signed, there were still a lot of interests that could not be divided. In addition, with the instigation of the Nine Infants sect, the 10 major nascent soul sects decided to open the Linlang Blessed Land in advance, and fight another battle in the Blessed Land. In the end, the number of living cultivators was used to determine the winner and the division of interests. The 10 major nascent soul sects joined forces to control the Linlang Blessed Land? Fangxing was slightly surprised. After all, the formation masters of each sect have studied the restrictions of the Blessed Land for so many years. Although it is difficult to break the iron rule that the nascent soul true lord cannot enter, it is still possible to open the Blessed Land in advance. The woman in the green skirt smiled. Among them, the Nine Infants sect has made the most efforts. After all, a nascent soul seed was lost, and it must be compensated. If one could obtain a nascent soul spirit item, it would be as valuable as a great cultivator in the late Jindan stage. It seems that this exploration of the Blessed Land will be quite tragic, especially for those casual cultivators. Fangxing took a deep breath. Most of the Linlang orders of Linlang Blessed Land are in the hands of the Yuaning sect. It's okay if some of them leak out occasionally. Being able to attract independent cultivators to join is a proof of strength. The woman in the green dress said, very good. Fangxing asked for a few more pieces of information and nodded. I am very satisfied with your information. Go down. Yes. The woman in the green dress bowed and suddenly asked in a trembling voice, Senior, do you need any other service? Fangxing took a glance and saw that the woman had peach cheeks, almond eyes, willow eyebrows, and a beautiful nose. She was actually a beauty. Unfortunately, his taste had long been spoiled by the entertainment planets in the main universe. He shook his head and said nothing when he heard it. The woman in the green dress had no choice but to bow and leave the box. Linlang Blessed Land. Interesting. Interesting. Fangxing touched his chin. I wonder if I am qualified. Linlang Blessed Land Yuaning Jinjuan cannot enter. Even if they force their way in, it will only lead to the self-destruction of the Blessed Land, and the two will break up. He is only at the initial stage of Jindan cultivation now. According to common sense, he can definitely enter. I just don't know how to calculate the fake infant cultivator. Or, I will deposit the Wanfa Yuaning on Blue Star first, and then take it back after being teleported into the Blessed Land? Fong Xing feels that if the blessed land is spirits, it will definitely be a headache to encounter a cultivator like himself, who likes to fix bugs. There should be a divine infant fruit in the blessed land. And there are countless spiritual medicines inside. If you collect them casually, it won't be a problem to gather dozens of furnaces of elixir materials for Jindan cultivators to increase their mana. You can give it a try. If you can't get in, you can only fight demons and defend the way outside. Well, it seems that you can't beat them. There are at least 4 demon kings in the demon way. Besides, the Yuaning old monster of the Jiuying sect has a blood feud with me. The entrance to Linlang Blessed Land is at Guishu Mountain. Yes, it is the front line of the battle between good and evil. When Fong Xing just got the news, he was still a little surprised. But then he accepted it. Anyway, it's just a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. And it's hard to do anything to him. The Yuaning True Lord. The most urgent thing is to go to the vicinity of Guishu Mountain. And then find a Jindan casual cultivator who is doing evil. Use the Jiuying Pearl to replace his identity. And participate in this Linlang Blessed Land. This time, Linlang Blessed Land will definitely be extremely tragic. But for casual cultivators who have hope, they will definitely not miss it. After all, if you miss it, you have to wait for 500 years. The life of a Jindan cultivator just passed by like this. In other words, if you miss this time, you will miss your whole life. Guishu Mountain. The mountain is majestic, and streams of air are constantly converging towards it. Like a deep sea eye. This natural wonder is hard to see if it is not in the world of immortal cultivation. Fong Xing divine sense swept over it, and he couldn't help but sigh. The limit of the divine sense of a foundation building cultivator does not exceed 1 mile. The divine sense range of a Jindan cultivator is calculated in miles. But the limit is only about 10 or 20 miles. He originally promoted to the early stage of Jindan, and his divine sense power was only about a few miles. But after refining the Wanfa Ghost Infant, he obtained the power of the fake infant, and his divine sense also skyrocketed. Now, things within a range of 50 miles. Not to say that they are vivid, but can also be roughly sensed. The terrifying gap between the chasm between Jindan and Yuaning. Huh? Suddenly, Fong Xing consciousness moved, and he looked in a certain direction. Why is he here? Oh, that's right. There are 10 major Yuaning sects in the war between good and evil. Now that the armistice agreement is about to be signed, the Tianjin sect will definitely come to join in the fun. Not to mention, there is also a chance to condense the infant. In the range of his consciousness, a sword cultivator merged with his sword, like a long blood-colored rainbow, heading towards Guishu Mountain. This person was dressed in blood-red clothes, with sword-like eyebrows, and holding an ancient sheathed long sword in his hand. He was one of the 5 sons of the righteous path, Blood Sword Master Fu Hongyi. In terms of seniority, Fong Xing can now call him Brother Fu. Of course, if he shows his Yuaning cultivation, he can also call him Brother Fu. In the world of cultivating immortals, the realm is respected, except for the 3 generations of master and apprentice and blood relatives. At other times, if you are 1 level higher, you will automatically increase your generation. With the background of Tianjin sect, it is quite normal to have a Linlang order. And when a sword cultivator hears about such a good thing, he will definitely not miss it. It is indeed quite reasonable. In this case, I wonder if the old demon of Wanxiang sect will come. If he also comes, I will have a blood feud with the 2 demon masters. Fong Xing certainly didn't know, because the last time he took action, Tianjin sect and Wanxiang sect Yuaning master were a little suspicious. If you don't encounter a real big thing, it is impossible to step out of the mountain gate formation. Forget it. There is no need to go up and recognize each other. Anyway, I have the Linlang order. I don't need to take a ride. Besides, it will be embarrassing to show up at any level at that time. Fong Xing shook his head. A jade slip appeared in his hand, and flew in another direction. Zi Su Fong. This was originally just an ordinary market, which was requisitioned by the righteous path during the battle between the righteous and the evil, and turned into a camp. At this time, it has become a gathering place for scattered cultivators. A stream of light flew into it, revealing many cultivators with different styles. The range of the Linlang order is on Guishu Mountain. So when the blessed land opens, we must go up the mountain. On a square, hundreds of green jade cushions were placed. An old Taoist with white hair and a youthful face sat cross-legged, waved his whisk. and looked extremely solemn. This exploration is extremely dangerous. Fellow Taoists, please be cautious. Chapter 239 Master Feng. The battle between good and evil is extremely dangerous. But the path is there. So we have to go. A boy-like cultivator said with a smile. He had red lips and white teeth, and wore 2 pigtails. The surrounding Jindan cultivators were respectful and fearful. This Wuxing boy was well known in the dyeing cultivation world. He was a great master in the late Jindan stage. He was both good and evil, and was proficient in several escape techniques. He was narrow-minded and very difficult to mess with. That's right. That's right. The old Taoist with white hair and youthful face smiled and said, therefore, we, the independent cultivators, must work together. How about we agree to advance and retreat together? In this way, we can protect ourselves in the great forces of good and evil. Hee hee. The first thing the Alliance does is to ask us to contribute the Linlang Order? A Jindan cultivator, who was covered in a black robe and wearing a bamboo hat, sneered several times. Most of the Linlang Orders are controlled by the good and evil. I don't know if there are 10 in the hands of independent cultivators. Each Linlang Order can bring at most 5 people into the Linlang Blessed Land. But I see that there are no less than 100 Taoist friends gathered here. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people present changed. The black-robed man continued, and we casual cultivators can achieve enlightenment and condense true elixirs, either because of great opportunities or because of the secret help of the righteous and evil sects. Do you think there are people who are trying to sow discord among us, such as spies from the evil sect, who would let us fight first to avoid affecting the battle between the righteous and evil sects? I think you are the spy from the evil sect. A female Taoist nun glared with anger, and a flying sword in her hand flashed with cold light, like a pool of autumn water. This woman is the famous Jindan sword cultivator in dyeing. Autumn water sword Song Mingjing. You two don't need to be angry. The old Taoist who spoke at the beginning waved his whisk and said, regarding this matter, I have already thought of a way. Several commanders are willing to cooperate with me. If you are willing to join, you can discuss it with me. After that, he ignored these Jindan cultivators and walked into a stone house next to him. Seeing this scene, the other Jindan cultivators looked at each other. Some followed directly, and some transmitted their spiritual consciousness and conspired quickly. It's really a group of eccentrics. Fang Xing, who was dozens of miles away, was paying attention to this scene with his spiritual consciousness. He shook his head and looked at another place. In the dyeing cultivation world, besides the righteous and the evil, in addition to the independent cultivators, the most powerful are the various Jindan families and sects. Not far from Zijufeng, a series of giant flying boats, carriages, pavilions and towers were suspended in the air, and there were even a large number of foundation building and Qi training disciples accompanying them. In a floating palace like ice and jade, 2 girls with similar faces sat together. They had similar faces, ice-like skin, and skin that was as soft as a blow. The only difference was that one of them had a 6-petal frost flower mark on her forehead, while the other did not. Sister, at this time, the woman without a mark on her forehead said, the Qiao family is treacherous. The 2 places originally agreed to for our Ming family are probably going to be invalidated. We must find another way. The Qiao family is still my in-laws for generations. Alas, this time the Linlang Blessed Land opened early, and everyone was caught off guard. The eldest sister of the Ming family sighed, however. The ice mysterious art that you and I practiced is extremely suitable for cultivators with ice attribute spiritual roots. But there is a problem after the pill is formed. You must take the 9-li pure yang pill to neutralize the cold in your body and continue to practice. The other ingredients of this pill are easy to say. There is only one 9-li dragon-catching grass, which has disappeared in the outside world and can only be found in the northern region spiritual medicine garden of Linlang Blessed Land. Fortunately, I already knew that I couldn't rely on the Qiao family alone, and I have contacted a casual cultivator Feng Shengren, who also has a Linlang order. Maybe we can cooperate. Sister is smart. The eyes of the younger sister of the Ming family immediately lit up. At the same time, Fang Xing swung a sword in silence, piercing the dantian of a wind-attributed mid-stage Jindan cultivator. Then, he pressed his hand, search the soul. You are just a mid-stage Jindan cultivator, and you dare to rob me? Oh, I am too low-key. I am just an early-stage Jindan cultivator. He threw the idiot cultivator's body aside, picked up the storage bag of the robber cultivator, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. There was another Lin Lang Ling in his hand. Looking at this Lin Lang Ling, he was even more speechless. Isn't it said that this thing is very precious? Isn't it? You have it. And you still come to rob me? Are you mentally ill? In fact, he also knew that a Lin Lang Ling could definitely be sold at a sky-high price at this time. What's more, Fong Xing held the Lin Lang Ling and immediately felt another token in his hand. Will the holders of the two tokens feel anything? What kind of underworld operation is this? Intentionally let us kill each other? The owner of the Lin Lang blessed land was originally a mixed demon. Right? Fong Xing continued to complain, then made hand gestures, and a green spirit bead flew out. It was the 9 infants bead. The 9 infants pearl transformed into the phantom of the 9 infants, and a dragon-like and snake-like head gently sucked. In an instant, the body of the middle-stage Jin Dan cultivator, who could not resist, trembled slightly, and all life was cut off. A soul emerged and was swallowed by the 9 infants' head, and a large amount of blood emerged from the corpse and sank into the 9 infants' pearl. Immediately, its 8th head was lit up. Fong Xing held the 9 infants' pearl, and his figure suddenly changed, transforming into the middle-stage Jin Dan cultivator just now. He was dressed in green, with a thin face, 3 long beards falling, but his forehead was slightly wrinkled. He must have been a handsome man when he was young, and he must have suffered a lot of hardships in his middle age. A casual cultivator, Master Feng, was born in a foundation-building immortal family. He was carefree when he was young, but his fiancée broke off the engagement, and then his entire family was exterminated. He was displaced, but finally got a chance, succeeded in forming a pill, and avenged his great hatred. Fong Xing smiled slightly. It was still a bit risky to go to Guishu Mountain with the face of a strange Jin Dan cultivator, but now this identity with a background is not bad. It just so happens that Master Feng has a deal with the 2 sisters Meng Xingtong and Meng Xingyu of the Meng family. He can mix in the team of the Jin Dan family. Fong Xing flicked his sleeves, and his figure was like a breeze, flying towards an ice palace. Master Feng's relationship with the Meng sisters was actually just because he coveted the sisters' beauty. He was still a Jin Dan cultivator, but after a cultivator forms a pill, it is difficult to improve his magic power. Master Feng felt that his potential was exhausted after he was promoted to the middle stage of Jin Dan, so it was understandable that he wanted to use the crooked way of double cultivation. Ice Jade Palace. Fong Xing flew in carelessly, and saw 2 female cultivators in the early stage of Jin Dan coming to greet him. They all wore white palace skirts, and their skin was crystal clear like snow. They were indeed first-class beauties. How early did Feng Shangren come? The female cultivator with 6 frost petals on her forehead looked at Fong Xing, first scanned with her spiritual sense, and found no flaws, then bowed and smiled. Xingtong, you invited me. How can I not come? Feng Shangren, played by Fong Xing, replied humbly and politely, with a look of deep affection. He had read a few volumes of self-cultivation of actors and searched Feng Shangren's soul, and played this lustful man vividly. Meng Xingtong's face showed a hint of shyness, which made her sister Xingyu secretly shocked, knowing that her family would never make such an expression. It would be difficult for her to make such a sacrifice. It will take some time before the blessed land opens. You may as well stay in the ice and snow palace and let us sisters entertain you. Meng Xingtong smiled sweetly and gently, and ordered the maids of the Meng family to prepare the banquet. She then asked, 1 Lin Lang order can bring 5 people. I wonder if you still have 2 places. Have you thought it through? Are these Meng sisters thinking about the last 2 places in my hand? Oh, I am in the middle stage of Jin Dan, and the 2 of them have just formed the Jin Dan. Even if they join forces, they may not be my opponent. Are they looking for insurance? Fong Xing pretended to hesitate, ate and drank a lot at the banquet, and took advantage of the situation. Then, under Meng Xingyu's somewhat angry eyes, he said leisurely, I haven't thought about it yet. I will just invite a few Taoist friends at that time, and the one who bids the highest will win. Since the highest bidder wins, I have a sister here who has always admired your style. I wonder if she can join. Meng Xingtong knew the right measure very well. She knew that if all 4 people in the team were on her side, Feng Shangren would be a fool to agree. So she only planned to seek 1 quota. Ha. Xingtong, if you have a good sister, just call her. Fong Xing laughed and drank another jar of spirit wine, and then went back to rest. After he left, Meng Xingyu couldn't bear it anymore, and waved his hand with a gloomy face. A layer of ice crystal restriction suddenly covered the entire hull, and countless runes were wandering in it. Sister, that Feng Shangren is so annoying. She looked at her elder sister with grievance. Alas, it's because we are not good enough in cultivation that we can only compromise. Ming Xingtong sighed without smiling as before. Sister, you don't really want to form a double cultivation partner with Feng Shangren, do you? Ming Xingyu was surprised. How could that be? The cultivation method we practice is of course to maintain a pure yin body, which is most beneficial to cultivation. Ming Xingtong said, for now, we can only divert the trouble to others. You immediately send a letter to call Madame Dearway. So, your good friend is that person. Ming Xingyu showed a look of sudden enlightenment. This Madame Dearway is a casual cultivator they know. She has good character, but she practices charm skills. And on the surface, she looks like a pure girl. If they hadn't known each other for many years, they wouldn't know her details. Now she is used to deal with Feng Shangren, which is like fighting poison with poison. Madame Dearway has always wanted to enter Linlang Blessed Land. Now that she has the opportunity, she will definitely not miss it. However, she is not wealthy enough. Ming Xingyu hesitated. That Master Feng is greedy and lustful. He will naturally hold a small meeting at that time. The highest bidder will win. How can a casual cultivator compare to the foundation of our Ming family? A Jindan family? Ming Xingtong smiled and said, at that time, we will secretly support Madame Dearway. At this point, what else can't we give up with just a few spirit stones? Chapter 240 Bidding. A few days later, in the Ice and Snow Palace, a small meeting of Jindan cultivators was going on. Fang Xing sat in the main seat with the Ming sisters by his side, looking like a winner in life. He looked at the other dozen Jindan cultivators and said, thank you all for your kindness. I am holding this meeting because I still have 2 Linlang foodie quotas. Please give me the price, and the highest bidder will win. Fang Xing called a group of friends to hold a Jindan meeting according to Feng Shangren's personality, and bid for 2 quotas. He turned his eyes and swept through several of Feng Shangren's friends, and his eyes focused on the 2 Jindan female cultivators. One of them was dressed like a Taoist nun, with a frosty face, and turned out to be Song Ningjing, the autumn water sword. The other one was said to be a close friend of the Ming sisters, Madame Dearway, who was in the early stage of Jindan. She had a small round face and looked very young, but her figure was quite attractive. She wore a colorful dress with curves in all the right places, and her chest was almost bursting. Seeing Fang Xing gaze, she smiled, but seemed a little shy. Contrasting cuteness. I like it. Fang Xing heart moved, watching these Jindan monks thinking hard, and finally wrote the price and put it on the tray. Ming Xingyu stood up and brought the tray to Fang Xing. Fang Xing consciousness scanned the first one, and when he saw the number of 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, he curled his lips secretly. I have always been fair. Don't think that I will be lenient just because I have a relationship with Master Feng. He then looked at the second jade slip, which said 3 black sky pills, which are very useful for improving the mana of mid-stage Jindan cultivators, and come from the Prajna sect. This is a bit interesting. Fang Xing remained calm and looked at the next secret bid, which was a low-grade magic weapon, the Jade Dragon Flag. Suddenly, he looked at Song Ningjing's offer. With a strange expression, a detailed map of Linlang Foodie, including several resource points explored by predecessors. There is also a cave location, which produces 10,000-year-old stone milk, but it is surrounded by countless crystal yuan xingguang restrictions. If you want to enter in a short time, you can only rely on several secret techniques or lost magic weapons. 10,000-year-old stone milk is an advanced version of 1,000-year-old stone milk, and 1 drop can restore a small half of the mana of Yuan Yingxinjuan. Not to mention, if it is applied to a Jindan cultivator, it will definitely have the same effect of improving mana as when building a foundation. But it is too extravagant. I have to say that Fang Xing was a little tempted. But, sister, you have seen the wrong person. He smiled slightly in his heart. The restriction of Jingyuan Xingguang is well known in the world of immortal cultivation. It is indeed difficult to break into below the Yuaning stage, unless you practice several special secret techniques or master several special ancient treasures. Almost no Jindan cultivator meets these conditions. Therefore, Song Ningjing, who has mastered a secret technique, can ensure that he will not be left behind. But, I am the Yuan Yingxinjuan. When the time comes, I can just hit it a few times, and the Jingyuan Xingguang will be broken. Well, don't be too confident. If Wanfa Yuaning can't get in, it will be embarrassing. However, this map of the Blessed Land Secret Realm is not bad. After all, Linlang Blessed Land is the first copy of Dying. No, the first opportunity. For countless years, it has been explored by countless forces. Some forces have discovered unique regenerative resource points and set up an exclusive restriction in addition to the restriction, so as to facilitate the endless harvest in the future. Some forces continue to explore the Blessed Land and draw more detailed maps. These are all the foundation. And Fangxing really lacks this. He nodded and picked up the last pink jade slip from Madame Dierway. Huh? There are actually specific maps of several major spiritual medicine gardens. These spiritual medicine gardens are heavily restricted, and you will get lost if you are not careful. The spiritual medicine garden in the Northern Territory is the most detailed. In addition, there are a lot of spiritual stones and natural treasures. Although they crush other cultivators, they are not attractive to Fangxing. But the last line is a bit interesting. I am willing to use my own yin yuan to help fellow Taoists practice. Fangxing rubbed the smooth and delicate surface of the pink jade slip. His lips moved, bargaining with the Jin and cultivators present one by one, and confirming the final offer at the same time. He finally looked at Madame Dierway, smiled slightly, and sent a telepathic message. If Madame has no objection, I can agree to give Madame a quota. But you have to pay a deposit first. Madame Dierway's cheeks were flushed, as if she was extremely shy, and she nodded gently, yes. Alas, I have paid too much for the position in the spiritual medicine garden. Fangxing sighed silently. He coughed and announced, I already have candidates for the 2 quotas this time. That is, Song Ningjing, fellow Daoist Song, and Madame Dierway. As soon as these words came out, most of the cultivators looked strange. Some of them sneered directly. Sure enough, it has to be you, Master Feng. Several Jindan cultivators, who were originally full of hope and had a friendship with Master Feng, cursed the shady deal in their hearts. Choosing 4 female cultivators is simply unworthy of being human beings. Sooner or later, they will die on women's bellies. Wait a minute. At this moment, a childish voice sounded. Outside the ice and snow palace, an ice crystal restriction was actually broken open with a big hole, allowing a short figure to walk in. He had 2 pigtails and a smile on his face. Fellow Daoist Feng, I haven't made an offer yet. It turned out to be Wuxin Tongzi. The Ming sister stood up and sat back down. No wonder he can easily break through the ice and snow palace restriction. This is a great master in the late Jindan stage, and his temperament is unpredictable. The Ming family can't afford to offend him. Fellow Daoist Wuxin? Fangxing was a little surprised. Isn't fellow Daoist in the Loose Cultivator Alliance? When mentioning this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Wuxin Tongzi's face, and he waved his little hand carelessly. That old Taoist Tianshan is jealous of talented people and doesn't let me be the leader. I'm too lazy to hang out with him. At this point, all the Jindan cultivators present suddenly realized this Wuxin Tongzi was probably fooled by Tianshanzi. First, he used the Loose Cultivator Alliance to lure the other party, and then kicked them away when they were about to enter the Blessed Land. Now, it is difficult to find a vacant leader in a short period of time. Even if he went to grab them, those cultivators who got the quota naturally formed a small group of 5 people, and some of them had a lot of backgrounds, which was not easy for Wuxin Tongzi to take down. It seems that this kid is not very popular, or he is suspected of having a questionable background and is being excluded? And if I were one of those ordinary Jindan cultivators, I would definitely not like to team up with Wuxin Tongzi, who can snatch good things from him. Unless this person joins the righteous and evil ways. If he teams up with the 10 sons of the righteous and evil, he will definitely be honest. This, Daoist Wuxin, I have already given my quota, and it is now full. Fangxing sighed. I always keep my word. As soon as he said this, he refused. Even Ming Xingyu couldn't help but look at Fangxing more. I didn't expect this old guy to be so principled. No. He is also afraid that Wuxin Tongzi will join us and affect the dominant position. Right. Wuxin Tongzi's expression suddenly became gloomy. Daoist, why don't you listen to my offer first? A translucent jade bottle appeared in his little hand, and inside it was a blood-red pill. On the pill, there seemed to be a face, twisting and struggling. Just seeing that blood-red pill Many Jindan cultivators felt as if they saw a sea of blood and corpses. Is it the deadly barrier-breaking pill? A Jindan cultivator licked his lips and suddenly felt a little dry. It is rumored that the pill that can help Jindan cultivators break through the bottleneck. If taken by a cultivator at the peak of the early Jindan stage, there is a 50% chance of breaking into the middle Jindan stage. And if taken by a cultivator at the peak of the middle Jindan stage, there is a 20% chance of breaking through the late Jindan stage. But this is a magic pill. Once the breakthrough fails, the essence and blood will be backfired, and the cultivation will decline greatly. Even so, the eyes of the cultivators present were full of eagerness. For cultivators, the realm is everything. The rest are just external objects that can be discarded. Seeing this scene, Meng Xingtong and Meng Xingyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly, knowing that if they were in Feng Shangren's place, they would definitely not refuse this thing. Madame Diarway glanced at Song Ningjing, whose face was as cold as frost, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. I'm afraid she also knows that her family conditions are just barely enough. If they want to change the candidate, she will definitely be considered first. Sorry. I always keep my word. Fang Xing smiled slightly and refused directly. Even if this Wuxin boy gave him a map of the secret realm, he could consider it. This life-threatening barrier-breaking pill has such serious consequences, and he has the nerve to take it out. Is he cursing that he will encounter a bottleneck in the Jindan stage? Huh? Wuxin boy's expression suddenly sank. You are good, Master Feng. I heard that you were cunning before, but now it seems that you are very stubborn. Fellow Taoist Wuxin, this place is an alliance between families and sects, and there are also several cultivators in the late Jindan stage. Meng Xingtong took a deep breath and stood beside Fang Xing. Seeing this, Meng Xingyu hurriedly pulled Madame Diarway to follow. Song Ningjing raised the Qiushui's sword and expressed her position. Although they were all early Jindan cultivators, Song Ningjing was a sword cultivator with amazing killing power, comparable to ordinary middle Jindan cultivators. In addition, Feng Shangren, who was in the middle Jindan stage, would definitely be difficult to take down even if Wuxin Tongzi was a great cultivator in the late Jindan stage. Once the fluctuations of the battle spread, the Jindan cultivators in the surrounding palaces would definitely come to check what was going on. Okay. Wuxin Tongzi sneered, forget it. This life-threatening barrier-breaking pill seems to be out of your reach. I go find another master. He turned and left. With only one sentence still echoing in the ice and snow palace, there are many dangers in Linlang blessed land. Fellow Taoist Feng, you must be careful and don't die there. If there are no hardcore cultivators, like you in the world of immortal cultivation, there will be less fun. Haha. After Wuxin Tongzi came to disrupt the situation. Except for Madame Diarway and Song Ningjing, who were at stake, all the other Jindan cultivators ran away. This sentence of cultivators' coldness is interpreted vividly. Alas, now that we have offended Wuxin Tongzi, we must be extremely careful in Linlang blessed land. This person uses the deadly barrier-breaking pill as bait, and he will eventually get what he wants. Why don't we act together? I have a 5-wheel battle formation in my hand. Although it is best to form a battle formation with Jindan cultivators of the 5 elements, 5 Jindan cultivators are also fine. At least they can hold on for a long time in the hands of Jindan late-stage cultivators. Meng Xingtong gritted her teeth and told all her own background. This is one of the heirlooms of the Ming family. Battle array technique? Fang Xing nodded. We talk about this later. I'd better collect the deposit first. Deposit? Song Ningjing looked puzzled. It's none of your business. Fang Xing was not interested in this plain-looking Taoist nun, and took Madame Diarway away directly, leaving the 3 female cultivators in the early stage of Jindan to look at each other in the palace. This person is simply a sex-hungry ghost, Meng Xing said in a high tone. Even Song Ningjing doubted whether it was inappropriate for her to cooperate with Feng Shangren to get the 10,000-year-old stone milk. Blue Star. Fang Xing was playing with a Linlang order in his hand. This order was the one in Feng Shangren's hand. The immortal clone did not need 2 pieces, so it was naturally sent here. When the time comes, if I can't teleport directly to the immortal clone of Linlang Fudi, I will have to use this. For safety reasons, Fang Xing didn't plan to make it too fancy. I only plan to place the 1 Fa Ghost infant on Blue Star before teleporting to the Blessed Land. In this way, the immortal clone is a pure Jindan quality Jindan early stage cultivator, which will definitely meet the requirements of the Blessed Land. Then, I will teleport with the Wanfa Ghost Infant to join the group and restore the Yuaning combat power. I don't know if it is a bug. If this doesn't work, I'm afraid I will have to do it. Even if the Golden Finger can't teleport to the Blessed Land, I can go in with the Linlang order. Fang Xing's face was serious. Linlang Blessed Land is a great opportunity to plunder, especially those spiritual medicine gardens, which are the basis for the rapid progress of his own gened and clone. But other cultivators are unable to split themselves, so they can only prioritize a few. But he has the skill of splitting himself, so he must do both. In Linlang Blessed Land, the top battle force echelon is needless to say. The 5 sons of the righteous path, plus the 5 heroes of the demon path. The 10 cultivators at the peak of the gened end stage. Well, the demon path should thank me. 5 sons and 5 heroes are just right. But they insisted on making 6 heroes. Sure enough, they were backlashed and 1 died. The immortal clone is only in the early stage of gened end stage. If there is no Wanfa Ghost Infant, even if it comprehends the sword intent and is of gened and quality, it can only fight against the late gened and cultivator of the true elixir level like Wuxin Tongzi. If it encounters a half-step gened in, or even the 5 sons of the righteous path, it is a bit powerless. How can it snatch the shining fruit? The competition for the opportunity to condense the infant in Linlang Blessed Land must be the most intense. The shining fruit is the best, and the competition is the greatest. Those who take action are at least late gened and cultivators. If the immortal clone does not have the Wanfa Ghost Infant, it is not good enough. For the final insurance, I still have to take action. Well, from the last battle with Huamaching, I know that I am also a little short. Then let's upgrade first. In the underground training room, Fang Xing, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up, and a stream of blood rose like a dragon. The temperature around him continued to rise, like a huge furnace. A stream of ganglii connected to the evil points appeared on his body. A total of 12. All over his body. 72 evil points. 12 ganglii are all perfect. It's time to break through the Vajra realm. Chapter 241, Vajra Realm. Fang Xing practice in the martial arts golden elixir came to an end after the ganglii was perfected. The rest of the time, he was just quietly polishing his foundation and accumulating momentum. Now that the interstellar martial arts competition has ended, various rewards have been obtained. It's time to break through the Vajra realm. The 7th realm of martial arts. Vajra is the process of operating the martial arts golden elixir, extracting immortal substances, and casting the martial arts golden body. Moreover, its combat power is equivalent to that of a cultivator in the late stage of the golden elixir in the world of immortal cultivation. And even the great Vajra realm is enough to crush a cultivator who has perfected the golden elixir, even if the Wanfa Ghost Infant is still excluded at that time. Fang Xing himself is enough to suppress everything. 6th realm, golden elixir, 84/84 on the attribute column. The original realm suddenly became blurred as his mind moved. Fang Xing only tried a little, and he directly broke through that bottleneck and entered the 7th realm of martial arts. In his body, the purple vein longevity golden elixir seemed to be wrapped in a Tai Chi diagram and slowly operated. Every time it was operated, it emitted a little bit of golden substance, which penetrated into his limbs, bones and skin, so that the body that was already at its limit was tempered and improved again. Immortal substance, tempering the golden body. For martial arts professionals, the most important thing is their own body, even if they have not practiced much horizontal martial arts. When they reach the Vajra realm, they will be forced to make up for it. According to the ancient Brahma, the martial arts Vajra is the Arhat fruit position, and the Vajra realm is the Vajra Bodhisattva. When you reach the martial saint, you will become a Buddha. The ancient people had limited vision, and it was already very good to guess the step of the martial saint. Fang Xing's body was full of golden light, which was the perfect level of dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power. Amid the dragon roar and the elephant roar, he frantically pressed his own golden elixir, squeezed the immortal substance, and constantly changed his muscles and washed his marrow. The 12 gang meridians acted as a transportation roll, circulating all the immortal substances around his body. At this moment, Fang Xing's body silently became somewhat translucent. Then, his body seemed to be covered with a layer of gold paint. The first turn of the golden elixir, the gold paint became increasingly dense, gradually taking on a hint of red. As the golden elixir continued to turn 2, 3, and Various strange phenomena emerged one after another. The red copper light flashed, and Fang Xing's skin turned into brass. And then, purple copper. The fourth turn of the golden elixir. The fifth turn. Finally, a purple patterned golden elixir that was much smaller than before floated in Fang Xing Dantian Qi Si. Various lights flickered on the surface of his skin, gradually solidifying into a touch of red gold. It's worth it that I have cultivated the Dragon Elephant Vajra Indestructible Divine ability to the great perfection. As expected, after being promoted to the Vajra realm, I have received unimaginable rewards. Fang Xing stroked his arm and felt his own 7-turn golden body. With this kind of defense, even a top-grade magic weapon can hardly hurt me. His consciousness focused on the attribute panel and immediately saw a line of information. 7th realm, Vajra, 7th turn, as expected. The Vajra realm is simple and rough, with only 1 to 9 turns. Moreover, Fang Xing Golden Elixir Foundation is extremely solid, and he has cultivated the Dragon Elephant Vajra Indestructible Divine ability to the great perfection level. Therefore, as soon as he broke through the Vajra realm, his golden elixir immediately turned 7 times. His golden body was completed, and his cultivation level soared to a terrifying level. In terms of defense, it is difficult for cultivators below the nascent soul to hurt me. In theory, my physique is strong enough to support the promotion to Martial Saint. But the Martial Saint promoted at this time is only a weak Martial Saint, which has lost too much potential. A wise man would not. At least, you have to wait until the golden core is 9 times, and the golden body is flawless in the great Vajra realm, before you can break through to Martial Saint. Once you break through, you will be a strong Martial Saint, and become a high-level member of the Federation. Of course, the 7th golden body is only the most basic requirement for breaking through to Martial Saint. If you want to break through, you still need a lot of external conditions, especially rare resources. After Fang Xing sensed the power of the 7th golden body, he immediately began to demonstrate the moves with some excitement, and quickly became familiar with his body after the breakthrough. Heaven-covering hand. 5-finger mountain. He linked his palms together, and the simplified version of the Tathagata palm was slowly launched, making the basement a mess. I watched so many martial arts duels, and I also had the resources to perform the Great Sun Tathagata palm before. Now the simplified third form is about to come out. Fang Xing slowly moved his palms, and the aura on his body was rapidly weakening, and half of his martial arts blood was transformed into magic power. At this moment, he seemed to have fallen from Vajra Bodhisattva to Arhat Jin Dan. In Fang Xing body, Jin Dan Yuanli and magic power are like one, blending seamlessly. This is exactly the characteristic of immortal warriors, the fusion of immortals and martial arts. It can make martial arts blood and magic power go hand in hand. Martial artists mainly rely on blood. Now that I have lost half of my blood, I am still a martial arts Jin Dan no matter how you look at it. Of course, my blood has not actually disappeared, but it is accompanied by magic power, and it also maintains a few concealing spell effects for me. Fang Xing feels that his strength should still be hidden. In a few years, I can show it openly and get a doctorate. After staying in the ivory tower for a long time, Fang Xing really thinks that Blue Star University is not bad. I can go to school all the way to become a martial arts master. And this is not just a cover-up technique, but also a necessary prerequisite for performing the third move. Fang Xing owns simplified version of the Tathagata palm. The first and second moves are both martial arts methods, and the third move, in his original conception, should be the method of immortal warriors. Only immortal warriors can use martial arts. This third move can be named. Fang Xing made a seal with one hand, and the magic power and the golden elixir energy instantly mixed, bursting out unimaginable power. A golden handprint appeared out of thin air, and the ground churned wherever it passed. A huge palm print several meters long suddenly appeared on the wall. Xianwu Ichi handprint. Fang Xing eyes lit up. This wall of mine is specially used for testing. The walls are all purchased with the highest grade alloy. It's already good to be able to make a handprint of this depth. In terms of power, it may be quasi 4th level, and it can completely get rid of the scope of close combat and achieve long-range attack by warriors. Xianwu Ichi handprint. This move is the summary of all Fang Xing martial arts now. It contains both martial arts will and the ability to suppress, kill and seal. Originally, he thought he could fight Huamaching with this move. However, he was not in the Vajra realm at that time, and it was difficult to support and perform. Now after the breakthrough, It is a natural understanding. But this move still needs to be practiced in actual combat. Fang Xing's eyes showed anticipation. It's just right. Let's take a good look at the quality of the 5 sons of the righteous path, and the 5 heroes of the evil path, in the Linlang blessed land. Immortal cultivation world. Fang Xing, who was in retreat, suddenly heard a distant sound of piano. Is it time? He took out the Linlang order, and found that the order was wrapped in a ball of white light, which was rich and substantial. Fang Xing walked out of the retreat room, and Madame Dierwei came to greet him. Dao Yu finally came out of retreat. Xingtong and the others have been waiting for a long time. Haha. I also want to thank you for your Yin Yuan power, which greatly improved my magic power. Fang Xing teased, causing Madame Dierwei to blush on her face, as if she was shy as a girl in her first love. It must be said that the contrast of this woman's childlike face gave Fang Xing a great shock. He walked to the main hall leisurely, and saw Ming Xingtong, Ming Xingyu sisters, and Song Ningjing waiting. Dao Yu finally came out of retreat, and now my family alliance is preparing to go to Guishu Mountain together, so we can take care of each other, Ming Xingtong said, facing the 10 major Yuanning sects of the righteous and evil. Both independent cultivators and aristocratic families have a tendency to stick together for warmth. This time we are a team of 5. Why don't we take this Lingfeng car? Ming Xingyu's eyes turned, and he patted his storage bag, and a strange-shaped car frame suddenly appeared. The car frame is quite large, more than enough to accommodate 5 people, and it is luxuriously built. And there is a big flag with the word Ming stretched out. Good. Fang Xing followed suit and sat on the car frame. Ming Xingyu slightly urged it, and the car frame suddenly turned into a stream of light, and its escape speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for the 5 people to arrive at the foot of Guishu Mountain. At this point, the Linlang order in Fang Xing's hand was even more brilliant, almost flying out of his hand. At the foot of Guishu Mountain, a large number of 5-member teams of cultivators had appeared without knowing when. They were either riding on the backs of huge monsters, or drinking and having fun in pavilions and towers, and being unrestrained. Fang Xing looked in the direction of the casual cultivators, and saw that the old Taoist Tianshan was leading dozens of casual cultivators to form a large formation, which looked strong and powerful. On the side of the aristocratic family, there was an ancient Jaya Waiken to suppress the fate, which was no worse than the casual cultivator battle formation, and even slightly better. Under the brilliance of the spiritual treasure, there stood many immortal cultivators. Fang Xing even saw Wuxin Tongzi, who also got a quota and stood next to an old man in black. Seeing Fang Xing, he smiled at him. Damn it! Ming Xingtong looked at the 5 people on the spirit boat, but she gritted her teeth. It's the Qiao family. I didn't expect the Qiao family to accept Wuxin Tongzi in the end. Qiao family? Fang Xing's eyes moved. The Qiao family was originally related to my Ming family for generations, but since the last generation, the relationship has gradually become distant, until my sister and I both formed Dan, and then we started to interact again. This time when Linlang Fudi opened, I was almost deceived by him, resulting in a missed opportunity. Ming Xingtong explained the matter in a few words. So, based on the idea that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Wuxin Tongzi went to find the Qiao family? With that deadly barrier-breaking pill, the Qiao family must squeeze one out even if there is no quota. Right? Fang Xing nodded lightly. This time, there are no foundation-building cultivators entering Linlang Fudi, with so many Jindan cultivators in the battlefield. Isn't it courting death for a foundation-building cultivator to enter? Song Ningjing said lightly. That Jaya Waiken is actually a spiritual treasure? Fang Xing looked at the Jaya Waiken again, a little surprised. That is the spiritual treasure of the Mu family. It has already developed preliminary spiritual intelligence. As long as it is supplied with enough spiritual stones or spiritual veins, it can have the power of several attacks and can be reused. Ming Xingtong explained through telepathy. The Mu family was once a Yuanning family with a rich heritage, but this Jaya Waiken has always been kept secret. This time, it was actually brought out. It seems that the Mu family has great ambitions. Although the spiritual treasure can launch an attack on its own, it will consume the spiritual power of the spiritual treasure itself. If it is not constantly nurtured by the Yuanning True Lord, it will definitely fall in rank in the end. Therefore, it can only be used as a family heritage, and it is best to cooperate with the clan guarding formation and use the power of the formation to drive it with the least consumption. This time, it was naturally very determined to take it out. Chapter 242 Entering the Blessed Land. The nascent soul family is indeed extraordinary. Feng Xing naturally knew that this kind of spiritual treasure, with self-generated intelligence, was much stronger than the Qingyang magic lamp in his hand. It might be a 4th level middle grade or even 4th level upper grade spiritual treasure. Such a spiritual treasure, if in a large formation, absorbs the energy of the 4th level spiritual vein. It should be able to launch several attacks in succession. It is equivalent to a reusable 4th level means. Even if it is not aggressive enough, it is more than enough to protect the foundation. It seems that this Mu family is the leader of a group of Jindan families. Feng Xing said lightly. No matter how glorious the nascent soul family is, it cannot resist the passage of time. When the nascent soul true lord dies of old age, and the family does not have a second true lord, it is good enough to be able to keep the family by relying on the foundation. That's right. I heard that the Mu family has a Qilin son who has condensed a half-step golden elixir. This time, I'm afraid he's aiming for the divine infant fruit. Meng Yutong looked worried and sent a telepathic message. Once a cultivator from the Mu family advances to the nascent soul stage, wouldn't the dying cultivation world, which had finally settled down, be in chaos again? For family cultivators, like them, who have low cultivation strength, but rely on their ancestors to occupy certain resources, they are most reluctant to see the chaos in the cultivation world. However, for those cultivators who are strong enough, but whose own forces and resources are difficult to support, they are calling for war and longing for chaos. At this time, on the other side of the mountain, there were suddenly many more demon cultivators. Some of them drove blood clouds, some rode on the white bone throne, and some were accompanied by countless wronged souls and refined corpses. At first glance, they were full of demonic energy. It's the sects and families on the side of the demon path. Now that they have arrived, it's time to go up the mountain. Mrs. Deerwick chuckled. The next moment, rumble. Amazing waves of mana emerged. And they were all at the late Jindan stage, or even the perfect Jindan stage. Even, it gave ordinary late Jindan cultivators a sense of oppression. This is the power of the golden elixir. 10 figures split into 2 sides and confronted each other. Behind them, there were Jindan elders and deacons riding on their respective Yuaning sects flying magic weapons. They are cultivators from the 10 major sects of righteousness and evil. The cultivators below exclaimed. Feng Xing also glanced and found Fu Hongyi among them. In addition to him, Zenkizi was dressed in a Confucian robe, with an elegant appearance, holding a scroll in his hand, like an elegant scholar, faintly leaping forward half a step, as the leader of the righteous path. On the side of the evil path, the man confronting Zenkizi was a man with a face as white as gold paper, wearing a black robe, and looked like he was about to die at any time. This man was Yuzhenzi, one of the 6 heroes of the evil path, from the Xiang sect. Among the 5 righteous and 5 evil heroes present, only he and Zenkizi could stand up to each other, and their cultivation had reached the state of perfect Jindan. The 2 sides communicated with each other through their spiritual consciousness, and then rushed to Guishu Mountain. Swish! Above their heads, a number of Linlang appeared and turned into a halo. The Jindan masters of the righteous and evil sects immediately flew into the halo. Rumble! Guishu Mountain trembled, and a thick silver-white light column fell, covering the halo. The cultivators in the halo disappeared in an instant. Among them, Fu Hongyi halo had only one person, which was particularly eye-catching. Xiao Fu is really one man and one sword. Is there only one person from my Tianjin sect participating this time? It's the style of a sword cultivator. Feng Xing nodded slightly. He had no intention of recognizing him. After all, regardless of how to explain the problem of his sudden increase in cultivation, what he was going to do in the secret realm was a bit annoying. After coming out, he might be beaten and hunted down by the Yuaning Zhenjuan of both the righteous and evil sides. Don't drag anyone down anymore. Let's go! In the opposite camp of scattered cultivators, with the old Taoist Tianqinzi waving his whisk, the original battle formation instantly separated and turned into a small battle formation of 5 people, rushing into Guishu Mountain. Gathering and dispersing are impermanent. This person's attainments in formation are not bad. Song Ningjing was surprised to see the scene. Let's go too. Linlang Ling will randomly teleport us to the outskirts of Linlang Blessed Land. The good news is that 5 people can go together. Meng Xingtong said to Feng Shangren. Go. Feng Xing nodded, controlled a green light, and a jade token flew out of his arms. turning into a halo, covering the four women. The moment they entered Guishu Mountain, a silver-white light column fell down. Is this teleportation? Fang Xing carefully experienced this feeling of teleportation. The cultivation skills of the Great Wilderness were really poor. And there was not even a teleportation formation. Only this kind of transmission to the secret realm of the Blessed Land can make him feel the changes and mysteries of the power of the void. At this time, all he could see was a vast expanse of yellow sand. Not far away, there were some black stone pillars standing, some of which were already broken, with strange inscriptions engraved on them. Madame Gerwei, Song Ningjing, Meng Xingtong, and the sisters Meng Xingyu landed not far away and gathered together subconsciously. This place seems to be the western desert in the Linlang Blessed Land. Song Ningjing raised her sword and skewered a strange scorpion with red skin and black stripes from the desert. This is a local specialty. The red sand black scorpion. There was a hint of excitement in her voice. Fang Xing certainly knew what she was excited about. The underground cave that was sealed by the Jingyuan divine light was in this area. According to the previous agreement, after entering, we will go to the nearest resource point first. A jade slip appeared in his hand. After a little injection of mana, a light curtain appeared and turned into a three-dimensional map. Linlang Blessed Land is too big, almost like a small world. Even a Jindan cultivator may not be able to get from one end to the other in a month. And the Blessed Land is open for only 1 month at most. How to plan the route is very important. Since all the Jindan female cultivators have needs, they must first determine the location after entering the Blessed Land, and then start planning the route. Now we are in the western desert. Fang Xing lightly tapped the desert on the west side of the map. First, we will pass Wanzhong Mountain, Xiangdu Forest, Daofeng Gorge, and enter the central area. The spiritual resources and various ruins and palaces in the central part of the Blessed Land are the richest. That cave is somewhere in Wanzhong Mountain. Song Ningjing's eyes lit up, and she was very satisfied with this. Even if you can only get a little bit of 10,000-year-old stone milk, it is a 4th-level spiritual object. For a cultivator in the early stage of Jindan, even if you sell it, you can get a lot of cultivation resources. Well, you can search for some resource points along the way, but you still have to focus on the central area. Fang Xing pondered for a while. After arriving in the central area, I want to go to Shining Cliff. As soon as this was said, the four women's faces changed. Shining Cliff is the core of Linlang Blessed Land, with countless wonderful prohibitions. There is a 9-yuan infant vine growing on the cliff. Every 500 years, it will produce several shining fruits, ranging from 1 to 9, all depending on God's will. It is known as the first opportunity for condensing infants in dying. Do you actually want to get involved in condensing infants' spiritual objects? Meng Xingtong seemed to know Master Feng for the first time. That must be the most intense battlefield between the righteous and the evil. Unless you are in the late stage of Dan formation, you may not be able to get close. Hee. You have to give it a try. Maybe when the opportunity comes, it will be successful. Fang Xing smiled. Master. At this time, Madame Gerwei said in a greasy voice, you promised to accompany me to the Northern Territory to find the Lingming butterfly. We sisters are also going to the Northern Territory Spiritual Medicine Garden to look for the Jilya Qinlong grass. The eldest sister of the Ming family said firmly. Okay. Let's go to the Shining Cliff first, and then go to the North region. Fang Xing seemed to sense something and smiled. The route covers the West Desert, the Central region, and the North region. A month is a bit tight, and I can just go to the Central region, the East China Sea, and the South Desert to search for spiritual objects. The Central region has the richest resources, so I can stay for a while longer. Not bad. Just now, he had tried it, using the golden finger. It is completely possible to teleport into the Linlang Blessed Land. Even, it's not the random teleportation of the Linlang order. It can accurately locate the side of the immortal clone. It seems that one Fai Yuaning can. Linlang Blessed Land determines that fake infant cultivators can enter? No. It's my golden finger status that crushes the rules of the Blessed Land? Fang Xing was overjoyed. In this way, he can stop pretending. The 5 people stepped on Meng Xingyu's flying car and immediately started on their way. Less than half an hour after flying out, Fang Xing's expression changed. Not good. Swish. A figure flew out from the ground in the vast yellow sand, with an amazing momentum. Zheng! Amid the clear sound of the sword, which sounded like a dragon's roar, The cold light of the Chioshui's sword cut through the vast yellow sand and fell on the attacker. Dang! The attacker chuckled and stretched out his right hand. His fingers were white and delicate, emitting a layer of light golden light. He let the Chioshui's sword cut on his fingers, and then flicked his fingers out. The Chioshui's sword cried sadly and flew back to Song Ningjing's hand. Impossible. Even a third-level middle-grade physical cultivator dare not take my Chioshui's sword head-on. Could it be a third-level upper grade? It can actually fight against magic weapons without wearing spiritual armor? Song Ningjing immediately felt frustrated in his sword heart. In this world, physical cultivators are actually still classified as cultivators. And even third-level cultivators must prepare a set of magic weapon armor. But the physical cultivator, who suddenly appeared, was so strong that even the third-level upper-grade monster beasts would feel inferior to him. Master, could it be that the Qiao family or Wuxin Tongzi found him? Ming Xingyu held her sister's hand, and the sisters performed a set of combined attack secrets. And a star veil was seen covering the ground. Like a dream. She even sent a telepathic message, "Sister, do you want to leave? Wait a little longer." A high-level talisman appeared in Ming Xingtong's hand. She bit her lip and sent a telepathic message, "Something is wrong with Master Feng. He dared to confront Wuxin Tongzi before. And now he has entered the Blessed Land and is going to Shining Cliff. He should have some confidence. Come on." Fang Xing, who was disguised as Master Feng, laughed and raised his hand. The green flying blade magic weapon obtained from this dead ghost appeared and chopped at the master. Humph! The master snorted coldly and hit with his fist. When the original body was in the state of martial arts golden elixir, Huan Maching evaluated the strong martial arts well as a quasi-4th level spiritual attack. After reaching the Vajra realm, the martial arts will increase even more. At this time, with a cold snort, the 4 female cultivators in the early stage of the Danjia were all dizzy at the same time. Taking advantage of this moment, the Wanfa Yuanying appeared in Fang Xing's arms with a smile, and just teleported to the top of Fang Xing Immortal Clone's head, from the top of the soul into the Dantian, and sat cross-legged. A series of pseudo-infant level mana emerged, and Fang Xing Immortal Clone suddenly felt that he was good again. He laughed, collected 90% of his strength, and shot out a mana. The green flying blade magic weapon suddenly seemed to have taken a tonic pill, bursting out with brilliant brilliance. Suddenly split into 2 into 4. The sky and the ground were all covered by the green arc blade. Late stage of Jin Dan? Madame Gerwei, who had just come to her senses, saw the scene and was immediately filled with joy. Master Feng actually broke through to the late stage of Jin Dan in secret? We are saved. Chapter 243 Stone Milk. Bang! That figure actually resisted countless light blades, broke through the siege, stepped into the air, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. This physical cultivator is so strong. Song Ningjing had no intention of chasing him, and was still frightened. This person may have a grudge against us, or he may just meet and do it by chance. Fang Xing put away the light blade, his face solemn. This trip to the Blessed Land is 10 times or 100 times more dangerous than before. Let's make a quick decision and go to the cave immediately. This time I will drive the flying car myself. Please show me the way. Brother Song. These Jin Dan cultivators are as smart as ghosts. Even Song Ningjing is like this. The so-called 10,000-year stone milk cave only gave the approximate location of Wanzong Mountain. When we get there, she still needs to show the way. After showing the late Jin Dan realm, Fang Xing can suppress the 4 Jin Dan female cultivators by himself, and immediately said what he meant and drove the flying car to hurry on. Whoosh! The 4 girls felt a fierce wind blowing in their faces, and even the protective shield of the hearse seemed to be torn apart, and the scenery on both sides was rapidly retreating. Is this the power of the late Jin Dan stage? Ming Xingyu's face was full of envy and admiration. Ming Xingtong felt something was wrong. This kind of escape speed might not be possible for ordinary late Jin Dan cultivators. Right? Wanzong Mountain. The top of this mountain is full of sky and earth, with a cold and gloomy atmosphere. A large number of nameless tombs are scattered among them, and occasionally white bones emitting green phosphorus fire can be seen. What a netherworld vein! It is really the supreme spiritual land that ghost cultivators dream of. Fang Xing stood on the flying car, looking at the mountains not far away, and chuckled. There are many ghost-like monsters wandering in this mountain range. It is said that there are powerful ghosts in the depths that are no less than the perfect Jin Dan. Fortunately, They are usually just sleeping. As long as we don't offend their territory and tombs, they won't take action. Ming Xingyu explained with a pale face. The speed at which this Feng Shangren drove the flying boat was so terrifying that the four women had difficulty adapting to it. Fellow Taoist Song. Fang Xing looked at Song Ningjing. Please rest assured, fellow Taoist. Song Ningjing made hand gestures, and a strange talisman flew out. Quick! She muttered something, and the Qiushui sword lightly touched the talisman. The talisman immediately turned into a ball of light and flew towards a place in Wanzhong Mountain. This 10,000-year-old stalactite cave is recorded in a secret book of my sect. When the Linlang Blessed Land was opened 1,000 years ago, an elder accidentally broke into it. But he could not get the crystal divine light, so he could only return empty-handed and died in depression. After many twists and turns in the sect, we found a secret technique of mirror light Ju, which just happened to restrain the restriction of crystal divine light. However, 500 years ago, the sect was weak and could not even get a quota to enter. Song Ningjing signaled Fang Xing to follow the guide talisman while introducing it to everyone. When I condensed the sword pill, I happened to encounter this rare opportunity to open the Linlang Blessed Land. So I wanted to come in and take a look. Since this thing was left by Sister Song's sect, I will not share it. Mrs. Dearway smiled and said. The Ming sisters looked at each other and said, we sisters are here only for the 9 fierce dragon-catching grass. As long as fellow Taoist Song does not take it, we have no objection. They could see that Fang Xing valued this thing very much, and his statement was just a matter of course. It's here. Song Ningjing saw the light ball formed by the talisman approaching the core of Wanzhong Mountain, and her face was filled with anxiety. Fortunately, the light ball formed by the guide talisman only flickered a few times at the edge of the core area and then sank into the soil. Go! Fang Xing pinched a spell, and a layer of earth-yellow light enveloped the entire flying car, making it fall on the ground as if it fell into the water, and instantly sank into it. Fellow Taoist Feng, you have a good earth escape technique. Madame Dearway's eyes lit up, and she looked at Fang Xing with a charming look as if she was about to come out of the water. Although the earth escape technique is just an ordinary escape technique, it is not something that can be cultivated to this level overnight. Nothing special. Just practice makes perfect. Fang Xing replied calmly. In fact, he had only learned some magic such as the earth escape technique. However, with the support of the nascent soul's magic power, it immediately had a good effect, which was a model of great strength. After going 100 feet underground, the flying car's eyes lit up and a huge stalactite cave appeared. On the ground, the strange stone pillars seemed to be solidified from the flowing magma, and there were many stalactites hanging down from the top of the cave. Some of them even emitted colorful luster, and the scenery was very dreamy and blurred. It's hard for Sister Song's master to find such a secret place. Madame Dearway looked at an inconspicuous stalactite pillar next to her. Her eyes lit up, and suddenly she pinched a magic formula. The pink spiritual light sank into the stalactite pillar, and soon brought out a few drops of milky sweet liquid. 1,000-year-old stone milk? Ming Xingyu was a little absent-minded in this blessed land. There are indeed many natural treasures. Even the 1,000-year-old stone milk growing on the periphery is worth a lot of spiritual stones. Right? This kind of 1,000-year-old stone milk is a good thing for Jindan cultivators to restore their mana. And it does not have any poison. Before the sisters came to the blessed land, they all tried their best to prepare a small half bottle. Then look at the stone pillars here, which are almost 1,000. Even Ming Xingtong began to consider the possibility of staying as a miner for a few days. They just didn't have any idea about the 10,000-year-old stone milk. But if Master Feng didn't like these 1,000-year-old stone milk, they were still very attractive. This place is extremely hidden. My senior master accidentally entered this place in order to catch a burrowing beast with a trace of Jinshui worm bloodline. When Song Ningjing came to the center of the cave, she saw a sky-blue stalactite. It was full of colorful brilliance, thick and large, and located in the center of the cave, like a king. But around this sky-blue stalactite, there was another layer of translucent prohibition. It was like a thick layer of solid ice, up to 2 or 3 meters thick, covering the surroundings tightly. It is indeed the Crystal Yuan Divine Light restriction. It can condense the divine light into crystals. Even if the old monster Yuanying attacks, it may be able to hold out for a long time. Ming Xingtong looked at the restriction and murmured, "Have you tried flying?" Mrs. Dearway murmured, and then smiled bitterly. The restriction of the ancient cultivators cannot have such a flaw. If it was so simple, this 10,000-year-old stone milk would have been taken away long ago. Fellow Daoist Song. It's up to you. Fang Xing decided to go with the technical flow first. If the cracking speed was too slow, he would go with the violent cracking flow. Please protect me, fellow Taoists. Song Mingjing sat cross-legged, with the autumn water sword placed horizontally on her knees. Her hands pinched, and she chanted strange spells. In front of her, a mirror phantom appeared. This mirror was just a gray haze, but a ray of light shone out and landed on the Crystal Yuan Divine Light restriction. It was strange to say that the Crystal Yuan Divine Light that could resist most attacks from the Xiaoxian world was defeated by this mirror light. And the crystal-like restriction body was illuminated by the ray of light. The countless divine light crystals immediately melted at a slow and steady speed, like winter snow meeting the sun. Fang Xing divine sense swept over and silently estimated, this cracking speed is a little faster than my brute force. It's true that everyone has their own expertise. Or, it's worthy of being in the Xiaoxian world, with countless extraordinary achievements and skills, and is particularly good at one thing over another? His divine sense suddenly swept in another direction, and his brows slightly frowned. It seems that a cultivator is coming. What? Hearing this, the Ming sisters immediately offered a layer of star gauze to protect the 5 people inside. Madame Dierwei smiled, but there was an extra giant axe in her hand. The magic weapon of this woman is not quite in line with her body size. Fang Xing was surprised when he saw it for the first time. Just as the 3 women were offering their magic weapons, a yellow-skinned mouse with shifty eyes suddenly dug up the soil and came out from the other side of the cave. It's worth it that we sold everything we had before coming to the blessed land to upgrade you. The treasure-hunting mouse. To the 3rd level. As expected, we found a big treasure as soon as we arrived. Accompanied by rough laughter, 3 figures walked out of the cave one after another. Seeing Fang Xing and the other 4, they were also stunned. Magic monks. The Ming sisters looked at the marks on the 3 people, and their faces turned pale. These 3 Jindan monks were all in the middle stage of Jindan. They were wearing colorful robes, with the 5 poison marks on them. They were obviously from the Wangu village, a major sect of the magic sect. The monks of Wangu village are famous for using poison and controlling various poisonous insects and poisonous poisons. They are famous even in the magic sect. Oh! There are actually 4 girls. The leader's spiritual sense swept and saw Song Mingjing. A hint of joy appeared on his face. You also sent someone to break the ban. Kill the man and capture the woman alive. Ahem. Fang Xing coughed. Although most demon cultivators are prone to go astray and lose their brains. But I am a cultivator in the late Jindan stage. So what if it's the late Jindan stage? The first boss who spoke shouted in a deep voice, 2nd brother. 3rd brother. The 2nd and 3rd brothers immediately put their arms on the shoulders of the boss, causing his magic power to surge all the way. And in a blink of an eye, he broke through the late Jindan stage. It's the 3 evil men of the Hua family from Wangu village. Madame Dierwei seemed to have thought of something. These 3 people have joined forces to kill a cultivator in the late Jindan stage. It's too late to recognize your Grandpa Hua now. The young lady is pretty. The Hua family boss smiled grimly and waved his hand. A huge black tripod emerged with cloud patterns on it. It was obviously an incredible magic weapon. At the same time, the treasure-hunting rat also cried strangely and condensed thick yellow earth thorns, which fell like a rain of flowers. So that's it, Brother Song. You don't have to do anything. Let me handle everything. Fang Xing waved his hand, and a light curtain emerged. Whether it was the giant tripod or the earth spike, they were all blocked outside the light curtain. He turned around and flicked his finger. A sword energy emerged, cutting a strange double-tailed centipede in half. This centipede had already touched the back of several people and was about to attack. But now it could only fall to the ground, without any breath. What magic weapon, spiritual pet, are just a cover to attract attention. Your real killer should be this 3rd-level top-grade poisonous insect? It seems that the arrogance at the beginning was also intentional. This acting is a bit deliberate, and you need to practice more. He put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, Boss, the idea is difficult. The 2nd brother of the Hua family called back the treasure-hunting rat, ordered its demon body to expand, and blocked in front of the 3 brothers. With a solemn face, the 3 brothers relied on this set of combined attack techniques. And at most, they could fight against the late Jindan cultivators without losing. The real killer is the twin-tailed golden centipede. This poisonous insect is their killer. And they even killed a late gened ant cultivator with it. This poisonous insect is best at hiding its tracks. And it is difficult for the consciousness of ordinary late gened ant cultivators to detect it. It is also good at biting through various body protection shields. Its poison is even more fierce. And even a third-level physical cultivator can hardly resist it. But unexpectedly, this killer was cut off by a sword. Of course I know it will prick my hand. No, it won't prick my hand. But my head? Even the goo god of our sect may not be able to kill the twin-tailed golden centipede with one blow. The forehead of the Hua family boss was covered with cold sweat. And suddenly he smiled heroically. Since this place has been occupied, we can't take away what others want. Let's go! He waved his hand and wanted to leave. But the next moment, a sword light slashed by. This sword light was incredibly fast. And the third-level demon body of the treasure-hunting rat could not resist it at all. And directly broke a big hole. Behind the big hole, the protective light shield of the eldest son of the Hua family was instantly shattered, revealing a little blood on his forehead. Boss! The second and third sons of the Hua family exclaimed, their faces full of ruthlessness. But their bodies retreated honestly, not even caring about their pets. Can you get away? Fang Xing sighed, took a step forward, as if shrinking the earth into an inch, past the treasure-hunting rat, and entered the cave. In a few breaths, he held the second son of the Hua family in his hand, and slowly walked back to the cave. Seeing this scene, the Ming sisters and Madame Dearway couldn't help but lose their minds. Are these really the three evil men of the Hua family? Why do they feel worse than the three foundation-building masters? You are really Feng Shangren? Madame Dearway looked unbelievable. Is it me? Shouldn't you know it best? Fang Xing laughed dumbly and explained casually, to be honest. What I condensed at the beginning was the immortal golden elixir. As soon as this was said, the Ming sisters immediately believed it. Only a great cultivator in the late gened ant stage could defeat three mid-stage gened ant cultivators with ease. This second son of the Hua family? Ming Xingyu looked at Fang Xing and suddenly thought of something. Yes, this third-level treasure-hunting rat is very rare. It is quite useful in the Blessed Land. Fang Xing put his hand on the second son of the Hua family forehead and began to search his soul. To control a spirit pet, one must either refine a pet beast's life card. As long as the life card is in hand, the spirit pet can be tortured and made to submit. This method is more convenient. As long as the life card is in hand, the control can be transferred. The second method of signing a blood contract is more troublesome. Often, when a cultivator dies, the spirit pet must be buried with him. There is no room for negotiation. Fang Xing searched his soul and found that the second son of the Hua family used the first life card. He immediately slapped him to death with one palm, and then took the other party's storage bag and got a khaki token. In the token, there was also a lifelike phantom of a yellow-haired mouse. Okay, I know you are not dead. Now that the fate card is in my hand, you must listen to my orders. Do you understand? With a move of his magic power, he immediately sacrificed the fate card of the treasure-hunting mouse and shouted at the lying mouse. The treasure-hunting mouse immediately turned over and climbed up, ignoring the big hole on its body that was still bleeding, and raised its claws repeatedly, as if clasping its hands together, with a flattering look in its small eyes. Sister, this treasure-hunting mouse is so spineless. Ming Xingyu was a little sour. This is a third-level monster. If it becomes a clan-guarding spirit beast, it will be enough to suppress the fate of the Jinden family for hundreds of years. The monster pet controlled by the fate card is more likely to repeat. Ming Xingtong nodded, then looked at the flattering treasure-hunting mouse, and was a little speechless, but in this blessed land, it is indeed a great help. Chapter 244 All Parties. After a while, fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Song Ningjing used the mirror light art to open up a passage above the crystal yuan divine light restriction. She opened her eyes and saw Fang Xing teasing a palm-sized treasure-hunting mouse in his hand. The physical constitution of the monster beast is stronger than that of the cultivator. After feeding a few third-level pills, the wound on the treasure-hunting mouse has healed. But a layer of yellow hair needs to grow slowly, and it looks like a bald spot. At this time, the little mouse suddenly widened its eyes, turned into a streak of yellow light, and pounced on the huge sky-blue stalactite column, and was reluctant to let go of its claws. 10,000 years of stalactite. Madame Dearway looked at the sky-blue stalactite column and saw a ball of liquid flowing in the center, and couldn't help but murmured. The 10,000-year-old stalactite can only be taken with tools made of ice jade. I specially prepared a few more sets. Song Ningjing patted her storage bag, and a set of jade bottles, jade plates, jade spoons, and other tools immediately emerged. These jade tools are different from ordinary jade bottles. They are not only crystal clear, but also have a faint chill. Obviously, she has made thorough preparations for this trip. Fang Xing nodded and let Song Ningjing do it. The woman took out a spiritual tool made of ice jade, pinched her fingers, and chanted a few spells. This green jade ruler sank into the stalactite column, continuously taking out the 10,000-year-old stalactite and sealing it in the ice jade bottle. In the end, more than 9.5 bottles were filled. After doing all this, Song Ningjing also specially cast a spell to make the crystal source divine light restriction next to the stalactite slowly recover. After picking spiritual objects, the righteous and evil cultivators basically tried to preserve the relevant environment for later. Of course, if the fight is fierce, then don't care about anything. If you want to die, even the 9-yuan infant vine will explode for you. However, it is said that there are countless layers of restrictions on that precious vine. You can only wait until the divine infant fruit matures. If you want to damage the precious vine, I am afraid that you need the help of the great true Lord to have a chance. I only want a bottle of 10,000-year-old stone milk, since the 3 Taoist friends don't want the rest. Please accept it. Song Ningjing looked at Fang Xing, with a trace of uneasiness in her expression. Fang Xing understood it after a little thought. Now that the 4th-level spiritual object is in hand, the other party is afraid that he will cheat and swallow up the other party's share. To be frank, with the late Jindan realm he has shown now, the 4 early Jindan female cultivators are indeed in his hands. And after finding the 10,000-year-old stone milk, this sword cultivator surnamed Song will not be of much value. Haha. Then I won't be polite. Fang Xing waved his sleeves and took 8.5 bottles of Wanyan Shiru. Feeling happy. With these, his cultivation after Jindan can be improved by leaps and bounds. Speaking of which, he hasn't practiced seriously since he condensed the golden elixir. The last time, he still relied on Madame Dierwei dual cultivation power, and the effect was really good, equivalent to taking 10 or 8 third-level pills. But it is still a long way from the peak of the early stage of Jindan. Seeing that he calmly took the spiritual objects, the 4 women secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, this matter is over. Let's go to the central region as soon as possible. Fang Xing touched the treasure-hunting mouse in his hand. If there are spiritual objects that excite this mouse along the way, we can take a detour. Somewhere in Linlang Fudi, countless poisonous insects covered the sky, like a group of dark clouds, falling down with a bang. Several rays of light from magic weapons shone in the countless dark clouds, like a sailboat in a storm, and were submerged in an instant. A boy wearing a Wangu village spiritual robe, and with a strange tattoo on his face watched this scene, with a sneer on his face, in the righteous way. They are all trash. When my Wanjiagu is refined, I must find a chance to kill one of the 5 sons of the righteous way, so as to live up to the name of the 6 heroes of the demon way. That guy Wan Maching was inexplicably killed, which is really embarrassing for our 6 heroes. This person is Gu Shensi, and Wanjia Gu is his life-defining Gu worm, which is very sharp. Now it has been cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level, and it is only 1 step away from being promoted to the quasi-4th level. Once the life-defining Gu worm is promoted to the quasi-4th level, it will definitely increase the probability of breaking through the nascent soul by 10% or 20%. This is the most orthodox nascent soul route of Wangu village. At this time, you only need to go to a Jedi in Linlang Fudi to successfully take out the foundation that the sect has specially arranged there before, and upgrade the life-defining Gu worm. When the time comes, I will take another divine infant fruit, refine it into a divine infant pill, and combine it with the quasi-4th level life Gu. The probability of condensing a baby will definitely exceed 50%. I will definitely be the future Yuan Jinjuan. The Gu god was imagining the outside world, and suddenly a few piercing screams came from his body. His expression suddenly became gloomy, and he suddenly opened his mouth and vomited out 3 white silkworm-like Gu worms. But at this time, these Gu worms were actually all dead. Dead? The 3 of the Hua family are all trash. I asked them to bring a 3rd-level treasure-hunting rat. The look on Gu Shensi's face suddenly became very ugly. A 3rd-level treasure-hunting rat is definitely a great help in Linlang Fudi. It was because of this that he asked the second son of the Hua family to cultivate a treasure-hunting rat and bring it in for himself, in order to facilitate the operation after the change of owner. He also asked the other party to make a spiritual beast natal card. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a failure. Although the big boss of the Magic Way likes to let his younger brother go bankrupt to cultivate spiritual beasts, even if he loses in the end, he is the unlucky one. But he just feels unhappy for some reason. Dare to kill my people and steal my spirit beast? The goo god sneered several times. The one who can kill those three rubbish must be a cultivator in the late Jindan period. Not just an ordinary late Jindan period. This trip will definitely go to Shining Cliff. I put the Wanlei Sanxianggu on those three rubbish. As long as they are within 100 miles. My Shu and Xianggu will definitely be able to catch any clues of him. In the desert. After sending the one fog ghost infant away, Fang Xing was not in a hurry to travel. After all, there are many opportunities in the West Desert. After handing over the matter of snatching the Shining fruit from Shining Cliff to the Xiuxin clone, he can first search for the spirit objects here. Although there is the 10,000-year-old stone milk, the amount can only be used to cultivate to the middle stage of the Dan formation. If you want to refine a large number of third-level pills, the raw materials still have to rely on the Linlang Blessed Land. The Linlang Blessed Land opens every 500 years, which means that even if you just scattered some seeds last time, now they are 500-year-old spiritual medicines. Not to mention, the spiritual energy in the Blessed Land is rich, and the spiritual medicines grown on the special spiritual veins may have medicinal properties of 20 years after being planted for 10 years. In addition, there are many spiritual medicine gardens that have not been discovered, including 1,000-year spiritual herbs and 10,000-year spiritual herbs. Is there a battle fluctuation? He touched his brows, turned his feet, and came to a sand dune. On the sand dune, there stood a dome palace, half of which was submerged in gravel. On the walls of the palace, various rune prohibitions still shone, indicating that the internal prohibitions had not been broken. At the gate of the palace, there were two black and yellow lion puppets, which seemed to be used to guard the house. At this time, his eyes were like two huge rubies, suddenly alive, fighting with two Jindan monks. It is worthy of being a blessed land. You can bump into the ruins cave after walking 2 steps. Thanks to the gift of nature, Fang Xing stopped and fell down, too. This thing is destined for me. Damn it. You are more devilish than us. Destined for me? A Jindan monk looked cold and pointed casually. A flying sword of the top-grade magic weapon level had a cold sword light, pulling out a green rainbow more than 10 feet long, slashing on Fang Xing's chest. Swish. The sword blade touched his skin and was directly bounced off by a layer of golden light. Fang Xing opened his hand, and the 5 fingers mountain came out, grabbing this flying sword of the top-grade magic weapon level in his hand. Even though this flying sword was extremely sharp, it was like a poisonous snake caught by 7 inches in his hand, unable to move at all. Crack! He grabbed the hilt and the blade with both hands and exerted a little force. With a crisp sound, this flying sword of top-grade magic weapon was actually broken into 2 pieces. At this moment, a talisman appeared behind him, turning into countless green flying needles, falling behind him, making a ding-dong-dang sound like rain hitting banana leaves. This was another Jindan cultivator who took the opportunity to attack and used a needle-shaped talisman. But at this time, it couldn't hurt Fang Xing at all. What a powerful physical cultivator. The senior is really destined to have this treasure. The 2 Jindan cultivators looked at each other and fled separately. One of them split into many black shadows, and the other grew a pair of black wings on his body, which could actually activate a series of green Xuanfeng blessings. And the escape speed was very amazing. Too weak. Too weak. Fang Xing casually slapped his palm, and the sky-covering hand followed. Almost overwhelming. Paw! As if swatting a fly, the 2 Jindan cultivators exploded on the spot, turning into countless blood and fragments falling down. Boring. Fang Xing shook his head and looked at the 2 puppet lions. Roar! As dead puppets, the 2 Xianwang lions showed no fear at all and pounced directly. One of them opened its bloody mouth and bit Fang Xing's head. A few clicks. Several broken metal teeth fell out, and Fang Xing grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the lion's bloody mouth and broke it hard. The head of the puppet lion was disassembled by him with his bare hands and split into 2 halves. Fang Xing put his 5 fingers together and turned them into a punch. hitting the top of the other lion's head. Crack! The puppet lion shook all over, and then stopped halfway, and its huge ruby eyes completely dimmed. This is because Fong Xing's punch completely shattered all the key parts in his body, and he was completely broken. Fong Xing looked at the palace guarded by the two puppet lions, rubbed his hands, and walked into it. Not long after, various rumbling sounds were heard. A moment later, a dark stream of light flew over, revealing a man wearing the robe of the Wanxiang sect. He had a thin face and narrow eyebrows. The two sword slaves are dead? At this time, he also saw the palace. Although the palace restrictions can block the detection of spiritual consciousness, he can confirm that the murderer who killed the two Jindan monks of their Wanxiang demon sect is among them. Chapter 245. Crushing to Death. Deep in the palace, after smashing the restriction with a simple and rough punch, Fong Xing saw a stone platform and a magic weapon? Isn't it a bit shabby? Fong Xing picked up the khaki giant blade speechlessly. No, it seems to have been a spiritual treasure. But I don't know what damage it suffered. And it fell to the level of a magic weapon, forget it. It's just like that. He put away the khaki giant blade and prepared to find a place to refine it after going out. Even if he is a body cultivator now, he can't just pick up a magic weapon and use it. He must use his own magic power to refine it, and then put his own imprint into it, so that he can initially explore some of the functions of the magic weapon. Just after walking out of the palace gate, Fong Xing suddenly sighed. Is there anyone? But my great sun relics didn't warn in advance. Obviously it's a weak chicken. Swoosh. A figure that was originally hidden suddenly appeared, and two sharp claws tore at Fong Xing. A golden light flashed from Fong Xing's body, and then covered his whole body, making him look like a golden arhat. The sharp claws with black air grabbed the golden light, and it made a sound like a huge bell, and was directly blown away. Refined corpse? At this time, Fong Xing also saw the thing that attacked him. It was not a monk, but a zombie wearing golden armor, with a green face and fangs. Its body was so huge that it crashed into the ruins and left a shallow dent. A third-level top-grade refined corpse? No. Fong Xing suddenly shook all over, and the golden elixir domain dispersed. I saw a round of red gold blazing sun rising slowly with him as the center, reflecting all the ghosts and monsters. Under the golden sunlight, two more golden corpses appeared behind him. One of them was wearing golden armor and was very regular, while the other had bat-like flesh wings, like a golden flying yuksha. For golden hands suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed his ankles tightly. Then, another strange golden female corpse walked out of the void and punched Fong Xing in the chest. Get out! He shouted angrily. Like a dragon or an elephant roaring, the hand that covered the sky came out. Bang! With one palm, the female golden corpse was slapped away. But it was not hurt. This was not only due to the opponent's third-level upper-grade body refining, but also due to formation? Fong Xing could clearly feel that the palm force he landed on the opponent was evenly divided into 6. Boom! He paused on his toes, and the 4 palms were swung away. A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and the ground cracked, revealing one of the 4-armed golden corpses. 5 third-grade top-grade refined corpses? No. This refining method flipped the sky golden corpse? So it's the little Wanxiang Wuchang formation. Wanxiang demon son of Wanxiang sect? Fong Xing sneered. You actually knew that I was here and deliberately arranged a formation to block the door. It seems that the two who died before were the Wanxiang sect's demon cultivators. Fong Xing is an old acquaintance with the flipping sky golden corpse and the Wanxiang sect. After all, the Jindan demon cultivator wanted to capture him and refine him into a flipping sky golden corpse. Once 18 flipping sky golden corpses were gathered, and the Wanxiang Wuchang formation was set up, even the Yuaning Zhenjuan would be trapped and have a headache. Since you know it's me, you still speak wildly. The surrounding environment changed, and wind, rain, thunder and lightning appeared one after another. The 4 celestial phenomena merged to form a thin face with narrow eyebrows. No matter how powerful you are, once you enter the Wanxiang Wuchang formation formed by my 5 golden corpses, you will only die. Haha. You are so arrogant. There are only 5 golden corpses. Fong Xing shook his head. When you gather the 18 golden corpses to form a real Wanxiang Wuchang formation, you can say this again. Now there are only 5 golden corpses, which can only be considered a quasi-4th level small Wanxiang Wuchang formation. 18 golden corpses and Wanxiang Wuchang formation. This is already the bottom of the Wanxiang demon sect. Fang Xing knew that the Wanxiang demon sect had always wanted to gather the 18 golden corpses to form a formation to assist in strangling Chu Kuangtu. It's a pity that it was too difficult to gather and refine. And it has never succeeded. When the battle between good and evil came, only 10 were barely gathered. Even the last time the Wanxiang sect's Yuaning old demon fought with Chu Kuangtu, 5 golden corpses were beheaded. Now there are only 5 of them left, controlled by Wanxiang Mozi, forming a small Wanxiang Wuchang formation, which can be brought into the Blessed Land and become a powerful trump card. With this formation in hand, he even feels that even if he encounters Zenkizi, he can win the battle. Even if he only condenses a half-step golden elixir. Not every 6 heroes of the demonic path has condensed an immortal golden elixir. Among the 5 righteous sons, Fu Hongyi is limited by his qualifications, and is only a half-step golden elixir quality. But relying on the sharpness of sword cultivation, he has earned the name of Blood Sword Son. You know this sect quite well. The giant face composed of wind, rain, thunder and lightning was swallowed by a vortex, revealing the true form of Wanxiang Mozi. Then you should know that now my 5 great golden corpses have all appeared. And those below the nascent soul will have no chance of survival. Before he finished speaking, the clawed golden corpse, the golden armored golden corpse, the golden flying yiksha, the 4-armed golden corpse, and the female golden corpse all appeared, occupying 5 major positions. And each of them made a hand gesture. Strong winds, heavy rain, thunder, lightning. The celestial phenomena moved, turning into layers of invisible huge forces, falling on Fang Xing. Swish! Fang Xing's whole body was red gold, like a golden arhut, and his back was still straight like a javelin. The invisible huge force collided with the body-protecting golden light, creating a series of sparks in the void. Quasi-4th level body refining? No, very close. Just a little short. The eyes of Wanxiang Mozi changed. He looked at Fang Xing as if he saw some treasure. After killing you, this seat will definitely refine you into a powerful golden corpse. With your physique, I have a hunch that it must be the strongest killer in my hand. Idiot! Fang Xing complained. And suddenly a stack of silver talismans appeared in his hand. Talismans were quickly activated, turning into streams of light, sinking into various parts of the formation, causing the originally smooth movement of the celestial phenomena to become stagnant. Level 3 Breaking Taboo Talisman? So many? Wanxiang Mozi didn't know that this was Fang Xing's inventory of killing people and stealing treasures along the way. No. It was a stock of chivalrous deeds. His small Wanxiang Wuchang formation was not a real 4th level formation after all. And there was no support from the power of the earth veins. More than a dozen level 3 breaking taboo talismans fell down, immediately interfering with the formation. Fang Xing moved his body, like a stream of light, rushing straight towards Wanxiang Mozi. Wanxiang Mozi had no way to avoid it. If he dodged, Fang Xing might find an opportunity to break through the blockade of the formation directly. Once in the outside world, if the other party wanted to run, there would be few opportunities to capture and refine him into a golden corpse. At this time, as long as he persisted, the 5 golden corpses would naturally promote the subsequent changes in the formation. After the effect of those forbidden talismans wore off, he still had the advantage. Therefore, Wanxiang Mozi slapped his storage bag, and a white bone shield emerged. The skull on it had green eyes, and suddenly let out a wail. Countless white bones proliferated, forming a huge white bone wall in an instant. Compared to a true late Gene Dan cultivator, you are still a little short. Are you a half-step Gene Dan cultivator? Because Wanxiang sect cultivated another fake infant cultivator, the resources invested in you are insufficient? Fang Xing smiled coldly, and a spiritual will suddenly rushed into Wanxiang Mozi's sea of consciousness. However, as the nascent soul seed of the demon sect, Wanxiang Mozi did not have obvious shortcomings. In his sea of consciousness, emotional forces emerged and turned into a set of colorful armor, covering the entire sea of consciousness. It turned out to be a rare soul defense secret technique. Therefore, under Fang Xing martial arts will, Wanxiang Mozi could still transmit his consciousness. You are dead. I will extract your soul and inject it into the body of the refiner, and torture you in every way. Is this angry out of shame? Sure enough, he was stabbed in the lungs. Fang Xing sneered in his heart, but his expression became serious. A late Gene Dan cultivator, who was half a step away from the golden elixir, was enough for him to test his latest achievements in martial arts. In Fangxing body, the purple-veined golden elixir slowly circulated, turning half of the mana into blood and chi again. The immortal and martial arts merged, indistinguishable from each other, and suddenly turned into one style, the immortal martial arts one chi great handprint. He shouted softly, and his right hand pressed forward. A huge golden palm appeared out of thin air, pinched out the sunwheel seal, and fell towards Wanxiang Mozi. Crack! Just a light touch. The bone shield exploded instantly, turning into countless fragments. Then, the golden handprint fell down and hit the Wanxiang Mozi's true essence shield heavily, just like smashing a soap bubble. Boom! The golden hand grabbed Wanxiang Mozi and kept shrinking inward. The terrifying martial arts will was mighty and powerful, and it also carried a powerful sealing force. In the end, Wanxiang Mozi could only watch the golden handprint close and crush him into a meat paste in the golden palm. Wanxiang Mozi die. Die already? It's even easier than Huamaching. Fangxing nodded, then shook his head. Sure enough, I'm still too strong. And this one of the 6 heroes of the magic seems to be a fake. Well, even worse than Huamaching. Huamaching is still an immortal golden elixir cultivator after all. Wanxiang Mozi, however, is only a half-step golden elixir cultivator. His biggest reliance was still the 5 golden corpses. But Fangxing had amazing defense. He was not afraid of the 5 golden corpses besieging him, and he only focused on Wanxiang Mozi and pursued him relentlessly, which was simply unethical. When Wanxiang Mozi died, the 5 golden corpses lost their master control and became confused. He stood there blankly without making any next move. Well, this Wanxiang Mozi is actually not bad. He has the 3rd level middle grade body refining cultivation. Well, in fact, there is no need to crush him to death with one palm, which is a bit wasteful. He can also refine a golden corpse. Fangxing searched around and found a strange black storage bag on Wanxiang Mozi's waist. This is the corpse storage bag of the magic way, which is specially used to store corpses, refined corpses, and zombies. In such a corpse storage bag, not only will the corpse not rot, but the low-level refined corpse will also be nourished to a certain extent. And what Wanxiang Mozi has in his hand is naturally the best. Fangxing figured out the ritual method after a little exploration, and packed the 5 golden corpses together. The Wanxiang sect was really unlucky, and encountered me, and the Tianjin sect was lucky. The enemy's nascent soul seed was cut off. This time the division of interests will definitely take more initiative, and the Wanxiang demon sect will not be able to recover for hundreds of years. He walked forward leisurely, opened the storage bag of the Wanxiang demon, and his eyes narrowed slightly with satisfaction. Sure enough, it's too slow to find spiritual medicine by yourself. The best way is to rob other Jinan cultivators. No, if I only go to the demon cultivators, wouldn't I become a demon slayer? Those righteous cultivators who show hostility to me can't be let go. Chapter 246. The boy surrenders. Linlang Blessed Land. Central area. A yellow light flashed above the ground, and a giant yellow-haired rat jumped out, holding a huge Ganoderma lucidum in its mouth. Is this Ling Suizi? Looking at the age, it has been 1,000 years old. Right? Mingxing Yu took the Ling Suizi and played with it with some love, and then looked at the treasure-hunting rat that had become the size of a palm and was rubbed in Fangxing's hand, and couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Ling Suizi is the main ingredient for refining many Jindan stage advanced magic elixirs. With a 1,000-year age, I'm afraid that Yuan Yingzhenjuan will take it away if he sees it outside. As a result, in Linlang Blessed Land, after the treasure-hunting rat appeared, similar things can be found almost every section of the road. It's like turning on the simple mode. This is not only because Linlang Blessed Land is extremely rich in various spiritual resources, but also because of the treasure-hunting rat's talent for treasure hunting. Oh! You said there is another Zhifang not far away? There are countless Ling Suizi in it. Many of them are over 500 years old. But there are cultivators with cultivation far beyond yours. So you dare not get too close? You can only touch one and run away? Fangxing communicated with the treasure-hunting rat through his natal card and made a decision immediately. Then let's go a little bit and take a look. As soon as he said this, the 4 Jindan female cultivators had no objection. After all, they also knew that this trip to Linlang Blessed Land could be so smooth and fruitful. All thanks to this Jindan late-stage Master Feng. To be honest, The Ming sisters had long suspected Master Feng's true identity. If this place was not located in Linlang Blessed Land, they even guessed that this was a Yuan Shenjuan joking with them. But most cultivators are smart to see through it without saying it. Now Song Ningjing and Madame Dierwei still call each other fellow Daoist Feng. They are all smart people. Fong Xing thoughts moved. And the flying car suddenly turned a corner. He ordered the treasure-hunting rat to lead the way to the Ji room. The 500-year-old Lingsui Ji is just the main material for refining the Lingji pill. If the age is high enough, it will be helpful for the cultivation of the middle and even late stages of the Dan formation. It's just right to catch them all in one fell swoop. Fong Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. And just after flying less than 500 miles, he saw a flash of light coming fiercely. It's that rat who stole a 1,000-year-old Ji Wang. A surprised voice came out in the flash. And then a claw magic weapon fell down with a bang, trying to catch the treasure-hunting rat. Squeak! The treasure-hunting rat is at least a third-level monster. Its body quickly expanded, and countless yellow hairs stood up and turned into earth thorns, like a rainstorm, hitting the claw magic weapon with a clang. In the sky-high demonic energy, a yellowish-brown nail was looming. This is the nail that fell off after the treasure-hunting rat was refined, which is considered a special one-time treasure. Swish! The khaki nails were like khaki arrows, instantly disappearing into the escaping light. And a muffled groan was heard. Damn it! I am Qiao Wanlong of the Qiao family. How dare you? The Ming family? Go against our Qiao family? Just wait with me. Qiao Wanlong? Ming Xingtong exclaimed. This person is the most beloved nephew of the Qiao family master. He has condensed the upper reaches of the true elixir before he is 100 years old. And he is expected to reach the late stage of the elixir in the future. Since this person is here, then everyone in the Qiao family should be here, including Wuxin Tongzi. Ming Xingyu was a little anxious. The Qiao family relied on my Ming family in-laws to secretly swallow up my Ming family property. This time, they got strong support. They will definitely come to stir up trouble. Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped talking and looked at Fong Xing. Now that this great cultivator in the late stage of the golden elixir is here, it is definitely not the Ming family that will be unlucky. You sisters have worked hard this time in Linlang Blessed Land. How about I help you kill all the people of Qiao family, and then go our separate ways here? Fong Xing said with a faint smile. He wanted to explore Shening Cliff, where only the late Jin Dan cultivators of the lowest quality dared to enter. With 4 early Jin Dan cultivators, he was really a bit constrained. It was just right to break up here, and let the 4 girls go to the North Territory to find what they wanted. It's up to you, fellow Taoist. Although Ming Xingtong was reluctant to part with this big thigh, she felt relieved when she heard that Fong Xing had no other requirements. Madame Dierwei beside her looked a little disappointed. Madame Dierwei bit her lip, and was about to suggest that she continue to follow Fong Xing. She could see that this Feng Shangren was simply unfathomable. And perhaps this was her greatest opportunity this time. Fong Xing did not speak. He looked at the horizon, and saw several escape lights rushing towards him. The leader looked like a boy, but his aura had reached the late stage of Jin Dan, and his escape technique was extremely refined. It was none other than Wuxin Boy. Hee. It's true that we meet everywhere in life. Wuxin Boy's consciousness was firmly locked onto Fong Xing and the other 5, with a hint of teasing on his face. Not long after, the head of the Qiao family, Qiao Wanlong, and 2 Jin Dan cultivators also came behind Wuxin Tongzi. When he saw the 2 girls of the Ming family, his mind changed, and he immediately shouted, "How dare you hurt my Qiao family? You bitch!" As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Ming sisters changed, knowing that the Qiao family finally stopped pretending and revealed their wolfish ambition to annex the Ming family. In fact, if they hadn't practiced special spells, which had a certain help in Jin Dan, and both of them had condensed true elixirs, the Qiao family might have taken action long ago. Assholes! If you dare to hurt my pet, I will kill your whole family. No. Ugh. Fong Xing spat, feeling that this sentence was quite similar to the old novel Long Outyan, which was not a good sign, and quickly changed his words. Treasures are born by nature, and those with virtue get them. My pet got the treasure, and you still want to hunt it down and even vent your anger on it. You are simply unworthy of being a righteous person. I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven today. Fong Xing waved his hand, and 5 sword shadows emerged, carrying the power of sword intent and heart, and exploded instantly. The dazzling sword light instantly hit the four great cultivators of the Qiao family. Whether it was the Qiao family patriarch in the middle stage of Jin Dan or Qiao Wanlong in the early stage of Jin Dan, the defensive magic weapon on their bodies instantly broke a small hole, and a little red appeared between their eyebrows, turning into corpses and falling to the ground. Only the Wuxing boy screamed strangely, and his body exploded, leaving behind a pierced doll. His body suddenly appeared hundreds of feet away, looking at Feng Sheng with lingering fear. You are definitely not Feng Shengren. How could Feng Shengren be a sword cultivator in the late Jin Dan period? What Feng Sheng showed just now was the combat power of a sword cultivator in the late Jin Dan period. A late Jin Dan cultivator can crush an ordinary Jin Dan cultivator. If it is a sword cultivator who is famous for his amazing killing power, the killing power is even more amazing. In other words, if Feng Sheng is interested, Fu Hongyi and Xue Jianzi will lose their positions, and the five righteous sons will have to change people. Even Zheng Qizi might be pulled down. This is the power of a sword cultivator in the late Jin Dan period. Is it reasonable for me to dabble in swordsmanship in secret? Feng Sheng and his sword merged into one, turning into a sword light, and his speed sword. In an instant, he caught up with the Wuxing boy who performed a strange escape method. Senior, spare my life. I am willing to offer. While screaming, the heartless boy cast defensive talismans and magic weapons one after another. A layer of dark light curtain turned into a shield, covering his vital parts. But Feng Sheng just flicked his sleeves lightly, and sword lights fell down, piercing through several layers of defense. Then, the heartless boy turned into a honeycomb-like corpse, and fell from midair. A sword light rolled up and took back his storage bag. What a fool. If I kill you, everything will be mine. Feng Sheng went back and took the storage bags of the four Jin Dan cultivators of the Qiao family. As expected, he found a lot of Lingsuizi and other spiritual medicines in them. The Qiao family is considerate. They helped us deal with the Ganoderma first. Feng Sheng smiled at the four girls and threw a few magic weapons that he didn't like over to them. This matter is over. Let's say goodbye. He looked at Madame Derouet, who was hesitant to speak, raised his hand, and another pill from the Qiao family master storage bag flew out and landed in Madame Derouet's hand. This Tianyin pill is suitable for female cultivators in the Jin Dan stage to break through, so I give it to you. In fact, there is also a life-threatening barrier-breaking pill in the Qiao family master storage bag. But this pill is quite valuable. Even if Feng Sheng can't use it, he can exchange it for many rare resources. As for this Tianyin pill, I don't know whether the Qiao family master got it through auction, or killed people to rob treasures, or it was a treasure in the ruins, because it is only suitable for female cultivators. Feng Sheng gave it away. Tianyin pill? Madame Derouet's face was full of joy. This pill just helped her break through the middle stage of Jin Dan. Congratulations, sister. The Ming sisters sincerely congratulated them. Their skills were originally cold, and needed to be neutralized by the 9 fierce dragon-catching grass. This Tianyin pill was not suitable for them. Song Ningjing was a sword cultivator. She thought that after obtaining so many resources, she could break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of the Dan formation with her own sword after decades of hard practice. She would not covet it. If it was the life-destroying barrier-breaking pill, she would probably have some small thoughts. Okay, let's say goodbye. Feng Sheng waved his hand and turned into a sword light, rushing straight to the divine infant cliff. This person. Meng Xingtong looked at Feng Sheng's sword light completely disappearing into the sky, with an unclear look in her eyes. This Master Feng is an interesting person. Seeing Feng Sheng leave, Meng Xingyu seemed to be much more lively. It seems that every time he encounters an enemy, he becomes stronger. When he was attacked in the desert before, he became a late Jin Dan cultivator. When he encountered the 3 evil men of the Hua family in the cave, he became a Jin Dan cultivator again. Today, he has become a Jin Dan sword cultivator. Do you think he will become a Yuanying Jinjuan the next time he encounters an enemy? There is no great sword cultivator in the late Jin Dan stage. There is no one in the whole dying. Could it be someone from the Tianjin sect? No. Even if there is no one in the Tianjin sect. Otherwise Fu Hongyi would not be Xue Jianzi. Song Ningjing's eyes were a little hot. If she had known that this was a great sword cultivator in the late Jin Dan stage, she would have seized the opportunity to fight with him. Could it be a cultivator from the outside world? When the 4 women thought of this, they looked at each other and had some tacit understanding. Somewhere in the blessed land. With a scream, A Jindan loose cultivator turned into ashes in a strange flame. Tianqinzi. I will never let you go even if I die. Hee hee. The cultivators killed by this soul-destroying devil flame are truly annihilated, without even the chance of reincarnation. Let's see how you can seek revenge on me. Tianqinzi. The old Taoist waved his whisk, his face full of immortality. But there was an evil spirit in his eyes. All around, there was a mess of palaces, and a large number of corpses of loose cultivators were scattered. He looked in the middle, and saw a strange black devil fire burning. In the devil fire, there was a young man with a face as white as gold paper, and a black robe. It was Yuzhenzi of Ziyang sect. Chapter 247 Divine Infant Cliff. Congratulations, young master, for cultivating the soul-destroying demonic flame. The Taoist Wichinzi bowed respectfully. Unlike the 10 cold flames, the soul-destroying demonic flame is one of the 10 true fire demonic flames of dying. It is extremely powerful, and is good at destroying souls, and burning the spirit. It is the first-class great magical power in Ziyang sect. Yuzhenzi stepped down and restrained all the countless dark magic fires. With a relaxed and comfortable look, I have actually condensed a trace of this 4th-level magic fire. But in order to truly refine the magic fire, a large number of Jindan cultivators need to be sacrificed. You have worked hard this time. After exposing your identity, you can no longer continue to be a casual cultivator in the righteous way. It is better to return to the sect directly. The position of a powerful elder is indispensable. Thank you for your support, young master. The old Taoist Wichinzi was happy, now that the young master has refined the soul-destroying magic flame. Zenkizi is definitely not his opponent. He is truly the first person in dying to achieve Jindan. What about the first Jindan? After all, he is not Yuan Yingzhenjuan. Yuzhenzi looked indifferent. Soon, the restriction of Shining Cliff will be opened. At that time, our 5 heroes of the Magic Way will take action and kill all the 5 sons of the Righteous Way. It will be a pleasure. How about the other 4 people? The Gu Shensi of Wangu Village. I have obtained the Wushan Gu left by Wangu Village, and I am refining it to improve my Wanjie Gu. I will be out soon. Shui Yuanzi of the Blood God cult is still urging us to send a large amount of Jindan essence and blood to perfect the Blood God banner. The casual cultivator Xiao Yaoho clearly responded that he did not want to get involved in the fight between the righteous and the evil, and warned us not to interfere with his fight for the shining fruit. Humph! Casual cultivator. Yuzhenzi snorted coldly. When the 6 heroes of the magic were selected, Xiao Yaoho was just pulled in to make up the numbers. Apart from the slightly impressive Xiao Yao Yufeng Dun, what else is there? Hearing this, the old Taoist Wichinzi smiled bitterly. Xiao Yaoho is known as the first casual cultivator of the magic path. He has perfected the Jindan cultivation. It is even rumored that he has escaped from the hands of the Yuanying old demon, and he is feared by dying. It's a pity that he is both good and evil, and has always ignored worldly affairs. He did not participate in this battle between good and evil. When watching of the Jiuying sect is really a shame for our generation. He was defeated for no reason. Fortunately, the Wanxiang sect has strong support. The Wanxiang Mozi who came this time will bring 5 golden corpses to form the Wanxiang Wuchang formation, which is enough to temporarily block an immortal golden elixir. That Zhujianzi is only a half-step golden elixir. He barely became one of the 5 sons of the righteous path by relying on sword cultivation. The sword cultivation soul is weak, and is definitely not the opponent of my soul-destroying demon flame. When the time comes, kill him first, and then fight Zenkizi. Yuzhenzi made a decision. A few days later, outside a cliff, countless restrictions in the void appeared directly, like a colorful light curtain, covering the shining cliff. The terrifying spiritual energy of heaven and earth was shaking, as if a giant hand was constantly grabbing the 9 heavens pure chi and injecting it into a black-green vine that occupied most of the cliff on the shining cliff. This black-green vine was lush and green, and the vines were like dragons, spreading countless vines deep into the shining cliff, as if it had merged with the cliff. It was the 9 Yuan Huaying vine. There was a layer of faint white light on the vines, and occasionally 1 or 2 strange purple or silver runes flashed, like naughty little fish, hiding in the green leaves, and disappeared in an instant. 9 heavens pure chi is falling. Shining fruit is about to mature. At this time, the local restrictions will open several channels. If you want to seize the shining fruit, you must go to Shining Cliff. Qinglan, are you ready? In a jade palace suspended in the air, The head of the Mu family was solemnly admonishing a woman in a palace skirt. This woman has a beautiful appearance. Her skin is as crystal as jade, and there is a blood-red phoenix pattern between her eyebrows. It is the Qilin son of the Mu family, Mu Qing'an, who is of half-step golden elixir quality. Even her cultivation has reached the late stage of Jindan, which can be said to be the first echelon of strength under the 10 sons of righteousness and evil. I know, grandfather. Mu Qing'an's voice was pure and his demeanor was proud. Like a phoenix high above the sky, this time I will definitely win a divine infant fruit and become the first female true lord of the family in the future. Haha. Good. Not only do you have a heavenly with spiritual root, but you also had the phoenix cry when you were born. I specially asked a third-level fortune teller to calculate for you. This is the fate of the phoenix living in the Wudong tree. In the future, you will not only become a Yuanning true lord, but even a god. There is a glimmer of hope. This time, I even brought out the Jiawaikan, the spiritual treasure that suppresses fate in the family, and gave it to you to deal with. The family has communicated with this spiritual treasure in advance and can help you twice. The head of the Mu family had a serious face. When you go, you must be careful of the 5 heroes of the demonic path. Although my Mu family belongs to the righteous path, those Yuanning sects of the righteous path may not be willing to see the Yuanning family rise again. Therefore, the most righteous and righteous people should be the most careful and vigilant. Next, the head of the Mu family mentioned several powerful people in the late stage of Jindan, among whom was Wuxin Tongzi. As the 9-day clear air rolled down, Shining Cliff suddenly roared. The colorful prohibitions bloomed with special brilliance, and the formation that looked like an inverted giant bowl showed cracks. Like a temporary passage, the passage of Shining Cliff is revealed, and the Shining fruit is about to mature. I don't know which cultivator shouted, and a series of escape lights immediately rushed to those passages. Grandpa, I'm going. Mu Qing'an stretched out his hand and held the Jiawei Qin, with colorful ribbons flying around him, like a flying fairy in the sky, floating towards Shining Cliff. Boom! Suddenly, 5 amazing auras emerged. The leader was Zenkizi, who was wearing a Confucian robe and holding a scroll, although Fu Hongyi was also among them. He held the sword proudly and kept a distance from the other 4. Ah! The 5 righteous ones have arrived. Zenkizi, Zhujianzi, Jin Gongzi, Yan Yanzi, and Qiankando Hanyuanzi. These 5 masters have arrived. What do we have to do? Humph! Even if you are in the late Jindan stage, you will die if you are besieged by many late Jindan cultivators. What's more, there are demons messing up, and the number of Shining fruits produced by Jiuyuan Huang Vine is uncertain. If there is not enough to distribute, the righteous may fight among themselves. In the past, there were examples of casual cultivators taking the opportunity to seize Shining fruits. Fang Xing mixed in with a group of late Jindan cultivators and entered the passage in a low-key manner. He still has the appearance and mana fluctuations of Feng Shangren, but his aura is strong, and he looks like he has reached the late Jindan stage of true elixir quality. Such a cultivation level is a giant in the outside world of immortal cultivation, but in Shining Cliff, it is a little inconspicuous. After entering the forbidden formation, Fang Xing came to the sky above Shining Cliff. I saw that the 9-element infant vine was twisted like a dragon, with lush leaves. On the highest vine, the leaves flashed and automatically moved away, revealing 6 somewhat green fruits. These fruits looked like human figures, sitting cross-legged on 2 green leaves, which immediately reminded Fang Xing of ginseng fruit. 6 divine infant fruits? This number is neither too much nor too little. The highest record of divine infant fruits produced was 9, and the lowest was 4. An old cultivator in the late Jindan stage stroked his beard and said, "And when the divine infant fruit fell before it was ripe, it was integrated with a 9-yuan infant vine and protected by prohibitions, so it could not be harmed at all." So magical? Fang Xing became interested. Master Feng, Dao's friend, you look familiar. Is your last name Bai? Yes, I am Bai Xiaoshu, and I like to read all kinds of ancient books the most. Bai Xiaoshu stroked his beard. The old cultivator's life is coming to an end, and he has no offspring. Even if he snatches the divine infant fruit, it will be useless. But it is necessary to record this grand occasion for future generations to read. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are all kinds of people, especially after living for hundreds of years. Their personalities are prone to abnormalities. Fang Xing secretly complained. However, It is precisely because of this kind of cultivators that there are so many travel notes and records that are popular. For newcomers who have just entered the world of immortal cultivation, it is a good channel to expand their horizons. He looked around and found that there were indeed many cultivators in the late Jindan period in dying. More than 50 scattered around. The most dazzling of them were naturally the 5 sons of the righteous path. And there were faintly vassal cultivators from the sects nearby. The scattered cultivators gathered in groups in the east and west. The immortal cultivation families and the sects formed their own groups according to the closeness of their relationships. The division between the demonic and the righteous is even more clear-cut with scattered cultivators. In the camp of the righteous families, the most dazzling one was naturally Mu Qinglan of the Mu family, who was holding the Jiaowei Qin and looked like a flying fairy. TSK. I didn't expect the Mu family to even take out the spiritual treasure. They are so determined to get it. Bai Xiaoshu said with a sigh, they are not afraid of losing the spiritual treasure. It will be too late to cry when the time comes. Just then, there was another commotion in the demonic path camp. Yu Xinzi came in a black robe. With him were Gu Shenzi and Shui Yuanzi. A breeze blew into him, and the wind escape technique he performed seemed to be more exquisite than the wind master Fang Xing had met before. This man was in a white robe, middle-aged, handsome, but his temples were white. He was a middle-aged handsome man. It's Xiao Yao Ho. Bai Xiaoshu shook his head and said, this man is known as the first casual cultivator of the demonic path, and also the first handsome man. He even disdains the title of the 6 heroes of the demonic path. He even changed his nickname. He used to be called Zaya Yozi, and now he is called Xiao Yao Ho. It seems, neither of these names represent a happy ending. Fang Xing sweated. Oh! Could it be that fellow Taoist is also practicing feng shui and fortune-telling? Bai Xiaoshu became interested. I have studied feng shui a little, but I am only a second-level feng shui master now, and it is difficult to see the faces of the 6 heroes of the magic way. For a fortune-teller or feng shui master who is not at the peak of the 3rd level, who dares to look at their faces and fate? Fang Xing shook his head, but I think one of them is about to have a bloody disaster. Bai Xiaoshu took a quick look. Which one? The one wearing colorful clothes. Looks like he wants to eat me. He is a short-lived ghost at first glance. Fang Xing snorted coldly and pointed at Gu Shenzi. Chapter 248 Seizing the Fruit. Huh? Bai Xiaoshu was startled and looked at Gu Shenzi. It was strange to say that he was only a half-baked feng shui master and could not see the fate of the Jindan cultivator at all. But at this moment, he felt that the other party was in a dark cloud and seemed to be in great trouble. When he wanted to take a closer look, he heard Gu Shenzi snort coldly, and the old Taoist screamed immediately, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from his eyes. Yu Xinzi frowned and looked at Gu Shenzi, who was playing with the Gu insect. What's going on? A little old man spied on me without knowing the consequences, and was attacked by Tianji Gu. Gu Shenzi was playing with a white jade beetle in his hand. When does it start? I can't wait any longer. After the shining fruit matures. Shui Yuanzi held a blood-colored magic banner in his hand, frowned and looked around. It's okay that Xiao Yao Ho didn't come with us. But where is Wanxiang Mozi? Why didn't he come even for such a big event as the birth of the shining fruit? My Lianxin Gu has not contacted this person. Gu Shenzi's face was a little ugly. If there were only 3 of us, what's the point of talking about the previous plan? It's good that the 5 sons of the righteous path didn't come to encircle and suppress us. He was not a fool. Moreover, the death of several men was not worth mentioning compared to the greatest opportunity of condensing the Yuanying. Therefore, even if he wanted to kill Fang Xing, he had been enduring. Even though the fragrance-seeking Gu in his hand has already locked the murderer, Wanxiang Mozi, with the protection of the Fantian golden corpse. It's not possible. Right? As if thinking of something, Shui Yuanzi's expression became extremely gloomy. The previous 9 infant sects' nascent soul seeds seemed to be planted in this way. Could it be that there are external nascent soul forces intervening in the war between good and evil? Impossible. The ancestors above have all sworn to their inner demons, and will never introduce external aid. Yu Xinzi's mind was racing, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. In the righteous camp, Vadrazi belongs to the Prajna sect. He is a monk with red lips and white teeth, wearing a white monk's robe. Yin Yinzi came from Finshan Valley, and his eyebrows and hair were all red. He looked at the demonic sect with a playful look on his face. Only 4 of the 6 demonic heroes came, and Xiao Yao Ho has never intervened. How about we join forces and destroy them first? This will definitely be a great achievement in each sect. Moreover, it can also gain a lot of bargaining chips for this alliance. The main pillars of the major Yuanying sects are always the Yuanying true lords. The death of the Yuanying Sea can only be regarded as a serious injury, but it will not destroy the foundation of the peace talks. Otherwise, both the righteous and the evil sides would not choose such a competition. Han Yuanzi of Qiankundo wore a black Taoist robe and said with a smile, "If everyone has no problem, then I have no objection either." Ba. Although Xiao Ho is a casual cultivator, if the demonic path suffers a great loss, do you think he will not take action to maintain the balance? Jinangzi put his hands together and said calmly, "I came here only to pick the divine infant fruit." Jinangzi is right. And Wanxiang Mozi has been hiding all the time. And I don't know what conspiracy he is arranging. Zenkizi rolled up the book in his hand and wanted to say something, but he saw Fu Hongyi put away his sword boldly and stood aside. If I had agreed to this sword cultivator, he would have been the first to draw his sword and chop him. Zenkizi's heart moved slightly. And suddenly he saw Yu Zenzi on the opposite side driving a magic light and coming to the front of the righteous camp. Dao Yu Zenkizi. There are only 6 Shining fruits now. I wonder how we should distribute them. It depends on your ability. Zenkizi laughed loudly and answered, "Hee hee. Why don't you and I take action first to deal with these small fish, so that they won't pick peaches in the end?" Yu Zenzi seemed to suggest sincerely, "Zenkizi, you don't want to fight with us to the death, and the lucky casual cultivators will grab the Shining fruit and run away, right? According to past practices, these spiritual fruits will mature one by one. Why don't we take turns to take action? I can decide on this first Shining fruit and give it to you first." When these words came out, even Yan Yanzi was a little moved. For creatures like cultivators, as long as the benefits are enough, colluding with the magic is nothing. When the eldest and the second fight, they always fight the third first. Thank you for your kindness, Taoist Yuzhenzi. But my Xiantian sect regards itself as a righteous sect, and will not fight against independent cultivators for no reason. Moreover, it is difficult to distribute a divine infant fruit. A majestic aura emerged from Zenkizi. Instead of joining forces, it is better to rely on your own abilities to avoid blaming others. Moreover, I am more curious about where Wanxiang Mozi is now. Wanxiang Mozi. When mentioning this, Yu Zhenzi's face became very ugly. He did this on purpose because he wanted to observe the expressions of the 5 righteous disciples. In this Lenlang blessed land, the only ones who can threaten Wanxiang Mozi should be these few great cultivators. What surprised him was that the reactions of the 5 righteous sons were quite normal in the face of such a test. Fu Hongyi stood with his sword in his arms, not paying any attention at all. Jin Gongzi put his hands together, and Yan Yanzi had a trace of doubt and excitement on his face. Han Yuanzi was a little surprised. Wasn't it done by this group of people? There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the Jindan cultivators who opened the blessed land this time. Yu Zhenzi thought to himself. He came here to propose this basically unacceptable joint agreement just to observe the reactions of all parties. Now it seems that the disappearance of Wanxiang Mozi seems to have nothing to do with the righteous way. Could it be? He turned his head and saw Mu Qinglan, who looked like a flying fairy. This woman is a half-step Jindan, and she has a spiritual treasure that can be used for several attacks. If she cooperates with several Jindan late-stage cultivators, she really has a chance to take down Wanxiang Mozi. Yu Zhenzi lowered his head, and there seemed to be a dark flame burning in his pupils. At this moment, a burst of fragrance filled the air, making all the Jindan cultivators present look intoxicated. This is... Fong Xing took a breath and felt that his sword pill's mana had increased a little, and he was a little surprised. This kind of fragrance is not the fragrance of fruit or flowers, but is closer to the body fragrance of a baby. Just smelling it once will increase the mana of the Jindan cultivator. If you take the whole pill, it will really help you to condense the infant. On the Jiuyuan Huaying vine, a Shining fruit turned from pink to white, and then from white to pink, back and forth 9 times. Each transformation made the fragrance in the void stronger. Wow! Fong Xing seemed to hear the sound of a baby crying. Then, all the Jindan cultivators saw that a Shining fruit was ripe and fell gently from the vine. Once it left the Jiuyuan Huaying vine, this Shining fruit was completely ripe. Moreover, it is no longer protected by the original prohibition. The divine infant fruit has fallen? The Yuanying Avenue is right in front of me, and anyone who stands in my way will die. In an instant, More than a dozen rays of light shot up into the sky, killing towards the place where the divine infant fruit fell. Clang! A sound of a zither suddenly rose, like a silver bottle suddenly breaking and water spurting out, with the meaning of iron horses and golden swords. Many great cultivators in the late Jindan stage present suddenly felt dizzy, and the light of escape slowed down involuntarily. It's the Jiaowei Qin, a 4th level spiritual attack. If Mu Qinglan had not used a range attack, but concentrated his power to attack one person specifically, even the 10 sons of the righteous and evil would not be able to stop it. Right? Many cultivators in the late Jindan stage looked at the woman, who looked like a fairy in the sky, with fear. Once this Qilin child of the Mu family made a move, he immediately went all out. She controlled 2 ribbon-like magic weapons, and turned into 5-colored escape lights at an extremely amazing speed. She passed more than a dozen rays of light, and reached out her jade hand to grab the shining fruit. It's the 5-colored flame escape. Bai Xiaoshu really didn't make a move. He just held a pen and paper in his hand, and quickly wrote something down. This escape method is known as the fastest Dan formation speed. The only one that can surpass it is the Xiaoyao Yufeng escape from the magic way. Before he finished speaking, a breeze flashed by, and it was Xiaoyao Ho. He grabbed with his left hand, one step faster than Mu Qinglan, and grabbed the shining fruit in his hand. He held a peach blossom in his right hand, and waved it gently. The peach blossoms in the sky were glittering and colorful, trapping Mu Qinglan in it. Hoo-hoo! Xiaoyao Ho smiled slightly, with amazing charm, worthy of being the most beautiful man in the magic way. He collected the divine infant fruit, and his figures suddenly dispersed with the wind, transforming into 8 figures, each performing the wind escape technique and rushing towards different entrances. Chase! Several great cultivators in the late Jindan stage looked at each other, and immediately chose to join forces to chase after a figure. I don't know if there is a Jindan cultivator who has mastered the spirit eye technique and saw through Xiaoyao Ho's true identity. So that's it. Fang Xing saw this scene and nodded, knowing the process of snatching the divine infant fruit. Every once in a while, the divine infant fruit matures and falls to the ground. Then everyone has to do their best. And grabbing it doesn't mean you're safe. You inevitably have to endure the hostility and pursuit of a large number of late Jindan cultivators. It's a skill to be able to keep the divine infant fruit in your hands until the end of the blessed land. As the divine infant fruit is constantly taken away, maybe more and more late Jindan cultivators will leave, and the remaining cultivators will have a bigger hope? But this is not necessarily the case. It's a dynamic process. It all depends on everyone's judgment and luck. But I don't need luck. I just need strength. As long as I can defeat all the cultivators present, won't the divine infant fruit fall into my hands? Wait, there seem to be a lot of late Jindan cultivators present? Fang Xing looked at dozens of late Jindan cultivators and felt that he couldn't be so wasteful. If he dares to stand out and monopolize the divine infant fruit, all the Jindan cultivators might fight him to the death. Among them, there are Yuanning seeds from both the righteous and the evil sides, and they must have 4th level means. 2 choices. The first one is to wait until there are only 1 or 2 left, and most of the cultivators here can leave. With my fake infant cultivation, I can crush the whole place. The second choice is to let me come over and fish in troubled waters. These 2 choices. Only children make choices. I want both. Fang Xing sensed that the original master had also come to the divine infant cliff, and his eyes suddenly lit up. A big man in a black robe with an evil ghost mask on his face walked out of the forbidden passage, walked to a corner very low-key, and waited silently. Half an hour later, a fragrance exactly the same as before came. Many Jindan cultivators were immediately, as if they were facing a great enemy. Woo wow! Accompanied by a howl, another divine infant fruit fell off the vine. Schwa! This time, not only the previous casual cultivators and sect cultivators, but also the Jindan cultivators of both the righteous and the evil sides took action together, and the scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Ha! Who dares to compete with me? Fang Xing, wearing an evil ghost mask, shouted loudly, and his martial arts will swept across the whole scene. Damn! Another soul attack. Not the Jai Weiken. Many Jindan cultivators were in a daze. A few who practiced the secret art of spiritual consciousness or had a treasure to protect their bodies saw a black-robed figure stepping into the air and rushing towards the shining fruit. Clang! A sword light faster than other magic weapons fell on Fang Xing. It was Fu Hongyi who cut it. Swish. The sword light fell on his chest and cut open his robe. But it could only break apart in vain, revealing Fang Xing red gold skin. Uh-huh. This little bit of force. Are you trying to scrape me? Fang Xing laughed and grabbed the shining fruit with his big hand. Don't even think about it. The magic weapons of other Jindan cultivators fell on Fang Xing, but were all bounced away by a layer of red gold light. Even the top-grade magic weapons could not leave a trace on him. Occasionally, a few top-grade magic weapons were mixed in, so Fang Xing could deal with it at will, leaving a few more white marks on his arms. A quasi-4th-level physical cultivator? Mu Qinglan exclaimed, looking at the divine infant fruit in Fang Xing's hand. Her expression turned resolute. The later the divine infant fruit is, the harder it is to fight for. Please help me. Ling Bao, she shouted softly, and plucked the Jiaowei Qin with her fingers. Zheng! A sound of the Qin resounded directly in Fang Xing's mind. And it turned out that Ling Bao's attack fell completely on him alone. Then, there was nothing else. Even if you hit me with the body of the spiritual treasure, I would at least spit out a mouthful of blood to show respect. But you actually chose to attack with a single spiritual consciousness. Do you have any misunderstanding about my great sun relic? Blue Star warriors are originally known for their will. After the 7th turn of the Vajra, not only is the physical body flawless, but also the spiritual flawless. Mu Qinglan launched the last attack of the spiritual treasure, and 2 crystal-like short swords appeared in her hand. Following the sound of the Qin, she killed in an instant. Gotcha! The next moment, she was shocked to see Fang Xing as if nothing had happened. And he slapped her backhand, the hand that covers the sky. Pa! The palm print fell, knocking the 2 short swords flying, shattering Mu Qinglan's true essence shield, and slapping her in the face. Ah! Bai Xiaoshu, who had just come to his senses, closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to see the beauty being shot in the head. But Mu Qinglan's body flashed with green light, and there was only a wooden talisman on the spot, which was crushed into pieces by the hand that covers the sky. Hundreds of feet away, Mu Qinglan's figure appeared. The phoenix seal on her forehead was a little dim. Her face was pale, and it was obvious that her vitality was seriously injured. Death talisman? Run? Can you run away? Fang Xing snorted coldly, and his martial arts will was as mighty as a scorching sun, making the nearby Jindan cultivator look confused again. Then, his golden elixir was in motion, and the immortal martial arts flowed together. A huge golden palm emerged, every inch of which was extremely real, and the palm lines were clearly visible. It held a handprint and fell down with a bang. The immortal martial arts handprint. Bang! The handprint fell, like a mountain crushing an egg. No matter how beautiful Mu Qinglan was, how bright and brilliant her future was, or even the fate of Fengqi Wudong, it was useless. She was slapped to death. Not only that, this golden palm tightly grasped the spiritual treasure Jai Weiqian and came to Fang Xing. He carelessly put the spiritual treasure into the storage bag and flew to a passage. Wherever he passed, those late Jindan cultivators were scared and fled. There were also a few who didn't care about their lives and directly controlled magic weapons and talismans to form a series of obstacles, looking for death. A huge earth-yellow sword appeared in Fang Xing's hand. He slashed it out, and the world was shocked and the gods and ghosts wept. The peerless and sharp sword light was mighty and destroyed everything. Not only did he cut the magic weapon and the talisman in two, but he also cut several late Jindan cultivators in two. This, a peerless evil demon. Bai Xiaoshu was dazzled and murmured, when did such a person appear among the body cultivators? Several late Jindan cultivators were killed with one sword, and no one dared to stand in front of Fang Xing. Fang Xing sneered, entered the forbidden corridor, and disappeared. A quasi-4th level body cultivator, powerful spiritual secret technique, and the big handprint and sword light. Zhang Qizi looked at Fu Hongyi. Fu Hongyi slowly put away the sword and shook his head. My sword heart tells me that if I continue to attack, I will die. Chapter 249, all the trump cards are revealed. What a powerful physical cultivator. There are indeed many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the world of immortal cultivation. He won't show up until the critical moment. Yu Zhenzi sent a telepathic message to Gu Shenzi and Shui Yuanzi, 6 divine infant fruits, 2 of which have owners. One has amazing escape skills, and the other has an invincible physique. I'm afraid it will be difficult to take them down, which means there are only 4 left. Next time, we must really take action. That physical cultivator is very wrong. I suspect that the disappearance of Wanxiang Mozi is related to this person. Shui Yuanzi's eyes were condensed. They all knew that the Linlang blessed land was extremely dangerous. Wanxiang Mozi didn't even come to grab the divine infant fruit. He was either trapped or dead. The latter was more likely. However, the people in the demon sect were cold-hearted. The dead Wanxiang Mozi had nothing to do with them. Even if they wanted to seek revenge, it was the Wanxiang sect's own business. Moreover, although 2 divine infant fruits were taken away, 2 major enemies were eliminated, and several outstanding late-stage Jindan masters were attracted away. Let's make a move. Who will take the divine infant fruit? Shui Yuanzi asked another key question. I propose that I withdraw. I won't compete with you for this one. Yu Shenzi smiled slightly, revealing strong confidence, but the person who gets the fruit must make compensation. Agreed. Gu Shenzi looked in the direction of Fang Xing. I want to stay here and see how that person wailed and died, Shui Yuanzi. You got a bargain. You have to give me 300 kilograms of purple poison eggs as compensation. I don't have that much share, but I can give you 2 pieces of Wanxue stone. Shui Yuanzi transmitted in a muffled voice. Deal? After a while, the strange fragrance filled the air. The 3rd divine infant fruit fell off the vine. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of escaped lights soared into the sky, each showing their extraordinary abilities. When they have reached the late Jindan stage, they can already practice many miraculous skills and secrets in the world of immortal cultivation. Now, in order to compete for the path, they are even more desperate, and they have revealed all their trump cards. As far as Fang Xing can see, he has seen at least 3 late Jindan cultivators die. TSK. The ancestor of Mongshan is almost 500 years old. What is he still trying to rob? With this death, the 1,000-year foundation of Mongshan sect will be over. Bai Xiaoshu commented while shaking his head, and quickly recorded, is this the Bingju killing immortal qi? So powerful. This magical power was originally used by the Grand Elder of Wuyun sect, when Fairy Piaoyun was abducted by a strong man. She was taken to death. The murderer used Bingju killing immortal qi. Divine power. Now the case has been solved. I always feel. Fang Xing reluctantly reminded, if you continue like this, sooner or later you will be beaten to death. Haha, I have no children, no relatives, no friends, and no disciples. Bai Xiaoshu smiled slightly. My lifespan is coming to an end. Who will bother an old man like me? What's more, this was exposed by the Grand Elder of Wuyun sect himself. So many people have seen it. Can they be silenced one by one? Alas, it's also because Fairy Piaoyun was born in an ordinary family. She is just a Jindan family, and has not fallen in the past few decades. If there is a Yuaning sect as a backer, the Grand Elder of Wuyun sect would definitely not dare to be so ostentatious. Huh? His old eyes lit up. Both the righteous and the evil have made a full-scale attack. Kill! The Jindan cultivators of both the righteous and the evil have a tacit understanding and jointly formed a formation, like 2 camps, and began to control the field, blocking the casual cultivators and the family cultivators out. In the middle, it was the battlefield of the 10 righteous and evil sons. Jin Gongzi led the way, with a golden bell faintly appearing around him, covered with various Sanskrit words. Cultivators from the Prajna sect were best at practicing both the Dharma and the body. He even cast a 4th-level defensive talisman, which made his own defense reach an astonishing level. Even if he met the powerful physical cultivator just now, he might not be unable to fight. Jin Gongzi put his hands together, suddenly separated, and a golden dragon claw emerged, grabbing the shining fruit. Dream on! Gu Shenzi laughed, glanced at Fang Xing who was standing in the distance watching the show, hated in his heart. But a colorful spider appeared in his hand, which was the quasi-4th level Wanjiegu. At this time, a terrifying and fierce aura burst out from the spider, and a phantom of a 4-winged golden silkworm appeared, squeaking strangely, turning into a golden light, and rushing towards Jin Gongzi. Wanjiegu? Not good. Or has it swallowed the 5 poisons and the golden silkworm, and advanced to the quasi-4th level Wanjiegu? Even the Yuaning Dharma body may not be able to withstand a bite. Zenkizi's face changed, and the scroll in his hand slowly unfolded. I am good at cultivating the Haoran Qi. He practiced a top-level Confucian and Taoist technique that was secretly passed down by the Xiantian sect, which can cultivate a great supernatural power called Haoran Qi. This Howrenchi can ban the 5 elements and suppress all laws. It is said that a great Confucian monarch, who has cultivated to the late Yuanying realm, with a shout, wiped out a large demonic Yuanying sect from top to bottom. And all cultivators with demonic energy in their bodies could not escape death. Zenkizi certainly didn't have the cultivation of this great energy, but he had accumulated great energy for hundreds of years. With a shout, all the colorful magic lights around him disappeared. A large number of late Jindan cultivators felt that their magic power was sluggish, and looked at Zenkizi in horror. The golden light transformed by the 4-winged golden silkworm was hit by the white great energy and instantly dispersed. The phantom of the 4-winged golden silkworm disappeared. But the spider-like Wanjiagu was very fierce. It screamed again and spit out a scorpion and a gecko from its mouth. Countless poisonous insects were like a storm, wrapping up Jin Gongzi and gnawing at him, making the golden bell buzz. Bold! Han Yuanzi snorted coldly, raised his hand, and a piece of 5-element divine thunder fell, bombarding continuously. Each of those divine thunders had the terrifying power to easily seriously injure Jindan cultivators. Crash! A river of blood emerged. The scarlet blood river encompassed the heaven and earth, and countless 5-element divine thunders fell into it without splashing the slightest water. From the blood river, blood ghosts emerged one after another, roaring ferociously. Blood God Banner? Quasi-4th level? Han Yuanzi used the 5-element divine thunder to refine it into a 5-element light curtain to protect his body. Frowning slightly. Quasi-4th level magic weapons are already very amazing, especially in the hands of late Jindan cultivators like them. They can exert most of their power. For cultivators, magic weapons are not the higher the grade, the better. For example, the Jai Weikan, because of its high grade, only has 2 strikes in Mu Qinglan's hands. It's like a child wielding a big axe. It's easy to hurt yourself. Shui Yuanzi is a true immortal Jindan cultivator, and he is in the late stage of Jindan. His magic power is strong, and his skills are very compatible with the Blood God Banner, which can bring out most of the power of this treasure. You think you have a treasure? Yan Yunzi sneered, and a green flag appeared in his hand, waving it vigorously. Chirp! A clear bird song appeared. The spiritual patterns on the green flag flashed, and it turned out to be a 4th-level spiritual treasure. Countless spiritual patterns gathered and turned into a green and handsome bird, and the feathers burning with green flames were like tassels. The divine beast Qingwan? Is that the Qingwan flag? The treasure of Finchan Valley? Bai Xiaoshu's eyes were wide open. The Qingwan flag can emit Qingwan true fire, which can scare away all evil. Before he finished speaking, he saw the green flame Qingwan vibrating its wings, and countless Qingwan true fires fell like meteors, accurately hitting the blood ghosts one by one. Those blood ghosts had no time to resist, and they didn't even wail, and they turned into wisps of green smoke and disappeared. Chirp! The blue phoenix spread its wings and sprayed a ball of green flame from its beak. This green flame was originally only a few feet wide, but after it appeared, it attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to pour into it crazily, becoming several feet in size, like a green sun, falling into the sea of blood. Damn it! Shui Yuanzi was a little anxious, and a blood-colored pill appeared in his hand, which he swallowed quickly. His magic power suddenly soared, and his eyes were a little blood-red. Choke! A flying sword crossed a strange arc, cut through the sea of blood, and was about to fall on his forehead, but was caught by a blood claw. The one who attacked was naturally Fu Hongyi. He was an expert swordsman, and thought that with 2 more strikes, he would be able to cut open that blood claw and kill Shui Yuanzi. Although he didn't know why Wanxiang Mozi didn't come this time. These 3 late Jindan cultivators of the demonic path were all top-notch masters. They were the swordsman's favorite opponents. This time, we must severely damage the demonic path. Yan Yunzi activated the Qingwan flag, feeling the terrible consumption of his mana, and immediately took out a bottle of Millennium Stone milk and swallowed a small sip. Feeling the rapidly restored mana, he suddenly felt murderous. I don't know what kind of background these 3 heroes of the demonic path have used, and their current mana and magical powers seem to be superior to the 5 sons of the righteous path. If they were fighting alone, he might have been defeated. This God-given opportunity must not be missed. Now that Shui Jinzi has taken action, as long as Zenkizi, just thinking about it, Yan Yunzi swept his consciousness, and his expression changed drastically. Above the sky, under the ban, a ball of black gas was entangled with white light. This was Zenkizi, and Yuzinzi who were fighting. But at a certain moment, a layer of terrifying black devil flame suddenly burned above the black gas. The Howren chi that had always worked and could suppress the devil energy was ignited by the black devil flames and was defeated. Zenkizi groaned and flew back hundreds of feet, obviously suffering a small loss. Soul-destroying devil flame? He looked at the ball of black flames, his eyes full of fear. I didn't expect that after so many years. Xiangnan finally gave birth to a person who could master the 4th level devil fire in the Jinden stage. Not only that, my soul-destroying devil flame is specially cultivated for you, just to break your Howren Chi's supernatural power. Yuzinzi was aggressive, and sighed in his heart. His guess was right. After practicing the soul-destroying devil flame, he already had the strength to defeat Zenkizi and become the first person in the Jinden stage. It's a pity that it's easy to defeat but difficult to kill. If Wanxiang Mozi joined with Wanxiang Wuchang formation at this time, he would even be able to kill several of the 5 sons of the righteous path and teach them a profound lesson. But at this time, he could only settle for the second best. When he thought of this, his eyes suddenly became dark. TSK. As expected, we still have to watch the battle between the 10 sons of righteousness and evil. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in each one. Standing in the distance, Fang Xing, who was watching the show, was amazed. If he hadn't waited and exposed his nascent soul strength at the beginning, I'm afraid that the righteous and evil paths would join forces to fight him now. Looking at the top elites of the righteous and evil paths, each with a 4th level spiritual treasure, talismans, and magic fire in their hands, you know that even the nascent soul true lord would not feel good when being besieged. Especially the pitch-black soul-destroying demon fire, which is one of the 10 great spiritual fires of the righteous and evil in dying. Even the nascent soul true lord dare not let his body be touched by it. To put it bluntly, Yuzinzi has mastered this 4th level magic flame, and he has the capital to threaten Yuan Yingzhenjuan. Bai Xiaoshu beside him didn't even bother to nod, and wrote quickly. At this moment, something strange happened in the field. Chapter 250, Attack. Yuzinzi forced Zenkizi to retreat, and a large black bow suddenly appeared in his hand. This bow seemed to be made of some kind of black bone, and there was a hideous statue of a god and demon on the bow, with its head and eyes scarlet. Yuzinzi held the bow in his left hand, and the soul-destroying demon flames were burning on his right hand, and he pulled the bowstring. 2 strange black rockets appeared. Not good. Fu Hongyi, who was only 1 sword away from killing Shui Yuanzi, felt that Jian Xian was giving a strong warning, as if death was just around the corner. At the same time, Han Yuanzi slapped his dantian and activated his life-saving trump card. A 5-colored thunder bead appeared, shaking the thunderclouds, emitting 5 colors, with a terrifying aura of destruction. It was the 4th order Han Yuan Divine Thunder. Xianquan Dao is good at the 5 elements Kung Fu. The 5 elements Divine Thunder is a 3rd order magical power, while the Han Yuan Divine Thunder is a 4th order great magical power. Even if the Yuan Yingzhenjuan of Xianquan Dao wants to condense a Han Yuan Divine Thunder Pearl, he will have to sacrifice several years of hard work. However, as the Yuanying seed of Xianquan Dao, Han Yuanzi was naturally given a Han Yuan Divine Thunder Pearl as his last life-saving trump card. Swish! Almost at the moment when the two reacted, 2 black rockets had already shuttled through space and came in front of the two. Fu Hongyi's whole body was oozing blood beads, and he used secret techniques to suppress his injuries and stimulate his magic power. The flying sword in his hand was also covered with a layer of blood, and the tip of the sword touched the tip of the black rocket at the last moment. Zheng! A piercing roar was heard, and then a figure flew backwards. Fang Xing swept his spiritual sense and saw that Fu Hongyi's natal flying sword had a broken tip, and even a layer of black flames was burning at the broken end. The other party's face was extremely pale, and a 4th level talisman in his arms burned instantly. Then, Fu Hongyi turned into a silver light and disappeared in an instant. 4th level large teleportation talisman? This saves his life. But Shui Jinzi is indeed the weakest of the 5 sons of the righteous path. Bai Xiaoshu shook his head and said, This? Fang Xing habitually saves some face for his family. I heard that Shui Jinzi encountered a fake infant cultivator in the battle between good and evil, and his vitality was seriously injured. Maybe he didn't recover. I see. But Shui Jinzi was only a half-step golden elixir, which is the weakest of the 5 sons of the righteous path. Bai Xiaoshu quickly recorded it. Seeing this scene, Fang Xing had the urge to draw his sword. Even if you know you are telling the truth, don't you know that the truth hurts the most? Well, I feel it now. When I reach the late stage of Jin Dan, I can easily kill Fu Hongyi. The gap between the half-step Jin Dan and the immortal Jin Dan is still quite large. Just when Fang Xing was complaining in his heart. Swish. In the air, the storm formed by the Hun Yuan Divine Thunder and the soul-destroying demon flame finally slowly dissipated, revealing the somewhat pale face of Hun Yuanzi. Squeak. On the other side, Wan Jiegu finally bit through the defense of the golden seed cover with difficulty and took a bite on Jin Gongzi's shoulder. Jin Gongzi's face suddenly changed, turned into a golden light, and retreated backwards. Give me, die! Gu Shenxi's eyes were bloodshot. He was originally extremely cruel, and he could endure for so long when he saw his enemy this time. All for this moment. How can a mere ordinary Jin Dan be comparable to the prey of the 5 sons of the righteous path? Although, he will not let Fang Xing go in the future. Now the Jin Dan cultivators of both the righteous and evil sides are fighting in a melee. And they also have to guard against the Jin Dan real people of the independent cultivators and the aristocratic families. Only the 5 sons of the righteous path can take action. Zhu Jianzi has already fled. Hun Yuanzi was seriously injured by the black arrow. Yan Yanzi is driving the Qingwan flag to entangle with Zhu Yuanzi. And the only one who can rescue Jin Gongzi is Zenkizi. Clang. The sound of pages turning suddenly came. Zenkizi made a seal with both hands, and a stream of magic power was injected into the book in his hand. Countless pages of books were flying all over the sky, and the words on them shone brightly, condensing into a wall of scriptures. Wan Jiegu pounced on the scripture wall, and could only bite off a few words with difficulty. And then more words were transferred like moss to a flame. Haha. My Wan Jiegu has now been cultivated to the quasi-4th level. What can you use to fight me? Gu Shenxi made a seal with both hands, and turned into a group of green poisonous clouds. The cloud was composed of countless goo insects, densely packed, as if he would not stop until he killed Jin Gongzi. At this time, Yu Zhenzi pulled the black bow and arrow, and another flaming arrow appeared, aiming at Yan Yanzi. Swish. The black flaming arrow collided with the blue Qingwan in midair, and the black flames and the blue Qingwan true fire entangled and devoured each other. Yan Yanzi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The requirement of using the Qingwan flag was obviously a bit overwhelming for him. Ah! Just then, a scream came. It was Hun Yuanzi. He was already seriously injured, and he had lost his life-saving trump card, the Hun Yuan Divine Thunder. He was originally entangled with a large number of blood ghosts, and wanted to escape back to the righteous camp. But at some point, a figure appeared behind him, with a layer of dark soul-destroying demon flame burning on his arm. This hand directly penetrated Hun Yuanzi's Zhenyuan shield, burned a wooden shield as big as a wooden block, grabbed into Hun Yuanzi's body, and grabbed a golden immortal golden pill. Hun Yuanzi, one of the 5 sons of the righteous path, died. Ha ha. Zhu Yuanzi laughed arrogantly, and the blood river swept. This time, no cultivator could stop him, and let him take away the shining fruit. A flash of white light. A great spirit rose to the sky. Zenkizi stepped forward, protecting Yan Yanzi and Jin Gongzi behind him. Frowning, Yu Zhenzi, I didn't expect that you could actually practice the soul-destroying demon flame. With a body of Jin Dan, mastering the 4th level means is originally an incredible thing. Although it is limited by the cultivation and magic power, it is impossible to be as powerful as the Yuan Yingzhenjuan. But it is enough to sweep the Jin Dan period. Humph. Do you want to go by yourself? Or do you want me to send you off? Yu Zhenzi stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a black robe, and he really had the demeanor of a giant of the magic path. In fact, if it weren't for the lack of Wanxiang Mozi's Wanxiang Wuchang formation, he might have tried to keep all 5 of the righteous path here. There are 3 shining fruits left. At least give me one of the righteous path. Otherwise, Zenkizi's face was a little pale. At worst, we can break up. The shining fruit is difficult to destroy before it leaves the Jiuyuan Huaying vine. But after it leaves, it's hard to say. Haha. The magic path, have to give you 5 sets of face. Well, after we take 2, you can come back. Yu Zhenzi laughed, but he didn't force the righteous path too hard. Let's go! Zenkizi turned into a white light, wrapped Yan Yanzi and Jin Gongzi, and didn't know where to go to heal his wounds. The other righteous monks followed him and left, and the scene suddenly became clear. Apart from the dominant force of the demonic path, there were only a few scattered cultivators left, and the ground was full of corpses. Fang Xing and Bai Xiaoshu, the pair of spectators, immediately became extremely conspicuous. It's almost done. Fang Xing glanced at the demonic path camp and found that many people had died in the previous battles. Now there are only 5 true Dan cultivators in the late Jin Dan period. And Yu Zhenzi, Shui Yuanzi, and Gu Shenzi, the 3-6 heroes of the demonic path. I have seen the 4th level trump card clearly. In theory. Except for Yu Zhenzi, who needs to be careful. There is nothing to worry about. If the 10 sons of the righteous demon use all their means to besiege, Fang Xing should be careful. But now only the evil path is left. Fang Xing felt that it was time for him, the Yuanying Sword Lord of the righteous path, to take action to uphold justice. Haha. This time, my evil path has won a great victory. In the future, when we condense the Yuanying, we will be able to kill all the righteous paths without leaving a single piece of armor. Shui Yuanzi put away the shining fruit and laughed wildly. Yu Zhenzi narrowed his eyes and looked at those casual cultivators and family condensed pills with an unpredictable expression. Only Gu Shenzi flew directly to Fang Xing. Those who dared to kill me. This time, I will never let you go. I will throw you into the Wangu cave and torture you to death. Look, isn't this person's blood disaster going to come true soon? Fang Xing said to Bai Xiaoshu next to him, smiled slightly, and snapped his fingers. The sword shadow of the natal flying sword flew out in an instant and landed in his hand, causing his momentum to change dramatically. A sharp aura rose up into the sky, and it seemed that even the restriction of Shinying Cliff would be split in two. The vast and majestic mana fluctuations were like the sea, which shocked all the Jinan cultivators. Yuanying? How is this possible? Swish. The sword light flashed, penetrated the true essence shield of Gu Shenzi, and gently wrapped around his neck. Before Gu Shenzi could react, his head fell off. In his Dantian Chi Si, a strange healing Gu worm was about to take effect. And even if the head fell off, it would be connected for him. But at the same time, a mighty sword intent fell, and most of the Gu worms were shredded. Only the spider-like Wandigu turned red all over, not afraid of the remaining sword energy cutting. It actually started to bite back after losing its master. Go! Fang Xing had long known that this kind of cultivator who played with insects and refined Gu was difficult to deal with, especially the trouble caused after death. So he was prepared. A puppet carried the 2 halves of Gu Shenzi body and rushed out of the restriction. A sword light fell, slightly blocking the quasi-4th level Wanjie Gu for a moment. Immediately, Wanjie Gu immediately began to devour its master and chased after Gu Shenzi body. Before this, Fang Xing had naturally kept Gu Shenzi's storage bag. This killing, leading away Wanjie Gu, getting the storage bag, all happened in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaoshu only saw Fang Xing fly out, and then Gu Shenzi died, and couldn't help but be stunned. It's really a bloody disaster? Gu Shenzi actually. Shui Yuanzi knew that something was wrong, and shook the blood god banner, and a river of blood protected him tightly. Such a strong man, even if he met him in his prime, would have to flee at the first sign of trouble. Not to mention, now that he has experienced a series of battles, his vitality has been greatly damaged, and he is even more furious. Yuanying Zhenjuan? Yuanying Zhenjuan, not only personally went to fry the fish, but also survived until now. Shui Yuanzi knew that if the opponent was exposed at the beginning, he would definitely be attacked by both the righteous and the evil. But at this time, he actually felt as if he was facing an extremely sharp and peerless long sword. But he was isolated and helpless. Go! Fang Xing didn't say much to him at all, just swung a sword. The sword was brilliant, and it triggered the great trend of heaven and earth, as if the whole world was crushing towards Shui Yuanzi. The majestic sword energy was mighty, like the 9-day galaxy, covering the blood river. The sword intent became powerful. Save me! Shui Yuanzi only had time to transmit 2 words with his spiritual consciousness, and the countless blood shields in front of him were pierced. A blood mark appeared between his eyebrows, and he fell softly,